You see, nerd, nobody makes you play these games but yourself. So you're your own.
We're sweating, laughing, screaming, 'cause life is just a dream. We're sweating, laughing, screaming, 'cause life is just a dream. We're sweating, laughing, screaming, 'cause life is just a dream. We're sweating, laughing, screaming.
Gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
This is a video game. This is what you immediately think of whenever you hear the term. It's the Atari 2600, and it defines the word classic. Even though the games are so simple and the graphics so primitive, it has a charm that will never be matched. The objects and characters just barely represent what they're supposed to be, but that's the whole beauty of it, that you have to use your imagination. The sound effects? Just awesome. And the lack of music just enhances the mood. It's that special kind of atmosphere when it's in the middle of the night and you're sitting in the glow of your TV with the sound of crickets. The Atari had the longest lifespan of any home video game system, and when people say Atari, they're usually referring to the 2600. But in between its existence, Atari made other systems which came and went, and one of these was the Atari 5200. It was meant to replace the 2600, although ironically, it failed and faded away while the 2600 lived on. Why don't many people remember this, and why did it die off so quick?
Because it's a pile of fucking shit. Why? Well, just look at it.
Look at how huge this beast is. It's ginormous. And why is there a door on it? Is this a video game
Because
console
it's
or
a pile of
closet?
fucking shit.
Even the
Why?
AC adapter
Well,
weighs a million
just look
tons.
at it.
Look how huge this beast is. It's ginormous.
So, I'm gonna
and why
plug
is there a
this son
door
of a
on it? Is
bitch
this a
in here.
video game
Because
console
it's a
or
pile of-
closet? There we go. Get all this shit out of the way. Now, where do I plug the other end in? Doesn't it go into the Atari? Well, you can look all over the system, but there's no power connector. There's a separate box that you have to plug it in. Now, seriously, have you ever seen one of these? Other than the Atari 5200, I haven't. So you plug this bastard in, and then there's this one wire coming out of the system, so you plug that into the box. Whoa, did you see that? That can't be good. Look, sparks, no joke. So anyway, the AC adapter and TV actually share the same wire.
So I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, maybe they were thinking it'd be more convenient to have less wires running across your floor, but they knew that they fucked up because later they re-released the Atari 5200 with the traditional 2 separate wires instead of just, this thing. But that one had 2 controller ports instead of 4, I think.
Now, we want to hook this thing up to that TV, but it's not going to be easy. I mean, just look at all these games, and every one of them has their own AC adapter and RCA cables, or those weird box things, all going into the same TV. So, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we got to get back there and plug this sucker in.
That TV is just out of the question. It's a little too busy back there, but that's okay because I believe the only true way to play Atari is on an old piece of shit. Damn. Damn!
Fuck! You son of a bitch.
Now, after all that trouble I went through, let's play some damn games.
Well, we haven't played the games yet, but I can definitely tell you the cartridges suck because they don't have end labels. I mean, come on! The Atari 2600 games were all conveniently labeled so you can easily pick out a game, but the 5200, you have to pull each one out to see them. I mean, what a bunch of shit. Alright, let's try this one out. So, okay, here we go. Now, listen, when you hit the power button, the box makes this weird clicking sound. I'm afraid this thing might blow up. What a beast! But the ultimate question is, does it work? Well, does it? No, it doesn't.
What a piece of shit. Well, we can't play the games, but we could at least look at them. We don't have to stand for this shit. There exist alternatives. Did you know that you can plug a Sega Genesis controller into an Atari 2600 and it'll work? See, that's the interesting thing about Atari. You can find all kinds of different stuff that's compatible. As for the 5200, there exists third-party controllers made for the reason of replacing the shitty controller that the system came with. So, let's take a trip into the cyber world known as the internet and take a look.
There we go.
Alright. Okay, let's play this bitch.
Did you know? Sonic Generations was prematurely revealed to the public after a document was leaked by Sega of America in August 2009. The document appeared on Sega of America's official press site and detailed a meeting between Sega and Sony Computer Entertainment America. The document described plans for various upcoming games and features, including a title simply called Sonic Anniversary. The initial concepts for Sonic Anniversary included a collector's edition that would gather the best of Sonic for around $99. More information was leaked during a convention in Madrid called Game Fest in 2010. A staff member of the website SonicParadise.net spoke with a Sega representative who revealed that Sonic Anniversary was in development for the PS3, PSP, DS, and Wii, with an Xbox 360 release being negotiated. The representative also revealed that the game would compile some of the most popular levels from the series and reimagine them for a modern playstyle. The development of Sonic Generations was somewhat influenced by the state of the Sonic fanbase. In an interview with Destructoid, Sonic series developer Takashi Iizuka commented on the fractured fanbase. He mentioned that some fans preferred the 2D games on the Genesis, while other fans preferred the more recent 3D installments. Because of this, when the time came to celebrate the series' 20th anniversary, the team decided to revive classic Sonic and have him star alongside modern Sonic. This way, the team could cater to both sides of the fanbase. The fans also had another, more direct influence on the development of the game. To decide which stages would be included, the fans were asked to disclose their favorite levels on Facebook in 2009. The poll contained a comprehensive list of levels from the major Sonic titles available at the time. Interestingly, the poll did allow fans to choose levels from Sonic and the Secret Rings and Sonic and the Black Knight, suggesting that these levels were once to have been represented in Generations as well. In an interview with the Sonic Stadium, Iizuka revealed that the 3DS port of Generations was intended to be a celebration of Sonic's portable history. Despite this, the game only contained one handheld exclusive level in the form of Water Palace from Sonic Rush. A downloadable demo for Sonic Generations was released on June 23, 2011, which was the 20th anniversary of Sonic 1's publication. Soon after the demo's release, its data was mined to reveal many of its assets. These assets included head icons for the supporting cast, sparking speculation that other characters may be playable. In an interview with Sega Bits, Sonic brand manager Aaron Weber expressed disappointment with these leaks. He felt that they created false expectations, calling them a misrepresentation. The demo also revealed that classic Sonic's physics were not a one-to-one recreation of those found in the Genesis games. The reason given for this was that the physics had to be estimated using the modern Sonic engine, making a perfect recreation nearly impossible. Many unused textures from the game are from 2008's Sonic Unleashed, suggesting that Generations was built on top of the Unleashed framework. Ryan Drummond, Sonic's English voice actor between 1999 and 2004, was originally going to reprise his role for Sonic Generations. In 2010, Sega chose to replace most of the series' voice cast. This included Jason Griffith, who was the voice of Sonic in video games since 2005. In an interview with The Gaming Liberty, Drummond revealed that Sega contacted him during the development of Generations, asking him to re-audition for the role of Sonic. Drummond initially appeared to be a shoo-in for the role, but eventually declined due to his distaste for the contract. In his own words, "When the actual offer came to my agent, it was a complete joke. They asked me to leave my union, which is how I make a living, do all kind of work for no compensation, etc. It was a real slap in the face. I really don't see it ever happening. Sega is a huge corporation with zillions of dollars, and they don't see any need to change the way they do things." Since Drummond declined the offer, Roger Craig Smith was chosen for the role instead. An interesting offshoot of this is that a third playable Sonic may have been intended for Sonic Generations. According to Unseen64, this third Sonic was going to have represented the Dreamcast era of Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, and Sonic Heroes. This seems fitting, as those were the three games in which Drummond voiced the character. In an interview with Kotaku, Aaron Weber revealed that Jaleel White was once slated to voice classic Sonic in the game, as White originally voiced the Hedgehog in various cartoons throughout the 90s. For unknown reasons, the plan fell through, and so classic Sonic was left mute. According to Jaleel, Sega didn't approach him to voice Sonic, so this plan likely didn't get very far. Sonic Generations was written by the writing team of Ken Pontac and Warren Graff, best known for their writing on the ultra-violent animation Happy Tree Friends. Pontac became involved with Sega when they published Happy Tree Friends False Alarm for Xbox Live Arcade in 2008. This led to the pair working on Mad World and eventually Sonic the Hedgehog. Despite this, Pontac claims that he's not much of a Sonic fan. He hadn't played many of the games and instead had to look up cutscenes online to get an idea of the characters. He also addressed the criticisms he received from fans, simply thanking the fans for being so enthusiastic about the characters. Despite the writers not being fans, however, Generations is still jam-packed with references to the rest of the Sonic series. Tails becomes nervous when he sees the purple liquid that covers Chemical Plant Zone. This is perhaps a reference to an infamous sequence in Sonic 2 where the player must climb a vertical shaft in order to avoid drowning in the liquid. Sonic 2, of course, was Tails' debut game. Sonic quips that the color being sucked out of the land is no stranger than rescuing genies in magic books or saving aliens in an interstellar amusement park, referring to the stories of Sonic and the Secret Rings and Sonic Colors, respectively. In the level select, Knuckles can be found in front of Sky Sanctuary with bunches of grapes growing behind him. This is a reference to the Sonic 3 instruction manual, which mentions that his favorite food is grapes. When performing stunts as Sonic, pressing L and R to finish the stunts will cause Sonic to strike an identical pose to the one seen on Sonic Adventure's cover art. And in City Escape, there are posters in the background that make references to 5 seemingly forgotten Sonic characters. There are wanted posters featuring Knack the Weasel, Bean the Dynamite, and Bark the Polar Bear from Sonic the Fighters, as well as missing person posters featuring Ray the Flying Squirrel and Mighty the Armadillo from the arcade game Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. At both the UK convention Summer of Sonic 2011 and the US convention Sonic Boom 2011, the respective crowds were asked to cheer "Happy Birthday, Sonic." Both of those cheers were recorded and can be heard at the end of the game's credits. Don't forget to subscribe to Did You Know Gaming for more facts and trivia. And if you're a fan of Sonic, click over here to watch Did You Know Gaming's Sonic Adventure. And if you're still in the need for some Sonic content, you could check out my video on Shadow the Hedgehog.
Wrath of the Black Manta isn't exactly the hardest game. And its story isn't that good either, as illustrated in this 10-minute cutscene. But the gameplay is solid. You're a ninja, so your main attack is of course ninja stars, and you use them to kick your enemy's ass so you can free captive children from the poorly dressed, horrible interior designers known as... we'll just call them bad guys. Here's a throwing star for your purple walls, you douche! Pacha! Your other powers are the ninja arts you get to choose from at the beginning, or by pressing select. You can choose from the Art of Shadow, Art of the Ring Fire, Art of the Ground Fire, and the Art of Missiles. What? You heard me right. Who knew a ninja could learn the art of the missile? I mean, you unlock other weapons as you continue, but do you really need them when you can shove a missile squarely up a dude's ass? No. One of the things that drove me crazy was the little kids you had to save. They keep telling you to shoot the wall and a door will appear, but I couldn't find any of them, even though I shot every darn wall in the game. You really don't need to save the kids anyways. I mean, it doesn't have any bearing on the ending or anything, so F them. The best part is at the end where one of the bad guys is holding the kids hostage and you have the opportunity to shoot one of those little lying bastards in the face. Take that, you little crap, your parents hate you. Haha, I did it. What the deuce is up with that guy's hair? I could see past you running around in a purple jumpsuit, but when you took off that mask, all your cool points went straight out the window. Take it from me, Black Manta. If you got some crazy hair, just keep your head on. Hey, you know what sucks? Lazy people. Don't be lazy. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's one freaking click. Cool? Got a deal? Thanks.
This game fucking sucks! Fucking sucks! Fucking sucks! Fuck! Wow, I just shot down a duck by saying fuck. It's like puking on a pile of shit. I wasted all my time on this shit. I want it back. It ruined my life. Man, fuck this game. hell, fuck it to oblivion, fuck it the damnation of mankind!
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! The Magnavox Odyssey was released in 1972, making it the world's first home video game console. So when it comes to going back to the past, you can't go back much more than this. Look at this thing. Looks like a spaceship. What's the top for? The controllers are even stranger. You get a reset button and two knobs on the sides, one to move vertical and one to move horizontal, and then one more to do God knows what. But tell me, how are you supposed to hold these things? Or do you just put them on a table? The wires are bulky and not flexible at all. They're short too. If you're sitting on your couch, the wires don't reach. However, the wire that connects the console to the TV is long as shit. Alright, I guess you're supposed to play with it on your lap or on the floor. Alright, now we're ready to play some Odyssey. Oh, of course, I forgot one thing. We need a game. These are the games. Pretty elaborate, right? The titles are the best part. Like, what are some of the games you grew up with? Maybe Wrecking Crew on the NES, or Afterburner on the Sega Master System, or how about Game Number 1 on the Odyssey? There's no power button. When you put the game in, the console starts up. Pretty efficient, I guess, but half the time, it doesn't work. You gotta keep fucking around till the picture comes in. And after that, what do you get? Just a dot or a dash, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The only thing we need now is someone to play with. Sorry, but these are two-player games, so I really don't have much of a choice. Alright, come on out. This is the Nerdy Turd. I cloned him for my own shit. Alright, Nerdy Turd. You ready to play some Odyssey? Bet your ass you are. Alright, where you at? Oh, there you are. Whoa, oh, there you are. Oh. Whoa! 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 Woo! Let's play hide and seek, alright? I won't look, okay? Hide somewhere. Alright, you ready? Okay. Alright, are you here? Oh, I was close. What are you doing? Oh, I get it. It's like taking a shit. Let me try it. Oh! Let's both do it. Like, go with me. So it's like the shit's getting thinner as it comes out. Oh, it broke off. Let's make a popsicle. Yeah, it's a popsicle. You're raping me. You're raping me. Let's just go all over. Woo, woo. Man, people in 1972 must have been bored out of their minds. You really got to use your imagination because the Odyssey doesn't have sound. And when you think about it, it doesn't have graphics either. Yeah, check out all the stuff that comes with the system. You have chips, cards, dice, a scoreboard, and most important, the overlays. This is the substitute for graphics. They come in two different sizes depending which kind of screen you have. The games themselves are all the same thing, just two dots on the screen, but they're all programmed slightly different. The instruction manual is absolutely imperative because without it, you wouldn't know the right combination, which game and which overlay. Let's try some tennis. You just stick this son of a bitch on the screen here and you're all set. Now isn't that exciting? Yeah, you just gotta make all your own sound effects. You can cheat too. If you turn this little knob here, you can steer the ball. Yeah, that's not fair, is it? We're playing dirty now, motherfucker. When in a tennis game would the ball ever fly around somebody? It's surreal because you can move wherever you want. It's not like you have to stay on your side of the net. So the players have to keep their own rules and their own score. That's right, the game doesn't even keep score. It's a fucking free-for-all. Now let's try the skiing game. All you do is move the light through the slopes. And with these controllers, it's harder than it looks. The only goal is to stay in the lines and see how fast you can get to the end. It's up to the other player to keep time. Now that is what you call a desperate attempt at a video game. Now we have Simon Says. You just do what the card says and see who gets there first. Simon says go to the wrist. Simon says go to the pet's ear. Now this is some A-class entertainment. Look, it's the dog's tongue. Oh look, he's got a nuclear boner. Nuclear boner!
She's giving birth to a solar baby. Here it comes. It's time for football, and all I can say about this one is that for the first football game on a home video game console, it's fucking horrible. There's a board, a football marker, and pages of instructions to explain it all. You gotta do all kinds of math, calculate the wind and shit, so the hell with that. Hockey, this one's more fun. You just try to drive the puck into the opponent's net. If you keep tapping the reset button, you can change direction. Anything goes in this game. Gotta keep it away from the net, keep it away from the... you bastard. This one's called Anal Logic. Yeah, that sounds fun. It's like the logic of your ass. It's supposed to take place in outer space. You each start on your own planet. I guess maybe your anus and my anus. The idea is to get to the other player's planet by following a pattern of numbers. You figure out the patterns by adding the numbers of the last player's move into some fucking math equation. It might sound like a complete waste of time, but that's because it is. Cat and mouse. In this game, one player's the cat and the other player's the mouse. The cat tries to catch the mouse and the mouse tries to get to the hole. The blue squares are supposed to be furniture, so you have to go around. But there's nothing preventing you from passing through, so naturally both players are going to end up cheating. Besides, why can't the furniture look like furniture and the hole look like a hole? Instead, they're visual representations of what they may have looked like if this game had graphics. But it's an overlay. Draw some fucking furniture. Next is Haunted House, the first horror game. You're a detective going around picking up clues. The second player draws the cards telling you what clue to get. Also, the second player's hiding as the ghost. Oh, there you are. No matter how many times I've read the instructions, I just don't get it. Submarine. Player 2 has to follow a squiggly line and dodge torpedoes fired by player 1. But the torpedo never seems to go in the direction that it should. And whether or not player 1 is supposed to move, I can't even say. It's just, yeah. States. Okay, this one's just a name that state game. You draw a card, you move the cursor on the state. But what about the little states? How are you supposed to point at them? I guess you could just point with your finger. This doesn't need to be a video game in any way. I also love how the instructions tells you that Alaska and Hawaii aren't really down there. Hey nerdy turd, did you know that Hawaii isn't really south of Texas? Last game, roulette. For this one, you get out the roulette board, you get out the chips, and you play roulette. The wheel is the overlay. Whoever spins the wheel just closes their eyes, moves the cursor all over the place, and then you just look where it landed. If it goes off the wheel, which it does often, you line it up to the nearest number. But most of the time it goes off the screen, so you're never sure where it landed. If you want to play roulette without blowing money on the casinos, then get yourself a roulette mat and a wheel. A wheel and a ball is all you need, not a sheet of plastic with a glowing square on your TV screen. In conclusion, it just... yeah, you said it. Primitive isn't even the word. It barely qualifies as a video game. Master Shake would say, it's like if I want to play Tetris, I draw it on a flip book and animate it. You might as well be playing with rocks. But to be fair, the Odyssey lived up to its name, an Odyssey being a long and eventful journey. It truly was. For the first video game console, we went skiing, played tennis, went around the world, went to the casinos, went to outer space, submarines, cats and mice, and a haunted house. But there's one thing that makes it badass. Check this out. This is the Odyssey gun. But let's talk about guns. You're all familiar with the Nintendo Zapper, right? Originally it was gray, but later they changed it to orange. It's pretty clear that video game and toy manufacturers have become more sensitive. They don't want to give kids something that looks like a gun. Remember Megatron? He transformed into a gun, but later they gave that orange tip at the end, and then he didn't even change into a gun at all. So now, let's see what the Odyssey gun looks like. Well, the Odyssey doesn't fuck around. I mean, this is what you call a gun. I mean, look at it. It's a gun. It's a fucking rifle. I mean, they could never get away with this nowadays. You could never, ever... It just blows my mind that there could exist a video game console that has a gun like this. Let's try it out.
In 1985, Nintendo blessed the video game world with its first football game, 10-Yard Fight. Before the term Super Bowl was banned from commercial use, you could choose this as a difficulty setting. A game where not even 11 men would be used to perform for each team, only 9. Your tight end in motion would take a mere 30 seconds to get from one end of the field to the other, where kickoff formations would resemble that of a box of athleticism.
Finds it to 25, breaks a couple of tackles, and look at him go! He could go all the way!
Before the greats of today, there were its predecessors paving the way, with its 52 gorgeous colors and an end zone logo that looks like a purple cowboy. 10-Yard Fight has the stuff legends are made of.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
Man, this game is good. Some say one of the best on the N64. Mischief Makers is like a cool puzzle platformer that when it was released in '97 was totally different than anything that was coming out at the time. See, this is when the entire gaming world is experimenting with all things 3D, and that whole 2D thing was so 1994. So when a fresh, colorful, fun game came out, it caught some eyes. The thing about Mischief Makers is that while it was 2D, it totally utilized the N64 technology. It was the perfect harmony of old school games and where gaming was going at the time.
Shake, shake.
You hear that? Anyone who's played Mischief Makers will hear that sound from miles away and know exactly what game it's from. As you make your way from point A to point B in the level, you're going to be grabbing things, shaking the crap out of them, going all parkour, and using your crazy robot boost. Yep, you heard me right. Sorry, pervs, that hot-ass anime chick is actually a robot. Anyways, the music's actually really great. It's kind of whimsical and fun and totally fits the mood of the game. Hey, speaking of fun, this is exactly what I love about video games. When was the last time you had to catch a giant lava merman's fist and make him hit a floating alligator in purple spandex and a red cape? Yeah, never. And as fun and quirky as Mischief Makers is, it's damn tough. As in, ask anyone you know and if they've actually beaten it, give them a high five tough. How many high fives have I given out for this reason? None. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try to beat it because you're surely going to have a great time playing it. Hey, a big thanks to Zach for helping out with this vault. Also, a big thanks to the Children's Wish Foundation of Canada for bringing Zach and his family down to Dallas to spend a day at the HQ.
Look at King's Knight. Well, that's a cool looking cover. It's got a sweet looking knight dude and some anime babe in his arms. And it's called King's Knight. It's gotta be some kind of overlooked RPG that I've never heard of, right? No! No! This is King's Knight. It's a shooter with pretend RPG elements. And it sucks. Guess who published this game? Yep, it was Squaresoft. This was before they released Final Fantasy, and it shows. The story in this game is dragon kidnaps princess, save her, and save the world. Well, at least there aren't 4 objects representing the elements. You play as the knight Rajak, very slowly walking north while killing a bunch of different enemies and destroying the very land you're trying to save. Unlike other shoot-em-ups where enemies come in patterns, King's Knight just throws crap around everywhere. They come around the walls, they hang out on top of the walls, they come from the walls. Seriously, most of the enemies are cocooned in walls, and I free them from their eternal torment. How do they show their thanks? By making a beeline for my... Oh, this is going to be one of those games, isn't it? You know the type. The games that are so stupidly hard that it's near impossible to complete a single stage, because that way you think the game is longer than it really is. My first few runs at this game, it didn't go too hot. There's just stuff constantly flying at you all the time, and things just pop out of the ground. These holes trap you in one place just long enough for you to get railed on. There's no moment of invulnerability after damage either. It just piles on. Here's the thing with King's Knight though. If you die, it isn't game over. You instead move on to the next character. After the Knight Rajak, you play as the Wizard Kaliva. And oh god, his stage! You know that feeling you get in your eyes when you're staring into the flash of a camera? That's how it feels his entire stage. The blinding colors of bright green and white make you die faster, since almost all of the enemies are also white and shoot white bullets that you can't see coming. For whatever reason, I'm a lot better at Kaliva's stage than I am the others. Well, comparatively at least. After the wizard, you play as the monster Barusa. Oh, look at this happy lizard! How could anyone call him a monster? All he wants to do is give the world hugs and... Oh, he is dead. And then there's Toby. I hate Kid Thief Toby. Even the game hates Toby. On the cover art for the cartridge, he's the only one with his stupid face completely covered up. His stage is all about deforesting what little trees are left on this beach, killing snakes and, I don't know, pissed off piles of shit. What makes his stage so bad, aside from the fact that Toby sucks, is that 2/3 of his stage is covered in water. And moving in water is the most uncontrollable thing I've ever seen in a shoot-em-up. It's not like moving in water, it's like gliding on ice. You're constantly skating around and unable to stop your momentum or cancel your movement somehow. Plus, when you try to get around land, it makes you hop around like a goddamn idiot. You're the worst, Toby! After 6 retries, I counted, I was able to keep the wizard alive. Oh, he's level 16. Is 3 stars good? As long as you have at least one person alive, you get to move on to the final level. Help the princess. Holy crap, I'm doing awesome. I don't even need the other guys, screw them. Especially you, Toby. Seriously though, wizard alone and I'm doing amazing. A little perseverance can go a long way. Oh, okay, that's cool. I'll do the whole damn thing again. I can still only get to the last level with the wizard though. At least I know not to go that way and... Wait, what? How do I? Why can't I? What do I do? What do I do?
How is that fair? How is that fair?
Hey, thanks for playing our game. Good job getting this far. Now get the fuck out of here. Maybe I wasn't a high enough level? That's a thing, right? See, I figured I'd get a higher level by killing lots of dudes and getting invisible experience points. Of course, I was wrong. You level up by picking up power-ups. But what the hell are these? The first icons I see are up arrows and down arrows. Naturally, my first thought was speed increase and decrease. The up arrows give you health and the down arrows take away your health. Why not a heart and a skull? With that, I can instantly know what they do. Arrows convey nothing to the player. It's not just the arrows that don't make any sense. Every power-up icon makes no sense. There's a boot icon. If the arrows don't change your speed, I figured the boots do. But I picked them up and I don't feel any different. They're not speed boots. They're just normal boots. The boots actually do speed you up, but you need like 4 of them before you feel a tangible difference. What the heck are these other ones supposed to be though? You can get things like a skull book, some stairs, triangle, a Pokeball. Yeah, no, never get the Pokeball! How is anyone supposed to know what these mean? You need to get them though. Every power-up gives your character another level. Boots raise your speed, eventually. These stair thingers make you jump better. Shield increases defense. The white ball increases your attack power. Each of these stages are actually training stages in which you get your character powered up for the final stage. Because then you control every living party member in the final stage. But you cannot choose who you control out front. You must use these separate arrow icons to rotate. You can go one to the left, one to the right, or lol, completely random. I was able to get to the last stage with a full party, minus Toby, obvs. Your whole party shares the same life bar, so switching out is only for changing who is attacking. The only real difference between attacks is some people are better at killing certain statues. The most stalwart of foes. And this is when I learned that in order to beat the game, you have to have everybody. That includes... Toby. I had to try Toby's super hard goddamn stage so many times! I have the video clips to prove it. And here's why you need Toby. Every character also has their own magic spell. Remember those weird ass icons I've been picking up? You need 4 of each type to get a spell for each character, and each stage has 1 of each. That means if you don't get all of them on someone's stage, you're doing it again. Plus every stage has a hidden stairway that takes you to a secret underground section. But these underground sections is the only place to get the icons for one of the spells, and they are significantly harder than the overworld areas. So instead of making these hidden areas a fun reward for finding a secret, they're mandatory, killing any chance this game would have for being fun. Keep going through them until you get everyone's spell unlocked, and fight a ghost pterodactyl at the end. Here's the thing with everyone's spell though, you can only use it at certain areas of the final stage. Begrudgingly, I got him there though. Having 4 people here makes it worse to play. You become such a huge target that you get the crap beat out of you. Plus, with such a large hitbox, it'll make your party jump in and out of water when you really don't want to, which causes, what else? More death. I can't even get to the area to use Toby's spell because I keep... I don't care. Look, this game is bullshit and you know it. I'm just using invincibility. I want to beat the game and be done with it. Alright, final level. Wizard spell, kill some dudes in the water. Great. Stupid walls, Toby's spell. These down arrows that clearly spell out D&D for whatever reason, use Baruza's spell to fly past some stuff. This part with the gross spitting dick monsters, use Rajak's spell to turn into a dragon-sized Pegasus. And then there's a bunch of statues that take a billion hits to kill and I can't press the A button any faster than this and... You have failed me. By the way, this is one of those games where holding the A button to shoot is significantly slower than rapidly pressing it. Thus, carpal tunnel syndrome. Also in the final level are 3 sword power-ups, and you have to get all 3 of these in order to beat the final boss. But at least they're relatively easy to get. Like I said, there are a bunch of different statues, and each character is better at killing in one type of statue than the other. So this final area with a bunch of lion and gargoyle statues, you have to use either Rajak or Kariva to destroy them in time or be crushed. That means using the rotate icons and hoping that it randomly sets you on the character that you need. I can't stress how stupid this is. Simply letting the select button rotate characters would make this whole final level way cooler, since the player would have control over the game instead of the other way around. Final battle! There's the dragon's body! Oh, and now his miscolored head. Okay, whew. To kill him, you have to hit him a bunch of times until it flashes white, and then switch to a different character and do it again for all of them. Invincibility aside, fighting him isn't hard. It's all these stupid switch icons that limit your room to dodge. But you also need them in order to get to the right character to deal their damage. It's needlessly frustrating, designed to take advantage away from the player instead of the player relying on their skill to succeed. You have to deal with their stupid crap. Each dude shoots the dragon a bunch, and then Rajak rams the sword into the dragon's mouth and out his butt. He's dead! The party celebrates with dance as Rajak goes off to get laid by the lovely princess. She runs up pretty excitedly, but then just looks extremely disappointed, like she's thinking, oh, Rajak saved me? And that's it. There's no credits for this game. They don't want you to know who made it, or the fact that Nobuo Uematsu did the subpar music for this game. If you know what you're doing, you can beat the whole thing in 25 minutes. It's stupid and it's short. That's why my final rating for this game is a Toby out of 10. I understand making a game difficult to elongate its playtime in the NES era, but do so by making tricky or clever level design and monsters, not by using a bunch of counterintuitive, esoteric choices to work against the player. It has to be played perfect, with everything done correctly to even complete the game, with no room for error. And Toby sucks and he's stupid and I hate him. We all know the story. Squaresoft was going bankrupt, so they created Final Fantasy as their last effort to be successful in the video game industry. And they were going bankrupt because they kept releasing crap like this. Ow, my knee. Thank you so much for watching. For more updates, be sure to follow me on Facebook and Twitter, and to equip the channel on normalboots.com, and subscribe to me right here on YouTube. If you're in the mood for some other videos, may I suggest the worst console ever? And if you haven't heard yet, I have an all-new Pro Jared Bagoom shirt now available on theyeti.com. And you can go get one of those if you'd like, or watch more videos. Either way, up to you.
Whenever I hear people talking about the Grand Theft Auto series, they talk like GTA 3 was the first one. Silly 3D horrors. Believe it or not, there were actually 2 games before it. You wanna know how you can tell? GTA 3 has a 3 in its name. Yeah, it's great. Grand Theft Auto wasn't always about beating up hookers or teaching kids how to do horrible things or just generally being Jack Thompson's scapegoat. It was about doing jobs for hillbillies, joyriding in tanks, and electrocuting Elvis lookalikes from a top-down perspective. That's what GTA 2 was. Lots of fun doing goofy stuff for goofy people from a different point of view. 2, like the rest of the series, is a big city full of colorful characters that want you to do all their dirty work for them. The jobs are spread all across the city, so depending on what part of town you're in, you can take jobs from different gangs by answering public phones. You know, thinking about it, the whole public phone thing doesn't really sound like a smart business plan. Hey, let's just call public pay phones, hope the person who picks up knows what they're doing, and pray they just don't screw everything up and it doesn't blow up right in our face. Hello?
What? Sick freak? Hey, how much?
But that all won't matter if you don't have a gang's respect. They're not gonna give you work if you do a job against them. You must bust a cap equally to keep everyone happy. Further proving my theory that if you hate everybody equally, everyone's gonna like you. You know what was missing in GTA 4? Tanks. GTA 2 has them, and I love them. When in a tank, it's not about kill frenzies, it's all about how much destruction Craigie can cause. Rampaging in tanks, it's so much fun. But if you want to go after some royalty, enter the code in your name and look what happens. Yep, the king has entered the game. You are now roving through groups of Elvises just waiting to be sent to that big crapper in the sky. With its 3D environment, GTA 3 was the first game of the series that really freaked out stupid politicians. But if they just opened their eyes, they'd realize we've been causing mass destruction and chaos for years beforehand. And it was great! If you play GTA 2, make sure you like the video and tell us what you love about the game. That's what the Vault's all about. Sharing the history, sharing the love. Also, make sure you subscribe. If you also like great games, we know you're going to like Wave Race 64. Go watch that Vault. The annotation is right there, right in front of you. We greatly appreciate it. Thanks. Go ride some jet skis. Wave Race!
I've not seen such bravery.
Before we get started today, I want to take this time to let you know that this is your fault. Oh, Ian, why don't you play new games? Why are all the games you play so old? Alright then, let's take a look at something new. On February 26, 2014, Blue Bee Games released the abomination that is Iron Soul to the world. The official website claims that the game has some amazing features such as 2 Tory-focused campaigns and various environments. The levers are fully optimized and hold many challenges and secrets. Well, if the levers are half as good as this website is, then I'm guessing we're all in for a treat. The narrator of the opening cinematic wields the English language about as skillfully as Shia LaBeouf falls out of relevancy.
If one day some evil alien race decides to come to us, we should be more prepared.
Yeah. So from what I can tell, the government started building a bunch of robots because they were afraid that an evil alien race would invade. Also, they made a lot of acronyms that don't mean anything because I guess they're too lazy to actually come up with names. So from my understanding, the GSF group makes NROs, which are machines controlled by a single intelligence core. But don't they realize that hypothetical aliens aren't the only danger to us?
The hypothetical aliens.
I mean, what happens happens when Core of the Machine falls into less desirable hands. Now that we actually get to see some of the game's visuals, I mean, it's not bad. Sure, the robot designs look like walking eyeballs and everything is very brown, but I've seen much worse graphics.
So many lives at stake. They've got to hurry up.
Oh god, are the subtitles going to be different than what they're actually saying?
Come on, they've got no time.
Oh, well, okay then. So this guy pushes some buttons as the robot eyes break into his office here, and then he springs into action. And by spring into action, I obviously mean that he hides behind a box. You know, some games and movies use slow motion to show something dramatic or awesome, but not Iron Soul. Iron Soul uses slow motion to show an old man falling to the ground while emitting a pathetic... It's like a really bad Life Alert commercial. So here we are in all of our mechanic glory as the scientist just kinda leaves. So to make sure we're all on the same page here, this is the story as I understand it. The GSF group makes NROs, or what normal people would call robots. All of the robots turn evil, so this scientist builds us. A robot that needs to, I don't know, kill all other robots in the world maybe? But who knows? I mean, the Evil Aliens were hypothetical, so maybe this whole situation is hypothetical as well. There's a few things we can observe from the first few seconds of gameplay here. Number 1, the game still doesn't look awful. I mean, yeah, the color palette is complete trash, but that seems to be pretty standard for anything trying to be gritty and cool these days. Number 2, I'm breathing, which is strange because I'm a robot. Now, it could be that I'm a gasoline-powered robot and my mouth is like a tailpipe or something. But what's even stranger is that I'm actually going through a breathing animation. Robot or cyborg? You decide, because honestly, I don't really care. Number 3, kicking stuff is fun.
Yeah, it was actually, I used to listen to that album all the time when I was a kid.
If you are still working properly,
You know what I got
Who's
to listen
that?
to one
Is that
time?
Mario?
Michelangelo.
Nope, it's just what the game's Steam badges refer to as the annoying voice, whose portrait bears a striking resemblance to McGruff the crime dog. He's here to tell us all about the controls, which are odd. Aside from the normal WASD to walk and control to crouch, you have to hold down the right click just to be able to shoot. Then, if you want to zoom in a bit, you hold Q. Now, I realize some of you out there might not be PC gamers, so let me just inform you that this is really dumb. You also can't jump while aiming, but that's not as bad as the jump itself. I'm a super advanced machine, and I've got the athletic ability of a high schooler on the junior varsity track team. What's even worse is that Mario McGruff is bragging about it. Like, oh wow, dude, look at how high you jump. But that's okay, because apparently we get a jump booster eventually. It's just been misplaced by some guy named Cyrus.
I thought that the first time I played it. I was like, really? The game's over already? That's a shame. I was having fun. And then the game begins.
Now the game begins. You know what? I just thought of an awesome idea for a movie or a show.
Do you see anything wrong here? Anything at all that might be missing from this scenario? Oh, I don't know. Maybe some crosshairs, an arrow, or perhaps even a yellow brick road that I could possibly follow to figure out where the hell I'm shooting? I mean, seriously, you can't even follow the gun barrel because the bullets just go wherever they feel like going. You force me to use an aiming mode, and you don't even let me aim. You know what, Iron Soul? F you, which of course is my abbreviation for I find that unreasonable. The default gun in the game doesn't have an automatic setting. I mean, that doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world at first, but after a while it just gets tiring having to click so much in battles. Lucky for us, we do get a machine gun later on, but without the crosshairs, it's even more impossible to tell where the bullets are actually going, so I guess you just have to decide which is the lesser evil.
Can you hear me, son?
Yeah, okay, Dad. So does this mean I'm at least some part human? Or is this guy just calling me son because he built me? I mean, I put together my own office chair, but you don't see me taking it to any father-son picnics. Father Dearest's name is Cyrus, and it appears that someone has hacked into most of his systems. Lucky for me, he installed some anti-hacking measures on my hardware, so I'm safe. Now, why weren't the rest of his systems installed with anti-hacking measures? Because this is Iron Soul, and if it made any sense, then it just wouldn't be Iron Soul. With our only instruction being go find supplies, we trudge forward and find something truly exciting.
bonus items.
Did you hear that, guys? Bonus items! These incredibly rare bonus items make this number here go up, which I can only assume is our total score. Because although the developers made sure to throw in enough lens flares to make Michael Bay take notice, they can't design a heads-up display for crap. These two circles here look like they might mean health and shield, right? Well, they don't. They're just circles. And oh look, 2 green dots that also mean nothing. But hey, at least the number representing our health is off-center, right? It's like built-in OCD repellent. And as you collect these
bonus items,
these 4 circles light up, and once they reach maximum power, nothing happens. I don't get it, but hey, at least we can also collect
secret items.
Horrible shooting mechanics aren't the only part of Iron Soul, though. There's also horrible platforming mechanics. The height of our jump seriously baffles me. I mean, at some points it looks like I don't even leave the ground, but never fear because...
Can you say double jump?
It's less of a double jump and more of an extended single jump. I don't really go any higher, but I stay the same height for a bit longer. Oh, and did I mention these things? They're called digital bridges. I don't really have anything else to say about them. I just thought that was a really dumb name. And speaking of dumb things, try this one on for size. I was walking through this door here, but then saw something turn red, so instinctively I backed up. Then the door closed, forever locking me out of this part of the level. I was unable to advance until I loaded a save file. And good thing I did, because the gameplay drastically changes when you go through this door. Oh, did I say drastically changes? Because I meant to say that nothing ever changes. The game can't even grace us with different enemy designs. They're just eyeballs and worms.
Now right now I'm guessing I've split my viewers into 2 separate camps. Over here we've got the "this game's not so bad, you're picking on it too much" camp. And over here we've got the "oh man, this game is awful, it couldn't possibly get any worse" camp. Both of you hold on for a second, because it gets worse.
Welcome to the first boss battle. As you can see, the designers are really stretching their creative muscles here by just scaling up one of the only 2 enemies we've seen thus far. And when I say first boss, I should clarify. This is the only boss, at least when it comes to my playthrough. It isn't exactly complex. You just hide from the laser, jump to avoid the shockwave, and shoot at the thing, right? The problem is that the giant eyeball doesn't die. Not only that, but it doesn't even show any signs of getting damaged. I mean, it lights up a little bit when I hit it, but it doesn't have any different cycles or phases that it goes through. It just keeps doing the same thing over and over. And I tried. Oh, how I tried. And I just couldn't beat it. So I did what anyone else would do in this situation, and I looked up some Let's Play footage of the boss to see if maybe I did something wrong. And oh, did I see something wrong. First off, you'll notice that there are crosshairs here, and I just as it turns out, buried in the menu system of the game in this situation, and I on the crosshairs. Yeah, you know what, game? That's totally normal. Most games force you to blind fire until you search in the menus and find the setting that lets you actually see where you're shooting. But what's even worse, what's oh so worse, is the heads-up display. It's functional. Sure, it's not pretty, but that is clearly showing how much shield and health they have left. And the red circle is actually going down with their health. But the real problem, the biggest problem of this whole situation, is over here. This is the boss's health meter. As the boss is shot, his health goes down, rather quickly at that. It also has this handy number that shows how much health is left. That's cool, right? Even though my heads-up display didn't show the circle moving, I still died when my health hit 0. But the boss's health doesn't even have a number, so it can't hit 0. That means, as far as I can tell, that he's invincible, which means that I spent about half an hour trying to kill something that the game had no intention of ever letting me kill. Wait a minute, hold on, let me check to see if there's a make this game not complete shit button. No, there isn't. And why is it like this? I mean, it's on Steam, it's not like I bought a scratched disc or something. I just downloaded it. Garbage. Absolute garbage. I mean, they didn't even bother to spell check the damn thing. What is that? Result? Nope, no. It's over. I mean, I can't even get past this boss, so is there even a point in me talking about this game anymore?
Are you happy now? Now that I've played something new and hip and modern? Are you satisfied? Are you gonna leave me alone? Hello, and thank you for watching. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Be sure to follow me on Twitter and Facebook, where you can see me complain about other things, I suppose. And if you like this video, be sure to subscribe and check out my other videos as well. You can click on them here.
What? Yeah, bonus items! Yeah! Yeah! Bonus items! Yeah!
If you want the ultimate game challenge, you have to get Action 52.
Yeah, it's so cool!
Super Mario Brothers 3!
If you were old enough to remember the heyday of the NES, then you might recall the infamous multi-carts, unlicensed cartridges containing anywhere from a dozen games to upwards of 100 or more. One of the most well-known of these is the Action 52, a multi-cart released in 1991 that contained 52 unlicensed games for the NES. Action 52 also saw release on the Sega Genesis in 1993, and the marketing materials for the game even indicated a Super NES version was planned at one point. The contents of this multi-cart, developed by Florida-based Active Enterprises, are widely regarded as some of the worst games ever made, and Action 52 is routinely a subject of ridicule. Almost all of the games on Action 52 were unremarkable rip-offs, but one called Cheetah Men managed to stand out from the rest. The creators believed the game had the potential to be the next Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so they planned for a standalone sequel. However, Active Enterprises folded before Cheetah Men 2 was released, and the game should have never seen the light of day. That is until supposedly in 1996, somebody discovered a stockpile of roughly 1,500 copies of the game in working condition. These games began to circulate and eventually ended up on auction sites like eBay, where copies still sell today for over $1,000. Those unfortunate enough to snag a copy were treated to an abysmal game with some of the worst gameplay ever. If you somehow managed to make it to the end of the 4th level and defeated the boss, the game didn't advance due to a game-ending bug. Most chalked the glitch up to the fact that it probably wasn't finished, but at some point a person came forward saying that there were more levels than just the original 4. Were there really more levels to this train wreck, and if so, how did one go about accessing them? The urban legend to unlocking these hidden levels goes something like this. If you happen to own one of the rare copies of Cheetah Men 2, you simply place it into your NES and flip the power switch on and off rapidly. If you're patient enough, eventually the game will start up somewhere other than the first level. One of these random starting points was apparently the 5th level of the game. After reaching that level through this unorthodox method, you can play through and reach the 6th level normally and eventually take on the final boss of the game. Considering how rare and expensive Cheetah Man 2 is, we were unable to secure a copy on our own through traditional means. So instead, we decided to resort to something a bit more drastic.
Hello, nerd. I want to play a game. I've locked the doors, so don't bother trying to escape. Now that I have your attention, this is what you're going to do. First, you're going to go over to that box in the corner and take out its contents. Just like that. Yes.
Fuck!
I see you're familiar with that game. If you ever want to leave this room alive, you're going to have to access the hidden levels in Cheetah Men 2 by flipping the power on and off.
Come on, I played it enough.
Play or die. The choice is yours.
Alright, fine. Let's do this. the hell is this gonna happen? This is impossible. Why the fuck did I even put this fucking piece of shit in here? I'd staple my balls to the ceiling if I could reach.
That's very good, nerd. You finally understand. Given how random this potential glitch is, you could be at this for years potentially and never get it to work. Since you figured it out, I'll release you as I said, but before that happens, let me share with you some insight into this glitch. In order to better understand the glitch that plagues Cheetah Man 2, we here at GT decided to reach out to Damian Yarrick, an NES engineer who works on NES emulators and custom NES ROMs. Damian writes, "The NES can see only about 32 kilobytes of a cartridge's program at a time, and NES games use circuits called mappers to control which page the CPU can see at once. If you've ever opened a cartridge and seen a chip marked 74HC161, MMC1, or MMC3, that's a mapper. The mapper is controlled by one or more ports or locations in the cartridge that the CPU can write to change which page is visible. Some kind of mappers have a function to keep a half page always visible at once, a fixed bank. Mappers designed for multi-carts, such as the active mapper, do not have a fixed bank so that each game can fill a whole page. Other kinds of mappers have a circuit to clear out the mapper whenever the 1.7 MHz CPU clock signal is interrupted, a power-on reset. The power-on reset circuit in the active mapper might be poorly engineered. When the NES powers up, the mapper is in an unpredictable state that depends on electrical noise, ambient temperature, and other factors. The data in the console's RAM is likewise unpredictable. In order to start the program properly, each page needs to have a reset stub, or a short piece of code that runs when the console is powered on, or reset, and writes a page number to the mapper's port, so that the CPU can start from a known page. I've read that each level of the original Cheetah Men is stored on a separate page and can be extracted to its own ROM file. And if the code quality in Cheetah Men 2 is anything like what I've read about Action 52, some of the reset stubs might be defective. A defective stub would cause the program to start executing in the wrong page, or to just freeze. As you've seen from the footage and from the previous statement, these games were a mess in terms of their coding. We could just attribute the bugs to the fact that these were unlicensed games that were poorly coded, but there's actually more to the story than mere speculation. During the course of our investigation, we came across an article written by Active 52 connoisseur and journalist Adam Erickson, who interviewed a former Active Enterprise employee named Mario, who had a hand in the development of Action 52. Mario shared his experience working at the company and revealed some insight into why these games were so buggy. Mario told us that Vince Perry, the owner of Active Enterprises, wanted Mario and some colleagues to work on a game called Action 52. After signing contracts and then completing training at a facility in Salt Lake City, Utah, Mario began working on the game. Mario doesn't remember why, but for some reason Vince wanted all 52 games completed in 3 months. Anyone who would try to develop 52 games in 3 months was asking for trouble. If you don't think Mario's testimony is strong enough evidence, then check out this excerpt from an expose on Active Enterprises and its owner Vince Perry that ran in the Miami Herald back in July of 1993. The article delves into the financial background of the company, but also reveals that Perry farmed out the programming of Action 52 to college students. Even back during the NES days, any respected developer would tell you that a 3-month development cycle relying only on amateur programmers would have been a terrible idea. The final part of this tale is that the hidden levels actually exist, and there is a surefire way to reach them. Eventually, the ROM of the game made its way onto the internet, and the programmer named Paco-chan took the liberty of going to the game's code and patching it up so the players could finally experience the game without any of the crippling bugs. That meant that when you finally made it past the boss in the 4th level, you advanced to the 5th level rather than getting stuck. Don't get too excited though, the 2 new levels are just as bad as the first 4, and the reward for reaching the end doesn't justify the agony you have to endure. Paco-chan also echoes the earlier sentiments about the sloppy nature of the game's programming by adding that he discovered there's a glitch in Cheetah Men 2 that prevents the game from recognizing you defeated a boss. The game does some kind of check at the 2nd and 3rd boss that always returns a wrong value, preventing anyone from advancing to the next level. Paco-chan simply went into the code and forced the game to ignore the wrong value and return the correct one so the players could advance in the patched ROM. So as you can see, the hidden levels do in fact exist, but due to a multitude of factors ranging from poor coding practices to a rushed development cycle, they were originally only accessible via the power flipping glitch.
Like, yeah. You just wasted all my fucking time. I just had to play this fucking piece of shit again. Did you see? I did the glitches episode where I showed that the levels do exist. You know that, right? Like they exist. What, do we have to know why they exist? Like if you look at a piece of dog shit, do you have to explain how it came out of the dog's ass? We don't need to know that. Just because something sucks, we don't need to know why it's come to be. Fuck this. Can I go now? Am I done? Am I done?
Yes.
Fuck.
Hello?
John, where are you?
I'm putting this episode off.
You need to stack up and come review this game.
But I'm not hiding though.
Is Jock gonna have to choke a bitch?
I think he bought it, Rockington. Whoa, no, I was reviewing the game the whole time. Look! John, that doesn't go in there, you silly bitch! Oh. You're right. You're right, Jock. This has to be done. Bubsy. Bubsy was a Bobcat tune, I guess, that video game company Accolade tried to push as their mascot of sorts. You know, someone to rival the likes of Mario and Sonic. You did a good job here, guys. It's a cat, and you put him in a shirt, bam, it's Bubsy. I quit! Bubsy. Claws encounters of the furred kind. Now, how can I fail? I don't see how I can fail.
Oh, jeez, I just don't really want to do this, but yeah, you know, contracts and the sort.
What could possibly go wrong?
I don't know. You're pretty safe with the Chapter 1 called Cheese Wheels of Doom. So I'm willing to wager that everything could go wrong! The first thing you'll notice is that this game is a little something I like to call a float game. As in, everything's floaty! Even Bubsy. In fact, that's one of his main moves. I find it a bit curious that they designed a Bobcat to have two abilities, jump and float. What kind of character design is this? It'd be cool if he was like, you know, a flying squirrel or a bat even. Then I'd have reason to feel justified in gliding. I mean, when's the last time you were hiking and a freaking Bobcat just came floating by? It didn't happen! It's because it can't happen! I know some of you might call that nitpicking, but look how stupid it looks! It's a pantsless cat with a white exclamation t-shirt fucking floating around like Mary Poppins in a hurricane! The background is really disorienting, just watch. When you jump up high, it just sort of stays put and all the platforms around you completely vanish, and it gives you a pretty poor idea of where you reside spatially. Also, every single button jumps. That's a pretty good allocation of your buttons. Oh, is that a save point? Let's go check it out. Am I stupid? I really thought that was a save point. Like, seriously, doesn't that look like a midway save point to you? No, whatever, you're right, I forgot. Gumball machines are the cause of 200,000 deaths a year. It's serious. Everything is just really shoddy. The hit detection is weird, the jumps are hard to make, and what killed me here? I mean, as you can see, there is a giant space in between me and Steve Martin Jr. here. Whatever. It feels like they wanted to make something like Sonic the Hedgehog here, but the levels are built like it's Mario. He's got some sort of ice momentum going on here. If you start running, he'll build up ridiculous speed, but since you die in one hit, your adventure's bound to end in seconds. It's like they didn't want you to have fun with this game. They wanted you to feel like a 4-year-old who just ran out into an ice rink wearing a frictionless feet! Oh, what's going on here, Bubsy? You feeling alright? I melted? Was that falling damage? They put falling damage in their motherfucking 2D platform game? It's optional, but you can take these alternative paths that spice up the gameplay a bit. So let's see where this one takes us. It took me to the beginning of the level. Who cares? I don't care. I don't even care. This game wouldn't even be so bad if they slowed down the pace a bit and zoomed the screen out. Everything's too close up. Before you know it, you get pelted with something you didn't even have a chance to react to. You never know what to expect next. You just gotta kinda carefully inch along to beat this game, and hey, that's just no fun. No, look! There is falling damage in this game. I'm not crazy. You can't put falling damage in a freaking platformer. That's like putting gravy on Skittles. Alright, almost done with this level. Just gotta get a little... Oh?
Jumping in a car killed me. No, I don't really... That's the way we wash our hands. I'll take your hit, Bubsy. I see what you're saying to me. Don't you worry. We're on the same level. Jesus. Let's try Bubsy 2. Maybe this one's a little better. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah! Bubsy 2! Bubsy 3! Bubsy fucking 2!
Bubsy, Bobcat!
Oh, and don't expect those amazing puns to stop anytime soon. If anything, it speeds up from here.
Remember, I am a trained professional.
Now, I'm not exactly sure what's happening here on the intro screen, but I do know Bubsy turns around and is like, what the fuck is this shit?
I like it!
Apparently, though, he likes it. So I can choose between one player, Grand Tour, or whatever that is, and play for points. Yeah, play for points! Gotta get that gamer score up and post it to SNES Live, yo.
Yo, Gatorade me, bitch!
Was the ending of Bubsy 1 that fantastical? Did some plot development end up causing the Bubsy universe to become a 1984-esque dystopian future? Well, clearly one thing's for sure. I gotta pick from West Wing and East Wing. Never mind Bubsy 1 and Bubsy 2 over here, you know, whoever they are. So it would appear that Bubsy's in some weird place and he's gotta go to all these places and beat the levels. Don't worry, it's all very well explained. Well, this time around, at least we got more buttons to work with. You can jump, glide, and use an item. Now, by far, the best feature in this game is whenever Bubsy dies, he'll say the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I'll be back. Oh, nuts! Oh, keep it up, just keep it up!
He'll make some quote from a famous movie or something. Although dissimilar to the likes of Duke Nukem, when Bubsy makes these references, it's not endearing. It's just annoying.
Is the writer's strike over yet?
Apparently not, Bubsy. Apparently not. Wow, they should have called this game Drugsy. I mean, wow. Looks like it's on drugs. What's going on in this picture? It's like some Salvador Dali shit. You got pig statues and bouncing pigs and pig lady. What is this? What is Pig World? Oh, okay, it's Hamelot. It's Hamelot. Good one, Bubsy. Hey, wanna be a cast member on Saturday Night Live? I know you'll make the most of it! I'm leaving you, Bubsy! It's just like they drew up about 200 assets and dumped them all into this world with no cohesiveness whatsoever. I mean, I guess it seems like they're really trying here, but my god, it's a clusterfuck to the eyes. I can't play this. It's like a fever dream. Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that for? What is the reason for this? It's hard to explain, but you don't get the same kind of environmental feedback like you would in Donkey Kong. Bubsy doesn't have much weight or feel like he's really there, so it's hard to play and control. You would have to be really young to get any enjoyment out of this. I mean, Bubsy 2 is marginally better than Bubsy 1, but it's honestly only because of the better art design. Okay, this whole situation's starting to make me vomit my mouth a bit, so let's graduate to our final stop on this journey.
You don't want this. You think you want this now, but trust me, you don't want this.
Bubsy 3D for the PlayStation 1. Apparently, it's winner of the Gold X Award. One of the sleeper hits in '96. Yeah, a quote from the guy who made Bubsy 3D. Run, jump, swim, and fly anywhere. Get your paws on a mess of atoms for extra lives? Okay, hold the phone. Having one-ups in your game is not a selling point, let alone a bullet on the back of the box. I mean, you can just tell they were really stretching to say even one good thing about this game. Play cat and mouse in a unique two-player mode. Yeah, okay. But hey, this game's from the good old days where the game manual is actually the cover of the jewel case. And by good old days, I mean good lord is it hard to get this thing out. It's got these two little bumps here that keep it from slipping out and 4 pins holding it in place. There's really no easy way to get it out. Not like you're gonna need instructions on how to play Bubsy 3D. An instruction manual on better game selection might be more useful to you at this point.
I don't want to do this. I'm just letting you know that this is a bad idea.
What could possibly go wrong? Whoa, hey, whoa now. I think we know where all the budget went. So, as it would seem, the bad guys in Bubsy 3D are the sneezing enemies from the first game. I like how that's actually what they went with. As if they were like, nope, they were the first enemies in the first one, that's it. They have to be the main enemy. We can't come up with anything better than this. Than fucking this! Dude, Parallel Universe Shigeru Miyamoto's like the Goombas that the first enemy you see in the first game. That's it. Main villain. 5 stars! A+! 4 stars! Man, if these are the cutscene graphics, I don't know that I want to see the real game. Bubsy is 3D in Forbidden Planet. Because talent. Well, there you have it. Bubsy 3D. Now this is truly art right here. Yeah, you are looking at fine art. Where do we even begin with this? Bubsy 3D's controls can't even be categorized as bad. They're closer to unfinished. It's nonsensical how you move in this game, and it goes beyond every gaming convention. It's hard to explain, but you can't run around freely like in Mario 64. You can only go straight forward and straight back. To turn, you literally have to move your trajectory left and right and then go forward when you got the direction you want to go. In turn, this makes Bubsy 3D feel more like a freaking strategy game than a platformer. And, oh, don't you forget, this game wants you to know that this is the true essence of a platformer.
Now, what would a platform game be without platforms?
Now, if you would just take a nice look at these platforms, yep, that sure is a platform, alright. A non-colored, non-polygonal, non-textured platform. Bubsy 3D! Literally a platformer! Oh god! Oh god! Who looked at this and thought it was okay? This is what the alpha version .001 of a game should look like, not the finished product. Now, it is true that Mario 64 revolutionized 3D platformers and changed the way we expect them to function, but Mario 64 came out on June 23rd, 1996, whereas this game came out October 31st, 1996. That's about 3 months later. And if you're blaming the PlayStation 1's 32-bit limitations, just take a look at Crash Bandicoot, still before Bubsy 3D, on August 31st, 1996. So let's talk about jumping. When you jump, and this is every time you jump, for some reason the camera pans down at the ground. I suppose to help you see where you're gonna land, but after a while it just kinda gets nauseating and obstructs your view. There were just so many poor design choices here that it's impossible to count them all off the top of my head. And oh, don't lose any sleep. Bubsy still says things. Oh, does he ever still say things?
Oh, look! An arrow! Aren't these game designers wonderful?
Now, how truly ironic. A game designer's job, in most cases, is to create a living world that ceases to be fake in the mind of the player. I mean, think about it. Even if the game constantly breaks the fourth wall like in Duke Nukem or Monkey Island, the world is still believable. Your suspension of belief kicks in, and your mind allows you to meld with the game environment as if you were actually there. When a game like Bubsy 3D makes self-referential humor, it just seems foolish. Having the designers of this game refer to themselves as designers, something just feels wrong about it. Game theory time!
The more you know.
I mean, look at the walls and the ground. It's about as basic as you can get for polygonal gaming. Bubsy himself is the best looking model in the game, and even he has only like 5 frames per animation. I suppose what your goal in this game is to find the 32 missing pieces of your escape rocket or something. There's 16 levels in this game, so I suppose that would be 2 rocket pieces per level. The game actually comes with a little map of the first 3 levels. Ha! From way up here it looks like Sonic 3D Blast. Almost makes you feel a little bad. Someone put their heart and soul into this game, and maybe it was really the best they could do. I mean, they even named different areas and gave the levels clever little names like Claws for Alarm and Claustrophobic and Catatonic Catastrophe.
Did I just say I felt bad? Let me rephrase that. I feel bad for me.
You think I'm skimping you here or something? No, this is all there is to show. There's nothing more. You just walk around this place and grab atoms. That's it. And it's hard to even grab them. The hit detection is so precise. I mean, if you can't even get the coins in your game right, I mean, you want it to be gratifying. You want it to be like, yeah, coin! You don't want it to be like, hi, yes, oh, excuse me, sorry, I just, trying to grab that coin. Jeff Goldblum. Wait, what? Turns out if you leave your controller idle for too long, Bubsy starts messing around with your TV settings.
No, look, seriously, look. That's it, that's the best thing. That's the best thing in the whole game. He's fucking with my TV. Good.
I think you know. Admit it or not, you just have to know that you failed at making your game when the player has a hard time walking from point A to point B. Now, no distractions, no obstacles, just walking in a straight line. Watch the fuck out, citizens of Bubsy Land. Captain Bubsy's drunk as shit again and heavily armed with puns.
You know, Jacques, we didn't have to do all that, play all those games. You know, Rockington agrees with me, okay? You can be a bit of a type A personality sometimes, and I don't care. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna speak the truth. I didn't mean it!
'Cause you had a bad day, you take it one down, you sing a sad song just to turn it around.
Want to get the latest info and updates on JonTron videos and events? Well, go on over to facebook.com/JonTron Show and click like. I'll be waiting for you. If you enjoy watching these videos, share them with your friends. Hey, don't be the Bogart. A Humphrey Bogart, that is. That kind. Also, if you're looking for some more JonTron content, there's 2 videos right there that you can click on, and the YouTube they programmed, they take you to them. Did you know? The original Mario Party might have been planned to work with the Nintendo 64 disk drive. Booting up the North American version of the game while the disk drive is attached will lead to a blank screen, and booting up the Japanese and PAL versions of the game while the disk drive is attached will lead to an error screen. 2 other games that fail to load under the same circumstances are F-Zero X and Ocarina of Time, both of which had 64DD expansions planned, with F-Zero's even seeing a release in Japan. Mario Party 2 actually started out as a 64DD project, and it's speculated that Mario Party 2 may have begun as an expansion of Mario Party for the disk drive. This idea is also supported by Mario Party 1 and 2 sharing nearly 20 of the same minigames and using the same playable characters with additional costumes. We've mentioned in previous videos how Nintendo avoided sparking controversy by altering Wario and Luigi's voice clips.
Oh my god! So I missed!
One controversy they weren't able to avoid was with the release of Mario Party 8 in the United Kingdom. On the Shy Guys Perplex Express board, Kamek uses the word spastic, which is a highly offensive slur against disabled people in the UK. The use of the word caused enough outcry for Nintendo to recall the game. Later releases replaced the offending word with erratic. There have been other regional changes in Mario Party games as well. At the end of a game on the Western Land board in Mario Party 2, the winning character engages Bowser in a quick draw duel. The Japanese version of the game has them dueling with actual revolvers, which were changed to pop guns in the international release. In the original Mario Party, several minigames had players rotating the analog stick. Rather than using their thumbs to rotate the stick, some players would use the palms of their hands as it gave them more grip and stability. Though it was effective, this method would often lead to blistered palms or other injuries. New York's Attorney General's office received close to 100 complaints of injury, which led to Nintendo of America taking action to prevent further damage. They provided gloves for anyone who had hurt their hands while playing the game and paid the state $75,000 in legal fees. Although it's unknown how much the incident cost Nintendo, providing gloves for the potential 1.2 million affected North American players could have cost the company up to $80 million. Despite the incident, Mario Party received generally positive reviews and press coverage. A few outlets panned the game, however. One of these publications was Game Informer, who gave the first Mario Party a review score of 2.5 out of 10, and the second Mario Party a 5.25 out of 10. The reviews became so infamous that Nintendo of America sent Game Informer a sarcastically written certificate stating, "Nintendo appreciated Game Informer for their well-written and glowing reviews of Mario Party and Mario Party 2." Signed by then Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln and Nintendo of America founder Minoru Arakawa. The Japanese and European versions of Mario Party 1 feature a song that is completely absent from the US release. The song Move to the Mambo was used for the minigames Balloon Burst and Musical Mushrooms. Other songs from the series have had some surprising origins. The song Let's Go Lightly from the Bobsled Run minigame in Mario Party 1 is a remix of the Giant Land theme from Super Mario Bros. 3. The track Slowly Slowly is a remix of the Iceland theme, and the song Pandemonium from Mario Party 9 is a remix of the Battle Mode theme from Mario Kart Double Dash. In addition, some of the voice clips for Wario, Luigi, and Toad in Mario Party 1 were taken straight from the Japanese version of Mario Kart 64. Although Mario Party has traditionally supported up to 4 players, there are Japanese arcade versions of the game that go far beyond this. The Capcom-developed Fushigi no Korokoro Party 2 supports up to 16 players. Another unusual take on the series was the little-known Mario Party E hybrid board game video game. It came with a playboard, 64 cards, and supported up to 4 players. Interactions with the board game would lead to one of 11 minigames that were played out on the Game Boy Advance e-reader. Luigi and Peach were missing from the game's roster. Players could choose between Mario, Yoshi, Wario, Waluigi, or Princess Daisy. Mario Party 8 contains 3 unused minigames. The games have no explanations or English translations and can only be played by replacing the files of other minigames with the unused files. The games include Hammer D Pokari, where players have to swing the Wii remote horizontally to hit their opponents with a hammer, Guru Guru Kataduke, where players spin the remote in clockwise circles to roll up a length of ribbon, and Ochiruna Rodeo, a dual minigame where 2 players have to tilt the Wii remote to stay on top of a mechanical bull. What's interesting about these is that 2 minigames with striking similarities to Guru Guru Kataduke and Ochiruna Rodeo appeared in Wii Party U, which had the same director as Mario Party 8. Mario Party Island Tour included a Bowser's Tower mode, where the player got to take him on directly. After defeating him, Bowser will appear and declare, "Wahahaha, you celebrate too soon. This wasn't even my final form." This line is a reference to the Dragon Ball Z villain Frieza, who underwent multiple transformations in battle. Mario Party 10 stepped up Bowser's involvement by including a mode where a player with a gamepad could take control of Bowser and chase down the other characters who would all be riding in a car together, a mechanic that carried over from the previous game. When asked by Nintendo Life why they changed the Mario Party format to include the car, the game's director, Shuichiro Nishiya, explained that it was done to keep the players engaged. In past installments, everyone would move separately through the board. As a result, the actions of the other players often didn't affect you. You could just look at the TV screen when it was your turn and during the minigames. In Mario Party 10 though, players move together in a car, so each player's action will affect others, meaning you'll need to keep an eye on the TV screen. This way, everyone's constantly involved and we keep the flow of the game at a good pace. Don't forget to subscribe to Did You Know Gaming for more facts and trivia. If you liked this video, consider sharing it with a friend. And if you're a fan of Mario, click the annotation on screen to watch the Did You Know Gaming video on Mario glitches. And if you'd like to hear more of my voice, you can hop on over to my video on a bizarre little game called The Town with No Name. It's, pretty weird. Don't really think I could explain it right now. You're just gonna have to go and see for yourself.
When we announced this game for this year's Iron Man of Gaming, people were like, "What?
what? And we were like, oh yeah. Look, I'm here to tell you Bubsy has gotten a bad rap over the years. And hey, we probably added a little bit to that reputation, but you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. Bubsy gets my seal of approval. Now, does Bubsy have its faults? Of course, there's those slippery controls, but you know what? You just deal with it because it's part of the game. Besides, if every game played like Mario, then that would be really boring. So what makes Bubsy awesome? Well, how about you look at this smug bastard and tell me what's not awesome about him? For the love of God, he's wearing a t-shirt with an exclamation point. And yeah, Bubsy has some retarded catchphrases, but that's just the 90s talking.
Well, it worked for Clint.
Just the fact that the game talked to you was cool enough then. Nobody cared about what he was saying.
Hey, whatever blows your hair back.
Hell, I don't even know what he just said. Pardon the pun, but Bubsy was obviously trying to copycat off the success Mario and Sonic had, but could either of them float? Okay, disregard that. But Bubsy didn't need no stick and cape. It's all natural. One of my favorite things about Bubsy, though, the music. No, not that honky crap coming out of the Genesis. I'm talking about the sweet tunes coming out of your Super Nintendo. Listen to this music of accomplishment after you beat a level. It's like, way to go, cat, you just beat this long-ass level. Now have a shit ton of yarn and feel good about yourself. And you know what? I do. But man, I would not be doing my childhood justice if I didn't mention the music on the last level.
Oh, are you still playing this thing?
Oh, so good. This tune alone kept me playing Bubsy for so long. There were times I would just enter the password so I can go to the last level just to hear this tune and not even play the game. Now, people give Bubsy crap all the time, but at the end of the day, it had to have been pretty good to get sequels, right? Those games, on the other hand, well, those are vaults for another time. In the meantime, get practicing with the old Bobcat. The Iron Man of Gaming is right around the corner in November. If you're on the East Coast, make sure to come out to NetcoCon and just say yo.
What could possibly go wrong?
Shut up.
I've not seen such bravery.
Hey, how's it going? I know it's been a little while since I've been on camera last, but I hope you're doing well. I'm actually in the middle of working on a different video right now, but it's taking a little bit longer than I initially planned. So, in the meantime, I wanted to take a look at an interesting piece of software that I recently got my hands on. It's no secret that I love the Myst franchise, and it's no secret that the game sold a lot of copies. By 2003, Cyan had sold over 6 million copies of Myst, but at the time of this game's release, it appears that Myst had sold around 4 million. Pyst was first released in 1996 and was published by Parody Interactive. The game's cover loudly and proudly tells us that this is a parody, not the real game, not the real publisher. 4 million people have trashed the island, and now it's your turn. So this is going to be some type of parody of Myst, and although I'm almost certain it's going to be completely awful, let's just keep our minds open while we begin our journey. Now, for those who don't know, this is what the intro to Myst looks like.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned.
If you were to set out to make a parody of this intro, your first draft might look something like this.
I realized the moment I stepped into that manhole cover that my day was off to a rocky start.
And if you cared about the quality of the game you were making, or thought the jokes should be funny, you'd probably go back and revise this intro. But here we are.
As I fell through the inky abyss, I tried to flap my arms, but it didn't seem to help. It was then I realized that I was on a trip that could only end in one place. And there it was, below me, Pyst Island.
In case you missed the gist of Pyst, we are playing a character who fell down a manhole, which is either a reference to Cyan's first game, The Manhole, or is just the first stupid thing that popped into the writer's head, and is now visitor number 4,000,001 to Pyst Island. Well, I guess now we know where the animation budget went. Welcome to Pyst Island. This is apparently what happens when 4 million people visit Myst Island. Litter, destruction, and weird out-of-place clip art. Each screen is titled, this one being The Dock After Woodstock, and comes with a little bit of commentary from your 2 hilarious tour guides, guaranteed to make you go, oh.
This dock, the jumping off point for millions and millions of players, is going to be demolished and turned into a jet ski marina and ferry landing.
Do ferries swim?
Ferry boats, Bob.
Oh. From here you're able to click on things a la Humongous Entertainment games and, you know, That's it. So if you like doing things like this, then you're in luck, because that's basically all you can do. It took me a little while to figure out that you can't actually explore the island. I kept trying to move forward or to the side, but you can't. That's because we're not actually on the island, we're just looking at a postcard of it. You can even flip the postcard over and read messages from previous visitors.
Dear Agnes, I am revolted and shocked by the depravity of this dreadful island.
I feel like you get the picture now, so I'm gonna just move past this. So instead of just clicking left to go to this room down here, you actually just click right to move to the next postcard. It's seriously just a slideshow of postcards. The second screen, aka the crash pad, shows a bit more life with some FMV sequences.
Oh, you startled me. I'm sorry that you startled me, but I didn't expect you, and you didn't call ahead, and there are so many of you, and look at me. I'm not prepared for all of this. Well, I'm Prince Syrup, and I'm not ready to talk to you right now. So go away!
Well, that was Prince Syrup, a hilarious play on the name of the character Cirrus from Myst. Aside from calling him Syrup though, I'm not sure what he's here for. I guess that joke was just too good to leave out. There's the Prince, formerly known as Prince, who is also here just because someone thought up that name joke and it was apparently too funny to pass up. Finally, we have King Mattress.
Hello there! I'm King Mattress, ruler of Pist.
Yes, you are seeing this correctly. That is John Goodman. If you don't know who John Goodman is, you probably haven't ever seen a movie or TV show. I mean, that's basically what it boils down to. John's presence in Pist is really the only interesting thing about the game. Roseanne had been going on for like 8 years when this game came out. It wasn't like he was an unknown actor. He agreed to this for some reason.
Take the tour, but don't steal anything. Yes. That's it.
The rest of the game is just more of the same. Screenshots of Myst littered with trash, some things you can click on, and failed attempts at humor. Humor is very subjective though, so I guess I should let you make your own decision here. Here's some of the jokes this game has.
It's working. I hacked the Pist cable system. I'm controlling the transmission, me, Hacker X.
Oh, that feels good. I like the heat. It's a regular sauna in here.
I think the weirdest thing about this whole mess is that it really doesn't seem like it has much to do with Myst at all. I mean, yeah, it's a trashed version of Myst Island, but that's it. It's simply a vessel the comedians are using to deliver unrelated and overwhelmingly unfunny jokes.
Okay, inhale.
Every once in a while they'll reference the game, like here.
To the next sucker. I can't open the freaking bookcase. I can't open the freaking door. I gotta get out. No longer a player.
But to me that just translates to, this game was too hard for me. And considering that Pist never actually goes into any areas of Myst that are accessed by solving puzzles, it really wouldn't be surprising to hear that the devs barely even played the game. Well, so much for knowing your source material. The last screen features John Goodman in a hot tub, which I'm sure all of you were just dying to see.
You know, it's very stressful being the king of pain. No, the king of the game? Yes, I am the king of the game. And I have many secrets. For instance, I could show you a whole other side of Pist Island that you've never experienced. Yes, no, yes, you haven't. And you won't, because I'm saving it for the sequel. Aren't hot tubs wonderful?
Yeah, that's great and all, but what the hell is going on with your body, John? I have a hard time believing that this jagged edge on your pecs here is how your body naturally falls. Once you're done exploring Pist, there are actually 2 more things that you can do. The front of the disc tells us that this interactive CD-ROM can also play the song I'm Pissed in your audio CD player. You're also able to access the song in-game via a drop-down menu.
Sitting here in my living room and I just can't seem to shake the glue. I'm pissed.
Once again, yes, that is John Goodman. He sings about being pissed about various things, like seeing celebrities on TV that don't look like him.
I could turn on my big TV, but no one up there looks like me. Makes me pissed.
which is odd seeing as he is a celebrity that's on TV. There's also a making of Pissed video for those who just really need to know more about the behind the scenes of this game.
People in the interactive media business take themselves, and maybe each other, a little too seriously. What they really need to do is lighten up and take a visit to Pissed Island for a vacation.
Yeah guys, you need to lighten up. This game is really funny, okay? There actually seems to be a lot more effort put into the making of documentary than the actual game, but really all it does is show off the surprising amount of people that worked on this. In fact, the credits confirm that way more people worked on Pissed than the actual game they were supposedly parodying. It's a little embarrassing if you think about it. I'm also confused as to who the target audience for this was. It's advertised as a Myst parody, but has really nothing to do with Myst. I don't know. But apparently it did well enough for the developers to plan a sequel. A demo of Driven, a parody of Riven, was included in some of Parody Interactive's later titles, but the game was never finished. Speaking of Parody Interactive, if this kind of humor for some reason seems right up your alley, well, you should check out their other games. Star Warped, a parody of Star Wars, The X-Fools, a parody of The X-Files, and Microshaft Wind Blows 98, which I'm sure is a parody of something, but I'm not quite sure what. I think it may just be too smart for me. Anyway, there you have Pissed, released in the midst of Myst hype, intended to be a parody of something, comedy, but I'm not quite sure in an obvious twist, it may just be too smart, even with the enlisted help of John Goodman. Released in the midst of Myst hype, persist to insist that I resist and dismiss their humor, Parody Interactive no longer exists, and their list of titles will forever consist of Myst 4 games, and now all they can do is shake their fists. Play me out, John.
Oh yeah? Well, maybe you won't be looking at your loveless self in this mirror, will ya?
And you won't be needing this hoochie lamp neither.
Well, I never did like set a place from Disneyland, so long, Mickey.
This TV's been nothing but trouble.
Let me help you there.
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, good. Well, let's go all into the kitchen and clean some ground.
Oh.
I've not seen such bravery.
So I've been pretty busy these days with getting ready to move out of Texas, as you can see by these boxes. But just because I'm leaving now doesn't mean I won't come back and visit. And if I'm going to be traveling to and from different states, I'd better get to know the airport really well. And what better way to do that than by playing Let's Explore the Airport. The Junior Field Trip series by Humongous Entertainment consisted of 3 games. Let's Explore the Farm, the Jungle, and the Airport, which is the one I'm most familiar with. The word game is used very loosely here though, because even though they did include a gaming and activities section, the majority of the experience was just a big environment to explore. It actually made a lot of sense for these games to exist, since they were all places you wouldn't really want to take a group of 3 to 8-year-olds. If I was to take a group of kids on a field trip, it'd probably be to the magical land of Leave Me Alone, or perhaps the golden fields of Sit the Fuck Down and Shut the Hell Up. The game is hosted by Buzzy the Knowledge Bug, who introduces the game with a monologue that I apparently still remember.
There's so much to explore at the airport.
Even though Buzzy leaves us for now, he'll always be watching down on us. And I don't mean that in a metaphorical sense, I mean that he'll be right here, watching us. Always. Alright, enough of the wait, let's start checking out the airport. Welcome to the parking garage. Now you might not think that anything interesting happens in a parking garage, but you'd be wrong. Look at this old lady here and her bird. Everything's fine until, there it goes. Write a good Freebird joke here. Oh shit. But don't you worry, the bird returns safely and everything works out, once again teaching children that there are absolutely no consequences for their actions. At this screen, Humongous decides to teach the kids about how to interact with other people. Let's say you're this guy. If this gentleman here were to make a comment about, I don't know, water skiing.
It's a great day for water skiing.
How would you respond? Would you A, say, yes, it is, B, ask them about their previous water skiing adventures, or C, stare forward while thinking, oh my god, this jackass needs to just pay me and leave? Oh my god, this jackass needs to... Also, here's a bonus tip. This is totally acceptable conversation. This, however, is fucking offensive. Also, there's like a pigeon over here. Since the game has no goal or storyline, it quickly turns into a game of what's the strangest thing I can find on this screen? Is it the man making chipmunk noises? I mean, I think that's what a chipmunk sounds like. Or is it the squirrel that runs into a suitcase that for some reason contains clothes for squirrels? Or is it the luggage itself? The point is that you never quite know what you're going to find in HE games, but you know it's going to be weird. But even with the oddities of this airport, it's still much better than any airport I've been to. I can excuse the dancing wheelchairs, the incredibly dangerous flying food trays, and whatever is going on here, if it meant that the airport was so empty that I could just walk right up to security and go through. And I could accept, nay, embrace the singing sinks, the monsters in wooden crates, and even the magical doors to nowhere, if it meant that I was able to get through security with a set of tools, or a knife, or a gun, or a tiger, or a Cosby. Even though this airport seems to be in this strange reality completely separate from our own, there are still some things that are pretty accurate.
I'm on my lunch break.
Oh God, just sell me some fucking Junior Mints! Well guys, we made it onto the airplane. Oh, there's already some people in here. Grandpa is blowing bubbles, and Grandma over here is checking me out. And this guy is... Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna leave these people here and go check out the cockpit. I wonder what this does. Or this. Or this. Or this. Or this. There are 5 games included in the time to play section of the game. Coloring Book, What Is It, Lost Luggage, Trivia, and Find It. Just a heads up, all of the games that have skill levels I'll be playing on hard, cause I'm kind of a badass. What Is It is a game that really needs no explanation. You see the thing, then you just go, yo, that's a fucking watch.
Well done!
Trivia is a trivia game that dares to ask the hard-hitting questions such as, where does garbage go? Coloring Book is, well, a coloring book. Lost Luggage is what I remember most of this game. Your goal is to change the direction of conveyor belts so that luggage goes into the correctly colored bins. It's actually a fun little game, and if there isn't already a mobile game with the same idea, there should be. I mean, I'd play it once or twice before deleting it. The last game is called Find It, and it's basically a scavenger hunt. Alright, bring it on, Find It. I'm ready for a challenge.
Way to go!
So there you have Let's Explore the Airport. Did you learn a lot? Cause I know I did. I'm sorry for the little drought in videos lately, but as I said earlier, I'm about to move. And I'm also about to graduate, so my schedule's been a little loaded lately. But now that I know the ins and outs of the airport, I feel like I'm finally ready to move. So I'll see you guys in another state.
Hi, I'm Buzzy the Knowledge Bug. Welcome to the airport. This is a very busy place. People coming and going, planes landing and taking off, helicopters, seaplanes, jet airplanes, hangars. There's so much to explore at the airport, so let's get going.
This is a Millennium Falcon with games on it. I got one thing to tell you about that.
Just take all my money. Oh, not this soon, not this soon! Ah!
Jakks Pacific, a company well known for making these plug-and-play games, also produced merchandise for Star Wars. It makes sense given how popular these were. I never understood who these were truly meant to appeal to, people who didn't know better? This came out in 2006, and the graphics look pre-Super Nintendo. What you're looking at here is literally from the same year as Gears of War. Think about that. You guys couldn't fit a few more instruments in there? Sounding a bit sparse. Perhaps the console was too small. I mean, to be honest, I don't know how you'd fit more than one trumpet in here, let alone one. First up is lightsaber duel. Oh, no high scores? Well, you telling me people weren't fighting over this thing like the olden samurai trying to be number one?
I'm getting too old for this sort of thing.
Old for what kind of thing exactly? Fighting your friends? I don't understand. Why is this the default? Obi-Wan and Luke is the first fight? Hey guys, you want to wait to beef this out till after you defeat the Empire? They're still flying around in the background, free as birds. When you eventually do get to fight Vader, he just breathes nonchalantly over your fight. Oh, come on, dude, don't fight dirty! No fair! Next up, Battle of Endor. Hey, where's that battle at? I just see a bunch of people crashing headlong into trees. Is it the battle against drunk driving? Perhaps the battle is in the distance and we're driving to it. Let's see here. Oh, that's much better. This game is actually reminiscent of another pre-existing game, Return of the Jedi Arcade from back in the 80s.
Wonderful. We are now a part of the time.
3PO, you're just gonna come out and say that? Eventually, you get to a part where you're an ATST walking around shooting everyone. It's pretty great because no one else stands a chance and winning is fun. The third stage is just Falcon stuff, pretty standard. Next on the list, Assault on Hoth. Whew! Well, this seems like a lot of work to give to one guy. I'd be pretty stressed out if I were him. Like they couldn't spare one more guy? I guess that Alliance-paid free tuition is looking a lot less attractive by the minute, eh, buddy? Occasionally, a guy flies by and drops off a coin. The coin is great and all, but I would've preferred a little help holding off the onslaught of my inevitable doom. Heyo, how you doing? Here's this shit. See ya! And lastly is Red Leader, which is just a standard shoot 'em up. There also exist prequel versions of these games that came in 3 stylings: Darth Vader, R2-D2, and General Grievous. These 3 all have the same games on them, just different casings, some rarer than others. First up is Coruscant Attack. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing Attack. Not so sure about Coruscant? This game kind of reminds me of the 1982 arcade game Sinistar, if any of you even know what that is. Sinistar always freaked me out.
I am Sinistar. Run, run, run.
I'm going! I tell you what, if you threw in a giant Darth Vader head that chased you and yelled catchphrases, you'd have yourself a bona fide winner here.
Your destiny lies with me, Skywalker.
There's Droid Invasion, which is basically some weird version of Arkanoid. Thrilling. And Gunship Battle, which is basically just nothing. Just nothing at all, basically. I don't even know how this ship stays in the air. Oh, and excuse me, how could I forget? Utapau Chase. The only chase that's going to be happening here is the one from my money back. Yeah? Okay, what? Huh? Alright, well, that's enough of that now. This one has 5 games instead of 4, the last one being Grievous Onslaught. It's okay. I think you're going around as Anakin, just slashing droids left and right. I assume you're here to save Chancellor Palpatine, like in the film. It's funny, whenever you're about to save the Chancellor, he gets sucked into the floor. Okay, now on to the ones with the peripherals. This one's called Lightsaber Battle Game. How long do you think it took him to come up with that? The way it works is this training droid here, I guess, has infrared sensors or something in it, so you just haphazardly put it on top of something and use the saber to play the game. Now, where is that thing? Oh yeah? Where'd the other half of it go? This thing is so stubby! I think it might have been packaged for the, wrong purpose. You know what I mean. Oh, you know what I mean. X-Wing docking, right this way, Mr. Skywalker, sir! Oh, now this is amazing. I've always wanted to input my name with a lightsaber. Or wait, hold on, I think I actually have done that in the past.
It's gonna be a butterfly, right?
And that's it, you're mine now, it's over, no takebacks. Right off the bat, once again, you're training against Obi-Wan. Now listen closely, the tactic you use here is very advanced. What you do is you wait for the poor man's Parkinson's to all-encompassingly overwhelm him, at which point you whack him as hard as you can multiple times before he comes back to reality.
I tried this tactic on my grandpops to get him to stop drinking and throwing stuff, but all he did was scream.
You know, surprisingly, this is pretty fun. Although, it probably feels a lot cooler in my head than how it actually looks. But who cares, right? Fun is fun.
I'm real!
This next one is called Star Wars Clone Trooper. This one is a rail shooter type game. It comes with this gun. Alright, so you calibrate your gun, let it know if you're satisfied, and presto, begin. Plan on picking up the pace? Get this, the first loading screen when you boot the thing up takes 50 seconds alone. Doesn't that somewhat diminish the plug and play aspect? Well, after all this loading, I better be blown away with some serious stuff. Is that it then? What exactly were you loading all that time? This looks like it predates the transistor radio! It's okay though. Everyone knows this game was meant to honor the life of legendary actor Christopher Lee, as seen here pictured on his cosmic Vespa. And now, sir, I give you the 21 Blaster salute.
Rest in peace, you legend.
Whoa. Oh, sorry, dude. I'm not trying to... Oops. God damn it. I'm trying to salute you. My aim's really off. I'm sorry. This is out of love. All right, we got one left. I'm not expecting much after all this. The whole thing is just contained in this cockpit joystick. No sensor bar or anything. Whoa! What? It's not terrible? Hey, cool. Color me impressed. This is probably the best plug-and-play game I've ever played. Responsive, fluid, and the graphics are in full 3D. I'm surprised this little thing is powering all that. I guess the age-old adage is true after all. The greatest surprises come in the smallest and most unassuming of packages. But hey, at least I have a good personality. This reminds me, I've been meaning to plug and play myself for a while now.
This one. It's terrible. The first 18 levels are easy, and then Mom and Dad stopped caring.
Action fans, Ninja fans, Capcom fans, Strider fans, and people who just like cats on the internet, Gregoman here. Pay attention, because there's a new Strider on the way for 5 different platforms. Boy, has it been a while. The game comes out early this year, but let's take the time now to review what Strider has taught us so far in life. Strider was first unleashed on the world back in the late 80s as a multimedia extravaganza, expanding a Japan-only comic and not one, but 2 games. The first game released on arcade and outlined the travails of Hiryu, a young and promising member of an elite mercenary group known as the Striders. The game put players in the cloven ninja shoes of Strider Hiryu, who could swing his cipher blade so fast all you saw was a swoosh that made people explode horribly. The gameplay was simple and fast, taking Hiryu through a variety of eclectic locales, from the futuristic cityscape of Kazakh, to the Amazon, to this anti-gravity chamber, to this here robo-gorilla parlor. Of course, he never could have taken on the evil Grandmaster Mayo without the help of his signature robot buddies, a panther, a hawk, and this adorable little walking saucer, later upgraded to a hovering one. Released just months after the arcade game was a completely different game for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Playing to the strengths of the home console, Strider NES featured a more elaborate story which adhered closely to that of the comic, semi-non-linear progression, and lots of character upgrades, like the magnet boots and the aqua boots, because that shark boy ain't gonna kill himself. The game introduced some big ideas while retaining the hack-and-slash, dude-exploding action of the arcade game. Fast forward 10 years to Strider 2, a faster, bigger, prettier reimagining of the arcade original. Call it a sequel if you'd like, but man, that's an awful lot of coincidences. Featuring some of the biggest sprites ever seen at the time, Strider 2, like its predecessor, debuted on the arcade and was ported shortly afterward to the Sony PlayStation. The PlayStation version, arguably the definitive one, contained not only a near-arcade perfect port of the game back when that was still a feat, it also came with the original Strider on a second disc. On top of that, clearing Strider 2 would unlock the alternate playable character, Strider Hien. And clearing both games would unlock a PlayStation exclusive stage, Stage 00, which used the backdrop from the high score screen. And that's about it. I don't think we have to convince many of you watching that the Strider has become one of the more enduring video game characters of all time, and that's made all the more impressive once you consider he only really starred in 3.5 games. Is Strider's longevity due to the colorful dystopian setting, its dazzling star jumps and cipher swooshes, its multilingual cast? Well, one factor might be the fact that the first game was ported to a veritable crapload of systems, most notably for many of you on the Sega Genesis.
Definitely Strider.
Genesis. Strider was everywhere. In fact, the company that handled many of these ports overseas, US Gold, was apparently so happy with Strider's performance that it made its own sequel exclusively for the West, Journey from Darkness, Strider Returns. Where did this game fit in with the rest of the series? Well, they may have taken a few liberties, what with the gun-wielding spandex man, but luckily they'd already eased the Western audience into that kind of digression with their ports of the original game, which not only omitted a final boss, but even added a new ending where everything was all just a simulation that never happened. That may raise serious philosophical debates about the Strider canon, but never fear, it's all fiction anyway. Core games aside, Strider's had a variety of guest appearances over the years, from his consistent attendance in the Marvel vs. Capcom series, to bit parts in Street Fighter Alpha 2, to various others. But his new game, also called Strider, is poised to put Hiryu back where he belongs, in the spotlight. The new game will combine all the best elements of past Strider titles, fast and frantic cipher action from the arcade games, rewarding exploration and character progression from the NES game, and a fan-servicey electronic soundtrack which pays homage to both. You'll also catch plenty of appearances from returning cast members, Solo the smack-talking cyborg, the robot gorilla Mechapone whose existence remains a mystery, and the unfortunately named Pooh sisters, to note just a few. Look forward to Strider on Xbox 360, Xbox One, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and PC early this year.
1 minute review. FTL, faster than light. Ready, go! Addictive! You play as a single ship running from the rebel army as you carry the secret to defeat them. You use your ship to jump from point to point, fighting enemies, upgrading yourself, and dealing with random encounters, and the game is completely random every time you play. The ship maintenance is really cool. Everything you do gets you scrap, and you can use that scrap to upgrade different components of your ship. You can also use your crew members of different alien species to assign them to different parts of the ship, and their skills will improve depending on what they're doing. Battles happen a lot, and they often require strategy and precise timing. You use your weapons to target specific rooms to damage the systems, but they can also do the same to you, so while you're firing at them, you also need to deal with all the damage dealt on your own ship. The random encounters are great, but they're all text-based. If you have a low attention span, you may skip over some of the consequences. The only thing I don't like is the final boss. You spend the entire game running away, and suddenly you have to fight this giant ship. And the whole game is really hard, so you have to have decent weaponry in order to win. It only takes an hour to beat the game. It has a lot of replayability. You're gonna die and start over a lot, and there are different ships you can unlock with different types of playstyles. And every time you die, you're gonna want to start over just to try things differently. That's what makes it fun and addictive. Plus, the fact that it's only $10 on Steam makes it very easy to recommend. FTL gets an 8 out of 10.
I've not seen such bravery.
Hey, how many of you remember elementary school? Okay, good. Now how many of you are in elementary school? Well, what the fuck are you goddamn bitches doing watching my fucking videos? Get the fuck out of here. You're too young to be listening to me say fuck. For those of us old enough to look back on elementary school and become nostalgic, surely something pops into your mind when I say Scholastic catalogs. These little brochures came out every month or 2 or 10, fuck if I remember, but they came out with one purpose, and that was to sell us books. Of course, I always said to hell with that and turned to the very small section where they sold computer games. I remember buying 2 games in my encounters with Scholastic. The first one was Myst, one of my all-time favorite games. The second was a game called Restaurant Empire. I never installed Restaurant Empire, never even gave it a chance. It simply faded into darkness. Alright, it's time to figure out if the purchase I made all those years ago was worth it. The game starts out with a little video of a chef who is readying a great banquet of chicken, tomatoes, potatoes? He comes from a long line of chefs apparently and strives to become the best there ever was.
It took a lot of effort to perfect my—
What? I know this game was made back in 2003, but who decided that this is how people look when they walk and talk at the same time? Alright, so we have a choice of either new game or sandbox game. Judging by the intro, it's safe to assume that there's going to be some kind of shitty ongoing story through the main game, so I'll bet that sandbox mode is going to be more fun. Obviously that means I'm going to choose new game. You start out in your Uncle LeBiff's house doing some text-based conversation. At first I thought that this simple simulation was going to allow for a branching story, seeing as how you get multiple choices for your answers. But it turns out that eventually you have to pick a specific answer to move forward in the conversation. So Uncle used to run a restaurant called I'm from Texas, I can't speak French, but he closed it down because, first of all, he didn't want to be absorbed by Omnifood, aka Evil Food Company Inc. Second, the clients were dwindling, and third, because he developed a nasty prostate condition. Okay, obviously I don't expect Oscar-winning writing here, but were the writers seriously like, okay, we got 2 perfectly good excuses for the restaurant closing, but we need that extra push to make people really excited to play this game. Hey, bada bing, bada boom, nasty prostate condition. Nevertheless, Uncle is able to put aside his career-ending prostate condition long enough to propose a deal. If I can get the restaurant up and running, he's just gonna give it to me. Now that we have a good grip on the dramatic storyline, it's time to actually play the fucking game. Restaurant Empire is a simulation game, kind of like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Now, this might come as a shock to some, but the difference here is that instead of managing roller coasters, you're managing restaurants. If I'm going too quickly, you can always just start the video over. Now, I don't know about you, but I tend to get a little lost when it comes to simulation games. Luckily, Restaurant Empire walks you through all the important information that you need to know to run a restaurant. Problem with this is the sheer amount of information you're expected to learn. There are a ton of instructions. A ton. Literally. Ton. It took me about an hour of playing before these little help boxes stopped showing up. Now I've got a bone to pick with these little motherfuckers anyhow. Almost every little box insults my intelligence by reminding me that I have to click the next button to continue.
Left click on the next button to proceed. Continue.
Hey, just because I don't know how to pronounce Trezia table doesn't mean I need to be reminded every 2 seconds that clicking next is how I move on. My restaurant is so badass. I designed the lower floor with the customer in mind. Along the walls I put a couple of mirrors. That way customers facing the walls can see if anyone is about to sneak up on them. Safety first. Then I filled the dining room with a fuck ton of grandfather clocks. That way, even though the restaurant is named that, people can just call it the place with the fuck ton of grandfather clocks. And don't even get me started on my menu. I don't really know what kind of food I'm serving. I mean, I just kind of put everything on there. But I did spend a good deal of time on the important part, and that's how the menu actually looks. Nobody is going to even think about complaining about the food when there's a fucking cowboy on the menu. Now that's high class. Since I went horribly into debt because of the clock and mirror purchases, I decided to save money by hiring the cheapest people available. I mean, I'm not going to be eating any of the food, right? Why should I care? Although I am kind of suspicious of my server, Alawim. It might just be me, but he does not look 19 years old. This here is the central hub of everything you could need to know about my restaurant. It's called the Information Center, and you can view restaurant ratings, sales reports, statistics, income statements, financial graphs, and complaints. Now doesn't that sound fun? Trez a Table is now open. Surprisingly, this is where most of the gameplay stops. I've already chosen my menu and hired my employees, and since I don't have any money to spend, I pretty much just sit back and watch now. Turns out that my clock idea is creating problems in the dining room. At first I thought this lady was just gazing at its majesty, but it turns out that she just can't get her fat ass past it to sit down. Fine, okay, I'll be a good manager and delete some of the clocks. I mean, that's how it works in big business. The customer is always right. Right? Alright. Good day of service, everyone. We only lost $164. That's actually a lot less than I expected. At the end of each day, Restaurant Empire simulates the rest of the month for you. So one bad service day translates to a full month of bad service. Turns out we made a profit of negative $5,000 for this month. But forget about that. I actually beat the first challenge. Uncle's just like, yeah, congratulations, you're losing money. Good luck on your next quest. By the way, your total score is 62 out of kiss my ass. I mean, I've already lost him a good chunk of change with the lost profits for the month, along with the money that I spent on the clocks. But I guess Uncle has been hitting the prostate medicine hard enough to trust me with running the upstairs of the restaurant too. This time, I'm going to put my decorations out of the way of the diners. My theme for the upstairs is pillars. Just pillars. I went back into debt from buying these things, so people better love the shit out of them. Oh, here we go. Turns out that the pillars were magical because I stumbled into some profit. I also met my main goals, although I failed my side goal. But who really gives a shit about customer satisfaction? As long as I'm making money, that's what's important. Right. And check it out, my score is 95 out of who gives a damn. Restaurant Empire apparently takes place in a dimension where cooking is like Pokemon. There are gyms all over the world where I have to prove myself as a chef. I just wish I didn't look so fucking creepy. There's really only one normal looking guy here. Well, normal-ish. There's nothing really worth talking about in the actual competition. It's just a bunch of mini-games, and win or lose, you still look creepy. Alright. Well, there's not much more to this game. I mean, it's exactly what you'd expect. After the cooking challenge, I was put back in Trezzy a fucking table for another restaurant scenario. It lasted like 6 months, and I tried as hard as I could, but I ended up failing. It feels like no matter what I do, I don't really have that much of an effect on the outcome of the month. There must be something I'm missing, but I don't really care to figure out what it is. This game and its 18 scenario campaign requires an attention to management detail that I don't personally find entertaining, though I can see the merit. It's not a matter of the game being good or not, it's simply that I'm not that interested in the subject matter. I mean, I'll sit down and watch a Hell's Kitchen marathon because swear words make me giggle, but I have no desire to manage a restaurant of my own. When it comes to simulation games, I need them to be over subjects that I'm interested in, like roller coasters, existing, or trains. We had a good run, Restaurant Empire, but I think it's time the two of us parted ways. It's not you, it's me. I blame my nasty prostate condition. Hey, bada bing, bada boom.
Bonk's Adventure, a 1990 platformer. This game was originally made for the TurboGrafx system, but now it's on Virtual Console. This game's not too bad. It features a headbutting caveman going through caveman times. The gameplay is fairly simple. You can jump, you can dive with your head, and you can spin around with your head in the air. If you eat enough meat, you can turn into a crazy caveman and you're invincible. One thing that's weird about this game is you get to go in dinosaurs' intestinal tract. It's kind of gross, but sweet. Now check this out. We're actually in the dinosaur's intestines right now, and then you get up to the top. He actually craps you out. They don't really show it that clearly, and then you go down this skull cave to the boss. I don't know. You go out of the anus, you go to the skull cave. It's greatness. The only problem I'm going to have with Virtual Console is the controls. The TurboGrafx actually had turbo built into it, so you can fly across some of the levels. If you enjoy platformers, this one is one of the best.
Hey YouTube, thanks for watching. Be sure to like, subscribe, share, favorite, and do all that social media stuff. Also, you can click the video screen to see other awesome content.
Did you know? Naughty Dog was heavily inspired by old pulp magazines and movie serials while developing Uncharted. However, after Uncharted Drake's Fortune was initially revealed at E3 2006, it was most often compared to the Tomb Raider series and even earned the nickname Dude Raider. Naughty Dog wanted Uncharted to feel more realistic than their previous titles and aimed for a more mature audience. As a result, they designed all of their characters with realistic proportions, put them in practical scenarios with plenty of gunplay, and crafted a grounded story. The game's lead character, Nathan Drake, Drake was designed to be an everyman that the player could identify with. Lead designer Richard Lemerchand elaborated, "He's not a ninja, special forces guy. He knows how to handle himself in a situation, but that doesn't mean he's going to plow through all of the enemies. He's constantly living on the edge of his abilities, and I think that's what makes him a bit more interesting as a character." The Uncharted series took a different approach to animation than what Naughty Dog was used to. Previously, all of the studio's game animations were keyframed, which means they were programmed manually. But because of the shift towards a more realistic art style in Uncharted, the team decided to use a massive amount of motion capture. Most of the animators on the team came from a keyframing background and were initially reluctant to use the technology. Cinematics animation lead Josh Chur explained how the team warmed up to the idea. What we came to realize is that doing realistic human animation via keyframing is a very difficult and time-consuming process, and something that simply wasn't feasible given our schedules and budgets. For example, during the production of Uncharted 2, the cinematics animators were expected to do 15 seconds of finished animation per week, including facial animation. A very doable goal when working on the stylized characters of the Jack series, but when you're dealing with realistic humans, if you don't get the animation right, it's going to take the player completely out of the experience. Regardless, all facial animations for the series were keyframed. Sony built Naughty Dog a 15 by 12 foot motion capture stage. The set contains roughly 80 to 90 Vicon cameras, which piece together all of the data for Naughty Dog's animators. Unlike other titles where different actors are hired for voice work and motion capture, Naughty Dog opted to use the same actors for both. Audio was recorded during the filming of the motion capture for Uncharted Drake's Fortune, but the studio space hadn't been soundproofed, rendering it unusable in the game.
Yes, that's what I said. It blew up. It sunk. No, that's why we have insurance, right?
See those scorch marks?
Uh-huh.
Has somebody packed this place with enough gunpowder to blow it wide open?
For the rest of the series, Naughty Dog soundproofed their motion capture stages, allowing them to use over 75% of the dialogue recorded on set. 2 weeks before the filming for Uncharted 3, actor Nolan North had an accident while riding a bike, falling over the handlebars. This resulted in 2 badly broken ribs that, quote, snapped right off his sternum. Some of the pain Nathan Drake expresses in the game was likely completely genuine, as North was still nursing his injury. Whenever stunts that were even remotely dangerous had to be performed in the motion capture, Naughty Dog hired professional stuntmen. This was mostly done with in-game animations, particularly the melee combat. Josh Chur believes the scene where Drake dangles from the back of a cargo plane in Uncharted 3 was the most complicated sequence to motion capture, mostly because it involved attaching a stuntman to wires and having him actually climb up objects. However, if a cinematic required the use of a stunt performer, the studio generally opted to animate the sequence by hand. Chur explained, "Sure, we could have just rigged up a bunch of wires and had people flying through the air, but that stuff ends up needing a lot of animation adjustments anyway, so why not just keyframe it?" All in-game cinematics were rendered in-engine to maintain a visual consistency throughout the entirety of the games. Lighting effects, raindrops, skin shaders, and special effects ran on the same code that powers the rest of the game. Finally, for the cruise ship and dry dock chapters in Uncharted 3, there was no preset ocean bobbing animation loop. Instead, these levels ran on a completely simulated ocean, and all movement of the waves and cruise ship were generated in real time. The red and white shirt that young Drake wears during the flashback sequences in Drake's Deception is identical to the shirt that Drake wore in the very first reveal trailer for Uncharted 1. Additionally, in Uncharted 3, both Drake and Elena have faint scars on their faces from where they were injured in Uncharted 2. In the PlayStation Vita game Uncharted Golden Abyss, if the player goes through the game a second time after completing it, a different version of a cutscene in Chapter 31 will play. This is an outtake from the production of the game in which the actor portraying Esteban jumps out of his chair and scares the actor playing Marissa. The character of Charlie Cutter was originally intended to appear throughout the entirety of Uncharted 3. However, while filming the game, Cutter's actor Graham McTavish was cast in the Hobbit films, which required him to move to New Zealand for filming. This was the reason Cutter got injured midway through the game, requiring him to sit the rest of the adventure out. The Uncharted games have also made several allusions to other Naughty Dog games. The strange relic treasure that can be found in all of the Uncharted games is actually a precursor orb from the Jak and Daxter series. When the symbols on it are translated to English, they say Naughty Dog Madman. The wetsuits Drake and Elena wear in Uncharted 1 are made by the fictional company Ottsel. This is the name of the species that Daxter belongs to. The company's logo is also a stylized version of Daxter's face. And Sully's private aircraft is named Hog Wild, a reference to the Crash Bandicoot level of the same name. A Greek inscription appears in the background of Chapter 1 in Uncharted 2, where Nathan is sitting at a beach bar. The Greek writing says Politlas Dios Nathan. This can be translated to Much Enduring Divine Nathan or even Great Sufferer Nathan. This is likely a reference to the ancient Greek epic known as Homer's Odyssey. In Book 5 of the Odyssey, the main character Odysseus is called Politlas Dios Odysseus, meaning Odysseus Great Sufferer. The allusion compares the suffering along Nathan's journey with the story of Odysseus, who was cursed to wander the sea for 10 years by Poseidon. But Naughty Dog weren't the only ones to sneak Easter eggs into the games. In Uncharted 2 and 3, Drake will occasionally say, "Kitty got wet."
Oh, kitty got wet.
The phrase was improvised by Nolan North and originates from a term used by his then 8-year-old son, Cooper. After beating his father in a game of Wii Sports Tennis, Cooper exclaimed, "Yeah, kitty got wet," comparing how cats don't like getting wet to how people don't like losing. Don't forget to subscribe to Did You Know Gaming, and if you want to learn even more about Uncharted, you can click on this link to check out my recap of the entire series so far. Fair bit of warning, the video does contain some spoilers, but if you're a fan of Uncharted, I highly recommend you check it out. But anyway, that's all we got for you this time, so thanks for watching, guys. DFTBA.
The first Dragon Ball Z one-on-one fighting game was Super Butoden for the Super Famicom. It's widely believed to be the first ever Dragon Ball Z game, but that isn't the case. While it's true that Dragon Ball Z will always be known for fighting games, it first started off as a genre you wouldn't associate it with. Today, we'll go through the whole line of Dragon Ball Z RPGs. The very first Dragon Ball Z RPG is called Dragon Ball Z Kyoshu Saiyan. It was released for the Japanese Famicom in October 1990. The game itself is a sequel to a previous Famicom RPG called Dragon Ball Gokuden 3. It's also one of the few Famicom games to get a limited edition golden cartridge. Kyoshu Saiyan follows the story of Raditz's arrival up to the fight with Vegeta, with Garlic Jr. and his henchmen acting as filler. It reuses the same card battling system of Gokuden 3, but with more freedom to explore in the overworld. In battle, you select a card for each member of the party. The top Dragon Ball represents attack power, and the bottom representing defense. The middle symbol represents fighting style, and if matched with the fighters, he will do a boosted attack. The cards are also used on the overworld, with the attack power used for movement speed. The battle system has impressive sprite art and animations, especially for the Famicom. Every attack is played out through a set of animations. While cool, it also drags every battle out and gets very tiring. Interesting to note, Kyoshu Saiyan does not have a traditional experience point system. Instead, every battle will increase a fighter's power level, having them gradually grow in strength. Their maximum hit points and ki, or magic points, increase after hitting certain thresholds. The game is quite enjoyable, even with the long-winded fight scenes. It's also rather difficult and requires a high amount of power level grinding. It is a bit on the short side, probably because of the size limitations of the Famicom disc. But the groundwork had been laid for future Dragon Ball Z RPGs. Dragon Ball Z Gekishen Frieza released for the Famicom in August 1991. A direct sequel to Kyoshu Saiyan, it covers the journey to Namek to the final showdown with Frieza. It does take a minor liberty with the story by having Krillin and Gohan go to Namek, along with a still-alive Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu. The battle system remains mostly the same as the previous game. Using a preferred fighting style attack now allows you to do a single powered-up strike or attack all enemies. A few extra animations were included in fights, with improved presentation and sprite work. Rather than random battles, after every movement a card choice is brought on screen. Each card will do a certain effect, such as Bulma healing your party, Master Roshi allowing for a training sequence to increase power level, or Oolong randomizing your cards. However, picking up a Frieza card initiates a random battle. Using flight to move around faster causes more Frieza cards to appear, offering a system of risk versus reward. It's also the first time that enemies will freely roam the overworld map. They can be ran away from or even chased down. They also pick cards after they move, which can be quite tiring when there are several moving at once. For whatever reason, in Goku's entire battle with Frieza at the end of the game, he cannot turn Super Saiyan. However, after the end credits, the game teases a shot of Frieza facing off with a Super Saiyan Goku, hinting at another sequel. 1 year later, Bandai released Dragon Ball Z 3 Resen Jinzo Ningen for the Japanese Famicom in August 1992. It picks up right where Gekishin Frieza left off and goes up through the Android saga. Once again, the card battle system is left mostly the same. The defense value of cards were removed and instead given possible random effects, much like what would happen after movement in the previous game. Only now, they could happen in mid-battle. The power level system was also removed for a more traditional experience point and level up system. And of course, some characters can now turn Super Saiyan. The overall speed of battle has been greatly increased, with animations happening much faster and less text appearing. In fact, it may be too fast, as it can be difficult to keep up with the results of every attack. The game begins where the last one ended, with the battle against Frieza. Only now, Goku is a Super Saiyan. It covers every fighter's training to prepare for the arrival of the androids, plus an extra fight against Cooler. Eventually, Cell appears and has Piccolo fusing with Kami to do a one-on-one battle with him. But after this battle, the game abruptly ends and the credits roll. It could be that they were trying to set up for a sequel, but it makes the whole game feel incomplete. Besides, a sequel covering the Cell saga never came. Instead, what we got was Dragon Ball Z Saiyajin Zetsumetsu Kaikaku, released on August 6, 1993, and once again for the Famicom. It follows the story of the Dragon Ball Z special, Plan to Eradicate the Saiyans, with Dr. Light-Chi creating Hachiyak to exact revenge. The changes to the battle system include now having a hand size of 7 cards, and being able to select multiple cards for a single attack. Power level, experience points, and leveling up are gone completely. Instead, characters gain hit points or additional attack cards after key battles in the story. The sprite presentation continues to be improved, most notably for special attacks, but the animations became extremely stiff and jerky. The game is rather easy, except that the only way to face off against Hachiyak is to defeat Dr. Light-Chi without using any items, which can be difficult. Of the 4 Famicom RPGs, this one is the weakest of the bunch, with Gekishin Frieza probably being the best. The developer Tosi Software would go on to create the Super Butoden and Hyperdimension games, making this their last RPG effort. However, none of the Famicom games is the Dragon Ball Z RPG that everybody knows. In January 1992, Bandai released Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan Densetsu, or as it's more commonly known, Legend of the Super Saiyan. It came out only for the Super Famicom and only in Japan. It's fundamentally a remake of the first 2 Famicom RPGs, Kyoshu Saiyan and Gekishin Frieza. It combines the two and removes any of the added filler, giving a true-to-the-story Dragon Ball Z experience, with the exception that anyone who survives the battle with Nappa will go to Namek with Gohan. The battle system once again uses the familiar cards, now color-coded for simpler organization. Animations were all new for attacks, with a lot of Mode 7 implemented to be extra flashy. Large sprites and animations were used for signature techniques, some modeled closely to the art in the anime series. Power levels returned, but only increasing after leveling up through traditional experience points. The overworld is dramatically improved by allowing free movement instead of having to use cards. You could walk or fly anywhere, or fly at powered up speeds. But doing the latter draws more attention to you and causes higher random battle rates, almost to the point of frustration. Super Saiyan Densetsu is easily the most popular Dragon Ball Z RPG, more so in the rest of the world than in Japan. It was discovered after the rise in popularity of emulators and quickly became one of the top 5 downloaded SNES ROM files on several emulation websites, especially during the peak popularity of the anime series on TV. It's oddly retained its popularity, despite painstakingly long battles because of animations, sometimes grating music, and frustrating sections like exploring a cave for some fairy. However, the popularity of this game alone in the West caused future RPGs to follow in its footsteps, influencing nearly all future Dragon Ball Z RPG releases. The Super Famicom did get one more RPG called Dragon Ball Z Super Gokuden Kakusei-hen, released in March 1995. It begins with Goku's face-off against Piccolo at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and follows up through the Frieza saga. The game is a sequel to another Super Famicom RPG called Dragon Ball Z Super Gokuden Tatsugeki-hen. Even though that has Dragon Ball Z in the title, it actually only covers Dragon Ball up through the King Piccolo battle. Kakusei-hen's battle system was overly simplified from its predecessors. You simply power up and press any of the 4 face buttons to do an attack, and the opponent does the same to defend against it. It's essentially a rock, paper, scissors system, as one type of attack beats out another, some draws, and etc. It becomes rather boring, and most fights can be won by simply powering up and throwing Kamehamehas until they stop getting up. The Super Gokuden series is very dialogue heavy, with crude profile picture animations playing out as cutscenes. Throughout the game, dialogue options present themselves as you need to pick what was said or done in the series to correctly move on. It acts as more of a quiz game, though picking wrong answers can end up giving alternate endings. It isn't very fun, and the Super Gokuden series ended here. Meanwhile, the Game Boy was getting its own RPGs. Dragon Ball Z Goku Hishoden was released in Japan in November 1994. It starts with Goku's fight against Piccolo at the World Martial Arts Tournament and ends with a fight against Vegeta. There are no animations in here, instead using highly detailed still frames to play out attacks and story. There are no cards, instead choosing to use punches, kicks, dashes, and ki blasts in whatever order you choose, with a crude map displaying fighter positions. The battle system is rather simple, but it has enough depth to require some forethought. Defending uses timed button presses to lower damage, ensuring that the player stays involved. It really is an impressive game for the Game Boy, albeit extremely short. The series did get a sequel called Dragon Ball Z Goku Gekitoden, released in August 1995. It improves the visuals quite a bit and adds in more RPG elements. The playable fighters have more stats beyond just power level, showing different attack strengths, ki strength, and different defenses. It covers Gohan's arrival on Namek up through Super Saiyan Goku's fight with Frieza. Again, for a Game Boy game, Goku Gekitoden is a pretty good game. 7 years after the last Dragon Ball Z RPG, a new one was made as Dragon Ball Z Legendary Super Warriors for Game Boy Color. It came out in 2002 for all of the world. This RPG once again goes to a card-based system because of the notable popularity Super Saiyan Densetsu got in the late 90s. Bandai had hoped people would purchase it hearing that it was kind of like their favorite ROM file. The story takes place at the end of the Saiyan saga and goes all the way up through the Kid Buu saga. The battle system uses cards with actual decks. Players can customize decks to add in or remove cards to make it more to their liking, instead of using whatever random card was dealt out. Fighters would take turns playing attack cards and then using defend cards, with chibi-like animations playing out the battle. It has an impressive amount of gameplay for a Game Boy Color game, consisting of several sagas and several playable characters. It's well loved by fans, despite being panned by critics for battles taking too long for a handheld system. It also sold quite well, even though it was released far past the launch of the brand new Game Boy Advance. Speaking of which, the GBA got its first RPG with Dragon Ball Z Legacy of Goku. It came out in 2002 for America and Europe, but never in Japan. It was the first RPG to be developed by the Western studio Webfoot Technologies, the same studio that made the atrocious Dragon Ball Z Taiketsu. Legacy of Goku is a top-down action RPG playing only as Goku from the Saiyan Saga to the Frieza Saga. Defeating enemies earns experience points, leveling Goku up and increasing his strength. Legacy of Goku sucks. It's hated by fans and critics alike for numerous reasons. Goku is pathetically weak, the hit detection is astoundingly poor, and the game provides very little player feedback. Goku moves very slowly and can only go in 4 directions. Leveling up hardly means anything, as the only stats you can see are hit points and ki. It has numerous benign fetch quests, and inaccuracies like King Kai teaching Goku the Kamehameha wave. The presentation is painful to look at, and the enemy AI is laughable. Despite all of these problems, it was a financial success, selling well over 1 million copies, ensuring a sequel. Dragon Ball Z Legacy of Goku 2 released for the Game Boy Advance in 2003 for America and Europe. It improves absolutely everything about the first game. The overall feel and speed is much better, attacking is easier, there are 5 playable characters, and actually includes stats for each fighter which can be improved by leveling up or finding capsules. The story starts just before Mecha Frieza's return with King Cold on Earth, and goes up through the entirety of the Cell Saga. Cooler also makes an appearance as an optional boss. Legacy of Goku 2 is actually quite good. The presentation is highly improved and even uses some of the Funimation anime dub's music by Bruce Faulconer. It's still a bit grind heavy, as some points can only be passed by certain characters reaching a certain level. It can also be a bit difficult at times. The game sold so well that a Japan exclusive version was made, called Dragon Ball Z Legacy of Goku 2 International. The game is pretty much the same, except for a few new profile images for the characters and some text changes. This is also the only Dragon Ball Z game that was developed in America and released in Japan. 1 year later, in September 2004, Dragon Ball Z Boo's Fury was released for Game Boy Advance. Despite the name change, it's part of the Legacy of Goku series, taking place entirely in the Majin Buu saga. It plays largely the same to Legacy of Goku 2, with multiple playable characters and leveling up. Characters could now equip items to change their stats. Goku and Gotenks could go into their Super Saiyan 3 forms, and of course, there are fusions. It also has a few extra bosses, Janemba and Broly. The game is still a bit grind heavy, but the level ups come very quickly now. As a result, the whole game is much easier than the previous two. While enjoyable, the lack of challenge is a bit disappointing. Boo's Fury sold the least of the bunch, though it's likely from lack of brand familiarity from not having Legacy of Goku in the title. The series ended here as a trilogy, and RPGs moved on to a new handheld. Dragon Ball Z Harukanaro Densetsu released on the Nintendo DS in all territories in 2007. It was developed by Namco and once again features a card-based battle system. It covers the Saiyan saga through the Cell saga, with Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta as playable characters. It uses experience points and leveling up, and basic animations to play out attacks. The cards once again have an offense value on the top and a defense value on the bottom, with the center symbol representing card types, much like Super Saiyan Densetsu. Cards of the same value can be combined for extra strength, both for attacking and defending. But because of the nature of the card system, the game gets repetitive. It was well received in Japan, but not so much in the West. It offered sharp visuals and voiceover sound bites, but the card system is too simple to offer any real kind of strategy, and is super easy to play through. It ended up selling very poorly in America. The next RPG to be released is Dragon Ball Z Attack of the Saiyans for the Nintendo DS. It came out in 2009 for all territories and was developed by Monolith Soft, the same team behind Xenosaga, Xenoblade Chronicles, and the upcoming Project Cross Zone. It features the most traditional RPG system of all Dragon Ball Z games, with having a 3-person party, random battles, physical and key attacks, and special techniques. Winning battles earns experience points and level ups, and upon leveling up, you can distribute stat points to customize characters how you'd like. Ability points are also earned to unlock and improve techniques. A rage gauge also fills in battle, and once at full, the character can use their ultimate attack, or combine certain techniques with another character to do devastating team attacks. As denoted by the game's title, it covers the end of Dragon Ball up through the battle with Vegeta and Nappa. It also has a few filler missions to extend the gameplay, and collecting all 7 Dragon Balls can unlock an extra boss battle against Broly. This game kicks ass. Battles are very enjoyable to play thanks to cool but quick animations, an active guard system, and decent challenge throughout. Discovering team attacks is always a joy, and it awards experimentation. It sold quite well, but nowhere near as successful as Legacy of Goku 1 or 2. The end of the game teases a sequel with an image of Frieza, but that sequel will never come. Attack of the Saiyans was the last Dragon Ball Z RPG to be released. As much nostalgic fondness there is for Legend of the Super Saiyan, it's not the best Dragon Ball Z RPG. That title easily goes to Attack of the Saiyans, which is becoming somewhat of a collectible. Legend of the Super Saiyan is still pretty good today, as is Legacy of Goku 2. The worst RPG goes to Legacy of Goku 1. Well, second worst. There is one game that I have not mentioned, one game that I have not talked about. It was simply so bad and so disappointing that there isn't enough room to discuss it alongside the others. Join me next time as we conclude the Dragon Ball Z video game retrospective with a hard, scrutinizing look at Dragon Ball Z sagas.
Holy crap, it's Kung Fu for the NES! One of the classics where you battle through all those crazy purple and blue guys all the way to Mr. X. Only you can take out all those guys with one punch or kick. Why? Because you're a black belt, damn it. Oh, and don't forget about those awesome sound effects. For a game that was released over 2 decades ago, Kung Fu is definitely not a punch in the crotch. Pop it back in, you'll dig it. Don't forget about the midgets.
Every now and then I stare at the wall and say, I don't know what to add to the video game vault.
So I enlist the help of you internet guys to make the decision for me. In the last wave of suggestions from you, only one game was brought up twice. Quackshot. As in the Sega-developed, Sega-exclusive Disney platformer starring Donald Duck? Yeah, we'll add that to the vault. Thanks to Gilberto Martinez and Frank Hagar. You know what this game's called in Japan? I Love Donald Duck Garuzia... Oh, no, you know what a coincidence, Japan. I also love Donald Duck. And I also love this game because Quackshot is a pretty solid platformer. On your quest to find hidden treasure, or whatever the excuse for traveling the world is, you'll find that your infinite supply of plungers is your primary weapon. You can upgrade them to serve as instant platforms on any wall or ceiling, which is kind of the game's main hook. I like it. It's clever. Alternatively, since your plungers only stun your enemies, you can shoot popcorn for a spread shot or even bubbles, which can one-shot kill most enemies and even break through walls. Bubbles are your most deadly weapon. Bubbles. 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 You know how words start to sound weird the more you say them? Bubbles. Bubbles. For a game that lets you select your level, it's actually pretty linear. You can only go so far in a level before needing an item from one of the others to continue progressing. It sounds annoying, it isn't. Donald has the courtesy to drop a little checkpoint for you to land at the next time you select that level, so you don't have to get destroyed by snake charmers every single time you visit Egypt. Wait, is that Ka from the Jungle Book? By the way, have you ever eaten so many jalapeno peppers that you got pissed off? Oh, Donald has. Do not, I repeat, do not give this bird spicy food. More people have died that way than from anything else in this game. Feeding him other birds is totally okay. In fact, it fully restores his health. I'm trying to figure out what that is. Chicken or turkey, quail, duck? That kind of goes in a dark direction. I don't even want to touch that one. Forget it, I'm touching it. Cannibalism may be a thing Quackshot rewards you for. With unlimited continues and a health bar that large, Quackshot's not the most difficult platformer in the business. But like I said, it's solid, it's well made, and for the anti-Nintendo fanboy of the 90s, was viable enough ammo for being a Genesis owner.
I've not seen such bravery.
If there's one thing we all learned as kids, it's that we shouldn't give in to peer pressure. So let's talk about LEGO Racers.
Nowadays we are in no shortage of LEGO video games. LEGO Star Wars, LEGO Batman, LEGO Indiana Jones, LEGO Harry Potter, LEGO fucking Sister of the Traveling Pants. There's even the upcoming LEGO City Undercover, which looks like a LEGO Grand Theft Auto. It's just easy to forget that there was a time when we weren't drowning in LEGO games. In 1997, we saw the release of the infamous LEGO Island, the first LEGO video game. 2 years and 4 games later, LEGO Racers was released for the Nintendo 64, PlayStation, and PC. There was also a LEGO Racers for the Game Boy Color, but it's kind of... LEGO Racers was up against some stiff competition upon release. I already owned Mario Kart 64 and Diddy Kong Racing at the time, both of which were incredibly popular titles for the Nintendo 64. Over on the PlayStation, Crash Team Racing would beat LEGO Racers to consoles by about a month. And in the world of PC, well, the only racing game I ever had for PC was Sonic R, so I don't really know what was going on over there. The point is that LEGO Racers was going to have to set itself apart somehow, or at least match the quality of existing kart racers. And what better way to do that than letting you build your own car? The good thing is that you could build a car unique to your character. The bad thing is that it resulted in some less than attractive designs. While doing research on the game, I found a review that claimed that the weight of your vehicle affected top speed and acceleration, and that lopsided vehicles would veer off to the side. I didn't remember this being a factor in the game, so I ran some tests building a lopsided car to see if it would drive straight, and timing a heavy car against a light car. Well, as it turns out, it looks like somebody is full of shit. Alright, let's see if I can make a driver that looks like me. Cowboy hat since I'm from Texas. This kind of looks like my facial hair. I've got a blue V-neck, I think. There we go. Perfect. As for my car, I just tried to make it look as normal as possible. Oh, and flames. Now that I've got my car built, it's time for the main attraction. Circuit races are where you unlock new tracks as well as new LEGO pieces to put on your carts. Our main goal is to take down Rocket Racer, but to do that, we have to race against 6 other circuit racers first. The circuit leaders have lines, but they don't have voices, so you kinda have to use your imagination. Actually, wait, they did include one voice clip. Gameplay is pretty standard as far as kart racing games go. You race against 5 opponents and are awarded points depending on how you finish. Have the most checkpoints at the end of a circuit and you advance. The leader of the circuit always performs way better than the other racers, and will pretty much always get first or second, depending on how you finish. So these other guys here, don't you worry about those other guys. There are two different kinds of items you can pick up along the track as you race. The first are item blocks, and the second are power blocks. Each item has 4 different levels of power. Each power block you pick up advances your base item to the next level. This ends up allowing you 16 different items, but if you're smart, you'll only be using one. Yes, it's the classic warp turbo boost. This was, for me, the defining feature of the game. Building your own car was cool and all, and the races were fun enough, but the warp was really the thing that stuck in my mind the most. The problem is that, while it's undoubtedly the coolest item in the game, it's also the easiest to abuse. In nearly all of the stages, boost bricks are easy to collect, and there are always power bricks around. You see, kart racers need to have a kind of rubber banding concept. If one player gets way too far ahead, or one gets way too far behind, the game just loses its excitement. It changes from a race into either, oh, I don't have to try, I'm too far ahead, or fuck you, fuck this game, fuck your face, I quit. Now, I'm not going to say that all rubber banding is good, because that's not the case, but this warp shouldn't be obtainable by the person in first place. It only takes 1 or 2 uses before it's simply not a race anymore. It's just a matter of time before you claim your trophy. The other big problem I have with the game mechanics is the drifting. Drifting has and always will be a very important part of kart racing games. In fact, I'd venture to say that it's important in most racing games, even outside of kart racers. The last non-kart racing game that I regularly played was Burnout though, and I was focused on other parts of the game. But when a drift that should look like this, looks like this, it's extremely obvious. The karts turn way too tight when drifting, so you have to resort to tapping the drift button. There are only 2 instances in the entire game that I can think of where the tight drifting came in handy. As for the tracks, they're designed well enough. It's nothing that's really going to challenge you too much, but at least the environments are nice to look at. There's shortcuts too, so even if you're already streets ahead of the competition, you can get even further in front. The first 3 circuits all feature tracks with a lot of personality, if nothing else. They're each themed after a different set of Legos, and the mixture of Lego pieces and normal terrain works out really well. After the 3rd circuit though, you just race on mirrors of tracks that you've already been on. This is pretty much the laziest excuse for new tracks. Mirrors might be an okay addition to time trials, but they don't belong in the campaign. It's not any more challenging, and seeing the same tracks that I've already been on just kind of makes me bored. The good thing about the later circuits is that the difficulty does increase, slightly. I stopped coming in first every single race, but I still didn't have to replay any of the circuits, because I finished first overall. The only time I had to retry anything was in the final race against Rocket Racer. If you want to be the best, you have to race me on my own track. Yeah, not sure I follow the logic on that one. Seems like we should race on neutral ground or something. I don't know. The reason this race is the most challenging is because the AI goes from never using the warp turbo boost to using it every fucking 2 seconds. The only chance to win is to grab every power brick you possibly can and hope that you get ahead early enough to take some of them away from Rocket. On my 3rd attempt, I was actually putting up a fight. Lap 3 and I'm barely ahead. With 3 power bricks in hand, I pick up a green brick and decide it's time to put the nail in the coffin. Bullshit! The warp spits me right out into a wall, and Rocket just cruises on by like, hey, nice driving, dipshit. Since the track is so narrow, this happens more often than not, but that's not even the worst of it. Watch closely. Did you see it? That right there? That's the turn I was supposed to make. The way I'm going is the wrong fucking way. This wasn't a one-time occurrence either. If you use your turbo anywhere within this area, the game spits you right into oncoming traffic. To my surprise, this actually happened during the 2nd lap of the race I beat Rocket in. Luckily, I was already beating him by about half a damn track, so I was able to recover in time. Even with its flaws though, the final race is the only time I really felt engaged while playing. With Rocket Racer defeated, you unlock his set of blocks that you can use on your car, and you're declared the greatest Lego racing champion of all time. That's kind of a bold statement to make right there. With the campaign finished and my complete lack of interest with any time trials and ghost races, there's really only one area of the game left to critique. It's the same area that is the most disappointing and sets other kart racers of its time leaps and bounds ahead of it.
In a golden age of party gaming, before online services pulled people off of the same couch and thrust them into separate houses, this should have been a death sentence. Now I can understand the PC version only allowing 2 players, since there wasn't any planned online. You can't exactly huddle 4 players around a computer very comfortably. But only allowing 2 players on the console versions? For shame. Crash Team Racing was confined to a console that required a stupid add-on to give you 4 controller ports, and even it supported 4 players. There's just no excuse. For me, LEGO Racers turned out to be one of those games that the nostalgia just wasn't enough to keep me entertained while playing. Maybe it's because I still enjoy playing kart racers today. So when I went from Mod Nation Racers or Kart Rider to LEGO Racers, it was just too big of a step down. The controls are flawed, the items are unbalanced, the AI isn't challenging, and the multiplayer is stupid. So what's the point in playing it? It feels years behind Mario Kart 64 and Diddy Kong Racing, both of which were released before LEGO Racers and are still a blast to play. One of them more than the others. Not all of the games we played in our childhood can live up to how we remember them. And that's all I wrote for a conclusion.
Did you know? Assassin's Creed Syndicate was originally named Assassin's Creed Victory, playfully emphasizing the game's Victorian London setting. Ubisoft chose the Industrial Revolution as the game's setting to modernize many elements of the Assassin's Creed formula. Assassin's Creed Syndicate features the most modern time period in the series to date, which introduced many firsts for the game and the development team. While researching Victorian London, the team found an abundance of photographs that illustrated the advancing technologies of the era. These references were never before available to the Assassin's Creed team, as previous titles took place in time periods before photography. The images also highlighted just how important vehicles were to 19th century London. Some pictures of the River Thames even showed traffic so dense you could jump from boat to boat. The streets of London were also much wider than the cities featured in past Assassin's Creed games, as the roads needed to accommodate multiple lanes of horse-drawn carriages. The average building size was, again, much taller than in previous Assassin's Creed games. The bigger buildings and streets initially broke the flow of gameplay and made it harder to go from rooftop, to cross a street, or to scale the average home. To preserve the flow of movement, the team created the rope launcher. It enables players to seamlessly scale large buildings or zipline over wide streets. Although the rope launcher was born from necessity, its creation was also inspired by the Eagle Power in Assassin's Creed 3's Tyranny of King Washington DLC. The Eagle Power gave the player short bursts of flight to reach rooftops or cross gaps. Assassin's Creed Syndicate creative director Mark Alexei Cote told Did You Know Gaming, "The inspiration actually comes from our work on Tyranny of King Washington. In the second episode, we had a power called Eagle Power, and we really had fun flying around Boston and New York in that setting. A lot of the ideas in the first prototypes are actually based on that code. It was something that felt liberating in the Tyranny. We wanted to bring it to a larger audience by including it in the main game of Assassin's Creed Syndicate." Ubisoft actually took roads and traffic flow into consideration before any buildings. If vehicle navigation wasn't integrated well, getting around London would break the flow of the game. The team felt the vehicles were a natural inclusion as they fit all traditional pillars of the Assassin's Creed formula: navigation, stealth, and combat. Players can navigate the city using horse-drawn carriages and trains, hide in carriages, coerce their targets inside, ram their enemies, or fight on top of moving vehicles. The London Underground subway opened in 1863, 5 years before the events of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Ubisoft originally wanted to incorporate the Underground into the game, but it was not included because the team felt it wouldn't offer many exciting gameplay opportunities. Another unused idea was that the game's protagonists, Jacob and Evie Fry, were originally planned to be interchangeable at any time. While the final game does let players swap characters in the open world, each assassin gets their own story missions based on their personality and role in the game. As the personalities of the characters developed, the team realized that it didn't make sense for these two different individuals to be following the same line of decision-making in the game's story. The game is set in peacetime, so famous figures are no longer assassination targets targets like in earlier games. Instead, characters like Charles Darwin and Charles Dickens help the protagonists Jacob and Evie develop over time. Because the events of Assassin's Creed Syndicate take place less than 150 years ago, historical characters in the game still have great-grandchildren alive today. This also factored into why historical figures were no longer assassination targets, as Ubisoft didn't want to offend their relatives. Instead, the team created fictional characters to assassinate. Though many aspects of the game are factual, the team had to make up names for pubs that didn't already exist. The game's senior producer, Francois Pelland, told LazyGamer.net, "We've been working with historian and Victorian-era specialist Judith Flanders, who has been amazing, and she guided us through all the research. It was really hard to make the names of the pubs because we didn't want to use ones that already existed for numerous reasons. So our writers came up with a list of names and she just destroyed the list completely. Then she came up with names that made sense and fit the period in the truest way possible. Although some of the brands had to be made up, at least some of the advertisements in the game are based on real ads from the Victorian era. One example are the advertisements for W.H. Atkinson's Champion Plate Polish, which are based on similar ads of the time. The team heavily researched Victorian London in every detail. One of the books they used for reference even described the smells of the city. One of the more obvious details that came out of the research was the evolution in Victorian weaponry. People no longer walked around with huge broadswords, and concealed weapons were the norm in Victorian London, so the combat system had to be revised to accommodate the change. The concealed nature of Victorian weapons enabled a boom in gang culture, which the team capitalized on. When creating new Assassin's Creed games, Ubisoft tried to find fantasies that supplement being an assassin. Since this industrial revolution was the birth of organized crime in London, the team decided to implement a system of conquering the map through gang activity. Jacob and Evie used their gang, the Rooks, to take power away from the Templars through London's underworld. Although Assassin's Creed Syndicate has a strong emphasis on gangs, the game won't feature multiplayer. Ubisoft opted to concentrate all their efforts into the single-player experience to take Assassin's Creed back to its roots. One of the reasons for focusing their efforts in this way is to emulate the Assassin's Creed experience seen in Assassin's Creed 2. Ubisoft have stated that the game brings the series back to the magic of Assassin's Creed 2 in other ways as well. Code told Game Informer, "One of the keys to tackling this era is that it's an era of peace. Over the last few years, we've been covering periods of war. Assassin's Creed Syndicate brings us back to the magic of Assassin's Creed 2, the Renaissance, which was an era of peace, progress, and transformation for humanity. That's the magic I want to capture, the magic of innovation, of change, and to make our players feel that." If you want to see more of Assassin's Creed Syndicate, click this annotation to watch the game's official trailer. We'd also like to thank Ubisoft for sponsoring this episode of Did You Know Gaming and giving us access to behind-the-scenes information about the game. And if you'd like to hear more from the man behind the voice of this episode, you can check out my video on RuneScape Classic. Chances are it'll make you nostalgic for RuneScape Classic.
I've not seen such bravery.
Welcome to Rosemary West's House of Fortunes, a mansion that someone apparently decided would look great if it was painted completely gray. You might be wondering, just who is Rosemary West? Well, she's a serial killer who tortured and murdered at least 10 young women. Okay, so it's probably not the same woman, just an unfortunate coincidence. Just like what happened with O.J. Simpson's cricket adventure.
My name is Rosemary West. Welcome to my house. Please sign the register.
Oh gee, thanks Rosemary, you have a beautiful home, I am so excited. Why is Rosemary's face so much more detailed than anything else in this room? Her head looks like it was taken from a photograph, but the rest of her body makes her look like some kind of depressing midlife crisis funeral attending Barbie. Rosemary wants to know a lot about you, your full name, alternate alias, and date of birth. This is obviously to help out the accuracy of this fortune-telling game from 1993.
Enter and seek your fortune.
Thank you, Miss West. You're a lovely host. The cursor moves so slow sometimes, and it's jittering all over the screen. Come on, I want to enter and seek my fortune already. I'm sorry, was that you, Rosemary?
They are waiting for you.
Rosemary probably should have done more than one take of her lines, or at least commissioned another sprite of herself. She didn't even move positions on the screen. So we've got astrology, crystal ball, tarot, numerology, and itching. I don't know what those last two are. Itching, or I Ching apparently, involves tossing coins to form this thing. I got cow meeting and chi and modesty. And let me just tell you right now, I feel like I learned a lot about myself today. In a position of responsibility, you may need to make use of the work of inferior people. Well, it looks like it might be time for another collab with Kid Icarus, huh? Ah!
Are you ready to consult the cards?
Fine, let's consult the cards. Just stop staring at me like that. You too, just let's cover this creepy thing up. Oh good, I'm glad the deck has been shuffled. People may think that tarot card readings from computer games aren't accurate, but I trust this one wholeheartedly because hey, they shuffled the deck. It should be obvious by now that I don't often get my fortune told. I don't know what any of this means, and I don't even know if the computer is dealing the cards in the right way. And call me a skeptic, but I feel like if there were spirits or whatever trying to contact me, they'd choose a method other than Rosemary West's House of Fortunes. One might say that I thought this game was gonna be something more entertaining than a bunch of fortune-telling minigames. You may suspect that you are being treated unfairly or that your efforts are not being rewarded appropriately. It's like getting a fortune cookie that says the grass blows freely in the evening wind. Like, yeah, I guess you're right, but also you're full of shit. Let's just see what numerology is. I've never heard of it before.
I figured you were coming. Would you like me to calculate your fortune?
Ha ha, get it? I said figured and I work with numbers, ha ha. There's no activity here because the computers can apparently just process my outlook using the information I already gave them. Let's see what we got here. Everything eventually comes to a conclusion. Wow, that's just almost too insightful. Have I mentioned how hard it is to move the cursor on this screen? Moving the cursor is like 90% of this game, but look, I'm moving the mouse as fast as I can and this thing is just crawling forward at a snail's pace. Astrology is just more of the same, though it does have some of the worst wallpaper and a house that is exceedingly ugly. Outside it's a solid gray and inside it just looks like grandma showed up and picked the most ornate wallpaper and carpet that she could find. It's my prediction that Rosemary did not hire an interior designer. Speaking of Rosemary, she does not do anything in this place. I thought she might be the person behind the crystal ball, but it turns out to be this woman with no arms and floating Rayman hands. Okay, let's just get our reading and get out of here. Ah! That doesn't seem necessary. The interior of the crystal ball has taken on the appearance of a beehive. Oh right, of course, silly me. I should have known that it was a beehive, obviously. So that's Rosemary West's House of Fortunes, a game that I'm sure entertained tens of grandmothers across the country. And although I don't feel like my reading gave me any special insight into myself or my future, the game did present me with one incredible, possibly unanswerable question. Who the hell is Rosemary West? Psychic Detective is a game for the PC, PlayStation, and 3DO, and was released on November 30th, 1995. The developer, Colossal Pictures, lived up to their name by creating a colossal amount of full-motion video to make this game. Well, maybe it's less of a game and more of an interactive movie.
In the summer of 2003, over 3 million people were playing Halo, and the majority of their screens were probably split in some way. Spartans could undertake each campaign mission with a partner, or shoot it out with up to 3 other soldiers on the same TV. By setting up a local area network, 4 Xboxes could be linked, allowing 16 players total to group up for team-based play, or just jump around killing each other. Originally offline, users figured out a way to tunnel internet access for their Xbox using a PC. Halo shipped with 13 multiplayer maps with the more memorable arenas including the Figure 8-shaped canyon Blood Gulch, the web of platforms Hang 'em High, and the epically Arctic Sidewinder. Just like the single-player, soldiers could only carry 2 weapons, with the most devastating armaments placed in key positions on the map, along with health, camouflage, and shield boosts. The ups and downs of battle were called by Jeff Schweitzer, a 50-year-old TV and voice actor. Schweitzer has been in every Halo shooter since, and has never once played any of them. Players could not assume the role of the Covenant in Combat Evolved's multiplayer, but the color-coded Marines did have access to their weapons. The alien guns included the automatic firing plasma rifle, charged-up plasma pistol, crystal-chucking needler, and a plasma grenade that, unlike the standard incendiary version, stuck to any player it touched. The Marine loadout was powerful but lacked surprises, with the pistol, assault rifle, sniper rifle, shotgun, and rocket launcher. Each side of the campaign's conflict also had vehicles that carried over onto the multiplayer battlefield. The Marines got around in the dual analog-controlled Warthog and the 7-seat Scorpion battle tank, while the Covenant charged in the strafable Ghost hovercraft. 5 game types were available: Slayer, Race, King of the Hill, and Capture the Flag, played as you would expect, with Oddball challenging Spartans to hold a skull with both hands for as long as possible. Online play shipped standard with Halo on PC, supporting custom game types and 16 players. 6 bonus maps were included, with Death Island and Ice Fields, inspired by levels from the original Xbox game. The previously inaccessible Fuel Rod gun and brand new Flamethrower buffed up the arsenal, along with soaring Banshees and rocket Warthogs appearing in the garage. 8 months before Halo 2 finally appeared, a custom edition of Halo PC uploaded an editing kit along with teases of maps in the upcoming sequel.
Double kill.
Sorry about that, I was in the elevator. This thing doesn't work so well in there. What's going on, dude?
Roger that. Is this Blue Command?
Oh yeah, man. Sure, totally.
While leaping through levels and testing various crouch animations, certain players discovered the alert carry. The animation glitch meant any character looking at the ground would appear to have their gun at ease from the perspective of other players. This would cause the character's head to shake and roughly resemble someone speaking. Once the HUD was removed, the footage could then be used to make Halo short films, and thus, a new method of machinima was born. The most successful group of armchair actors is Rooster Teeth Productions with its ongoing series Red vs. Blue.
Don't shoot! I'm the guy that bought the flag, remember?
The team transcended machinima standards by producing over 100 videos, guest starring in Halo 3 on varying difficulty settings, and producing a preview miniseries for ODST and Reach.
Yeah!
Woo!
Wow, we suck!
Find someone for me. It's about time.
With Xbox Live up and running, Halo 2 brought Spartan multiplayer to consoles, and soldiers could set up custom games and hang out in lobbies between skirmishes. A matchmaking system offered Quick Match, which found players based on the last game type they selected, and Optimatch, which listed game types on playlists. Playlists could be ranked or unranked, with official matches leveling each Spartan up to 50. Medals were earned for achievements like sprees and consecutive kills. Halo 2 continued the tradition from Halo PC of updating maps by putting a new sheen on infamous Battlegrounds Battle Creek and Blood Gulch. The Foundation map was based on the Thunderdome from Bungie's Marathon series. Due to a lack in popularity, the Race game type drove off into the sunset, ushering in new options Juggernaut, Assault, and Territories. Halo 2 was the first in the series to be blessed with map packs, 4 in all, adding 9 maps in the summer of 2006 and 2 more in 2007. These included an update to Wizard dubbed Warlock, and a continuation of Longest called Elongation. Gemini was based on the level Duality from Marathon. Halo 2 became available for PC exclusively through Vista and the new Games for Windows Live service in May of 2007 and featured a server browser. Live Gold members could filter servers and use Quick Match to join a game in progress, but these limitations were lifted less than a year later. Tombstone and Desolation disappeared, but District and Uplift joined the roster of available maps. Vista also gave the Halo series its first achievements, something 360 owners could look forward to in Halo 3. The story in Halo 3 may have finished the fight, but for most the battle just began when the final trilogy installment launched in 2007. The campaign, which expanded cooperatively to include 4 players, was now available online. Players tried out 2 new multiplayer game types, VIP, a team-based protect or destroy hunt, and Infection, a zombie takeover inspired by a Halo 2 custom map. Game types could be tweaked even further or vetoed by dissenting officers, and players could party up, easing match-to-match delays. The medal count blew up with weapon variants on kill streaks and even an award for linked-up Bungie.net members. Halo 3 shipped with 11 maps, 1 shy of Halo 2's count, and 2 short of the maps included in Combat Evolved. Zanzibar became Last Resort, and Valhalla appeared to be a second derivative of Blood Gulch. A whopping 13 maps were unleashed over the 2 years following Halo 3's launch. Among these were Lockout's update Blackout, and the long-awaited sequel to Halo 1's Sidewinder, Avalanche. Chill Out's follow-up, Cold Storage, was released on its own. The True Skill system still appeared on ranked playlists in Halo 3, but experience points were added to help match players of equal skill. Players gained XP by being on the winning team or ranking high enough individually, and lost XP by losing or disconnecting. An update in August of 08 added another XP bar to track points for each individual playlist. These and other campaign features like skulls and leaderboards all returned in Halo 3 ODST in 2009. ODST's single greatest addition to Halo multiplayer was Firefight, although some players complained about the mode's lack of matchmaking functionality, which was added with Reach a year later. The Mythic Disc included every multiplayer arena from Halo 3 by itself, and made room for maps Citadel, Longshore, and a revision to Midship called Heretic. When Bungie branched out on its own, Microsoft created an in-house staff of developers under the banner 343 Industries, named after the robotic menace Guilty Spark, first introduced in Combat Evolved. With 2 Halo games on the 360 and 1 more on the way, 343 developed a central hub for franchise-related content called Waypoint. Accessible through Xbox Live for Gold members, the database launched on November 5, 2009, just a few weeks before ODST. Waypoint features fan content, descriptions and schematics of popular Halo weapons and vehicles, awards and new costume pieces for Xbox avatars, and is available on Windows 7 phones for free. It brought Halo fans together at a pivotal time for Microsoft, as support for the live service on the original Xbox ended a year later, when they shut off the Halo 2 servers on April 15, 2010. Halo Reach arrived as a concession 5 months later. Purchasing ODST granted players access to its beta. Reach streamlined the matchmaking process across all its modes with systems for voting and queue joining, and swapped Party Up for the more sensible Opt-Out. Firefight grew with customizable enemies and the option to play as the Covenant Elite. The new game modes included the flaming skull-collecting Headhunter, a capture-the-flag on steroids called Stockpile, the vehicle-friendly Invasion, and Arena, which stretched the carnage across month-long seasons. Along with the 5 maps in one Forge world that turned Halo 2's Ascension into Pinnacle, Reach brought the Ivory Tower back and renamed it Reflection. Firefight alone had 9 new environments to choose from. To date, Reach has received 2 map packs, Noble and Defiant, carrying 5 additional maps, along with a new firefight fort called Unearthed. Even the race option made a comeback. 343 last updated the game with a patch in September of 2011.
Flags collected. Game over.
In the final chapter of our Halo retrospective, we'll rewind the paths of the Covenant, Marines, Spartans, and ancient heirs to the galaxy from Halo 4 back to the Forerunners' first steps.
This castle is a creature of chaos. It may take many incarnations.
Symphony of the Night granted the Castlevania franchise a hefty amount of credibility, but it also delayed the inevitable. In 1997, the third dimension took hold of the industry with releases like Mario Kart, Star Fox, GoldenEye, Quake 2, Gran Turismo, and Final Fantasy VII. It was this year Konami put its Kobe team on the next Castlevania game, nicknamed Dracula 3D. It would launch on the Nintendo 64, and it was the first game in 13 years to be simply called Castlevania. Castlevania 64 was released on January 26, 1999 in America. This time, Japan had to wait 3 months. It was subtitled Apocalypse overseas. The development team originally planned to include 4 characters, but deadlines later forced them to remove 2. One of these canceled Crusaders, named Collar, had his elements appropriately reused for a Frankenstein-esque boss called the Gardener. The remaining heroes were Reinhard Schneider, a Belmont heir, and Carrie Fernandez, a magically gifted orphan. Both characters were picked at the outset and could not be swapped along the journey. Each had to march through 10 areas to reach the finale. 7 were shared and 3 were exclusive to each character, making 13 levels total. The librarian from Symphony became Renan, an enterprising vendor who also happened to be a demon. If you spent over 30,000 gold, he would lay claim to your soul and challenge you in battle just before the final string of boss encounters. Reinhardt fought with a whip and dagger, and Carrie could charge her spells or throw metal rings. Only 4 sub-weapons made the cut, now powered by red jewels instead of red hearts. The gameplay also added options for camera control, normal, battle, and action. The perspective could be snapped into place with the R button, and certain bosses locked the camera intentionally. Today it's hard for most fans to take the visuals in Castlevania 64 seriously, but initially, the game received mostly favorable reviews. Criticisms were focused on the spastic camera, slow character movement, and inconsistent controls. But considering it was Konami Kobe's first 3D project, it was to be expected. They did pull Dracula's domicile off a flat surface, bringing the oppressive atmosphere to life. The elements that were either cut or rushed to make the release date were saved for a sequel. Using these assets as a launch pad, they were able to turn around the next installment the same year. Castlevania Legacy of Darkness was released on November 30th in America and on Christmas Day in Japan. The Japanese title is the longest in the series, Demon Castle Dracula Apocalypse Gaiden Legend of Cornell. The protagonist, a wolfman nicknamed Blue Crescent Moon, was the other fallen playable character from the first N64 game. The press of a button brought on his transformation, increasing speed and damage but irreversibly draining the entire jewel count. Although Legacy started with Cornell's tale, a mission to recover his sister Ada from the clutches of Guess Who, the game is officially referred to as a special edition of, and prequel to, the original, and included many of the same zones, along with the option to unlock and play as Reinhardt and Carrie in new costumes and against new bosses. Finishing Cornell's quest started another led by Holy Knight Henry Oldry. The honorable warrior had to rescue 6 children during his campaign, with each youngster unlocking more bonus content. He shared many of Cornell's powers, but carried a sidearm that could take care of business from long range. The added journeys explored new areas and revisited old haunts, altering an old level's appearance or having you cross it from another direction. Cornell's curse took a cue from Simon's quest, with certain events only happening when the sun or moon was above. Hearing complaints from fans, the camera and combat controls were streamlined. The improved visuals leaned on the Nintendo 64's expansion pack, but many reported the optional mode's performance to be inconsistent. The 2 Nintendo 64 Castlevania games are not what you would call cherished by the series community, and most of this can be blamed on soaring expectations, along with some punishing platforming. Symphony of the Night in 3D sounded spectacular, but director Yuji Shibata's team had to settle on something between Tomb Raider and Nightmare Creatures. Their interpretation was authentic, with a look and feel that projected Castlevania's undertones, but the experience had to move faster if it was to keep up with the pace of Rondo or Symphony, not to mention the rapidly expanding 3D market. Eager to join any new console's library, Konami slated Castlevania to beguile the Sega Dreamcast even before Legacy of Darkness was finished. Castlevania Resurrection was first delayed in June of 1999, again in September of 2000, and put on indefinite hold in March of 2001, the same month the series first appeared on the Game Boy Advance. Production never restarted despite the game being seen at E3 via full motion video and a batch of promising screenshots. Development problems were later attributed to disagreements between the Japanese and American teams, along with the looming demise of the Dreamcast. It was the farthest a Castlevania game had traveled through development before getting canned. Fans amused themselves by calling it Canceledvania. With 3D plans on hold, the series stayed relevant on the GBA, using Symphony's model to satiate their fans on the go. Koji Igarashi had kept himself busy refining his console experiment on handhelds and creating new memorable characters. With the Dreamcast dead and the PS2 looming over its grave, Koji got his crew back together, including composer Michiru Yamane and illustrator Ayami Kojima, and set out to bring back that old familiar feeling. With 4 years having passed since faithful slayers could destroy evil with an analog stick, Konami wasn't interested in just another sequel. The next installment would have to be memorable. Castlevania Lament of Innocence was released exclusively for the PlayStation 2 on October 21, 2003 in North America and November 27 in Japan. Seeing as the story was set in 1094, Igarashi made it clear that this was the beginning of the Belmont saga. The greatest of Simon's grandfathers was named Leon Belmont, and like his descendants, he took on the undead forces to recover a lost love named Sarah. His friend Matthias Kronkfist warned him of the vampire Walter Bernard's sinister kidnapping, forcing Leon to seek the aid of Ronaldo Gandolfi, an alchemist living dangerously close to the castle's borders. Most vendors in Castlevania traded wares somewhere within the grounds, but Ronaldo offered his services before Leon's trial even began. He reluctantly told the Belmont about his newfound mythical whip called the Vampire Killer, that could reach the full potential its name suggested with a powerful act of sacrifice. Other elemental whips dropped off their corresponding bosses in optional fights, placing the skull-cracking weapon at the forefront once again. This was supplemented by sub-weapons, combos, and magical abilities. Sub-weapons could be crossed with one of 7 colored orbs to vary their effects, multiplying the different ways you could use them. For the first time, a Belmont could block and perform a duo of evasive maneuvers. Defeating Bernard, followed by death and finishing the game, unlocked 2 additional characters, Joachim Armster, one of the earlier bosses, and Pumpkin, a precocious trick-or-treater. Crazy Mode was also available after completion for the sadists, along with All Skills Mode for those who wanted to try out all of Leon's moves. Rather than looping around in circles or being tracked along an endless hallway, the 6 central divisions of the game could be reached from a central hub, letting players chart their progress. Unlike the 64 entries, which set hunters astray with no map to follow, Lament's gridlock of corridors and crevices was charted in a top-down screen that could be marked in various colors. The only thing missing was camera control. The right analog stick opened an equipment window instead, which served as the only method for wearing or using items. Lament of Innocence reminded Konami and its followers that Castlevania was all about action, even if it did flagrantly borrow elements from brawling shooters like Devil May Cry. There were a few touchy whip vaulting sections, but most rooms were cleared when every spawning monster turned to dust. While producing his first DS game for the franchise, Iga also supervised a sequel and kept the same clan of creative minds working to improve the formula. They jumped from the beginning of the timeline to 3 years after the third NES game, Dracula's Curse. A Belmont would once again become an adversary, and the new Slayer would have to make a deal with some devils. Castlevania Curse of Darkness arrived on the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox on November 5th, 2005. Japan got the curse later the same month. Blazing a trail for Alucard to follow, the hero without a last name, Hector, left the employ of the perpetual Prince of Darkness days before Trevor Belmont did his duty. Although trying to pursue a normal life, Hector's fiancée was accused of being a witch and burned at the stake. Hector's old colleague Isaac claimed it was Hector that led to Dracula's fall and tried to rewrite all wrongs by calling Hector back home. Hector and Isaac were Devil Forge masters, or summoners of facilitating familiars. Hector could adopt and breed 6 different types of innocent devils, aka IDs: Fairy, Battle, Bird, Mage, Devil, and of course, Pumpkin. They could level up along with Hector and evolve into more useful forms depending on the weapon Hector used and grinding their experience. Julia introduced herself before too long as the game's vendor, supplying one-time weapons and ingredients for the forging trade. Since Hector was also not a Belmont, he could take his pick among a selection of blade types. Switching among the 5 brands of implements changed Hector's combos and fighting animations. This arsenal, along with stealing items from enemies, chaining attacks, and deflecting with a perfect guard, brought life to the continual trek through the game's zones. Finally banishing Dracula's Curse unlocked modes and a playable Trevor Belmont. Crazy players could endure Crazy Mode again, and a boss rush option became available at each warp room. Curse of Darkness took in scores equivalent to every 3D Castlevania game before it. The map layouts hadn't changed drastically since Lament, but the combat had a feel all its own, with evolving pets that kept the player company in the imposing claustrophobic areas. In 2005, a 2-volume manga adaptation of the same name premiered in Japan and was translated into English, starting in 2008. Like Dracula rising from the grave when a prophecy is fulfilled, Konami kept taking a crack at 3D with 2 teams, each producing 2 games that had to represent more than a decade of side-scrolling from any and all angles. Their success varies depending on who you ask. Some Castlevania fans would say the Nintendo 64 outings were faithful to the franchise, and that Lament and Curse offered more combat variety than any handheld could store. Others would begrudge the series for copying other popular 3D games instead of devil forging its own unique experience, especially given how unique the franchise was on the NES. If they got one thing right, it was that Castlevania can sometimes be unforgiving. Only the patient persevere. In Part 4 of the Castlevania Retrospective, Slayers can fit the whole of the castle in the palm of their hand. Nintendo, Castlevania, and a charged-up battery have shared a special relationship. Small sequels light up in black and white, advanced adventures introduce new faces, and a sorrowful sorcerer leads the transition to dual-screen slaying.
Mamma mia!
When Nintendo leaped into the third dimension with the arrival of the Nintendo 64, it did so with the help of gaming's most recognizable icon. Super Mario 64 was not only the marquee launch title for the N64, it also became an industry standard that all others would be compared to for the next several years. Mario's foray into the third dimension introduced him to all new open environments, which was a drastic shift from the side-scrolling nature of the series' previous outings. Nintendo softened the shock by including several familiar faces such as Bowser, Toad, Princess Peach, and even Yoshi, but there was apparently no sign of Mario's brother Luigi. That's because he was supposedly hidden away as a secret character. According to lore, if certain conditions were met, players eventually unlocked Luigi.
I'm Luigi, number 1.
When Super Mario 64 finally hit store shelves, people soon realized one of the Mario brothers was missing. Sometime after the release of Super Mario 64, screenshots appeared online that claimed to have found Luigi in the game. The story went that if you ventured out into the courtyard behind Peach's castle, there was a fountain with a star statue. If you approached it, you could view a plaque with the phrase L is real 2401 enshrined on it. The message hinted at the existence of Luigi in the game. The rumor was further purported by the fact Nintendo Power ran a snippet in their April 1998 issue that stated the confusing message would be fully explained on page 128. However, those foolish enough to have believed in the April Fool's gag soon realized the page didn't exist. The publication also further indulged in the rumor by running an article about a new fictitious game also not starring Luigi. Ever since then, fans have been fascinated with the mystery, and many still continue to search for his presence to this day. There are a handful of variations on how to unlock Luigi in Super Mario 64, but they almost all come back to the L is real 2401 message, as well as collecting coins. The instructions state that in order to make Luigi appear, you have to collect every single coin in Super Mario 64 for a total of 2401. We have tackled this feat on both the original Nintendo 64 cartridge and the Virtual Console release. Now we simply have to return to the star statue in the courtyard.
Hurry up already, eh?
Collecting every single coin in Super Mario 64 is technically impossible thanks to what fans have dubbed the impossible coin. After you enter Tiny Huge Island from the smaller painting side, make your way to the platform with the warp pipe and the single piranha plant. Press yourself against the wall and then zoom in as close as you can. If you've angled the camera correctly, you should see a few coins hovering in what looks like mid-air. 2 of these coins are obtainable, but 1 is simply impossible to collect without the aid of cheat codes or hacks. But even if you're able to collect this impossible coin and another like it in Snowman's Land, the total coin count is only 2,092. However, if you include the coins inside bonus areas and the various castle grounds, there are 2,672. Returning to the fountain with these coins does nothing. This holds true even after maxing out the coin count with a cheat device. Perhaps we missed something. Beating the game with every coin and star produces the same result. Perhaps most telling is the fact that the message on the plaque in the courtyard is the exact same plaque that appears in Dodongo's cavern in The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. As for the numerous videos and images that claim to have unlocked Luigi, all of them are created with the aid of GameShark codes or various ROM editing tools to modify Mario's appearance to resemble Luigi. And avid fans debunked the screenshots over the years by digging up the original on Altered Images. The L is real 2401 message is also connected to a rumor about Paper Mario, which claims the number 2401 is actually the date February 4th, 2001. Fans claim this is the release date of Paper Mario in North America, and that the message alludes to Luigi's appearance in that game. While not too far off mark, Paper Mario actually released on February 5th, 2001. Luigi actually does appear in the Nintendo DS remake of Super Mario 64, but that's irrelevant to this myth. Though it's not possible to legitimately unlock Luigi in Super Mario 64, there is one interesting caveat to consider. In a segment of Iwata Asks in 2009, Miyamoto revealed that he had initially wanted to incorporate a multiplayer component into Super Mario 64. The early prototypes had a 2-player option where Mario and Luigi were playable in a split-screen co-op mode. However, due to technical limitations, the mode, as well as Luigi, was scrubbed.
Listen, everybody. Let's bake a delicious cake for Mario.
Mario?
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Alright, let's play some Jag. We've already established that the graphics weren't much of a leap for 64 bits, but graphics aren't everything. Take a look at Tempest 2000. It's an arcade-style game with a 3-dimensional feel. It's really addicting and fun to play. Basically, you're in space with a bunch of 3D shapes, just shooting stuff and collecting power-ups. Funny to think that something so simple happens to be one of the best games the Jaguar has to offer. It even has some good kick-ass music. So kick-ass that there was actually a soundtrack on CD. But what's this monster on the cover? Does that ever happen in the game? Let's check out Alien vs. Predator. It's a first-person sort of survival horror thing. You can play as not only the alien and the predator, but as a marine. And with each character, your objectives are completely different. Surprisingly, it's most fun to play as the marine because you have a gun. But with the alien and predator, you have to sneak up on people. Not much to say, but it's another memorable game on the Jaguar. Next up, the big motherfucker of first-person shooters, Doom. This is one of the best console ports of Doom that I've played. It comes as close to the PC version as it gets, but they had to ruin it with one thing. There's no music during the gameplay. Really? Was there any reason not to have music? Did they run out of time? Some might consider it scarier that way, but it would have been nice to have the option. I call this one Silent Doom, so just put on some Slayer and you're all set. So I think I covered most of the real famous Jaguar games, so now let's look at something more obscure. Attack of the Mutant Penguins. I gotta admit, the name alone got my attention. But what the hell's going on? From what I understand, there's a bunch of penguins walking around. They buy tickets and then go into a transformation booth where they become evil mutant penguins. And from there, they go to the Doom Scale. Yeah, the Doom Scale. They jump in the mouth and then appear on the scale. So you gotta stop the penguins by using a weapon, for example, a baseball bat. How do you get the bat? You gotta collect letters that spell the word bat. Where do you find the letters? Inside treasure chests. But how do you open the treasure chests? A key, right? No, gremlins. Yeah, you collect what they call gremlins, and supposedly you drop the gremlins inside the treasure chest and then it opens. But no, it doesn't open right away. It takes like 10 seconds. The more gremlins you use, the faster it opens. But it doesn't open, it like explodes. When you get the bat, you gotta kill all the penguins, but they don't die if you hit them. Instead, there's a bunch of power orbs that scatter all over. You gotta get all the power orbs to power up your bat so you can kill the penguins. But you only kill the penguins wearing hats because the ones that don't wear hats fight the ones that do wear hats. If the mutant penguins on the Doom Scale outweigh the regular penguins, the Doom Scale starts screaming and going apeshit. This is the weirdest game I've ever played. I mean, it's not bad if you're drunk or high or something, but how do they come up with this shit? I got it. I could come up with a game like this. How about you're a shark and you gotta shake palm trees till trains fall down, and you put the trains in an apple, and then turkeys come and eat the apples, and then the turkeys go up waterfalls, and to get them down, you have to collect monkey butts. So you drop the monkey butts on power lines, and then... Alright, what's next?
Kasumi Ninja.
A fighting game, and a really bad one. Most fighting games have a character select screen. In fact, all of them have that, right? Well, not this one. Instead, it's got this weird first-person sort of thing. You walk around and touch statues to pick your character. It's so awkward. How did they fuck up something as easy as the select screen?
Entering the combat zone.
Even worse, when playing the one-player mode, you only get a choice of playing as two characters. You have to beat the other characters to unlock them. That alone makes it more of a pain in the ass than it has to be. The game itself is pretty much a Mortal Kombat clone, with every hit making pools of blood fall down, and it even has death moves. But it's also one of those games that wimps out by censoring the violence. You have to put in a parental password just to turn the blood on. Basically, it's just a 6-digit code. But what's the chance of kids not figuring out the code before their parents do? But once it's unlocked, you still need to set the level of blood. So in case you want there to be a little bit of blood, but not too much, like who the fuck cares? Just turn the goddamn blood on. The control is horrible. It's almost as bad as Shaq Fu. I'm not kidding. The attacks are sluggish, there's not much strategy, and you'll never guess how to do the special moves. You try everything, back forward kick, down forward punch, half circle back punch, you know, the typical stuff. But none of that works, so you gotta either maybe have the instruction manual or go on the internet to get the moves. You gotta hold the C button, like instead of down forward C, you gotta hold C while you do it. Why couldn't it be something more common? I think one basic important thing in any fighting game is being able to pick it up and play. And the special moves are ridiculous. Like, what is this? He shoots fireballs at his dick? Or maybe it's a gaping flame vagina? Who the fuck knows? Somebody was not right in the head. This game is fucking horrible. How do you wash down the bad taste of one shitty game with another? Cybermorph. I already mentioned that this one looks worse than Star Fox, but let's give it a chance.
Good luck. Where did you learn to fly?
What's with this green face? It's disturbing.
Where did you learn to fly?
Stop talking to me.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly?
Every single time you hit something, it says that.
Where did you learn?
Knock it off. God, the mountains come out of nowhere. They just pop up, giving you no time to react. When you die, it picks you up right where you left off. Sometimes I complain about games making you start back at the beginning, but this one literally puts you right back where you are. Imagine if in Super Mario Brothers you run into a Goomba and die. Okay, then what? Does it start you right in front of the Goomba again?
Where did you learn?
That voice just never stops.
Where did you learn to
Shut
fly?
up.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn
Come
to
on!
fly?
That's enough of that.
Where did you learn to fly?
Oh, gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly?
Oh, I gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn?
I gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn to fly?
Stop!
Where did you learn to fly?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Where did you learn to fly?
Where'd you learn to be an asshole? Jaguar, I've had all I can take. You're the most fucking... Did you just growl at me? Oh god! What do I do? Take this, kitty! Sick him! Yeah, that's the real Jaguar! Well, okay, we played a few Jaguar games. We played a sports game, a side-scroller, a first-person shooter, a fighting game, a racing game, and a flying game. We played some good games, some bad games, and overall, makes me want to puke. Like a cat. And then what do? They make a CD add-on. Yeah, the fucking Jaguar CD. There's something about this that perplexes me. You have a game console that not many people owned, so you make an add-on that requires owning the game console. What were they thinking? It should have just been its own individual game system. Besides, the fucking thing has its own AC adapter, so that's two. One for the Jaguar and one for the Jaguar CD. And that's some cool looking design. It looks just like a toilet. Yeah, it's a fucking toilet. What a perfect analogy. I would review some games, but there's one problem. Fucking bastard doesn't work. Not even the cartridge slot, so I can't even play my regular Jaguar games while this thing's connected. I tried using different AC adapters, but nothing worked. It simply won't read the disc. So I sent this broken piece of shit to my friend Richard to see if he could fix it. He invented the Nintoaster, a fully functional NES made out of a toaster. He also made the Super Gen Atari, which plays NES, SNES, Genesis, and Atari 2600 games. So game mechanisms are his specialty. If he can't fix it, then it's fucked. Here's his diagnosis.
Yes, the Atari Jaguar CD. What a steaming pile of fucking shit that was. I want to make sure there's nothing wrong with the console itself first, just to rule it out. So I plug in a game, push the power button, the Jaguar logo comes careening towards me in the foreground, and after a particularly hilarious fucking startup sequence, I'm playing some Tempest 2000. Whoa! So now I know there's nothing wrong with the console itself. Time to move on to the CD unit. So I plug it in, hook up the additional 47 cables that came with it, push the power button, the logo comes careening towards me in the foreground, snarls, and The red screen of death, indicating a connection problem. So, the first thing I did was deep clean every single contact point on both the console and the CD unit. I turned it on, red screen. Then I went back and made physical adjustments to every contact point in both the console and CD unit so it'd make a more solid connection. Turned it on, red screen. Finally, I just said fuck it and directly wired those two sons of bitches together, completely bypassing any and all cartridge ports and ruling out the remote chance of there ever being any kind of connection issue between the two systems. I turned it on and guess what? Red screen! So at this point I pretty much just gave up and shipped everything back to him along with a Pong machine, which pretty much just says, I'm sorry man, this thing is just too shitty for me to work on. I think between the flaming fuck you middle finger red screens and getting snarled at the same time, this machine has become self-aware and does not want to be repaired. That is my diagnosis. Richard out.
Well, thanks for trying. And thanks for the Pong console. Would you believe that a 30-year-old Pong console attached to a cell phone adapter would work, but a cutting-edge snarling Jaguar doesn't? There's something wrong here. And you know what? I blew $250 on this thing. So, you know what I did? Bought another one. Yeah. And guess what? It doesn't work either. So that's about $450 total I blew on two dead Jaguars. And these things are rare. So when the only two that I can manage to get my hands on just don't work, that leads me to believe that these things most definitely are self-aware. They don't want to work. You can't make them. They just refuse to be reviewed. And I've never had that happen. So, the end. I gotta take a shit. This game sucks.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
There is a game that is said to be even worse than Big Rigs. It is also a driving game, and it's called Desert Bus. It was so unspeakably dreadful that it was canceled before it was ever released. It was one of 6 games included in Penn & Teller's Smoke and Mirrors for the Sega CD. That's right, Penn & Teller were behind this. And if you haven't heard of them, well, how do I sum it up? Basically, they're two of the greatest entertainers of our time. They mix magic and comedy, they perform it live, they defy physics, they're funny as hell, they attack bullshit, and they've been doing it for nearly 40 years. So their first attempt at a video game in 1995 was a very interesting one and something that only they could have made.
See? You gotta be careful, those thermographics.
Smoke and Mirrors is like the anti-video game. It's made up of 6 mini-games that exist for no other reason than to play jokes on your friends. Explaining them all in detail would be a disservice for anyone wanting to try them out for themselves. Of course, the game was never released, but prior to its cancellation, it appeared in Sega Visions magazine and even made the front cover. The true reason it was cancelled was because the company, Absolute, went out of business. But like anything, the game found its way onto the internet and has been circulated, people have played it, and it's become sort of a cult hit. It's one of the strangest collections of games you might ever play. There's a traditional side-scroller where you actually play as Penn and Teller themselves. It's insanely frustrating to figure out what you're supposed to do, but it's hilarious just for the idea that they made their in-game characters so useless. There's a part where an enemy magician is throwing straitjackets at you, and you have to bounce them back using an umbrella. Trying to hit this guy is just as much of a trick as anything Penn and Teller have pulled off themselves. The straitjackets always bounce in the wrong direction. Oh, come on, that didn't count. Overall, the whole game is worth it just for the abundance of Penn and Teller clips. Watching these guys, you can't go wrong.
Death move, death move, death move, death move, death move, death move. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!
But then there's Desert Bus. How bad could it be? Let's find out. From Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada. Are we going to Las Vegas to see a Penn and Teller show? I hope. Okay, I'm driving the bus. Come on, bus. Come on, bus. Come on. Okay, slowly but surely. Here we go. This is the game. You drive, drive, and drive. There is nothing out there except road and sand. Occasionally there's a rock or a sign, but that's it. There's no passengers to interact with, no music on the radio, nothing to keep you occupied. The road never turns, there's no other vehicles, there is absolutely nothing. You can open the door with the B button. Basically, it makes a sound effect. That's a little something you can do to entertain yourself. The bus can't go any faster than 45 miles per hour. I don't know why. Maybe Dennis Hopper has a bomb on it or something. So there's no hope of speeding up this test of human attention span. So how long is this trip? It's 360 miles to Las Vegas. At 45 miles per hour, that would mean 8 hours. This is a fucking 8-hour game! Whoever needs to take a road trip when you can simulate the whole experience in real time on your Sega CD? What were they thinking? Well, this time we have an answer. Penn and Teller make it clear right before the game starts that the whole joke was to make a game that's just like real life.
Vera simulators. Games stupefyingly like reality.
I've read in various interviews with Penn that this was in response to all the controversies at the time about all the hyper-violent video games. So, instead of something imaginary and fun, here's the real-life mundane task of driving a fucking bus for 8 hours! Well, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna need several bathroom breaks. Let's pause it. What? The start button blows the horn. There's no pause. You just have to keep driving. I wonder how many people have pissed their pants while playing this. You can't even stop to get something to eat. The manual, and yes, there is a manual, says no, it's not an oversight. Does your life have a pause control? Oh. I'm driving. What happens at the end when you get to Las Vegas? Imagine if after the 8 hours you get to play casino games and have fun, and all of a sudden the game becomes awesome. Well, I looked into it. You want to know what happens? You get a point. A point. 1 fucking point! And then you gotta drive all the way back! Every 8 hours a point! Those are the slowest points in video game history! Did Penn and Teller really make this game, or did Andy Warhol rise from the dead? Yeah, you know the Andy Warhol film Empire? It's an 8-hour movie that's nothing but a shot of the Empire State Building. Yeah. Who could ever sit through this? Well, there was going to be prizes. Penn and Teller were actually planning to have a desert bus contest. You send in your score, and the grand prize was a trip on an actual bus from Tucson to Las Vegas. But you'll get to see a show and have a 4-night stay at Bally's. That only begs the question, who has the high score in Desert Bus? Well, apparently, the highest you can get is 99, which would mean putting in 792 hours, or 33 days of continuous gameplay. And speaking of long hours, I just found out there's a group who do an annual marathon of the game for charity. It's called Desert Bus for Hope, and it's been very successful in raising money for children, so at least something good has come of this game. They must be some serious troopers. I can't sit through 10 minutes of this shit! I've heard that every once in a while, a bug will splat on your windshield. I'd be happy just to see that. I'm suffering from so much sensory deprivation that anything to break up the monotony would be amazing. If a bug came and splat on this windshield, that would blow my fucking mind. But I'll never have the patience to get that far. I'll never even get a single point. Just gotta hold your thumb on this button for so long. Wait. Oh! How do you like that trick, Penn and Teller? If you can't beat the game, let the game beat itself. What? The fuck? It's stuck. The bus is stuck in the sand. They made the bus veer to the right on purpose. Oh, they thought of everything. God damn you, Penn and Teller. You have to sit here and drive the bus, just like in real life. And real life fucking sucks. Now I'm getting towed. Oh boy. The towing is in real time also. So if you've driven 7 hours, does it take 7 hours for the game to start over? This is the most sadistic thing ever. There's no fun factor whatsoever. This makes Big Rigs look like a fucking party. Big Rigs isn't even a game and has no challenge whatsoever, but here the challenge comes from trying to stay awake from boredom. For the past 10 years, I've been on a mission to warn the world of shitty games. And in all those years, this one takes the cake. I think I've finally hit the bottom of the barrel. The fact that a game like this could come into existence and that people have played it and suffered through it and even adapted it into an Atari 2600 game means that I've failed. I've done everything I can. It's time to retire. One more, for all time's sake. This game is a hack of Castlevania 2 by the almighty Guru. As I said 10 years ago, the original game is full of problems. How would you ever figure out that you're supposed to throw an oak stake at that orb? One of the biggest problems in the game is how cryptic it is and how none of the townspeople tell you anything that's useful. Instead of giving you clues like any other kind of adventure or RPG game, they just give you a bunch of nonsensical riddles. But here, in Castlevania 2 Redaction, we have real clues. Yeah, all the dialogue's been fixed, and now it actually makes sense. I can't believe that somebody's actually been trying to fix this shitload of fuck. But what about the day-to-night transitions?
Why did they think that that would be a good idea and interrupt the gameplay? Did they think it would be more realistic? I mean, in real life, I don't have to stop in my tracks when the sun sets and a fucking box doesn't pop up in the air.
Wow, that was fast. I wish it was that fast in the original game. I wish it didn't happen at all, but hey, that's an improvement. In general, all the text moves a lot faster. I'm really digging the clues. It even tells me stuff I never even knew, like using Dracula's nail to take out blocks. I had no idea you could do that.
He doesn't look anything like Dracula. Instead, he looks like a Grim Reaper.
Even Dracula's face has been changed. It's still annoying how long it takes to collect hearts to buy stuff, and also those annoying invisible platforms are still there. But all these improvements are a good start. The most annoying cryptic thing of all is how it never tells you how to pass through the wall.
Would you guess that you're supposed to pass through this wall? You need to have a red crystal selected and be kneeling down and wait a little while before this magic tornado comes and takes you to the next part of the game.
I've wanted to see that clue ever since I first played this. I've complained about it. Did my complaints ring a bell? Has the word of the nerd been heard? Have I contributed to how we look back at bad games? I've done it. It's not in vain. There is no retirement. The show must go on. I must continue reviewing shitty games because that's what the world needs. But where do I go from here? I've had so many adventures within these four walls. I need to take the adventure outside. I need to go do something bigger, something to top everything that I've already done. But how do I do that? Twice the mega power? What's mega power and how could you have twice as much of it? The title screen shows a nice colorful display for 8-bit graphics, though I would have preferred a traditional black and white side-scrolling title like in the movies. But more importantly, listen to the music. Does it sound anything like the Rocky theme? Or any of the music from the movies at all? Well, the graphics are great for the time, but I wonder why Rocky's training in shorts. Not to mention why Apollo's shorts. That didn't happen till the third movie. But anyway, this is the training stage, and you just keep tapping the buttons. I really don't know if there's any technique, but you just keep tapping the buttons. Well, this is boring, don't you think? Fuck. Cock a fucking doodle ass shit sucking ball fuck. This is fucking boring. Okay, here we go. We're fighting Apollo. Graphics look great. They're in the proper color shorts, the ring, the audience, everything looks good. For 8-bit, of course. But I can't say the same for the gameplay. All you do is tap buttons.
There's a few different kinds of punches you can execute, like a hook, a straight punch, or an uppercut, and I have the manual which tells me keeping your distance, hitting up and 2 does a straight punch, down and 2 does a hook, and standing close, the 2 button alone, or up and 2 does an uppercut. Now, I find that none of that works, so I just tap buttons. Primarily the 2 button, the other one blocks. And besides the mere simplicity of it, it's just unpredictable as to when you're going to hit or get hit. The control just sucks shitballs. The worst thing about it is how you move. Unlike traditional control where if you push left, you go left, and if you push right, you go right, Rocky just weaves back and forth on his own. It doesn't make any sense at all. To move your player about the ring does not really require any specific buttons for execution. It requires the right situation because your player will be prohibited from moving unless you satisfy these conditions. If you're on the offense and attacking freely, your player will move according to the direction of your blows and can be guided to the left, right, or forward, backward with your D button. If you're on the defense, your player will not move in the direction you want until you can guard yourself effectively with the button 1, and then you must start dealing blows to be in control of your footwork as mentioned above. So did you get that? Well, let me sum it up. It's a bunch of putrid anal shit coming out of a rhinoceros asshole. It fucks up the ass, shits out the mouth, piss out the nose, dookie out the ear, diarrhea out the dick, shits for the birds. The control in this game is poo-poo. Alright, I knock Apollo down. He starts humping the floor. And he gets back up. He's as easy as crap as long as you just keep tapping the button. Knock him down, he humps the floor, he gets back up. The repetitive nature of this game is astounding. How many times can he get back up? It's embarrassing. There's no 3 knockdown rule in effect, no Mario to come in and say TKO. Even though I think a technical knockout can occur in this game, it takes forever to happen, so it just goes on and on and on. Eventually he'll stay down and you win. Then you get another training stage. Just wonderful. Is there any point to this? Like, I know it's supposed to make me stronger during the fight, but fuck it, I don't feel like tapping the buttons. It's only going to make my fingers more tired and then I'll end up losing the fight anyway. I'd rather just wait instead. Fuck it. Alright, well there's no rematch with Apollo like in the movie, so you just go straight to Clubber Lang. Wait, what's this? He's kicking my ass. So he's punching my face, whatever. Unlike Apollo, Clubber Lang will just rip your asshole inside out. Fuck. God damn, he's a tough son of a bitch fucker. Get up. Get up, you floor fucking dickhead. Stop humping the floor. How does a game go from being so easy to being so fucking hard? Let's try again. This time, no fucking around. Gotta do good on those training stages. Gotta get strong. I just gotta keep tapping those buttons till I break my thumb.
Fuck! Fuck! Damn! Fuck! Bitch!
This game is ass. I'd rather take a bath in elephant feces. I'd rather eat raw eggs.
Ass!
play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Pong. A simple word, a simple idea. It's just Pong. It was one of the first video arcades from 1972. A simple screen mounted inside what looked like a carved tree stump. You could call this the wooden age of video games, when everything was made of wood and two people playing tennis looked like two glow sticks batting a square ball back and forth. Yeah, this was before circles were invented. In spite of its simplicity, it's a fun and addicting game, even to this day. I thought it was fun. Apparently people thought so too back then. That's why they made a home Pong console, so you can play it at home. And then there was another one, and 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 another one. There was like 9 million fucking Pong consoles. A Pong console can refer to any game system made in the 70s that didn't utilize cartridges. Instead, they had one built-in game, which was Pong. Sometimes they included different variations, certain kind of updates, but it's mind-blowing to think that such a simple game could have inspired so many pieces of hardware to play it. So, just for shits and giggles, we're going to take a look at all the Pong consoles, which I happen to own. This right here is the Tournament 1000 by Unisonic. Unfortunately, this one doesn't work, but with game consoles this old, that's something you have to expect. From what we can assume, you can select between 4 different kinds of Pong, and over here, it looks like the game didn't even have the technology of keeping score, so you have to do it manually, which is pretty shitty. Even the most basic Pong games kept score. The controllers slide out right here. Now that's what you call a basic controller. Next, the APF TV Fun. That's a great name, isn't it? The console's got that wooden paneling, and it's shaped like some kind of spaceship. The controllers are like cylinders. You move the paddle by turning this thing right here. This game is your basic Pong. This little switch here changes the type of Pong. One thing that's typical about Pong consoles is that the sound effects never come through the TV. They come from a built-in speaker on the console itself. I guess you can say it's similar to the Wiimote, how certain sound effects come out of it. Next, the Wonder Wizard. Looks like a slab of wood with game dials thrown on it. It was literally built from a Magnavox Odyssey using the same circuit board and part of the plastic casing. Also, it uses the same video connector. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen, and as far to my knowledge, it only exists on the Odyssey and the Wonder Wizard. This might be a good time to bring up that most of these old consoles have a connector that looks like this. You have to plug them into a box and then screw the box into your TV. But I say get yourself one of these, plug it into the coaxial input on your TV, plug the game in, and tell that box to go fuck itself. However, the Odyssey and Wonder Wizard, with this fucking weird shit, you have no choice but to use a box. And even worse, it has to be a special box that takes this crap. And after all that, you're lucky if the picture comes in clear. Channel 3, Channel 4, what the fuck? The left paddle won't stop flickering, and the right paddle doesn't even exist. Where is it? Where is it? And speaking of weird hookups, the worst of all is the RCA Studio 2. Technically, it's not a Pong console because it uses cartridges, but when the hell am I ever going to talk about this thing? Typically, any game system will use 2 wires, one for the AC adapter and one to plug into the TV. But then there's shitty consoles like this that think they're being cutting edge by combining both the wires into one. In other words, both the video connector and AC adapter plug into the same box, which then plugs into the TV. Again, forcing you to use a box and to unscrew it every time you want to play a different game system. So, technically speaking, the video signal is traveling up this wire, and then the electricity coming from the wall socket is coming back. through the same wire. I don't even understand how that works. The only other system I know that does that is the Atari 5200. We all know how much ass that thing sucks. One last thing to say about the RCA Studio 2, it doesn't even have any external controllers. 2 players would have to huddle around and use the keypads. Man, if there was an RCA Studio 1, I'd hate to see it. Next, the Radio Shack TV scoreboard. Looks like a remote for a TV, with a Siamese twin. Pull this off, you give it to your friend, say, fuck you, this is all you get. Look at me, I got all this shit, I'm in control, motherfucker. Ugh, why does the ball keep going through the paddle? Serve, reset, reset, serve. I'm playing Ghost Pong. Oh, there's color? All of a sudden the color comes on? The Sears Super Pong Telegame. Simple enough, 2 little knobs for controllers. Works alright, basic Pong. You got 4 different kinds of Pong. Like, what the hell is this? Reverse Pong? Okay, now what's this? Asshole Pong? That's not fair. Color Sport 8. Now this is badass looking. The controllers pop out the sides like that. 2 more controllers plug in, so I guess you could have 4 players. Got all these switches here, 4 different games, handball, hockey, tennis, skeet. Okay, what's going on? All they do is change color? Hockey's red, tennis is blue. Is that it? I don't even know if this thing's working right. Ricochet. Well, this is excessive. Instead of 2 controllers, let's have 2 consoles. Aside from the clunky design, the game works okay. Except the right controller is a little jittery. That's what happens. The thing about these Pong consoles, and one of the things that makes them so fun to play, is that the paddles move so fluently. It's like an analog control that doesn't exist in games today. The downside is that they break easily, and sometimes you get this jittery movement. This yellow bastard here is called the TV4 4-way video game. Rolls right off your tongue. Well, you already know how I feel about these accursed boxes. How do you think I feel that this one is permanently attached to the fucking game console? These things come from hell. These forks at the end might as well be the devil's pitchfork. One of them's chewed off, so I have no way of connecting it to the TV. And I have no way of replacing the box! You think that makes me happy? It doesn't. Another one I can't play is the Color TV Game 6. It was made by Nintendo in 1977. Pretty cool. It was only released in Japan, which is why it won't work on my American TVs. I've heard something about turning the channel to 95, but none of my TVs go any higher than 82. Apparently it has 6 games, and 2 players would have to grapple for the controls. Nintendo had an updated version with 15 games and detachable controllers. Here's the Volley 6, fresh in the box. Ah, that stained white color, tasteless wood grain, it reeks with age. The controllers dismount and you got a nice tray to hold your beer. Fuck, almost. The games are pretty typical. It's your average Pong, with one exception. It's got some gun games. I don't have the gun that goes with it, but as you can see on the box, it was some serious shit. This is an example of a Pong console that uses batteries. That's another thing I need to mention. It's always C batteries, but you have the option of using an AC adapter. Now, tell me, what would you rather do? Run to the store to get some C batteries to play your Volley 6? Or just plug it in the wall? The only problem is that a lot of these Pong consoles did not include the AC adapter. Now, I don't know if that's because people lose them or they break, but judging from the box and just the fact that batteries are an option, I imagine a lot of times they didn't include it. Now, what are you going to do with batteries? Play it at the fucking beach? Did Pong consoles have some kind of deal with the battery companies to sell more fucking batteries? Alright, this is the Magnavox Odyssey 4000. In between the Odyssey and Odyssey 2, which were cartridge-based, Magnavox made a whole bunch of Pong consoles, naming them after the 1000 digits. The biggest innovation here is that you can move in any direction, rather than just straight up and down. The Fairchild Channel F was another innovation. It's a cartridge-based console, but it includes a great Pong game. The controllers were the most complicated yet, and it takes some time getting used to, but when you do, it's awesome. Rocking the stick moves the paddle in any 4 directions. Twisting and turning changes the angle the paddle's facing. Pushing and pulling moves the goalie up and down. If you play with a friend, it makes for a busy and intense game of Pong. This is the Coleco Telstar. Once again, the controllers are built on the console. There's 3 settings: tennis, hockey, and handball. It's another basic Pong console. At last, we have the Coleco Telstar Arcade. Look at this mess. A steering wheel? A gun? What madman came up with this? Believe it or not, it actually uses cartridges. Have you ever seen a cartridge like this? A silver triangle that snaps onto the top of the console? On one side, you have a regular Pong game. On the other, you have a racing game. The lever controls your speed, and the wheel steers your car vertically on the screen. It's kinda cool. The gun game is like trying to shoot falling stars. It's impossible, but the gun's probably broken, so who knows. Well, that's Pong for you. All these different consoles goes to show how such a simple game could become such a hot-selling franchise. I could see people thinking 30 years ago, wow, Pong, this is where it's at. It ain't gonna get any better than this. Now what's this here? This Xbox 360? Some modern game system? I don't know. Maybe it has advanced graphics. Might even be in color. Let's check it out.
Gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Ghostbusters on Nintendo sucks ass. But if you've seen my review of it, you already know that. So why am I reviewing it again? Because it's such an inhumane pile of shit that it deserves it. Well, this time I'm over the shock of how fucking horrible this game is, so I'm going to be a little more constructive. Here are 5 things that should have been improved. Number 1 is going to be a spell check. Let's play teacher and grade this piece of shit. Since it's really short, let's say 10 points off for every error out of a possible 100. So okay, you ready? Here we go. Well, first of all, congratulations spelled wrong, but it's not even a simple typo. 2 letters in 2 different places are wrong, which probably means they really didn't know how to spell it. So that's 20 points off for that, just because it's such an atrocious misspelling. But then why isn't it plural? You don't usually say congratulation, you say congratulations. So technically that's nothing to do with the spelling, it's a different error altogether. So that's another 10 points for that. Then, you've completed a great game? Well, that's just simply wrong. 20 points for that statement. Even if it was a great game, it shouldn't have to announce it. So then you have a punctuation error, because the next sentence begins with end. Then you got an extra O in proved. And proved what? Proved the justice of our culture? So it's saying that you proved that our culture has justice? I don't know. Now, go and rest our heroes. Instead of now go and rest, comma, our heroes, it's telling you to go rest our heroes. Okay, well, sorry to say, but we had to take off 90 points. But hey, a score of 10% means that there's still hope. But wait, is there any reason that there's 1 exclamation mark here and then there's 3 up there? That's another 10 points off for lack of consistency with a total score of 0, F-. It should have said, congratulations, you had the patience to sit through this awful game. You proved your nerdiness. Now go fuck yourself. Now, moving on to number 2. The second thing in this game that should have been improved would have been a better use of Ghostbuster characters. After all, this is a game about the Ghostbusters. It could at least acknowledge Egon, Ray, Peter, and Winston, Even the first Ninja Turtles game on Nintendo had all 4 of the turtles. There's supposed to be 4 Ghostbusters as well, but try counting them in the game. There's 2 who fight the ghosts, 3 who enter the Zool building, 2 who fight Gozer, and 3 who enter the headquarters. Now look closely at the Ghostbusters. Notice they're all white, which obviously means there's no Winston. So Ernie Hudson, maybe you're glad that you got left out of this crappy game. So number 3 is going to be better graphics. The whole game is just unappealing to look at. There's so much gray in the color scheme. It's dull, depressing, and lifeless. Where's the color? Why is there so much gray? Nothing even looks like what it's supposed to be. The proton beams look like a line of diamonds. The ghosts, like I said, are generic and stereotypical, all the same, and none taken from the movie. And the Ghostbusters look like aliens. And when they get out to push the car, they definitely don't look like Ghostbusters. They don't even resemble human beings. Number 4, better sound. As I've mentioned, the music is tiring to say the least. The game's Ghostbusters, but that doesn't mean we have to hear the Ghostbusters theme the whole time. A little more musical variety would have helped. Not to mention more sound effects. And at last, number 5, yet the most important thing of all that could have been improved. Better gameplay. This is seriously one of the most boring fucking games I've ever played in my life. Having to buy stuff and getting gas should not have been a part of the game whatsoever. Ghostbusters should have just involved going around blasting ghosts. But why was that so fucking hard to accomplish? Couldn't it at least have more stages? Let's count them. Ignoring the map screen or the store, there's the driving scene, the ghost busting scene, the stairwell, and Gozer. That's it. 4 stages. I can count all the levels in the game on one hand. If this is supposed to be a game based on a successful movie, why can't it have more stages inspired by scenes from the movie? It sucks. Sucks just like a ghost vacuum. Well, you heard me rant about Ghostbusters and you heard me rant about it again. Well, since we're on the topic, let's check out Ghostbusters on the Atari 2600. The game starts up right away the demo screen, so you hit game reset, and then the game begins with the store. So, you buy your shit, which is really weird looking. I don't even know what these things are that you're supposed to be buying. But just buy them, and then leave. Then leave. Leave! Fuck. You're supposed to play with the difficulty switches to leave the store, but most of the time, it doesn't work. So, reset the game, buy your shit again, then leave. Leave! There we go. It's nothing but trouble. I mean, I can't even get the picture to come in clear. Now, the first thing I notice is that there aren't any buildings. It just looks like parks. And the driving scene, your car is so big it takes up the whole screen. And it looks like there's a mangled rubber chicken on the hood. There's no other drivers on the road, so there's really no point of these driving scenes other than occasionally to suck up a ghost. The ghost catching scenes are just awkward. I mean, no matter what I do, I can't catch the ghost. It's like the game just does whatever it wants. Alright, here we go. We got him. Oh, fuck. Alright, drop the trap. Shoot. Ah, you fuck. We got him. Move him over. Oh, fuck. Shoot the other way. Oh, well, we got him. Well, basically, it's the same shitty Ghostbusters game, except it's Atari. So, it's appropriate for its time. It was also on the Commodore 64, so at the time, this was a decent game. But on the Nintendo Entertainment System, you'd expect something better. Well, believe it or not, the Sega Master System version was superior. Let's check it out. You got a good opening screen, the music sounds a little more lively, and you got that little bouncy ball karaoke thing going on.
There's something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
On the first screen, you get to select your car. Well, why the fuck would I want those other ones? I want the Ghostbusters car, damn it. Then right away, you're buying your equipment. You got this cute little forklift thing to bring the items to your car. Then here's the map screen, and, well, what do you think? Somebody really favored Sega. Look at all the colors. The ghosts are actually animated too, and there's people walking around. I don't exactly understand the idea of dropping poop everywhere you go. Thought the Ghostbusters are in a car, not a horse and buggy. So here's the driving scene. Definitely looks way better. I also like that no matter how fast you're going, your car stays near the bottom of the screen. The drunk drivers are also easier to avoid, and you still got that vacuum to suck up all the ghosts. Boom! Wow, never seen a car explode just from hitting garbage. Here's the ghost catching screen. Again, way better. You actually get a variety of ghosts too. You got the green Slimer kind, then you got those ones that look like banana peels. They really do look like banana peels, and then they turn green and form together to make Voltron. Nah, just kidding, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Once again, there's only 3 Ghostbusters. When you get to the Zool building, you need to get past Stay Puft. You got 3 tries, but you gotta get at least 2 of your Ghostbusters past him. So that means you can only fuck up once. Fuck up twice and you're back at the beginning of the game. It's so fucking tedious. At least the game looks nicer than the Nintendo version, but the gameplay isn't much better. Most of the time, you're just waiting for buildings to blink red, which sometimes just never happens. Come on. Do you want me to catch ghosts or not? Why am I even playing if there's nothing to do? Oh, there we go. Finally, when you get past Stay Puft, you get to the dreaded stairway scene, and what a huge improvement over the Nintendo version. The layout's a little less bland, you can move in 3 dimensions, and best of all, you can use your proton packs to fight the ghosts. Now, these proton beams are useless, you can only shoot up. Fuck. God damn. Jesus, cut me a break. The worst fucking thing is when you get hit just one time, just one fucking time. You start all over from the bottom of the fucking stairs, all over again. And when all 3 of your Ghostbusters are dead, it's over. Sorry, but your mission has failed. The Keymaster and the Gatekeeper entered the Zool, so it's not the Zool building anymore, it's just the Zool, and caused Gorza, you mean Gozer? They should actually see the fucking movie before they make the damn game. The enemy boss to awaken and destroy the city. You cannot even set foot inside the Zool because you were unable to earn enough money to gain admittance. Oh, so it's like a museum or something? You just need to pay to get in? So all I need is enough money and I can go up a bunch of stairs to fight a Sumerian shape-shifting god. Thus, the city was completely demolished by Gorza. The game is over. Try again from the start. Oh, really? I thought I could try again from the middle. Well, Ghostbusters on Commodore and Atari, it was a nice little original game for the time. The NES version was a lame disappointment, and the Sega version improved it a little. Tune in next time, and we're going to fast forward to 1989 to 1990, and we're going to look at one more Ghostbusters game on Nintendo, and one on Sega Genesis.
I now submit for the approval of the 11 p.m. Society, because midnight is too late! The tale of the...
Wait, are you just gonna launch into a spooky tale? Because you need a transition first, and you just sat down and didn't say hello to anybody.
All right, you said you had a bunch of free VCRs out here for us, and I thought you may have been confused and meant to say DVD players, or maybe you just didn't understand what you had, and I was coming to take that from you. So pretty much, where's my shit? Can I please just do the sand thing?
Hey, you guys want to see a picture of a real ghost?
Can I please just tell the story, all right? I didn't pretend to have been in Vietnam at multiple bars across the country to be treated like this. All right, I call this the tale of the... Oh, Jesus! Oh, who's that? Oh, was this manganese? I think I just got flashbanged. Oh, it's pure white. I can only see white. Is that God? Oh, hey, it's wearing off. Guys, I'm not blind anymore. Now I wish I was. What's this? Are you afraid of the dark? Why, yes. Yes, I am. Oh, it's one of these circle books. I love these. Are You Afraid of the Dark was the Nickelodeon-produced, Canadian-made kids' take on horror anthology shows such as Twilight Zone and Tales from the Crypt. Oh, okay. Still can't do the Crypt Keeper. It's pretty much the same concept as Goosebumps, but I always thought this show was a lot scarier. Not to mention it aired 4 years earlier. Like, holy hell, okay, this intro is NSFK. It is not safe for kids. This show touched all bases. Vampire neighbors, ghost neighbors, neighbors. A lot of the episodes had at least one neighbor. The episode that still haunts me to this day, and I mean this, was the Tale of the Dead Man's Float. The one with like the zombie skeleton who would pull you down if you went swimming and drown you. I mean, that is it. Look at this. Look at this. They showed this to kids. The horrors knew no bounds, except for murder, of course, because you can't murder kids on television, but you can in movies.
I wanted vanilla twist.
Well, you're getting strawberry. With 7 seasons of this show, there's a lot of episodes to choose from. But tonight, we're gonna start where it all began. Every episode starts with the Midnight Society, a group of kids from different schools with different friends, but the same Canadian wardrobe team. What a weird coincidence, eh?
You're here to be considered as a new member of the Midnight Society.
And you're wearing a denim vest and jeans, so honestly, you got a pretty good chance here.
Submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society. I call this story The Tale of the Phantom Cab.
Here we meet our heroes, Denny and Buzz, your typical two stereotypical kids who find themselves lost in the woods. Speaking of names, look at these credits. It reeks of Canada. Jean-Marie Comieux, real Praux? Oh, thank God we got the real one, you know what I'm saying? Hey, yeah, I see you, fake Praux. You get out of here.
I did trust you, and you got us lost, cheeseball.
Hey, watch the language. This is a kid's show.
Great lame wad. Now we're lost and we can't read the map. You are such a loser.
Damn, I never been burned that bad before by a piece of wood.
Look, there's the ridge you came up on.
I have a sneaking suspicion this is the first time anyone in Canada ever tried acting. Also, is it just me, or are all these kids' lines ADR'd by another, even worse actor? His dialogue barely matches up.
Look, there's the ridge you came up on. We could circle back and take the red trail.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Whoa!
Oh yeah, that is appropriate music. I have a feeling the musical direction for this scene went a bit like this. Hey, okay, so the kid could possibly, die in this scene, fall off the ledge, make a big splatter, so it's real morbid, it's real scary, just noodle around on the guitar a bit. Yeah, don't worry about it. Here's a loony for your time, there's a toonie for your wife, a money's cartoon, a milk's in bags, screwed, I'm out of here!
Hey, I saved the compass.
I should have let you fall.
I should have let you... What the fuck?
I should pound you!
But I won't, I guess.
Look! Someone's coming!
Oh no! Is that a haunted flashlight?
Oh, turn off the brights!
Who would just immediately shine their flashlight on someone's face as they met them?
You're not a ranger, are you?
Ranger? No, not me.
I'm a serial killer.
I'm Buzz, and this is Denny.
And we're a little out of focus and not really sure where this episode is going, so if you could just, take us somewhere spooky.
Tell you what, you follow me, and I'll lead you to someone who can help you.
Perfect. So basically, the kids meet this creepy guy and he tells them that he'll help them out of the woods. He then leads them to this cottage.
There you go, boys. Home of the good doctor.
I believe that's the home of Bilbo Baggins, actually.
I'm sorry I got us lost, Danny.
Don't worry, I'll smack you when we get home.
Yes, do not worry. The beatings will come. You will be beat. There is no escape.
I don't suppose either of you are any good at riddles.
That is never usually a good sign.
Vink's the name. Dr. Vink.
They meet this guy who's essentially a Canadian Hagrid who sits here studying nature in his creepy hut. The kids just want to call their parents, naturally, but in order to do so, Vink insists they must solve a riddle.
Here's the deal. I ask you a riddle, and if you solve it, you can call your parents.
And if we don't solve it?
Then you leave.
Let's do it. I'm good at riddles.
They're dead. 2 kids gonna die tonight.
What is it? that has no weight can be seen by the naked eye. And if you put it in a barrel, it would make the barrel lighter.
Halloween, it's gotta be candy. Three Musketeers, lightest candy bar. Fuck you.
I hate riddles.
It's right up there with thinking for you, isn't it? Oh my god. Something's actually gonna happen in this episode?
I don't know.
Son of a bitch. So, after they fail, Dr. Vink gives them directions to the plot.
A cab? In the woods?
I don't know what you're up and not about. It's more believable than you're acting.
Come on, Doc. Just let us use the phone.
There is one way.
Two kids gone die tonight.
You can leave me a specimen.
Doc, I'm not sure I can get behind this.
Something like this.
Look at this kid's face. True terror. I know a scared kid when I seen him. This is a scared kid.
Hey, Danny! Wait up! Was that somebody?
You saw it. The guy's a lunatic.
Sounds like one of those riddles you can't solve.
Yeah, like how does Kanye West keep getting awards?
Maybe it can be solved. Maybe you should all just lighten up and let me finish the story. Thank you.
So lo and behold, a taxi cab does show up, and who's driving it but Flynn, the serial killer from earlier. Except this time, he's dressed up to go to a midnight showing of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I give a ride to folks who can't answer Dr. Vink's riddles. Happened to me around 40 years ago.
He took your.
Oh boy, I think it's one of his favorites.
All right, man, no need to gloat. Jesus Christ.
Didn't I tell you? Before the good doctor got his specimen, had myself a nasty little accident. Crashed into this big old tree. You might say, I should have died!
I don't think there's really like an in-between with that. Flynn explains that they're about to die in another accident, but to reverse the curse and free all the spirits Dr. Vink has claimed, they have one more chance to solve the riddle. They've got only 30 seconds to figure it out.
I got it! I know the answer!
What is it?
I'm totally fucking serious right now!
It's weightless, you can see it, and if you put it in a barrel, it'll make the barrel lighter.
Say it!
It's a hole! It's a hole in the barrel!
Here we go!
Oh, hey, yeah, that does make perfect sense. I should have thought of that. Nice thinking, kid. I guess hole was the wrong answer, huh? But the Midnight Society likes the kid's story and decides to let him in, successfully creating the perfect cultural diversity for a primetime Nickelodeon show.
So there you have it, the very first episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? But this Spook Fest is far from over. It's gonna be part two. Come back for part two.
Thanks for being a part of this year's JonTron Halloween. If you hadn't heard, JonTron officially has a line of merch at theyeti.com. The limited edition Altered Beast shirt goes away November 10th, so get it while you can. If you missed the first Halloween episode this month that was on Clock Tower, click here. And if you haven't seen last year's Goosebumps episodes, click here. See you later! I got a date with a rope, some anti-aging cream, and a pumpkin. It's not what it sounds like, I swear.
Did you know? The idea for Chrono Trigger came to Hironobu Sakaguchi during a trip to the United States. Sakaguchi, who was traveling with Yuji Horii and Akira Toriyama for graphics research, wanted to create a game that was something completely new. This new game was planned as the start of a franchise, which gave the team more creative freedom than if they were working on a new Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy title. They ultimately decided to make Chrono Trigger stand out by balancing dark and more lighthearted story elements. Dreams were a recurring element throughout the development of Chrono Trigger. The game's development nickname was the Dream Project, referencing the name of one of the game's endings where the player could meet the game's developers. The heads of the game's development team were even known as the Dream Team, comprised of Hironobu Sakaguchi, Akira Toriyama, Yuji Horii, Nobuo Uematsu, and Kazuhiko Aoki. These 5 are the last developers encountered in the Dream Project ending. Yasunori Mitsuda also told OneUp.com that he based much of the soundtrack on melodies he heard in his dreams. The ending theme in particular was composed from a number of dream melodies. Mitsuda worked so intensely on the game's soundtrack that he developed a stomach ulcer, requiring Nobuo Uematsu's help in order to finish the job. The team thought that a party of entirely human characters wasn't very exciting and wanted to add an animal as a party member. The team went through a few possible ideas, including a monkey and a pig. Toriyama overheard the debacle and handed in a concept for a frog party member, a concept that stuck with the team. After Chrono Trigger's release in Japan, a player's guide containing the concept art of each party member was published. While Chrono, Luca, and Frog stayed faithful to the original designs, Magus went through a few different armor designs. Marley also had what the guide described as a Robin Hood-esque appearance early in production. Robo was redesigned to appear more human, and Ayla didn't originally have curly hair. Also included was a character simply named Old Man, implying that Gaspar might have originally been intended to be a party member during the early stages of development. There are a few interesting pieces of unused data in Chrono Trigger, with the most famous being 2 pieces of unused music. The music was published on the game's official soundtrack and includes a secondary battle theme, as well as a theme for an unused dungeon called Singing Mountain. The dungeon was planned to be explored between defeating Magus at Fiend Lord's Keep and exploring the Tyranno Lair, and it would have existed in prehistory. Singing Mountain consisted of waterfalls on the outside and lava caves on the inside, though the dungeon's purpose is unknown. In an interview with Procyon Studio, Yasunori Mitsuda stated, "There was a dungeon where that song was used, but because the dungeon didn't contain much and there were no conflicts or anything that advanced the game, it was cut. So inevitably, the song was cut with it." 6 unused enemies exist within Chrono Trigger's code, though each of these sprites are used outside of battle on at least one occasion. If hacked into the game, most of these enemies do not have proper stats and will either do nothing at all or resort to normal attacks. Interestingly, one of the unused enemies is the robotic biker Johnny. He's unique in that he has an actual stat build, indicating that Johnny may have been intended as a boss. Like many games of its time, Chrono Trigger's cartridge contained hardware to detract players from using pirated games. If the game detected that it was a bootlegged copy, it would lock the game whenever the player attempted to travel through time. This left the game on an infinitely looping time travel animation, rendering it impossible to play. The same method of anti-piracy was even reused in the DS remake. Chrono Trigger's English translation made an interesting number of changes to the game. The name of Magus's henchmen were soyasu, mayonnaise, and vinegar in the Japanese version, referencing the condiments soy sauce, mayonnaise, and vinegar. These were changed to Slash, Flea, and Ozzy in the English game. The names are allusions to rock and roll musicians Saul Slash Hudson of Guns N' Roses, Michael Flea Balzery of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and John Michael Ozzy Osbourne of Black Sabbath. Another significant difference is that Frog's personality was changed dramatically from the Japanese version, where he didn't have his signature old-fashioned speech pattern, instead speaking in a much more direct and daring manner. One of the attractions at the Millennial Fair, Norstein Beckler's Tent of Horrors, contains a few notable references. Upon entering the tent, Beckler greets the party with a laugh that sounds remarkably similar to Kefka Palazzo's iconic laugh from Final Fantasy VI. 2 of Beckler's attendants, Biggs and Wedge, are also references to Final Fantasy VI, with the pair being named after 2 playable soldiers seen in the game's prologue. Biggs and Wedge's names, alongside Beckler's third attendant Piet, are also a reference to Star Wars. They're taken from the characters Biggs Darklighter, Wedge Antilles, and Admiral Piet. Chrono Trigger and its sequel, Chrono Cross, were originally planned to have a stronger connection to each other. One example can be seen with the character Guile. Guile was originally intended to be Magus, but was redesigned to look less and less like him. In an interview with GamePro, Masato Kato stated that Chrono Cross's large number of playable characters made it impossible to portray Magus's relationship with Shala. Despite this, the DS remake of Chrono Trigger included a new ending where Magus discards his memory, only knowing that he's searching the land for something unspecified, similar to Guile's constant searching for mysteries. A game that expanded on the story of Chrono Trigger, named Radical Dreamers, released on the Super Famicom's Satellaview service in 1996. Masato Kato wasn't happy with how the game turned out, however, and even called it unfinished. A desire to redo Radical Dreamers properly was actually what sparked the development of Chrono Cross. Chrono Trigger is considered by many to be one of Square's greatest games, inspiring a number of fan-made sequels and ROM hacks, as well as Chrono Resurrection, a 3D remake of Chrono Trigger. Development of Chrono Resurrection began in 1999, but the project attracted a great deal of attention when the project was revealed to the public shortly before E3 2004. Square issued a cease and desist order, shutting the project down just shy of its release. Fans protested, even demanding that Square Enix greenlight the remake, but Square Enix refused to change their decision. Though little is known about it, there may have been another Chrono series title in development. In 2001, Square Company registered the trademark Chrono Break. There's been no official comment on the trademark, but some developers have spoken about the possibility of another entry in the series. At E3 2003, veteran Square developer Hironobu Sakaguchi stated that Final Fantasy XI was taking up all their time, and they had no resources to delegate to another Chrono game at the time. And in 2005, director Takashi Tokita spoke about the possibility of a direct Chrono Trigger sequel. At a 2014 PAX Prime panel, Sakaguchi said that he intended to continue the Chrono series with another game, but problems with Square Enix management prevented it from coming to fruition. Don't forget to subscribe to Did You Know Gaming for more facts and trivia. Before you go, we'd like you to vote on what you want to see covered in the future video. A video on Bravely Default, or a video on the Tales of series. You can also vote by leaving a comment below. And hey, if you like Chrono Trigger but you've always wondered why it's so good, well, you can watch my video on it. I dissect it and try to put our thoughts and feelings into precise words. Even if you don't like Chrono Trigger, you should watch it so you can find out why it's so good. Don't worry, there's no spoilers. It's such a good game.
One-minute review. Zombie U. Ready? Go! I like this game. It's very much a survival horror. I like that even one zombie can be a threat. They're very difficult to kill, and they can easily kill you. Gunplay works fine, and so does the melee combat, although the melee combat may become repetitive. Using the gamepad for your inventory screen is really cool. I like that the game doesn't pause when you're looking through your backpack or when you're trying to unlock a door. The horror stuff comes from a few jump scares sprinkled throughout the whole game. However, the true horror comes from the fear of your character dying and losing that progression. When you die, you start fresh with an all-new character without any skill upgrades, but you can still go find your old dead body and get all your stuff back, and that's really cool. Zombie U is rough around the edges. The graphics really aren't that great, and you will experience a few glitches. Not having an online cooperative mode does kinda suck, but the offline competitive multiplayer is better than you think it is. If you like the older Resident Evil games, you might like this one. If you only like the new Resident Evil games, you may not like this one. Give it a try, and if you like it, it's worth a buy. It's a slower paced game because it is a survival horror game, like you would see from 10 years ago, and I like it for that. Zombie U gets a 7 out of 10.
It's always nice when a game is a story that pulls you in and just doesn't let you go until the end. But when you're a mech warrior raising hell across the galaxy, who needs a story? Not me, and neither should you. When I was a kid, all I knew was that I controlled a giant robot and someone was gonna die. I don't think Mech Warrior 3050 has a single shred of story. Not one! Well, maybe if you look really, really hard it did. But anyways, all I know is that Commander Ward's got you going from planet to planet giving out dirt naps, and he's got some weapons for you to do it with. So many weapons, there are 27 different combinations of pain. The only combination I needed was number 12. A laser, homing missiles, and a flamethrower. Yeah, I know, the game calls it a missile that leaves flame trails, but I never saw a missile. All I saw was only the damage I caused. Oh, and I caused a lot of it in the game's 5 different worlds. Now, Mech Warrior does have garden variety levels, but the ice world is still pretty cool. On the ice parts, you gotta do a little bit of robo-curling so you don't impale your robot face in the wall. Yeah, even if you do hit the spikes, it's a small price to pay for getting to wreck someone's shop. In the later Mech Warriors, I'm sure there was a plot and characters, but 3050 doesn't have them and doesn't need them. Tiburon actually knew how to make a fun game before they got pigeonholed into making sports titles. You know, Mech Warrior actually reminds me of a game that entered the vault not too long ago. Jungle Strike. Yeah, it kinda does remind me of Jungle Strike, minus all the waiting around and all the cutscenes. But in Mech Warrior, you can step on people and they explode. Can a helicopter do that? I don't think so. Yeah, that's right. Giant robots are crazy fun. So make sure you give the video a huge like. Tell us what you thought about giant robots in the comments. And of course, subscribe to our channel. You know what else is also fun? Smash TV. Check out the vault on that. There's an annotation to click the video. Right there. Click it. Right there. It's right there. Smash TV. Amazing old school arcade game. Go watch that video game vault. One of my personal favorites of all time.
The golden light of the Sacred Realm beckons us to return to the world of Hyrule once again. We've already unearthed one of the game's darkest secrets, but there's still plenty of mysteries surrounding Ocarina of Time. This time, we turn to one of the most well-known and widely debated myths, the Triforce. Early promotional footage for what was then known as Zelda 64 showcased a handful of sequences that tantalized fans anxiously awaiting the game's arrival. In one of the key scenes, Link opened a chest containing the Triforce, which suggested he could actually get his hands on it. However, once the game finally arrived, players only caught a glimpse of the Divine Relic in cutscenes and various symbols scattered across Hyrule. Mere months after Ocarina of Time launched, people claimed the Triforce was present as an obtainable item. Numerous screenshots surfaced, none more famous than those of somebody going by the pseudonym of Ariana Almendaz. Through a series of emails and screenshots shared with a then-popular Zelda fan site, she revealed that the owl, Kapora Gabora, could teach Link a song known as the Overture of the Sages. When you played this song, Link was warped to the Temple of Light, where the Triforce resided. However, she never fully revealed her secret, leaving much guesswork for those who believed her story. The reason that so many believed the Triforce had to be an obtainable item was up until Ocarina of Time, with the exception of Link's Awakening, Link had obtained the Triforce in some form during each game. This led many to believe the Triforce was hidden away somewhere in Hyrule, which subsequently prompted all the rumors. The scope and imagination involved in some of these rumors was astounding. One involved meeting a blue fairy who gave Link the Triforce, but that tied to early footage of the Great Fairy that never reached the final version. Another stated you could open a portal to the Sacred Realm by tossing a bomb into the lava below Ganon's castle, and was also bogus. And then there was the supposed Miyamoto hint, a cryptic poem that confirmed the Triforce's presence, which turned into another false lead. We decided to fully investigate the most popular and widely believed method. This one came from somebody who supposedly discovered Ariana Almendaz's trick. Here's how it works. First, you select a file with the game already completed with 100 Skulltulas, and then blow up every Gossip Stone except for the 4 in front of the Temple of Time. Then, you return to Link's house and play the Song of Time. After that, you venture to Lon Lon Ranch and play the Song of Time again in front of Malon. Next, you travel to Kakariko Village and play the Song of Time once more inside the windmill. Then you return to Link's house, where a surprise awaits. Dark Link sits at your table, but you're unable to communicate with him unless you play Saria's song. Upon doing so, Dark Link teaches you the Overture of the Sages. If you play the song in front of the Altar of Time after collecting all 3 spiritual stones, you'll be warped to the Sacred Realm. There you take a bridge down to a lone room where the Triforce resides. However, if you approach it, Ganon drops down and fights you. According to Ariana's method, those who vanquish the King of Evil could finally claim the golden prize. We decided to test this out on the original version of Ocarina of Time, and the recently released 3D remake. In the end, it turned out to be nothing more than a wild goose chase. Per the instructions, we were able to blow up every Gossip Stone asked of us, and played the Song of Time all across Hyrule, but Dark Link never appeared at Link's house. We investigated further and discovered that back in the February 2001 issue, Nintendo stated it was impossible to obtain the Triforce in Ocarina of Time. What's even more telling is that the original source of this Triforce rumor, Ariana Almendaz, eventually admitted it was all a hoax. If that isn't the answer you were hoping for, then maybe you can take comfort in a moral victory. In the scene when Sheik finally reveals her true identity, she also tells you that the Triforce split into 3 parts when Ganon tried to claim it: courage, wisdom, and power. The Triforce of Courage resides inside of Link, so technically, you did obtain part of the Triforce, even if it wasn't the inventory item many had hoped for. Still not satisfied? A few years ago, a dedicated Zelda player discovered a makeshift way to obtain the Triforce using a GameShark code. Hidden behind the castle courtyard's walls is the model for the Triforce used in the game's cutscenes. When you played the game with the code activated, it was possible to make the model appear triumphantly above Link.
When I say Bigfoot, 2 things probably come to mind. This guy, or this badass piece of metal sculpted by Zeus himself, sent down by the heavens to crush cars and appearing in bad NES games. I mean, look at the tires on this beast. Why else would you need them other when you're driving around and want to crush this piece of crap Miata? Bigfoot truly is the god of all cars. The game itself is pretty simple. You start off racing in a top-down perspective and you get to compete against guys like the Growler and attempt to collect as much cash and power-ups as possible. You even get points if you smash the hell out of some cars. Ooh, yeah. Now, Bigfoot apparently is on his way to ultimate destruction because he's going to New York. Why New York? I have no idea. I thought the best monster truck rallies took place in places like Backwood, Georgia, and Slidell, Louisiana, and other places run by the Confederacy. I guess not. Here is where Zeus fucked up. Apparently in the heavens you press left and right repeatedly to accelerate, B to boost, and A at the perfect time to shift to the next gear. Unfortunately, that is not how we do things down here, buddy. Those controls suck. You can upgrade your truck between matches, but if you manage to win just the very first race, you can fully upgrade your vehicle to godlike status. Tires, engines, drive shafts, and even your shocks will be maxed out after one race. Maybe you'll need to fix your tires or engine following the drag race, but a page should definitely have been taken from the Super Off-Road Playbook right here. Simple, crappy gameplay and one of the worst drag racing mechanics in video game history. That is Bigfoot in a nutshell. It had a chance to be a god amongst games, but ultimately had way too many mortal flaws.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. If you want to see more Screw Attack, check all the links. Or if you want to see the latest and greatest Screw Attack, head to screwattack.com.
I love this game. Batman Returns for the SNES, back when Michael Keaton was kicking everybody's butt in Batman. This game featured the grab feature, which is awesome. I love butting their heads together. You've got the evil clowns, of course, throwing fire at you. You can't go wrong. All the stuff in the foreground also makes it really cool. It was kind of just a rip-off of Final Fight, but it was still fun just because it was Batman. Look at that, right against the wall. Don't forget all the sweet weapons you had. You had the, whatever that thing is that you can climb across the walls from. Batarang, and you also had the sweet test tubes, which I had no idea why they broke everything on the screen. But it was awesome anyway. And don't forget Strongman, who's so pissed, he rips his newspaper in half. Only Batman can jump across rooftops, kill killer clowns, and then eventually meet up with Catwoman. Hear her roar. I love this game, Batman Returns on Super Nintendo. Batman.
I'm playing Super Highlight. Super Highlight, one of my most hated, traumatic childhood experiences, has a sequel. And this is technically Highlight 3. Highlight 2 only came out in Japan for computers and the MSX. I've never played this before. I've never even owned it. The only reason I have it now is because recently a friend of mine had a copy of the game traded into his video game store. Which, by the way, if you're ever in De Pere, Wisconsin, check out Game Trade. It's run by my buddy Greg, who also runs BrothersInsanity.com. I have no history with this, so I'm expecting the worst. The intro sequence starts by saying the young hero must awaken as dark secrets have returned to haunt the land. Evil monsters, kill them, got it. Okay, well, at least the menu screen allows me to make my save file and... oh! There's character creation? With different classes? And randomized stats? That's actually kinda neat. Naturally, I go with the Thief class. Now, here's something I don't get. Compared to everything else, the Thief class has higher hit points, a greater amount of strength, and low intelligence. You know, what most people would call a warrior. This is the opening screen. Take a guess at which character I am. If you guessed the armored, stoic knight standing proudly here, you're wrong. I'm this dude who looks like every other guy in this city. Unlike the previous Highlight, you can purchase equipment and choose different armors. So I go to the weapons store and, hey, look at that! A dagger! I bought the dagger and put it in my thief's hand. And with that I can... oh! Why am I moving so slow? Oh my god. I'm over encumbered. This is one of the many new systems in Super Hide-Wide. Everything has weight, and your character also has a handle stat. If the weapon's weight is higher than the handle stat, his attack is lowered and he moves really slow. The dagger is too much for my thief. I had to buy a knife instead. So this dagger is too much, but this, perfect. You also can't sell stuff at the weapons store. You have to go to the general store to do that. So I painfully walk slowly all the way there, which according to the in-game clock, takes an hour to do so. At least I can start playing now. So killing monsters is, oh, I have an attack button. Holy crap. The first thing I do is kill monsters to get their gold. It isn't too bad to do so, and pressing an attack button does feel a lot better than, wait, what? Why'd I die? Okay, starting over, I guess. Grinding monsters to get enough money isn't nearly as seriously! What the hell is killing me? This is another new mechanic for Super Hide-Wide. Hunger. If you don't eat at certain times of the day, your character gets hungry and their life begins depleting rapidly. This means having to buy rations at the store and carrying them around with you. All in all, I don't necessarily hate the weight and hunger systems. It's supposed to add realism, and it kind of makes me think of the Ultima games. They're not bad ideas, but the way they're done makes them more frustrating and inconvenient to the player instead of adding layers of depth. To give an example of inconvenience, even money weighs you down. Have too much coin in your pocket and you're sagging around like you've got elephantitis. So pretty much the first half hour of the game is spent killing things for money so you can afford food so you can be out killing things longer. Also, if you stay up too late past your bedtime, you become sleepy and you begin dealing 0 damage. You rest and save the game by sleeping at an inn, which costs $1,000? Thought I was getting gold. Gold dollars. Alright, got it. Experience points are also like a currency in this game. You spend experience points at a specific shop in the first town to level up, or you can spend them to learn spells. And unless you pick a magic user class, the spells are worthless, except for 2 of them. Cure and Move, which teleports you back to other cities. So the first hour or 2 of this game is spent killing things to afford food, using food to be out killing things, and then going to sleep. I did this until I got to level 4. But at least now I have leather armor. Oh hey, it shows up on my character. That's actually pretty cool. I also learned of an item called the Money Changer, which converts your change into higher values so that you carry less. It's just by itself in a treasure chest out in the world. So I go to pick it up and what the? Okay, I guess I'm here now and I don't know what in the world? Why am I here? What is happening? No! Please stop! I don't want you. No! What is happening to me? Random teleports. Because why not? First clue to move on is to find the subterranean city at the graveyard by checking the graves. Not the grave I'm supposed to check, but I can't make out the writing here. I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid to know how to read. Well, the only way to increase intelligence is to kill stuff and level up, of course. So I do that for a bit until I'm level 5 and then... nope. Still too stupid. Fine then. I grind to level 6. Now I'll be able to... nope! Still too stupid. Level 7. Will level 7 work for ya? Oh, it does. You have to push the grave. My character was too stupid to push the grave. The subterranean city allows me to deposit my extra change into a bank, where, just like in real life, it'll earn a pitiful amount of interest. I also got some upgrades, and the villagers inform me of their haunted warehouse and the Tower of Havel. The tower is the next destination, and ow god, my eyes! This is painful to look at. I seriously cannot tell the difference between what is a wall and what isn't. Towards the top of the tower are these vampires, which to me look like pterodactyls. Eventually, there's an elevator that you can take all the way up to the 199th floor. And one floor above that is the game's first boss fight, Hell Smoke. And as it turns out, Smoke isn't very threatening. Seriously, I killed him with almost no effort at all. He drops a cloud stone, which allows me to walk across the clouds into the Heavenly City. There actually isn't a whole lot to do in the Cloud City for now, aside from buying some upgrades. What I do need to do is walk around the Heavenly king of the water palace wants rare and interesting things. Specifically, he wants a dragon's fang. And there happens to be a dragon living in the caverns below the warehouse of the subterranean city. So it's back to there. You can only get to the caves of the dead by checking this empty treasure twice, which reveals the hidden passage. And the caves are, they're dark. I'm gonna need a lamp. And lamps cost $10,000 gold dollars. This, of course, means more grinding. You know, this is the same problem that the first highlight had. Necessary grinding. But it's a lot more than just getting experience points this time. Now it's getting a crap ton of money to afford simple items. Or having to be a certain level to even continue the game. This is only done to pad the experience and make it feel like the game is longer than it actually is. It's arbitrary and tedious. I'm not willingly earning new items or equipment because I want them. I'm working to get them, like doing chores. Anyway, I eventually afford a lamp and some oil. I go back into the caves and use the lamp and oh good, yes, great, perfect. This is so much better. Thank you, game. I died in here a lot because I had no idea where I was going and I had no idea where monsters were. The worst part is in order to find the dragon, you have to go through a fake wall. So along with already stumbling through the dark, you have to find the right wall to walk through with very little visual cues or hints. I fought the three-headed dragon and I died, because it turns out you cannot open the menu during boss fights. Which means during boss fights, you cannot use magic or items to heal yourself. That's nice and fair. Round 2 with the dragon goes much better and I kill his ass though. I take the dragon's fang to the king who lets me into his treasury where I get Jeem's scroll. I use Jeem's scroll at the empty lake and boom, a fortress appears. And inside this fortress are robots. So I'm stabbing robots with my sword. I feel like there's a distinct disadvantage here. Going through the fortress eventually has me finding a computer with log entries. The log says that a spaceship is stranded and that they're looking for help. To find them, I'll need a space compass and a space suite. Hurry, they say. We have very little time. I'm going to space. Got the space compass, got the space suit, let's do this. To get to space, I have to find the large cracked spot in the world and jump into the planet. And through the planet, I end up in space! And I start running around! In space! Screw physics, because video games! To find the ship, you have to follow the direction of the space compass and run in space until you find it, all the while fighting space knights and space babies bundled up like lima beans. You know, all silliness aside, this is actually kind of a charming part of the game. I actually like the idea of wandering endlessly until you find your destination, thanks to an item pointing you to the right way. Replace space with desert, and it doesn't seem so implausible. But between the two, let's be honest, I'd rather be in space than a desert. So the spaceship has more robots, aliens, and penguins. The computer on this ship says that it's too late. All the inhabitants have become monsters because of a being named Kaisak. Kaisak only exists in the first dimension, so I need to transform my body with a special amulet. That amulet is back in the super dark annoying caves under the subterranean's warehouse. Whatever, I got the damn thing. I'm first dimensional now, which I expected to look more like this. That's a smart joke, everybody. This allows me to go into a new realm and use the horn I found on the spaceship to enter the City of Illusion. Here I can buy holy water, which allows me to break a special seal back at the first city. And this is where I screwed up. Because of the weight limit in the game, I was throwing away a bunch of items so that I could carry more rations of food and healing items. In my haste to do so, I threw away the horn that lets you go into the City of Illusion and the holy water that I bought from there. And I can't use the move spell to go back to the City of Illusion because I actually didn't sleep at their inn because I wasn't injured, so the move spell doesn't work. So basically, I can't get back into the City of Illusion and I can't buy the holy water which is needed to continue the game. I could go on and rant about how stupid it is that the game let me throw away plot crucial items, even though some of the other plot crucial items I can't do that to, but it doesn't matter. My save file is worthless. If I want to beat the game, I would have to start all over. So, I did the only rational thing I could think of. I emulated it! myself. For example, this time I have a lightsaber. Breaking the holy seal and going through yet another dark cave that has another fake wall eventually brings me to the next boss, Veralis. Holy crap, remember him from the first game? He's been downgraded. He's also narcissistic now, as killing him lets you get a statue of himself. You use the statue of Veralis back in the first dimension realm at these broken rocks and only at night. This will instantly teleport you to wherever this place is. It's Kaizak's lair, so it's probably in space or something. Inside of this 5-level dungeon is a trapped fairy without any sort of visual indicator that she's there, and she's behind some lock. And freeing her has the fairy join your side. It turns out Kaizak can't be seen with human eyes, so the fairy agrees to reveal him for you. I fight through some dudes and I end up at Kaizak's lair. He spouts some threats and then we fight, and he absolutely destroys me. I threw myself at him like 6 or 7 times, and every time he killed me. It's because, and I can't believe I'm saying this, a lightsaber is not the best weapon to use against him. You need a ranged weapon, like the flaming sword. And the flaming sword is all the way back in the stupid Dark Veralis cave. So I go get that and go all the way back to Kaizak and fight him once more. He is a lot easier with the fire sword. Hitting his mouth temporarily stops his mouth blasts, allowing me to pop his shoulder pimples. With all 4 of those destroyed, he's stuck in place. I shot at Kaizak's gaping maw for a while and realized nothing was happening. So I did the only sensible thing left. I jumped into his mouth, and boom! Kaizak's dead! Yeah! Before he dies, Kaizak explains one last detail. He created the universe, the fairies, Veralis and his statue, the crystal, which I don't know what he's talking about, and I was made by Kaizak as his antithesis. He claims with his death, so too the world and the universe will die. But then he immediately says that he'll live forever, so I just don't know what to believe anymore. Anyway, he dies and the world fucks. Then the fairy and I float around in emptiness for a while, and suddenly the universe comes back to existence. A few glamour shots later, the game ends. And everything's okay, I guess. I gotta be honest, I've played worse. I wouldn't call it a good game at all, but it isn't completely abysmal. That's why my final rating for this game is a spacesuit out of 10. It's clunky, cumbersome, and frustrating, but Super Highlight has some cool moments. The attack button alone makes the game much more enjoyable, and I like some of the little things, like equipment changing your appearance. And I like the concepts of weight, food, and resting, but they weren't executed the best way, resulting in a very user-hostile experience. I also really don't like how it once again uses forced grinding to pad out the gameplay. But like a clumsy spacesuit, it'll get in your way, but you get to do some cool things, like go into space! And the music doesn't make me want to kill myself. And in the grand scheme of things, it is one of the more unique games available on the Sega Genesis. I have no desire to play Super Highlight again. I already beat it 1.5 times, but it does have some good ideas. I can safely say that Super Highlight is not the worst Highlight game ever. It's not the worst Highlight game ever because this one is!
What's he trying to tell us? And look at his face. He knows it's funny. It's like, hey, you, fuck you.
Nintendo is working in conjunction with Philips to produce a CD-based add-on for the Super NES, which never came through. Now, Nintendo is also working with Sony on the same concept. We all know what came of that, the PlayStation. But as for Philips, they too made their own game console. However, they had permission to utilize some of the Nintendo franchises. Now, what came of that was a shitty Mario game and 3 shitty Zelda games. Link, The Faces of Evil, Zelda's Adventure, and Zelda, The Wand of Gamelon. These games are notorious for their legendary ass suckage, which is hard to believe. How could there exist a bad Zelda game, let alone 3 of them, and on a console that's not Nintendo? If you haven't heard of them, you might think you're living under a rock, but let me tell you, it's a rock worth living under.
Before we begin, let's talk about the console itself. To begin with, it barely fucking works. That's a good start, right? I had to buy 3 CDIs before I got one that's functional. The first one wouldn't read the discs. The second one right here had the same problems. I haven't returned it yet just because I wanted to show you what it looks like. So then finally, I got this big beast. Look how huge it is. It looks like one of those old VCRs. It is the biggest video game console I've ever seen. Literally, you can fit 2 of these inside it. If you remember my Atari 5200 video where I commented how big it was, well, both consoles are ridiculously huge, but the CDI just barely wins. But does it work? Yes, it does. But at first, I thought the controller input was broken. I have 4 different controllers, and none of them worked, except for the wireless one, which sucks so bad it isn't even working. Then I found out that there's another input on the back. So the one on the front is either broken or intended for the second player. This means that every time I want to swap a controller, I have to pull out the whole console. Why couldn't both be on the front? Seriously, I couldn't even imagine what they were thinking. Let's talk about the controllers. One is your average regular ass controller. The next one looks like a spoon. I really don't understand it. And this one has this awkward joystick. It's so stiff. It's basically just a stick on top of a regular D-pad. Then you have the wireless one. This is the standard controller that comes with the system. But as I've said, it's terrible. Your finger keeps slipping off the joystick and the buttons are too close. Imagine if you were trying to play Nintendo 64 and all the buttons were clustered around the joystick. For your average point-and-click game, it's okay, but for an action game like Zelda, it is nearly impossible to use this controller. It's all worth it just to play such classics as Sticky Bear Reading, Lamb Chops Play-Along, Sailing, and The Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe. Yeah, it had its share of educational games, some action games, but let's cut the bullshit and get to the ones you want to hear about. The Zelda games are pretty rare and kind of expensive. Zelda's Adventure was over $180 US. Not counting the money I had refunded for the bad consoles, all this in total cost about $700. I've been dying to do a CDI review for a long time, partly due to financial and technical difficulties. That's what's been holding me back. But before we get to the Zelda games, let's start off with Hotel Mario. The price on this one, I gotta be honest, was $0 because this one was a donation. Thanks, Casey. You might as well have sent me a turd wrapped in tinfoil. As the game begins, you get a ridiculous cutscene.
Nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi? I hope she made lots of spaghetti.
Reminds me of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, but way more cheesy. The game is not what you'd expect. I mean, with a title like Hotel Mario, I guess I really didn't know what to expect. Not this. All you do is run around and shut doors. Yeah, seriously, the goal is to shut all the doors before the time runs out, then advance to the next stage. Couldn't they have come up with something better? Like, how about kill all the Goombas and Koopa Troopas, but shut doors? As much fun as that sounds, it's even more fun when the doors keep opening again. Just when you think you're about to shut the last door and beat the level, another door opens, and by the time you run all the way over there, another one opens. Also, it seems that there's always somebody in your way. Like if I jump at the wrong time, I hit the Goomba on the top. Even if I try to stomp an enemy, I end up bouncing up and getting my ass killed. Ugh, look here, I'm totally fucked. Here I go, I'm kicking ass. regardless of which elevator you're on. And when you arrive at the other end, you're in that hiding position, so you have to hit down to step out. So often, you find yourself having to hit up on the down arrow, and when you go down to the up arrow, you press down. That's fucking confusing. And the elevators don't always go where you expect. No, it takes me to the other side where I get killed by the fucking caterpillar. The game is actually more reminiscent of arcade games from the early 80s like Donkey Kong and Mario Brothers. And for something like that, Hotel Mario actually isn't too bad. It is challenging, I'll give it that. But the fact is, this was not the early 80s. This was 1994, and it was a next-generation console. Originally, they planned to release a sequel to Super Mario World titled Super Mario's Wacky Worlds, but it was canceled, and what we got was this. End of story. All this CDI stuff is a shit sandwich that's too big for one mouthful. So check in for part 2. We're going to look at the Zelda games.
Well, it's Christmas time again already, and that means more shitty games for me. And I have a pretty big pile here, thanks to all you, all requests, a despicable dozen, and we're gonna savor these juicy turds one day at a time because this is the 8th Christmas since I first started doing these Christmas specials. So we're gonna do something a little different, a little excessive. 12 days of shitsmas. Oh no, not this one. Tag and Dragon. As soon as you notice the baby blue colored cartridge, you already know it's bad news. Let's pop this fucker in. Oh, I distinctly remember this. That is one pathetic looking dragon. It looks sort of like a frog-pig hybrid. I don't know. There don't really exist words to describe it. They obviously had a completely different team working on the label because that dragon actually looks pretty rad. This means we've peeled off one layer of the shit heap. Now let's dig in. Oh, it's all coming back to me. As a kid, I rented this game from the video store, which was not common to find games without the Nintendo seal of approval. So how I got the misfortune to play this, I don't know. The goal of the game is very simple. Bite all the tails of the other dragons and then progress to the next round. That's it. You wish these dragons would do something awesome like breathe fire or fly, but no. All they do is chase each other around in circles like a bunch of monkeys. I had no idea it was possible to make dragons so boring. Everything blocks your way. You need extra clearance to get the dragon around the turns. It's like trying to drive a trailer truck through alleyways. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! There's no long-range attack. The only way to bite their tails is to get all up in their ass. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All you do is mash buttons and hope for the best. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, you motherfucker, you motherfucker! Look, look, look. Look, look. Satisfaction in it because it seems like it was all luck. This is the kind of game you could play with your eyes shut and it wouldn't make any difference. It's just round after round of this mind-rotting, button-mashing madness. 3 deaths and it's back to the beginning. I should mention there's a 2-player co-op mode and a versus mode. Yeah, next time you're thinking about getting some friends together to play some Super Smash Brothers, nah, Tag and Dragon, man. Even as a rental, I only played this game for a few minutes, and that's rare. When you rented a game back then, you usually make the best of it, whatever it is. Even if the game's bad, you didn't have anything else to do anyway, so you had no choice. But with this game, it was one of those days where you just gotta cut your loss and break out the deck of cards. Well, that was painful, but we're just getting started. Shit Pickle's gonna attempt to help me comment on this game. Now it's kind of a weird one. And, hey, Shit Pickle, you like video games? You like Nintendo?
Pickle, shit,
You ever play this game Master Chew and the Drunkard Who? Yeah. So yeah, it's a weird game, and you can just tell just by the cartridge. It's one of those weird baby blue cartridges, so you can tell right off the bat that it's a big piece of fucking shit. The story involves a legendary Siamese twin Shiva from Hindu religion. She has filled the world with evil spirits. Your best friend, Master Chew, has failed to stop them, and he's resorted to drinking, so now he's a drunk. However, Master Chew has not given up hope. It's up to him to put an end to the evil Shiva. Sounds pretty shitty. What do you say, Shit Pickle? Shit Pickle. Yeah. There's really only one reason to buy this game, and that's to be able to say, I own Master Chew and the Drunkard Who, so people can awkwardly stare at you. Your objective each round is to locate all the yin-yang symbols in order to fight the boss. You can shoot energy out of your hand, and you can upgrade to 2 shots of energy at the same time. You wanna try, Shit Pickle? Pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit. So what do you think? Shit. Exactly. Instead of pressing A or B to jump, like in most games, you have to press up, sort of like in Karate Kid. And maybe the control's so shitty because the programmers were trying to make Chew seem drunk. Or they were drunk themselves. There's endless waves of spiders, snakes, and other unnameable things that come after you. Shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle. What are you talking about, Brad? Shit, pickle. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Pickle, shit, pickle, shit. The best effect in this game is that when standing still, Chew's clothes wave around in the wind. Now let's talk about the sounds. It sucks. And it's the same for every stage, just stereotypical Chinese music playing over and over in a loop. Shit, pickle. So after you beat the first level, the rest of the game is just the same repetitive thing over and over again. I mean, it's more fun taking a shit. Each board you collect 8 yin-yang symbols, you fight the boss, and then you get the key. And by the way, the key in this game is called the Flaming Key of Freedom. Flaming, kind of like the flame whip in Simon's Quest. The boss fights aren't even challenging because all you have to do is stand on the platform until they turn their back, then you drop down, land a few hits, and then you repeat. Shit, pickle. For the last boss in the game, Shiva, I was expecting something a little better. I don't know why, but all you get is this weird statue. And why the fuck is it green? I mean, could they have picked another putrid color but green? So after you beat the boss, you get to see the best ending in video game history. What a piece of shit, pickle.
1-minute reviews. Paper Mario Sticker Star. Ready, go. It's good, but it's not the RPG that you expect. For example, the battles have been stripped away a lot of their RPG elements from the games of series past. The game is all about collecting stickers and using those stickers in battle, and once the sticker is used, it's gone. So the game is more about resource management than strategy or leveling. There's almost no reward for battles. The only thing you get from battling is coins, and the only thing you spend your coins on are more stickers. In that aspect, the RPG elements are much more bare bones, but it still has the talents and plenty of side quests for you to do. The game is easy except for boss battles. Those are really tough and causes extreme spikes in difficulty. It's still presented really well. The 3D effects are excellent, and the music is really catchy. It's still a lot of fun to play. I definitely recommend checking it out or buying it if you can find it for a good price. Once you get past and accept the missing RPG elements and take the game for what it is, it's a good game and it's worth your time. Paper Mario Sticker Star gets a 7 out of 10.
Shut up back there! I said shut up! You're just pissed off because I outsmarted you and got your flying saucer. And maybe next time you'll think for a second before you pick up someone saying they need to get to the nearest hospital as fast as they can. You chumps. Alright, now just to take this thing for a spin past Earth and give everyone a little sci-fi scare. Maybe I'll end up on the next episode of Ancient Aliens.
against the rebellion. The Empire is most impressed. You managed to capture two of the most infamous of rebel scum in the galaxy.
You mean these two guys? The shaggy-looking guy and the walking carpet? No, I just picked them up because they have no paper trail.
Say no more. Now it is your time to truly prove your worth to the Empire.
Now you listen here. I will never, as long as I live, join the Empire. Also, who is that? You're just my dad trying to scare me again, dressing up because of the teach me a lesson?
What?
Because I didn't mean to wake up Mom.
Very well. Let's see if this persuades you.
It's not my throat.
Your will is strong, I'll give you that. But I have one last thing I'm certain will pique your interest.
John, save me. Me and your bird friend, Dark Dog.
What? How'd you get Chuck?
I have my ways. Now, to show I mean business.
Oh no. He's just a boy. Oh no!
That was only a taste of what's to come unless you comply to my demands.
All right, fine. I'll do it. What do you want me to do?
You are to play every Star Wars video game for me. Even the poopy ones.
Not the poopy ones!
I need footage for my upcoming Let's Play channel. I plan on calling it Darth_Vader_ likes Green Day 1992.
Seriously? That's what you're gonna call it? You'd be better off calling it something stupid like Starcade. So many Star Wars games spanning so many decades. Where does one even begin? Especially when he doesn't even have any of them. Yo, Vader, if you want me to do this, you gotta give me the games.
Of course. A slight oversight.
Ow, what the hell? So, seriously? Come on, man, don't you have a better way to do this given your Empire budget? It's a good one. This game is a port of the 1983 arcade game of the same name that used the now outdated vector style of graphics, which we'll get to later. And wow, look at this box. If you were a kid in 1983, chances are you would have thought this was pretty cool. You were probably like this guy right here.
Watch the laser towers. Aim for the tops. Begin the countdown. Use the force.
Oh God, I'm gonna die! Died the way he lived. Like a goddamn psychopath. With an advertisement like that, you know you're getting into something good. Let's go to the moon, baby! Or space. Which way is this going? Now, I don't want to be overly critical, but I can't help but feel there may have been a slight exaggeration made in that commercial. All right, man, come on. We get it. Calm down. Maybe the sequel will fare better. They also made Empire Strikes Back on Atari, but weirdly enough, this one came out before the first one. I don't get it either. Hey, that's nice. You get the real music in the game. Not all tie-ins gave you that back in the day, so believe it or not, that's actually a bonus. I'm not so sure what's going on the bottom of the screen, though. Is that a horizontal radar of someone constantly firing a bullet? And speaking of understanding, I don't really understand where I am in space or time. Is that the mountains, or are we under sea? If those are mountains, what would that make these? Subterranean mountains? Atari games are hilarious. They just merely hint at what is actually supposed to be going on. You could have called this game Bird vs. Camel, and no one would have argued with you. Don't believe me? Look, you'd have bought this, wouldn't you? I can't even hear over this box art. To complete the trilogy, there's Return of the Jedi, Death Star battle. It's a good thing they went with the Death Star, not some Ewoks. Yeah, that would have been weird. Ah, yes. I remember this classic Star Wars situation. Now we know why Han Solo was late to help Luke in the Death Star battle. He first had to cut a hole through a large David Bowie's album art before he could get there. You fly around as the adorable Millennium Falcon like you're playing asteroids, and you're supposed to, I guess, go through this tear to get to the Death Star so you can destroy it. I don't remember the Death Star sounding so much like my dad's office. Who left the fax machine on again? Wow, they made this look harder in the movies. In this version, they decided to make the Death Star out of styrofoam. Oh, can we play that back in reverse? I think I might have heard the voice of Satan in there.
This serious was not like you.
Okay, I guess we're just gonna pretend nothing happened then. Business as usual. This game just keeps looping forever once you beat the Death Star. There's no level 2. Good God, it's like a Star Wars Groundhog Day in here. Yikes! Moving on. How about this one? Star Wars Jedi Arena, where Luke doesn't look like he gives a shit at all. Okay, what's been going on in here? Hey, all right, maybe if we could just, slow down. Stop, please. Okay, that's enough. Come on, stop. Okay, let's just move on to the last game we have here today, which is Return of the Jedi Ewok Adventure. But I don't have it here to show to you. In fact, few, if any, do. It was intended to be the twin sister game of Return of the Jedi Death Star Battle, but it was never released, even though it was fully completed. Yeah, that's a good sign. It disappeared without a trace for 14 years until being found by a collector in 1997. For fear of a lawsuit, it was never released to the public. But lucky for us, in 2001, a prototype copy was finally secured, although only one of these is known to exist. What could have caused them to cancel a perfectly good game? Let's find out. Console, please recreate Ewok Adventure and make it snappy. Recreating. I'm not sure what kind of ship you're flying in this game, but I already like it better than the other games. It seems to be some kind of speeder that flies close to the ground. It has weight, and it's really cool as far as the Atari goes. Ew! Look at the ATSTs! My God. I'm gonna have nightmares now. Let's give you an artist's rendition of what the HD version would look like. Terrifying. Yep, that's about how I feel. That was trippy as hell. Do I still have my brain intact after that? Okay, here we go. Oh no! Ah, crashed my shit. What an adventure. An Ewok adventure. What? You're just gonna get right back in another ship and take off? Also, where are you getting these? Who does that belong to? That is not your ship. Believe it or not, I think this is actually the best game out of them all, and it's the only one they didn't release. Maybe they wanted it all to themselves. Who could blame them? Oh boy, and that's only a tiny fraction of what we got to cover, so stick around and tune in next time to find out the mystery of who it was who allegedly let those dogs out after all. It was me! I'm trying to sleep, all right?
I was a pretty big fan of Rocco's modern life when it was around. There was a cow who was raised by wolves, Filbert the turtle, and the star Rocco was a wallaby. It was so good the cartoon was actually nominated for an Emmy. Well, the Super Nintendo game, however, deserves one award. A saggy. Every good cartoon has a sweet theme song, so where the hell did it go in the game? I understand there were limitations back in the day, but come on. At least have it sound a little like the original tune. We all know Rocco loves his pet dog, Spunky, but did you know he loved it so much that they made an entire game about it? So by the look of the game, you're probably thinking traditional platformer, but you would be incorrect. It's more like a puzzle platformer than anything. Think Lemmings. You gotta guide your little puppy friend to the end while maneuvering him past obstacles he's totally oblivious to. You throw him in the air, you knock down sand to keep him from drowning, and you feed him stuff. Now the gameplay may look simple, but it's not really. Spunky's going to continue walking while you try to figure out exactly what the hell you're supposed to be doing next. You keep getting stuck trying to figure out the next puzzle, and before you know it, whoops! Oh, play through this game hundreds, no, thousands of times to make sure you know what you're doing. It's a pattern. A long, tedious pattern. And the worst part about it is, if you beat it, you don't even play it again. There is one thing about the game, and that's cameos. You get to see your buddies sitting around doing nothing, like Heifer. Hey, Hef, let me jump on your stomach. Compared to the cartoon, this game is such a disappointment. It just doesn't do it justice. I wish really, really big man could have used his nipples from the future to save us from this horrible experience. The episodes of the cartoon were made up until 1996, and they were aired all the way up until last year to share the show with an entire new generation of kids. But the game, on the other hand, should never be shared with anyone. Ever.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. If you want to see more Screw Attack, check all the links. Or if you want to see the latest and greatest Screw Attack, head to screwattack.com.
Simon's Quest may be a pretty bad game, but it is God compared to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. That game is just the epitome of bad. I mean, I know you played a lot of bad games. Now, let me tell you, that game is bad. It's like Castlevania 2. You expect it to be you expect it to be good because it's one of the Castlevania games, the sequel, but it's like such a disappointment that it's such a big fucking piece of shit. But Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and a lot of other Nintendo games isn't the expectation. There's no disappointments to be had because they're just, rare, obscure games like, Mick Kids or Taxman or whatever, But Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, as rare and obscure as it is, you play it once and you're haunted for life. I'm traumatized after playing it. I can't believe how bad it is. I mean, it's bad. Like, that's why I'm coming in front of the camera right now to show you with my own face how fucking bad it is. I mean, with Simon's Quest, you heard the sincerity in my voice, but now see the sincerity in my eyes. This game is fucking horrible! It's fucking horrible! I mean, it's like Pong is better. Pong is only like 3 lines in a ball. Those little tiger, like electronic wrist games, those are better than Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It makes no fucking sense. It's like, what were they thinking? Like, I seriously can't believe how bad that fucking game is. It's so bad that I'm not even gonna show it to you because it's just. I What the fuck is that shit? You've seen the game. Now, that should satisfy all your curiosity. If you are curious enough to play it, just do yourself a favor and don't. I mean, if you're like a hardcore Nintendo fan, as I am, and you have to have every single game in your collection, please do yourself an enormous favor and just stay the fuck away from this awful piece of shit. Don't even buy it like used for like a penny or whatever. I mean, that shiny gold copper will be worth a fortune someday compared to this awful bottle steaming bullshit. I mean, don't even download it. Like, no matter how curious you are, just do yourself a favor and never play it because you will be wishing for the rest of your life that you could invent a time machine and go back to the day you played that game and just fucking kill yourself. I mean, if you ever find the game, if you ever see it, smash it. Smash it with a hammer. Smash it till every tiny fragment is so small it's invisible. I mean, you'd rather super glue your asshole shut than play that game. You'd rather drown in gasoline. You'd rather, the thing is, I think I'm joking, like I'm trying to be funny or something. The fact that that game exists is a horrible abomination of mankind. That game is so fucking horrible, and I am not kidding. I am dead fucking serious. Dead fucking serious.
Let me just put this to rest. Chrono Trigger is amazing. It is undoubtedly one of the finest games ever created. Man, this game is good. Like, really, really good. I first played it near its release 20 years ago, and it still residuates in my mind as a fantastic game. But I've only ever really played through it that one time, and ever since then, I just accepted the fact that, yeah, that game's great. But I never asked myself, why? Why is this game so good? What about this makes it so much better than other RPGs? I mean, at its core, it's just like any other RPG. You have a cool looking main hero dude, you get a cast of collected characters to join you, fight monsters, get experience, level up, buy stuff, plot, fight harder things, throw in some time travel, boom, you got Chrono Trigger. At its most distilled, yes, that's Chrono Trigger. But upon replaying it for this video, it dawned on me that this is one of the most finely and expertly crafted games in the RPG genre. Presentation alone makes it stand out, perfectly capturing the art style of Akira Toriyama, with some particular awe-inspiring bosses. The time travel mechanic brings you to environments that you wouldn't get in most games. We've seen the medieval type stuff a billion times before, but to have that alongside the distant future, the distant past, the Ice Age, now that's cool! Aw, damn it, that was a pun. The game begins with the main silent protagonist, Chrono, being woken up by his mother. It's 1000 AD, which is considered the present for this game, and there's a big celebratory festival happening in the town square. Chrono goes there to party and meets up with a young woman named Marley. They go to see Luca, a childhood friend of Chrono, who has a crazy new invention to show off at the festival. Mistakes were made, and the two are thrust 400 years into the past, and Chrono's journey begins. Eventually, you'll learn in the year 1999, a creature known as Lavos breaks through the earth and destroys life as we know it. By the way, I realize everybody pronounces names differently, so I'm just gonna go with how I've always said them. Not saying that's right, not saying that's wrong, just going with what I'm familiar with. So, Marley, Magus, Epoch. Even though I know that last one is actually the British way of pronouncing it, but whatever. It sounds cooler than epic. It's great that this is how the story kicks off. Action gets people involved and is usually the starting hook, but Chrono Trigger eschews that and instead puts players into a festival where they can spend as much or as little time as they want goofing around. Typically, most games introduce mini-games or arcade-esque locations to give the players a break and a moment of relaxation from the tension of the main beginning of Chrono Trigger, it's immediately fun in the traditional sense. There's a bunch of minigames to play and you're immediately enjoying yourself. Except when you keep picking the wrong person in the four-man race, they never win. Jesus Christ, come on, Cadillac! The opening minigame festival does wonders in numerous ways. Starting off with something so lighthearted and enjoyable makes the sudden danger have that contrast needed to feel urgent. Going from slamming sodas and beating up a robot to your new friend vanishing in front of your eyes gives you that oh moment that gives the player motivation to follow afterwards. And of course, Chrono steps up to go after Marley, because that's the kind of guy he is, which we'll see repeatedly throughout the game. Now, of course, these are more than just mini-games. They have layers of importance to them. This is extremely integral because, unbeknownst to the player, these affect not one, but two major plot points in the game's story. But I'll get to those. With Chrono traveling into the past, this is where the real adventure starts, and players get their first taste of Chrono Trigger's battle system. This is one of the game's many strongest points. The battle system is so cool and surprisingly simplistic. You have three options in battle: attack, use a technique or magic spell, or use an item. For every character, that's it. They were able to have depth in every battle without it being complex, which is a mark of an excellent battle system. Every character learns a bunch of techniques, or techs, that are unique to them. A lot of these techs can hit multiple enemies, either within a small area, a straight line, or maybe everybody there. Battles are not static. Once a fight starts, your party and the enemies move into position. While waiting for time bars to fill, enemies will wander around the field, or maybe they'll knock your party members around, or use each other for attacks. This wandering movement adds depth to the battle system. You can use Chrono's Cyclone technique to hit a bunch of enemies in a circle, or you could try to wait for just the right moment to get some extra targets in there. Some enemies will deliver powerful counterattacks if right next to another enemy, so maybe best to avoid hitting them. Doesn't sound like much, but this is what makes battles engaging. To make fights as efficient as possible, you need to pay attention to enemy behaviors and positioning instead of just mashing the A button every fight. What makes the tech system even better is your party. Eventually, your team members begin to learn double techniques, allowing two members who are ready for an action to combine attacks. And these are just so cool. Luca adding fire to Chrono's Cyclone was such a game changer. And who doesn't love using Chrono and Frog's X-Strike? These double techs encourage experimenting with different party members just to see what kind of sweet attacks they can create together. And if that wasn't enough, even later in the game, you begin to learn triple techniques, allowing all three party members to create a devastating combo attack. It's the spectacle and usefulness of these that keeps battles enjoyable all the way to the end of the game. And they weren't exclusive either. Every single party member can learn double and triple techniques with every other member. Well, except for Magus, because he's a dick. The double and triple tech system also exemplifies another strong suit of Chrono Trigger. Every character is good. Maybe you like some more than the others, sure, but none of them stand out as bad. You know how in other RPGs with a large playable cast, there's always at least one person that you cannot wait to take out of the party? Chrono Trigger doesn't have that. They're all unique, developed, and interesting. Seriously, it's hard to not have Frog in your party because he's just so cool. Ayla is such a powerhouse that it's difficult to not have her. So on and so on. It's a great problem to have when it's difficult to decide who not to bring. Very few games can say that. Hell, even Chrono Trigger's NPCs get more development than some main characters in other games. You can hear about their personal relationships with other people, their family members, and how they're struggling with current events. They come off as people and not information dispensaries. And you see how they change as people because of your actions altering the past. This is a pretty big deal, by the way. Having a game about time travel where the things you do in the past actually change the future timelines. I realize that's such a no-brainer thing to consider, and that Ocarina of Time made it work too. Okay, yeah, I get that, but no game has done it to the extent that Chrono Trigger has. There's too many examples to mention, but play the game and take in how the NPC dialogue changes and resolves around your time-traveling antics. I asked a question online and to a lot of my friends, and if you played the game before, I'll ask it to you too. Based off of your memory alone, without looking it up, how long of a game is Chrono Trigger? I got a lot of very similar responses, hours. Some people said about 30 hours if you know what you're doing. I even had a few people say it's about 25 hours or so. The game's actual length, 15 hours. 17 if you choose to do everything.
It took me just over 17 hours playing through the game again. And for the record, I didn't remember exactly everything. I haven't played through this in well over 15 years, so I remember very little, especially about the late game stuff. So 17 hours of playtime was essentially playing it blind again. Chrono Trigger is a very short RPG, and that's another one of its key strengths. The biggest thing I noticed while playing through it again is that at no point do you ever need to grind. That's a dirty word when it comes to any RPG. Grinding. That process of spending far too long just building experience points so that you're strong enough to fight whatever boss. Chrono Trigger doesn't have that. So long as you're not running away from every single fight imaginable, the game expertly paces you to get the right amount of experience points and levels that is needed to overcome any difficult part. Sure, you can grind if you get stuck, but it's never your numbers that's holding you back. The only thing holding you back is how bad you suck. The first time I died while playing through this again was the boss fight against Magus. Dude's tough, he'll mess you up. Again, it wasn't because my level was too low. All I had to do was change up my battle tactics and try again. Sure enough, I beat him without needing to grind. I've seen online walkthroughs that suggest you don't take on the final boss of the game until you're at least level 70, which is ridiculous. I beat the game in the low 50s, and even that was more than necessary. I'm just so good at games, you guys. No grinding isn't the only thing attributing to a short playtime, though. It's the complete lack of fluff in the story, and I mean that in a positive way. The story never misses a beat, never goes on too long, and progresses swiftly. To give you a refresher, you end up in the future finding Robo in only about 2 hours. Everything you do never deviates from the main objective. Defeat Lavos. Too many other games introduce side stories or quests or whatever, and you completely forget what you're supposed to be doing in the first place. Not in Chrono Trigger. Everything in the main plot comes back to Lavos. You're not just helping Frog defeat Magus to break his curse and fulfill his vengeance. That's what Frog wants. You're there because you heard that Magus was the one summoning forth Lavos. You don't go into the distant past because you want to see dinosaurs or some shit. You go there because you believe that's when Lavos first arrived. Anyone you help along the way is because their perils tie into Lavos, keeping the story moving forward in parallel, never sideways. Because the game is so short, it's extremely replayable. Every story moment is important. And because there's so few, they're memorable. And some of these moments are simply incredible.
At this point, I am going to spoil the crap out of the game. If you haven't played it yet and you're planning on doing so, go ahead and click here or skip to this time to avoid a lot of story bits. I'm being super serious right now. Major spoiler warning.
I always remembered the game having awesome moments in the story, but it wasn't until I played it again that I realized how brilliant a lot of them are. The first one that comes to mind is the trial. To give some context, Marley, who Chrono meets at the Millennial Fair, is actually Princess Nadia of the Castle Guardian. When Chrono returns from the past with her, he's immediately accused of kidnapping her and is brought to court to be judged upon. The witnesses judge Chrono's character based on his actions during the Millennial Fair. Therefore, your actions. This was way before morality systems showed up in every single RPG ever. So to suddenly have a game that showed that there were consequences for your actions was pretty mind-bending. You thought it was harmless at the time, but they say a lot about you. Picking up Marley's pendant before making sure she's okay, or stealing an old man's lunch to heal yourself so you can beat up a robot some more. These are a couple of the small things that makes witnesses suspicious of Chrono. This was practically unheard of for console RPGs of the time, and the best part about the trial is that you were warned. The moment you wake up in Chrono's house, you get ready for the fair, about to have a good time, and your mother says to you, "I want you to behave yourself today." This seemingly innocuous statement was the setup for the trial, and much like the effects of time travel, goes to show you that your actions have meaning and consequences. And let's be real, the first time we all played Chrono Trigger, we all got the guilty verdict. We stole lunch, we tried to get Marley's shiny pendant first, we weren't patient while Marley picked out candy, and probably lied to the jury. Like I mentioned earlier, all of those fun minigames around the fair weren't just minigames. We were being judged the entire time. Another one of my favorite moments happens in the distant past, as the defeat of the Reptites coincides with a meteor landing on the Earth, the same one that killed off the dinosaurs. Of course, it wasn't just a red meteor. It's revealed that it's Lavos, flying through space, and he collides into Earth. And for the first time in the game, you hear the terrifying screech of Lavos. To me, that sound is just as iconic to the game as the swinging pendulum at the beginning, or traveling through time on the Epoch, or using X/, or the arrival of Lavos also sets up the build-up of you, as the player, squaring off against him. We were shown in the future his destructive power. Now the mystery of when Lavos arrives is solved, and it's about you getting ready to destroy him. The explosion of Lavos causes the Ice Age, and the Dark Ages time period has another fantastic story moment. The party is in the Kingdom of Zeal, floating high above the clouds, and they're chasing after Queen Zeal, who is being controlled by Lavos to feed him more energy so he can grow stronger. She uses her daughter Shala's magic to do so, not knowing the destruction she is bringing forth. Naturally, you try to stop all of this, and this causes Lavos himself to be summoned forth. And then, you fight him. And actually fight him too. This isn't a cutscene that plays out or a predetermined battle. You don't fight him and then run away or have the story continue only when you deal so much damage to him. You are actually facing off against Lavos with the same amount of strength he has at the end of the game. You're given an actual glimpse to his true power. And of course, this power completely obliterates the party. This further enforces how horrific Lavos is, and strengthens your resolve against him. Being beaten by him only makes you want to strike back harder. This leads into what is easily the most pivotal moment of the entire game. The party is down. Shala cannot stop or control Lavos, and Lavos prepares to attack once more. Chrono, as stalwart as he's ever been, rises once more to continue to fight. Lavos refocuses his attack, and in a single, blinding flash, Chrono dies. This was unheard of. Other games had character death in them, sure, but Chrono was different. He wasn't one of the additional party members you get along the journey or an NPC that assisted you throughout. He was the game's proxy character. He was a silent protagonist so that it was easy for the player to project themselves onto him. He was that super cool looking character we all wanted to be. He was the main hero of the game. He was you. And he dies. This leads into another pivotal moment, and that's getting Chrono back. And you can only do this by doing the minigames back at the Millennial Fair. One of them awards you with a Chrono doll, and through a series of events, you can use the Chrono trigger item to freeze this moment in time and swap out Chrono with the clone. And then you get Chrono back, which results in a very touching moment. What's incredible about this is that it's completely optional. You don't have to get Chrono back. In fact, there are probably people who couldn't figure out how to get him back. It's technically a side quest, albeit a worthwhile one as he's the best party member you could have. It's not a forced story moment. It isn't something that happens every time you play. Getting Chrono back is up to you. From here, you're essentially at the end of the game. You can go face Lavos whenever you're ready, but there's a handful of side quests you can do. But what's great about the side quests is their importance. They don't just exist to get you more experience or rare equipment. Each one is about the development of the characters. You're not raiding the ruins for loot, you're helping Frog lay his friend Cyrus's ghost to rest. Getting the rainbow shell isn't for sweet stuff, it ends up being a key item in restoring Marley's broken relationship with her father, the king. Yeah, you restore the forest, but more importantly, you see why Luca got into machinery, and the guilt she's carried with her since her youth, and oh my god, I just want to hug her. You're doing the side quests because you want to help them, not because you want the reward at the end. Much like the short story, the small amount of side quests makes each one important and relevant to the plot and the characters. Upon completing the game, you get what may be the most significant thing from Chrono Trigger's legacy, and that's New Game Plus. That term didn't exist until Chrono Trigger, and numerous games have it now. But unlike so many other games that have it because it's a fun thing to do, New Game Plus is tied into the story and the mechanics of Chrono Trigger. There's about a dozen endings. The one you get is dependent on when you choose to fight Lavos. Using New Game Plus, you can fight him long before you were meant to in the story. There's even a new gateway to him right at the beginning of the game. Remember the Undersea Palace when Lavos arrives and kills Chrono? In New Game Plus mode, it's possible to beat him and win the game right there. And of course, this gets you an ending you wouldn't get elsewhere. And the PlayStation 1 and DS versions of Chrono Trigger each added an additional ending to help tie it in better to the game's sequel, Chrono Cross. This is another reason why the game's short playtime is so vital. Making it so quick to play through makes it easier for you to go back on New Game Plus and get different endings. It was more than just a way to extend playtime. It was necessary to see everything that the game had to offer. And that's genius.
I realize I've been doing nothing but singing praises of this game, and you're probably wondering if there's even anything that I don't like about it. And yeah, there is. I think the final boss fight against Lavos is lame.
Lavos is cool! This large parasitic creature that we've been teased about throughout the whole game is Lavos. And then you kill him. And you go into his shell where you fight this thing. Okay, so this is the actual Lavos inside the Lavos. Fine, I'll accept that. But then you kill that thing and out pops this thing who is the actual Lavos. These guys are dumb. Regardless of the fact that they're well designed and have challenging fights or whatever, they don't belong. All this build-up and tension to creature Lavos and it pulls the whole "this is who is really behind it all" villain type trope. It devalues creature Lavos, who I think is the most memorable and the coolest looking. And the boss rush type fight he does if you face him in the Black Omen is pretty lame too. This isn't a huge detraction from the game as a whole. It's really just a nitpick that I have. And it's the only nitpick that I can think of. Everything else is just too good.
I don't think I could ever say enough good things about Chrono Trigger. I've always liked it a lot since I first played it, but playing it again helped me realize how incredible it truly is. I have a far greater appreciation for it now than I ever have before. That's why my final rating for this game is a clock without hands out of 10. It's elegant. Everything about it is finely crafted from the dream team of RPG creators. The battle system is simple so that anyone can pick up and play it while allowing depth and strategies in tougher fights. The art style makes it stand out like no other on the console, with every set piece and every enemy and every character and every group technique looking great. The story never strays from its clear objective, and every side quest is important to the characters. Its short length lends itself naturally to getting the multiple endings, enhanced by the OG New Game Plus mode. It absolutely still holds up to this day, and likely will continue to do so for years to come. Like a clock without hands, Chrono Trigger is timeless. If there's ever a list made of the essential RPG games you must play to truly appreciate the genre, Chrono Trigger will be at the top of the list. If you haven't played the game before, I urge you to do so. If you have played it, go back and do it again with a newfound admiration for everything that this game is. And then, I invite you all to join me in writing angry letters to Square, asking them why they haven't made another Chrono Trigger game yet!
Hey, thank you so much for listening to me just gush about Chrono Trigger. If you haven't yet, please subscribe for more videos in the future. And if you want something else to watch, check out the video I did on Mega Man X7. It's a doozy!
This is probably one of the oldest myths so, what exactly lies beyond the flagpole and that castle Mario vanishes into? This rumor was born in living rooms back in the late 1980s when the world was hooked on Mario. One of gaming's earliest urban legends, it's one of the most well-known myths even to this day. While there are several variations out there, the most common states you could jump over the flagpole on the very first level. There are 8 worlds with 4 levels for a total of 32 possible opportunities. But then you have to factor in that 8 of those levels are castles without a flagpole. In total, there are only 24 flagpoles Mario can interact with, and we're going to try to jump them all. We were skeptical for a while after numerous failed attempts, but our mad jumping skills would not be denied. On World 3-3, the impossible became a reality. That chubby little Italian plumber from Brooklyn just barely cleared the flagpole. But joy quickly turned to panic as the ticker marched down to 0, and poor little Mario's triumph was short-lived. Originally, we thought it impossible to jump over the flagpole anywhere else in the game, but shortly after this episode was released, we were made aware of a glitch that was discovered several years ago called Walking the Turtle that allows Mario to not only get over the flagpole in World 1-1, but several other levels. In order to do this, you need to make it roughly halfway through the stage, right after you clear the second pit in the level. Once you've cleared it, you need to move just far enough right that there's just enough space for something to fall down it. You need to lure the Koopa Troopa over to the left side of the screen, and then you want to use a well-timed jump to hit the enemy just as it's falling into the gap. Then wait for the turtle to come out of its shell, and carefully make your way over to the area with the flagpole without losing sight of the foe. Be sure to get the mushroom on your way to turn into Super Mario, or else this won't work. When the turtle is roughly on the 4th block away from the pole, begin to make your jump, and if you time it correctly, you'll see Mario make a bounce like he hit the turtle in midair, and will clear the flagpole. Unfortunately, the end result is the same. Mario is stuck in an endlessly repeating area with no escape. So as you can see, not only is it possible to jump the flagpole in the first level, but in other levels as well.
Did you know gaming?
Did you know, despite
Mr. Game & Watch
frequently being labeled as Super Smash Bros. Oldest franchise representative, there is another representative that's been around longer. The Duck Hunt series technically predates the Game & Watch games by over 3 years. The first Duck Hunt was a light gun toy with a projector, originally released in 1976. However, the Duck Hunt character in Smash is from the 1984 NES iteration, and the animal duo appears within this time frame in All-Star mode. The Wii U and 3DS versions of Super Smash Bros. Are the largest entries in the series to date. The development workload even overwhelming director Masahiro Sakurai. On his regular column in the magazine Weekly Famitsu, Sakurai explained, "I work from mornings to late nights, even on weekends and holidays. I hardly have any free time, let alone time to play other games." His job was made even more difficult when he was diagnosed with tendinitis, a disorder characterized by inflammation of the tendons and high levels of pain. To enable the healing process, he was unable to use his dominant right arm and was forced to use a trackball with his left hand while working on the game. Sakurai has also mentioned that some new challengers in Smash Wii U and 3DS were originally considered to be included in Smash Bros. Brawl.
Pac-Man, Villager, and Mii Fighters
were all candidates for playable combatants, but never made it past the planning stages. This is due to the development team feeling they weren't suited for battle.
Pac-Man
It was originally suggested by Shigeru Miyamoto. Sakurai passed on including Pac-Man in Brawl because he wasn't sure how the character would be implemented. Namco Bandai's involvement in the latest Super Smash Bros. Is partially why Pac-Man was finally added. The Mii Fighters were excluded from Brawl because the development feared they might be used for online bullying. This is also why the Mii Fighters in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS cannot be used online against strangers. The final roster for the game was determined early in development. In fact, Greninja was chosen to be in Smash before he even appeared in a Pokemon game. At that point, the only reference material Sakurai's team had were sketches and rough explanations of the Pokemon. When the time came to think about a new challenger from the Fire Emblem series, Sakurai wanted to include someone from Fire Emblem Awakening, as he'd play through the game in his free time. At first, Chrom was considered, but Sakurai didn't want to add another stock sword wielder to the series. Robin was chosen instead because he had more potential for a unique and interesting moveset. The explanation for choosing Robin over Chrom caused a negative reaction from some fans. They pointed out an apparent contradiction, given the fact that newcomer Lucina is exactly that, another sword wielder, similar to other fighters. However, Sakurai explained that Lucina was originally included as an alternate mode for Marth, similar to the male and female variants for Robin, Wii Fit Trainer, and Villager. Dr. Mario and Pit also started out as alternate costumes. As the game progressed, there was a desire to give these characters more varied powers, such as Dr. Mario's pills and Dark Pit's electroshock arm. To necessitate this plan, the costumes had to be separated into their own character slots. The innocuous decision caused more controversy when fans felt 3 clones stole slots from other highly anticipated candidates. Sakurai responded to these criticisms by explaining that very few man-hours went into their development compared to other fighters. They simply needed fine-tuning, as the characters they came from had already been balanced. One of the most requested fighters that didn't make the cut was the antagonist from the Metroid series, Ridley. Sakurai explained his reason for not including the monster space pirate. He's too big. I definitely know that Ridley's a much anticipated name for fans, but if we made Ridley as a fighter, it wouldn't be Ridley any longer. It'd have to be shrunk down or its wings reduced in size or unable to fly around freely. Other fighters weren't so lucky. Along with Snake, Wolf, Lucas, and Pokemon Trainer, the Ice Climbers were sadly cut from the Smash lineup, but it wasn't always this way. Sakurai's team had the Ice Climbers fully working in the Wii U version at one point, but the 3DS developers had trouble getting them to function. The team was committed to keeping the rosters identical in both the Wii U and 3DS versions, so the Ice Climbers had to be cut entirely. The 3DS hardware shaped other aspects of the game as well. The fact that Zelda and Sheik were made separate characters was due to the 3DS's comparatively modest processing power. Sakurai stated he thinks this limitation led the team in a good direction, and that the two characters feel more fresh separated. Another change relates to the Magicant stage hazard, Flying Man. Originally, this character also had a 3D model, as opposed to the 2D sprites in the final release. The 2D version was used to lessen the strain on the 3DS hardware. The Smash Bros. Series has developed a history of high-quality animated video sequences, but whereas brawl cutscenes could be found in the game's single-player mode, the animation for the Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS were reserved for character introduction videos shared by Nintendo Online. This is because after the release of Brawl, the Subspace Emissary cutscenes were soon spread on the internet by fans. Sakurai explained, "I felt if players saw the cutscenes outside of the game, they would no longer serve as rewards for playing the game, so I've decided against having them." Instead, Nintendo commissioned animations to help promote the game leading up to its release, effectively taking control of the spread of the videos themselves. The Wii U-only mode 8-player Smash was an idea that dates all the way back to the planning stages of Super Smash Bros. Melee. It was in the project plans document for the GameCube game, but it was left out of the final version because of technical limitations. 8-player Smash just barely made it in the latest Smash, and in order to fit it in, the development had to limit stage selection and cut out some stage hazards. Nintendo's developers and localizers have filled Smash 3D and Wii U with tons of fun fan references. After obtaining every Mii outfit, the congratulatory notification will read, "Collected every type of custom outfit. Your body is ready." This is in reference to the phrase, my body is ready. This was stated by Nintendo of America CEO Reggie Fils-Aimé at E3 2007 and has since become popular among Nintendo fans. Another call out to fans occurred when the random name generator shows the text, "No Johns." This was also a quote by Reggie from a short video that played for EVO 2014 Smash Bros. Melee singles tournament. Please, no Johns. This phrase is popular among hardcore Smash fans and means no excuses. The original phrase began with a group of fans in Crystal City, Texas. One of these players, named John, became notorious among the group for frequently coming up with excuses for losing matches, such as a distraction or a broken controller. When his friends began saying, "No Johns" in public, other players began saying it as well. It soon spread to the popular forum Smashboard. From there, it became a globally recognized phrase, with its popularity hitting a crescendo after being invoked by the CEO of Nintendo of America. Despite unwittingly becoming the butt of a joke for the entire community, John wasn't fazed, and he still plays Smash competitively with his friends under the alias Ace. That's all for today, but don't forget to subscribe to Did You Know Gaming and follow Did You Know Gaming on Facebook and Twitter. Make sure to also check out didyouknowgaming.com, and if you like this video, check out some more videos. And thank you personally from me, Xander Mobus, for watching. Go play the game. It's fantastic. There was great work done on it. Peace, guys.
It's been well documented that dolphins are an endangered species that require immediate attention from over-enthused environmentalists. Thanks to that chick from Heroes, we're all painfully aware that they need saving. However, on the Genesis, dolphins Yes, you have to save your fishy friends from this time vortex thing. It's awesome. Thanks to Stutter and Craig's supercomputer, we can harness the powers of time travel to skip the very, very, very boring beginning levels to something I'm sure will be far more exciting, like the library. Well, at least this place tells us some important information about why exactly the sea creatures were sucked out of the ocean. We know that Echo is the chosen dolphin, predestined to fend off the evil creatures of planet Vortex that come to feed upon the Earth, or some crap like that. I don't know. I didn't care. I don't know. Everything just seems so unnecessarily complex for a game about a dolphin jumping out of the water all the time. I never understood why this game had such a huge following. I mean, think about what Nintendo had at the time. They had Link. Sega was swooning over a dolphin. Nintendo had freaking Samus, the coolest bounty hunter in the universe. Sega was preoccupied with a dolphin. Okay, fine, Sonic 2, but still, a dolphin? I just never understood why I got so much praise from everybody. Nothing about it was too remarkable. Not the graphics, not the music, not the plot, certainly not the controls. Here, look, you'll find you have the ability to project sound waves that look like they could be a useful attack. Instead, you have to physically hit them with your dashing ability, which inconveniently slows you down because you're hitting them with your face. Dolphins are smarter than that. But enough whining about such an obviously classic game. Let's just see how freaking incredible the final boss fight is. Wow. Oh, don't worry. There's still plenty of other endangered species to worry about out there. And as long as they don't make a game about them, you don't have to worry about me taking them out. So as you can tell, I'm not a huge fan of Echo the Dolphin. That doesn't mean you can't be, so if you like Echo, if you thought it was a classic like everybody else in the free world, make sure you give the video a thumbs up. If you don't like it, give the video a thumbs up anyways. We appreciate it. We all love you. Hey, speaking of games that don't suck, go check out our video game vaults on Battletoads and Double Dragons, the ultimate team. Go watch that. Super great.
It's a plane. No, it's a shitty game. Superman for the Atari 2600. I'm playing on the 7800 just for variety. But anyway, what can be said about Superman? He's one of the most famous superheroes of all time. Even the word super is in his name, a word that implies excellence, outstanding quality, and brilliant divine magnificence. I'm not going to critique the graphics or the sound or anything like that. It's just that, like, seriously, what's going on? From what I understand, you start off as Clark Kent, which is pointless. You just walk to the right, a bridge explodes because of Lex Luthor, so you go back to the phone booth, you turn into Superman, and the rest of the game you're just flying around looking for all the pieces of this bridge. You also have to carry a bunch of bad guys off to jail. And if you get hit by kryptonite, you lose the ability to fly, which can only be regained if you touch Lois Lane. There's no way to die. The whole game is based around the clock. It's all about getting the fastest time. But the only thing that'll eventually happen is you'll throw the game out the window faster than a speeding bullet. The navigation is dreadful. If you fly up, you just see more buildings, and that makes sense, right? On the top of the buildings are more buildings, and it just keeps on going. There doesn't even seem to be any boundaries. Everything just repeats. If you press the button and move the joystick around, it shows you all the screens around you. Yeah, it's like X-ray vision. That is, if X-ray vision means seeing into the next imaginary Atari space. Have you ever heard of an Atari game that needs a map? Well, this is one of them. But to tell you the truth, I don't think it would help because nothing makes any sense. Like right here, I just keep going up, and all it does is just change colors. I can't figure this out. So let's move on to the NES, a Super Statue of Liberty starts talking here. Can somebody explain this to me? Is there any reason why the Statue of Liberty has to talk to Superman? I'll watch over you? Is it a guardian angel or something? Is there something I don't know? Like, what kind of drugs were they taking when they came up with this shit? So again, you start off as Clark Kent, and you're at the Daily Planet talking to people. Hi, Clark, your favorite Cub reporter Jimmy here. Say cheese. Click. Okay, what was the point of that? You know, it's really annoying that there isn't any way to cancel these dialogue boxes or speed them up. And why is everyone wearing green? Is it St. Patrick's Day or something? Why are the telephones as big as the desks? Or hell, why are they half as big as the people? Or no, if they're in the background, that makes them even bigger. What a strange looking office. And who wants to play as Clark Kent anyway? The first real problem is trying to get used to the controls. Up is jump. Why do you jump so high? I mean, look at this. If somebody actually jumped like that, it would be like 20 feet in the air. I know he's Superman, but if he's trying to be Clark Kent, he can at least act like it. But anyway, the B button does nothing, and the A button just fidgets around. What's wrong with them? If you do it in the air, he like floats. Oh my God, somebody call an exorcist. So your main objective at this point is just get out of this room, go out the door, right? Well, of course, it seems pretty obvious, but take a guess how to open the door. Seriously, take a wild guess. B, no, A, no, start, no, select, no, up only jump, so you have to hit down. I never heard of a game where down goes through the door. Alright, well now we're really starting to suck some shit balls. Right away, there's people outside trying to kill you. I don't know what kind of grudge anyone would have against Clark Kent, but anyway, you go into this phone booth and turn into Superman. What is this? This is the most pathetic excuse for Superman I've ever seen. On the title screen, he looks okay, but why in the game does he look like this? Your basic attack is some kind of weird close-range fireball. I don't know. I think he's supposed to be punching people. It's just weird. Then you have a menu with special superpowers, each with their own energy bar, much like in Mega Man. Most of these special attacks don't seem to do anything. I assume that there's specific parts of the game where they all come in handy, but for now, I really don't know what to do with any of them. If you use super flight, all it does is make Superman fly up into the air. Watch that for a little bit, and then he comes back down. So, okay, what was that all about? I found certain spots where if I use it there, then he'll fly over the city and end up at another part of the game. Now, I'm sure that that's what you're supposed to do, but I'm still not sure why sometimes he just goes up and comes back down, so I haven't really figured that out, and honestly, I don't care. You have a map screen, which seems like it should be self-explanatory enough, but there's times when you have to use a subway train. Oops, you can't ride the subway with no pass. What are you kidding me? He's Superman. He needs to buy a fucking ticket? It's like, yeah, we know you're trying to save the city, but you still need to pay for your ride. Why does he even need to use the subway? Can't he just fly? Why go underground? That's the complete opposite of flying. That's like if Spider-Man wanted to go from building to building, he'd just go down to ground level and then just walk. That's the stupidest idea I ever heard. And when you eventually get a ticket and ride the subway, why is Superman so small compared to everyone else? Is he a 5-year-old kid? It's kind of creepy, these tall guys in shadow. It's like, watch out, or they might be kidnappers. Why are they dark anyway? They don't look like anyone else in the game. Speaking of which, none of the people in this game have anything interesting to say. Here's just one random spot, so let's take a look and just see what people have to say here. Got any news? Okay, well, that was real informative. Let's see what he has to say. I know nothing at all. Well, that sums it all up. Alright, let's just talk to one more guy. I'll get the Roman number 2, whatever that does. Hey, what are you doing? You see? I rest my case. There's no reason to talk to anybody. It's like in Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. The whole game is full of people who tell you things that don't make any sense or have any relevance with the game. For example, this old woman tells you not to look into the Death Star or you'll die. Well, the Death Star is nowhere in the game. Both of these games were released in 1988. Now that must have been the year of people talking and not making sense in video games. Haven't you seen the movie Superman? Yeah, I did actually. It's nothing like this garbage. So I'm just running around without much of a clue where I'm supposed to go. I'm killing these weird green-headed alien sort of things. I don't know. Ugh, and the music. out why stock prices have fallen. You'll learn about stocks at the stock market. Okay, that's the goal here? To go to the stock market? Oh my god. Do you remember being a kid? Remember playing Nintendo? What kind of things were you interested in? Comic books, video games, the stock market? Yeah, do you think any kid playing this game gives a shit about the fucking stock market? Why? Why make a game that has anything to do with stocks or taxes or politics? You just don't do that. It's like, what were they thinking? Stocks? That's enough for me. This game is just so awful that it can't be explained. I can review it for another hour and it won't make a difference. It's an unreviewable game. It cannot be done justice. If you want to play it and see for yourself, I dare you. But just one warning. You will not be happy. Oh wait, this guy here just gave me a password? What's that for? Like if I want to continue here where I left off? Well, that's completely useless. There's no way I would ever need this password. And you want to know why? Because I'm never fucking playing this game again in my life.
That's it. Superman is doomed. What is it about Superman that just spells shit? It's like they couldn't make a good Superman game. But there's one in particular that everybody wants me to read.
So here's a typical MySpace message. And that game is, drumroll, dramatic silence, Superman 64. You should do a review on E.T. or Superman 64. I have a special demand, no, big demand. Do you ever think you can play more than 4 minutes of one of the worst N64 games ever, calling Superman? I'd love to see you review Superman on the N64. Could you review Superman for the Nintendo 64? Dude, you should comment on Superman 64. Ever heard of Superman 64? You should review Gulp's Superman 64. I really think you should consider either E.T. for the Atari or Superman 64. Play or make a video of Superman 64. Can you do a review of Superman 64 on AVGN? So please do a review of Superman 64. That's right, Superman 64. Do you need a copy of Superman 64? I'll donate Superman 64. I think you should do Superman 64. I want to know if you ever played Superman 64. Superman for the N64. Superman on the N64. Superman 64. 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 Superman 64.
Well, damn. Well, you want it? You got it. Next review is going to be Superman 64.
Development for the seventh Final Fantasy began in 1995, 1 year after the release of 6. Square had been experimenting with the idea of a 3D RPG ever since 5 was released on the Super Famicom, and the demo with SIGGRAPH showed Square could shift its style forward a dimension. It just didn't reveal how. Nintendo's next generation machine would be cartridge-based, and while its 64-bit system would be the most powerful on the market, cartridges with a great deal of memory were incredibly expensive to produce. Looking at its finances and the concepts it was cooking for the next Final Fantasy, Square was forced to make a difficult decision. Saying goodbye to their sprites, and Nintendo, which had provided 2 generations of hardware for Square to revive itself with, the company announced on January 12th, 1996, the series would continue exclusively on the Sony PlayStation. Square wouldn't release another game for a Nintendo console until Crystal Chronicles for the GameCube 7 years later. The team Square assembled to tackle the project was 100 strong, one of the largest ever devoted to a single game's development. They had a budget of $45 million and cutting-edge film production tools like Power Animator and Softimage 3D. Sony launched a $100 million advertising campaign to bring anticipation to a boil. Due to its extraordinary goals, the game's release date was pushed back almost a full year. On a new console with new technology and a concept that was a far cry from the themes its fans had grown to love, Square wasn't too far from where it had been almost 10 years earlier. Its next game would either boost it to superstardom or summon the imminent doom of the company. Final Fantasy VII was released in Japan on January 31st, 1997, and American gamers had to go on hearing how amazing it was for another 9 months. Hironobu Sakaguchi remained at the helm, maintaining a lead production role. Yoshinori Kitase continued on from 6 to direct, and series veterans Yoshitaka Amano and Nobuo Uematsu returned to their usual duties. Kazushige Nojima assisted Sakaguchi and Kitase with the writing, and Tetsuya Nomura, who joined the team for 5, designed the characters for the first time. His manga style was deemed more compatible with the basic 3D structure of the game. While previous fantasies had you gradually enlist in forces struggling to save the world, 7 rushed you right into battle with the resistance group on a mission to destroy a toxic reactor. The self-absorbed swordsman Cloud Strife initially had little interest in joining the rebels, but if the pay was right, he was willing to hang around. A monopolizing mega corporation called the Shinra Electric Power Company was slowly sucking the life out of the planet, and freedom fighters known as Avalanche were the only ones willing to fight back. As an ex-member of Soldier, Shinra's squad of genetically enhanced elite warriors, Cloud was stuck fighting for the good guys whether he liked it or not. He was asked to sign up by his childhood friend Tifa, and bossed around by its outspoken leader Barrett. The small resistance army would grow to include the wild experiment Red 13, the bubbly thief Yuffie, the feline puppet Kate Sith, the shadowy gunfighter Vincent, and after rescuing her from Shinra headquarters, the spiritually serene Eris. For the most part, the game shared a point of view similar to PlayStation predecessor Resident Evil. There was a fixed camera and pre-rendered backgrounds. Polygonal characters moved where the environment would let them. One of Sakaguchi's main concerns with continuity was the moments between these scenes. In an attempt to cover loading times, many animations or short in-game cinemas were implemented. This began the time-honored tradition of the Final Fantasy in-game cutscene. Final Fantasy VII employed over 40 minutes of full-motion wonder, the most impressive use of video as a gaming tool for its time. In addition, there were a number of cinematic transitions which used the same models and backgrounds in the game that seamlessly blended them into the action. The battle window also gained cinematic enhancements. The camera was almost constantly moving, highlighting magic spells, special abilities, and enemy attacks. These smooth perspective patterns were also random, ensuring you rarely saw the same angle twice in one fight. The sequences that did repeat were the elaborate summons. Some of them were close to a minute in length. Your party size was cut down to 3, forcing you to simplify your attack strategies. You also only had 3 items to equip in your inventory: a weapon, armor, and an accessory. This appeared quite restrictive at first, until Barrett revealed the game's ability system, called Materia. These colorful orbs were formed out of crystallized Mako, the blood pumping in the planet's veins, called the life stream, and the source of the world's power. Possessing a piece of materia made you spiritually linked to the planet's spirit, and the memories of those who had returned to its source after death. This connection gave you numerous spells and bonuses, similar to espers and relics combined. But you didn't learn these skills, each materia did, and when you swapped their assignments, the experience level traveled with them. Materia leveled on ability points after each battle, and characters got more materia slots as their weapons and armor improved. Job-specific battle behaviors like covering, stealing, and casting spells on multiple targets were now assigned to specific materia. Along with being spiritual power generators, the orbs gave you stat bonuses reflective of their abilities. Like espers, materia also played a major role in the story, as white and black materia became pivotal to the balance of the planet. Black materia cast meteor, to which the only defense was holy, which required white materia. Both these spells had made prior appearances in Final Fantasy, but never had they affected the world so significantly. When your party was pushed to the brink, a new bar began flashing next to their active time battle indicator. When they received damage, it filled up, and at its peak, the attack option was replaced with character-specific limit breaks. You couldn't choose from the whole list, though, and had to assign
or save them for another battle. Sid hopped back in the pilot seat in 7 as an aggressive aeronaut with dreams of traveling into outer space. His attitude and style was reminiscent of the character's first appearance in 2, and a departure from the older bearded design gamers had met in 3, 4, and 5. He donated the tiny Bronco, a small craft that doubled as a boat after it was shot down. He also welcomed you aboard his Lady Luck, the Highwind, which shared his last name. He took up a lance and aided you in battle for the second time in the series, sharing his pedigree and many abilities with the Dragoon Cane from Final Fantasy IV. Chocobos chirped you across the landscape, but you had to call them by equipping the Chocobo lure materia to bring them into battle. You could then race your newfound pets by entering them in speedways at the Golden Saucer. After you won your first Choco chase, the manager Dio gave you a land-roving buggy that was open to enemy attacks, but chugged over rivers and deserts. The saucer was like Pleasure Island, with several interactive minigames requiring dexterous button selecting. These time trials also emerged in the story, making pivotal moments tense with the fear of getting one step behind. They also ensured the following games would have an equal amount or more of playful diversions that could absorb your time when you weren't worrying about the end of the world. 7 dealt with surprisingly mature subject matter, from an inclusion of cross-dressing as a mission objective to an open reference to prostitution. Barrett was the first leader bold enough to utter several obscenities, and the only central black character in the entire franchise. It was also the first entry to show blood. They say the mettle of a man is tested in adversities, and anyone who would dare stand against Sephiroth would find out immediately what they were made of. Therefore, it's ironic that Cloud didn't realize who he really was. Sephiroth was the strongest soldier alive, but wouldn't rest until he controlled the planet. He sought to bring Meteor down to the surface, tearing a wound so deep that the life stream would emerge to cleanse it. There he would join with it, becoming a god with the planet's pulse at his fingertips. Aerith also rediscovered her identity as a direct descendant of the Cetra, or Ancients, a race that nearly vanished thousands of years ago. They were run off their homeworld by Genova, a vampiric alien lifeform that crash-landed in a meteor long before anyone could remember. Cloud's feelings were split between Aerith and longtime pal Tifa, as the story had 2 female leads seeking affections for the first time. You could choose who to court and who to ignore, but it wouldn't matter. At GDC in 2004, Steven Spielberg said, "I think the real indicator that games have become a storytelling art form will be when somebody confesses that they cried at level 17. He never played Final Fantasy VII. The grand story in 7 was a compilation of a number of inspirations. With the release of Final Fantasy VI, Sakaguchi was faced with the death of his mother. Wrestling with grief led him to develop a number of the concepts in 7, such as Genova. Further depth was drawn from religious beliefs that center on rebirth or the cycling of souls back to a great mystical body, most apparent in the life stream. The name Sephiroth also comes from the mythology of the Kabbalah, referring to spiritual manifestations of the 10 heavenly attributes. Final Fantasy VII was a marvel of technology and a commanding display of limitless imagination. The only thing that lessened its impact was that, were it not for Ifrit, Shiva, and Chocobo riding Moogles, the game was almost unrecognizable as a Final Fantasy title. The series went from being classically medieval to ambiguously futuristic. Castles became skyscrapers, wyverns became helicopters, minecarts became motorcycles, and bows became machine guns. While fans will eternally debate which Final Fantasy is the best, no one can argue that 7 is the most popular, or the one that left the largest stamp on the industry. It was the first Final Fantasy to be released on the PC. The snowboarding minigame was ported to mobile phones in 2005, and in 1998, Cloud, Tifa, Sephiroth, Yuffie, Vincent, and Zack all appeared as playable combatants in the fighting game Airgi's God Bless the Ring. Their inclusion led many to call the PlayStation release the Final Fantasy Fighter. Shortly after the turn of the century, Nomura and Kitase were approached to create a polymorphic project that could expand one of the Final Fantasy games across multiple mediums. In an effort
effort to prove the franchise was capable of breaking out of its Roman numeral namesake. Kitase immediately suggested 7 as the perfect candidate, because its ending left numerous avenues open for the story to continue. The project was called Compilation of Final Fantasy VII. Its ongoing catalog includes Before Crisis, a prequel to 7 focusing on the Turks, Shinra's version of the CIA. The turn-based adventure storyline follows the Shinra investigators as they fight the precursor to the Avalanche introduced in 7. The mobile phone exclusive series ran for 25 episodes in Japan, and the last entry was released on April 1st, 2006. A PSP game was also introduced called Crisis Core, which stars 7's underappreciated hero Zack, Cloud's savior and Aeris's former boyfriend. But the first video game to hit stores under the compilation umbrella came from an unexpected genre, the shooter. Combining a first-person perspective with the back-flipping melee action of Devil May Cry, the last chapter in the saga of Midgar focused on the unfinished business of Vincent Valentine. Dirge of Cerberus was released in Japan on January 26, 2006. Cerberus had Vincent facing off against an army of rogue soldiers called Deep Ground, whose intent was to call forth Omega and end the world. Every living thing eventually returned to the life stream, and Omega was the entity that would one day collect all the energy and return it to the stars, leaving the planet as a crumbling rock disintegrating into space. Despite Vincent's obvious ease at using Cerberus and dodging enemy fire with flare, the gameplay in Dirge was admittedly constricted. This was apparent due to several changes made to the game before its US release 7 months later. Dirge had a mobile add-on called Lost Episode, released on August 18, 2006. And then there's the infamous trailer shown during the Sony press conference at E3 2005 that teased millions by demonstrating what Final Fantasy VII would look like if it was recreated for the PlayStation 3. Although it was solely intended to act as a technical demonstration, many fans mistook it, and still do, as a trailer for a forthcoming rebirth of the PlayStation Classic. Even if the game never returns, the universe of Final Fantasy VII continues to expand. The fan community on both coasts has continually called out 7 as one of the best video games ever created. At a financial results conference in 2006, Square Enix president Yoichi Wada claimed the compilation of Final Fantasy VII would be around for another 10 years, which would end the celebration on its 20th anniversary. Join us next week for another installment in our 13-part Final Fantasy retrospective. In Part 6, we'll highlight the other releases on the PlayStation, 2 sequels that are the best examples of how drastically different a pair of Final Fantasy games can be. One attempted to raise its characters up to tell a feature-length love story, and the other brought the franchise back to its forgotten roots.
In memory of LucasArts and all the classic games they've blessed us with over the years, let's remember a game that isn't one of them. Star Wars Masters of Terrascasi for PlayStation. You may know this one as being notoriously bad, even legendarily bad, but I prefer to think of it as memorably bad. It's a 3D fighting game in the same vein as like Soul Calibur, or Soul Edge, or the original Dynasty Warriors even, only, well, memorably bad. But like those games, this is a weapon-based fighter, and in Star Wars, you know what that means. Lightsabers, 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 blasters, and lightsabers. In theory, this is awesome. In practice, any weapon other than a lightsaber takes too long to fire to be useful and doesn't do enough damage to be practical. And yet it's still a more balanced fighter than Smash Bros. Brawl. But I haven't even hit on the first problem you'll notice with Terrascasi, the roster. Now, I'm a Star Wars fan insofar as I like the movies, so forgive me if I don't immediately recognize Arden Lin, Thok, or Hor. His name is Hor. At 8 starting characters, the lineup is pretty shallow. I mean, at least Darth Vader's unlockable, but where the flip is Yoda? Dude, his house is in the background of the Dagobah stage.
His light is on and everything. I mean, I'd go over there and knock on his door to see if he wants to fight me or whatever, but being a 3D fighter, ringouts are a factor. You can pick a lesser-known character, you can even pick one with an inferior weapon, but if you can manage to get your opponent to go flying off of that floating square, it's all null and void. Just be careful not to ring yourself out. Seriously, falling off the edge on accident is easier than knocking your opponent off on purpose. And honestly, that sums up the game pretty nicely right there. Since Terrace Kasi does nothing to tell you how the characters work, you resort to senseless mashing. When you resort to senseless mashing, you accidentally do something vaguely cool. When you accidentally do something vaguely cool with friends, it's not hard to have some laughs. Star Wars Masters of Terrace Kasi is that rare case of so bad it's actually fun, that it's worthy of gathering your buddies together and taking turns wailing on each other as Albino Chewbacca, Mara Jade, and other characters that nobody recognizes. Come at me, fanboys.
Tron.
Black Friday approaches, and that means one thing. Grandma's out getting trampled just to get you the same old gift. Crappy video games. Oh, you got me Monopoly this year for the Nintendo 64? Well, this would have been great back in 1864. You know, when it was impressive just to not die from being 35. We all got games like this. You know the ones. Bottom of the bin. Literally bottom of the bin at the grocery store. But in this category, one genre reigns supreme. Plug-and-play games. You know, one of these. Why buy your loved ones a $50 SpongeBob game for their Wii in which you have to, put the disc in and then figure out which cords plug in from the box machine into the TV, and then you gotta maybe switch it on, and who knows what else from there. When for $20, you can get them the magical device that plugs right into their TV, already has the game inside of it, and is also a toy of SpongeBob's face. That's like what? It's like 18 toys in one. Now, plug-and-play games have been around for decades, but their true rise to popularity began in the early 2000s, led by a company called Jack's Pacific. Remember, this was before downloadable content and virtual console re-releases were widespread. The most you'd see were those GBA ports of NES games. So at the time, it made sense. Of course people were going to be like, you're telling me there were 10 classic Namco video games in this one small box that looks like a tiny version of the bigger box it used to be in? Well, sign me and the rest of America up. We got a couple of years for the housing crisis. Let's have some fun. So basically, what started as an innocent way to port some classic video games in a novel way spiraled into a massive business. I mean, these things were everywhere. Look at the ones I have. These two are both classic Namco games. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Standard stuff. There's a lot of these in the Marvel superheroes series. This one's on Spider-Man, I guess. Hey, Spidey, you think you could, back off a bit? You know the saying, a watched man never plays. A lot of these are just a penis. This one is Spider-Man's penis. Bombs away. This one is Fantastic Four's creepy Gollum penis. Okay, is this good? Is this bad? I'm sorry, man. I kind of have to do this. Oh my goodness, that's a bit barbaric, isn't it? Poor bastard. Weird, gross, ew. That's the Shrek one. This one is my personal favorite. Spider-Man points at your dick while you play. You can't make that up. That's really how they designed this. What the hell were they thinking? Deal or no deal? No deal. Scooby's really going to town on the back of the mystery machine here, and Fred's like, Scoob, no, it's a kid's show, don't. I mean, to be honest, most of the games aren't horrible. The Scooby-Doo one's pretty appealing, the graphics are nice. Even the Marvel ones aren't bad. They're basically side-scrolling beat-em-ups, although I assume anyone would get tired of these before long. But don't get me wrong, there are the bad ones. Like the one where you plunder a sewer for the lizard. Forever and ever. Oh, there he is. Wonderful. Shrek Golf. I asked for this? Of course, as to be expected, any good fad comes with its fair share of bootlegs. I mean, why don't you just go ask our good friend Robert Kopp over here? Oh, and of course, don't forget everyone's favorite crime-fighting alliance, Sense of Right. Everyone's here. Batman, Superman, Shrek, a car. Oh, no. What I'm saying is, it didn't take long for counterfeiters to hop on the plug-and-play gravy train. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you are you sitting? Game Philip. Perfect for children with no necks. Finally, a game system for me! Digital stereo sound. high-tech controller, dazzling 3D graphics, and spectacular color. And to top it off, 88 games in one. What can I say? I'm sold. Wait, hold on. 8-bit game? I thought you said it was dazzling 3D graphics. Philip, make up your goddamn mind. This thing has the audacity to promote as a selling point that it comes with AV cables. Yeah, don't even get me started on the previous version.
I can make this work.
All right, enough about the box. Let's talk about what's actually on this thing. Okay, Spider-Man. I know that. This ought to be good. Oh, it actually is kind of good. But it's just a port of the NES title. In fact, this whole thing is just NES ports with mistranslated titles. 63410? Never heard of that one. That's a real winner. Small Mario? Hey, they were right. That's the smallest Mario I've ever seen. So small you can't fucking see him. Yeah, but these are just ports. I'm looking for something I've never seen before. When am I gonna get to the good stuff? Maybe I'll find something in the, Power Cracker, which according to the game box is the greatest game machine in the planet. Well, what are we waiting for? Get it out of there. Start digging. This one claims to have 76,000 games on it. Damn, if that's true, I'll be playing this for my entire life. Oh my God. There really are 76,000. I guess I'll order some takeout. Toy Story? Huh, wonder what this one's like. Circus Charlie, huh? Yeah, I don't remember that from the movie. Again, this is just a bunch of mislabeled titles from the NES. I mean, there's not a single original game in here. What kind of human being does this? I mean, why'd they stop at 76,000? Why didn't they just say a million games? A billion, infinity, sky's the limit when you don't give a shit? Well, I mean, why don't we just try Super Mario? I mean, at least I know what I'm getting into. I have several questions. Mad? Who, me? No, I'm not mad. I mean, who's mad? How could I be mad when I bought a video game console that has Circus Charlie under 5,000 fucking different names? I'm fine! Crack this! Okay, this is it. I think this may be my final chance to find a game machine that no one has ever seen before. Luckily for us, I think I saved the best for last. A pro games player. You a games player? You want to be a pro? Then you're gonna need this, sucker. It's got 51 games in one, and they all look original, so I'm pretty excited to see what this has got to offer.
Let's load it up and see something life-changing.
No, it can't just be NES games again. The back of the box said it had original games. God damn it! What? Well, there they are. Why? Wait. You're telling me I have to take out the cartridge to play the games? I think I'm supposed to be upset right now, but more or less I think I've just gone fully numb. Well, we gotta start this off the right way, so of course I'm gonna pick hitting mices. You know, this one really stood out to me, and I think they wanted it to, mainly because they printed it twice on the back of the box. Oh, complete with Nightmare. Hitting mices? Mices. What, mice wasn't good enough for you? You wanna hit more? You wanna pluralize the plural so you can hit more? You're a monster. In this game, you play as a cave gorilla throwing what seemed to be, what is that, beanbags? At mice who were climbing up your wall. Now you gotta hit those mices, but you wanna cushion the blow. You don't want them to die from one hit. You want to stop the mice before they curl up in these burrows. Also, it's got this power-up that makes you move faster and is impossible to play without. But that's basically it, gameplay-wise. There's nothing else to this game. Alright, next. Exist? Yeah, I've been trying.
A good game poses a philosophical question. A masterpiece does it right in the title.
Look at that copyright year, 2005-18784. Man, it's gonna be a while till fair use kicks in on this one. No modding. It's a fish game. Definitely got that from the title. This is basically just Feeding Frenzy, except it's got this 8-second loop of music that's driving me crazy. Now, I'm not exaggerating here. I timed it. It's 8 seconds long. Come to think of it, this music's probably enjoyable for one kind of guy. A fish with a 6-second memory span. You know, I got a philosophical question myself. Why am I still playing this? All right, what's next? Let's boot up Cute Fish. Oh, God!
Cute fish? Where is he? You mean this guy? I don't think you mean this guy. All right, well, at least we're past that horrible title screen. I see. Yes, I certainly do understand what is happening here. Okay, yeah. Cute fish. I get it. I don't get it. It's come to my attention that a lot of these games are aquatic themed. This one's called Indoor. What a beautiful name she has. Too bad she's gonna lose her pretty face soon because she's going headlong at the goddamn speed of light into a bunch of bullshit. Help! And she's off. And by that I mean she disintegrated. She's dead. And this is M Day with an underscore in the title because that makes sense. Also, we have Danger Zone. Oh, let me tell you about it. What was so appealing about the underwater genre that they had to make this many of them? Is it because it was easier to program, or was it just because 90% of the backgrounds was just blue? Next game, Water Fire. Okay, yeah, seeing a lot of the water. Not so sure about the fire. I've been sitting here for like 10 minutes and I genuinely can't figure out how this one works. I think you're supposed to shoot only one certain color of barrel, green or red, but it doesn't matter which one you shoot. The guy on the right always wins. Why? For what reason? We cannot live in a world of chaos! Also, in regular fashion, the sound will cut out at will. And then come back. And then cut back out.
And just like that, it's gone like an angel's kiss.
Next up, Xmas gift. Oh, I just know it's gonna feel like Christmas in here in a minute. Bootleg Santa's on a watch. Looks like he's got a couple of them bootleg eyes up there. I wonder what he's seeing. I wonder if he can see. Now hang on a sec. Is this game called Xmas Gift or Gift Xmas? Or maybe the title is an equation. Gift times mass equals
The theory of happiness?
Nah, scratch that. Some dumb idiot probably just don't get English. One Christmas night, evil Cloud Santa had a plight. His temper was not mild. He threw gifts at every man, woman, and child. Hold on, actually, at just one child. Yeah, I'm talking shit like hamsters, bananas, leaded screws that cause brain damage, apparently. I'm not sure what's happening here, but it can't be good. Oh my god! Merry Christmas! You know, at first I was being harsh, but I've come to realize this game is actually very well researched. It recreates the ancient German Christmas time tradition. Wieder art in the Snowwitz flying pan and try to catch Santa Claus's evil gifts from the sky. It is a great time for all kinder in Deutschland. Okay, let's get out of here before Santa notices. I don't want to get on this guy's bad list. Okay, moving on. Audacity snakes? You talking about Audacity or this city? That's just a snake from the Jungle Book. That's Kaa. They used the same exact snake, except this time it looks like he peed on the rug and got in trouble for it. Bad snake. Bad. You copyrighted.
I really need to know what's in this game.
This fucking snake. This fucking shitty ass snake. You know what? I am not leaving until somebody tells me where Audacity fits in all this. I'll just move on to the next game. I need to get through this before I get a goddamn coronary.
I'm going.
Pop Monster has jumped to the next platform. The game. Baby, you don't need to jump. You have your choice of not one, but 3 spiral staircases back there. You don't gotta risk it. It's just this. Over and over. And the music is just this. Over and over and over. Next. This one's called Trooper. And I think the only trooper I see here was the title screen itself. Hang in, buddy, we're sending backup. In this game, everyone is falling to earth, and it's your job to murder them all. Press Y to blink around like a wizard. Am I breaking it? Is this breaking it? Please, God, let's just be breaking it. This type of game seems to be coming up frequently as well. These, Space Invaders clones. It's not really a shmup, because you're not going anywhere. Things are just kind of falling at you. We got Robot, literally the same as Trooper. Archer, you play as a man who throws arrows with his bare hands. I believe we may be missing one of the 2 major ingredients in archery here. Perhaps this is how archery got started. Up there with Exist getting a bit of philosophy in here. Aether Fighter, just another version of Trooper, except this time you shoot pineapples. And final man, that's epic. He's the last one. Except he isn't.
Because there's at least 2 or 3 other men over here. You're a liar. Wow, I'm getting fucking tired of this. Oh, and please, don't let me forget the star attraction here. Shootin' Ballons. Or, excuse me, I'm sorry, I got this wrong. Actually, this is Hootin' Balloos. Another Santa Claus game? Hey, this is the same game as Xmas Gift, except this time Santa's not evil. And the graphics are kind of better, I guess. Hold on a second. Is Xmas Gift a bootleg of Santa Claus? A bootleg inside a bootleg system. What kind of Christopher Nolan Inception level shit is this?
I'm going deeper, Leo.
Okay, next, we got Brave Boy. At least the title screen looks decent on this one. And hey, I'm a fan of adventure.
I'm a brave boy.
Not a brave enough boy for this! What even is this? When a monster catches you in this game, you give it a bath? Not that you'd even be expected to know that you're doing that, because the panel only shows up for a split second when you get hit. And it's not even you in the picture. It's some blue-head kid in his underwear and a cape. Well, to elaborate, by this game's logic, you have to avoid giving things baths long enough to collect balls long enough to unlock this sword in the center that's encased in crystal. This little blue guy here can't catch you when you're in the houses or tubes or whatever this is, but the big blue guy can catch you from literally anywhere. Even if the top of his head scrapes you when he's outside of the building and you're inside of the building, he gets you.
I'm on a bath, motherfucker.
Yep, got it! Wow, that boy was so brave, he sent someone else to get the sword for him. Magical kitchen! Surprise! It's hell on earth! It's bouncing suicidal fruit in a spatula next! Okay, this one is just called Box's World. Look at this bear, look at this smug son of a bitch. He knows what he's doing. He's like, yeah, it's a game called Box's World. What do you expect? Mary fucking Poppins? You seen the rest of these? And to top it off, it's just a clone of another game on the Sega Genesis called Shove It, where you slide boxes around. Yay! Yeah, I think I remember seeing this one on my TI-83 calculator. The vast majority of the games on this system are puzzle games, and most of them are terrible. There are memory games, stacking games. 2 of the games on here I would classify as lawn care games. Yeah, they would be Radish Field and Lawn Purge, aka cutting the goddamn grass. Why would I want to play a game where all I'm doing is chores? Isn't that what games are supposed to help us avoid doing? Especially when there are other such enticing titles on this console, like Stub Gamer, as I like to call it, stacking fucking cans! Alright, come on, what's next? I'm here for the ride at this point. I'm here till the fat lady sings! Alright, we got Germ Killer. Yeah, at least it means well. I'm just so sad. I can't explain it. Next game, it's called Way Out. This game better just be a loaded gun or a noose. You promised me this. I have no idea what's going on here, do you? She goes right when it points left, she goes left when it points right. There's no logic. There is no way out, is there? That's what you're trying to tell me, isn't it? I'm stuck here forever playing your barely functional games. Okay, one of the only playable games in here is called Extreme Robot. Surprise, though, it's just Contra. I'm getting a little worn out at this point. I think I gotta take a rest. How about we book a room at the Oto Hotel and have a nice nap? The bosses are really weird, too. They're just, I don't even know what they are. Is that a Roomba? Cardiac valve?
Oh, this is the finest bootleg. 4-star, best in the city. Zag it!
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what's up next. We got boxing. I'm drawing the line at Boxing Wursel, where they got Mike Tyson next to Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Are they different games? Or are they just one big game? So they just, combine the sports then?
You can't make me!
Help me! I'm being held against my will. My address is 123 help!
This is the worst game I've ever played.
Next! Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, that one looks pretty cool. I mean, it's ancient Chinese warfare. How could we go wrong? Just please give me this one. Just this one.
It's awful.
It's all fucking awful! It's all of it, and every single one of them sucks! This whole thing is just filled with rip-offs! Police skill, it's Hogan's Alley. Guard farm, it's Duck Hunt. Desert Gunman is
Wild Gunman, Diamonds, Arkanoid, Close Quarters, Top Gun, Horrible Area, you got that right. Table tennis, fucking pong. All right. One last game. Let's give it a shot. Star, the final frontier. The very last game on the system. Could this be the one to save them all? You did it, John.
Bootleg Michael Jackson?
You made it. You won with the Casman.
No, this can't be.
You played them all, John. Now you can become a bootleg master yourself.
No, don't use your magic on me!
Thanks for watching JonTron. If you like audiobooks and good services, consider signing up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com using my link, audible.com/JonTron. You'll get a free audiobook just for signing up, and if you don't like the service, cancel anytime. So this month I recommend to you 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, crap. That's not the right book.
If you want to see more JonTron, click these annotations.
Jill, here's a lockpick.
The moans of walking corpses may echo louder today than they did decades ago, but the undead have roamed the gaming landscape ever since 1972. Haunted House opened its doors on the Magnavox Odyssey, complete with a screen overlay and playing cards. The Atari 2600 got its own pixelated mansion of terror 10 years later, as players guided a pair of eyes through a labyrinth of dimly lit rooms. Adaptations of popular slasher flicks also became controversial interactive entertainment, with Wizard Video's remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Halloween, along with LGN's 8-bit attempts at simulating Friday the 13th and A Nightmare on Elm Street on the NES in 1989. Already responsible for arcade and console bombshells like Street Fighter, Final Fight, and Mega Man, that same year, Capcom released a horror RPG exclusively for the Famicom called Sweet Home. The game was used to promote a film of the same name, and the two were released simultaneously. In the mystery adventure, players controlled a party full of characters with special abilities necessary to escape a cursed mansion. In 1990, 25-year-old Shinji Mikami was hired by Capcom to work on Disney games like Aladdin and Goof Troop. After 4 years of child's play, Mikami set his sights on the PlayStation and its CD-based medium. His first concept was an ambitious 2D, 3D hybrid horror shooter that would augment the launch lineup of Sony's new machine. The game was ambitious, but pure evil polygons had met before. Alone in the Dark from Infogrames put its blocky lead characters in imposing environments shown through artfully placed camera angles back in '92. Mikami wanted the game to share elements with Sweet Home, primarily the puzzle structure and mansion setting. The project started as a first-person shooter with aliens before developers 6-hour campaign could be taken by one of two characters, Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine. The separation yielded alternate inventory capacity, defensive power, special items, advanced weapons, supporting cast members, and multiple endings. Despite being separated, both Chris and Jill had the same objective: uncover the secret of a cryptically constructed house and escape alive. A noticeable deficiency of healing items and ammunition encouraged the developers to market Resident Evil as a new genre, called survival horror. The two protagonists, along with weapons expert Barry Burton, mechanic Joseph Frost, pilot Brad Vickers, and team leader Albert Wesker, were members of the Special Tactics and Rescue Service, or STARS. They made up Alpha Team and found themselves combing the dark woods outside Raccoon City in search of Team Bravo. STARS had been assigned to investigate reports of cannibalistic behavior resulting in several deaths among the dense forests of the Arklay Mountains. After discovering the remains of Bravo's chopper, Frost was ambushed, forcing Alpha to take shelter in an empty mansion.
What is this? Wow, what a mansion!
Some primitive detective work led to the game's first unsettling moment. In introduction, the industry would not soon forget. Bravo Team's Kenneth Sullivan had met his end at the hands of a zombie, and it would be the first of many. To make matters worse, Wesker vanished, most of the doors were locked, and rabid dogs were clawing at the front door. Jill and Barry parted ways, and Chris linked up with Bravo rookie medic Rebecca Chambers. Barry supplied additional ammo and rations, and Rebecca assisted in riddle solving and healing Chris's wounds. Resident Evil was broken up into 4 chapters: the mansion, the courtyard, the guardhouse, and the laboratory. The barriers between each were blocked by a series of keyholes or cranks, and multiple rooms existed solely to house a complex puzzle. Inventory items could be sorted, combined, and even examined in 3D to reveal hidden clues. A handful of rooms had a universal item container that could be accessed from multiple locations, along with a typewriter for saving the game if a collectible ink ribbon was acquired. Health was replenished by ingesting herbs that could be mixed for maximum potency or using first aid spray. In between the storage room safe havens and hiding around nearly every corner was a mobile graveyard of mutated monsters, some of which made the foot-dragging zombies look like target practice. Mutilated Cerberus dogs roamed the gardens, squealing hunters leapt out from the shadows, while clinging chimera swooped down from the ceiling, and large spiders spit poisonous venom, escaped sharks prowled the basement, and even bees became an unwelcome nuisance. While each of these encounters could be struggled through or avoided entirely, Chris and Jill had no choice but to confront a giant snake and a botanical abomination called Plant 42.
The stars are doomed. Someone is a traitor. Everything was plotted from the start by Umbrella.
But the real monstrosity turned out to be the man with the plan, Albert Wesker. Numerous clues hinted at a traitorous presence among stars, and in Jill's campaign, Wesker even blackmailed Barry into being his slave. Wesker, along with the numerous scientists players had killed a second time, were connected to a medical conglomerate called Umbrella. The massive corporation had the scientists on their payroll to produce a controlled mutation called the T-virus. The T stood for Tyrant, the embodiment of the virus's potential, and the game's final boss. Seeing Wesker disposed of, Jill or Chris had to gun Tyrant down. If you kept your eyes peeled, you could pick up 3 optical drives in the mansion and translate 3 codes to open a locked cell containing either Jill or Chris. If they failed to do this, they left the team member behind. The helicopter landing pad appeared to be a mere story transition into the end credits, but completists met Tyrant a second and final time before the helicopter could land. Brad dropped a rocket launcher, and Tyrant went boom. The self-destruct system leveled the mansion grounds shortly after Brad's chopper took the survivors into the sunset. articles, letters, and diary entries scattered throughout the property created a remarkably deep undercurrent of misery that was made even more depressing by the fact that most of the people who wrote them were lying dead before you.
Hurry up! I want to get out of here.
I'm sorry, Jill.
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Standing as a stark and humorous contrast to these enigmatic traces of correspondence were the game's undeniably awful dialogue and voiceover.
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You're right.
The performances are subject to interpretation, but there's no question Resident Evil has become equally revered for making people scream and making them laugh.
Stop it.
And although it took intelligent advantage of alone-in-the-dark security cam cinema style, some found the lack of visibility and third-person control disconcerting, and not in the way Mikami intended. For those who enjoyed its life-or-death simulation, Resident Evil was begging for multiple playthroughs. It had 2 characters, and each had multiple conclusions and random events triggered by the directions the player took through the house. Finishing it once opened a closet containing additional costumes, and fleeing the helipad in under 3 hours unlocked a rocket launcher with infinite ammo. Whatever this was that Capcom called survival horror had taken hold, and those who survived the twisted mansion were hungry for more. Something to chew on. In the meantime, Capcom produced Resident Evil Director's Cut. The revision contained an advanced mode that changed camera angles, shuffled around enemies and items, and switched out the starting costumes for Chris, Jill, and Rebecca. These, along with a few other surprises, were designed for people that had memorized the mansion blueprints and would have to rethink their strategy. A second Director's Cut arrived later with DualShock support and a symphonic soundtrack, and the third became available via the PlayStation Network store. Resident Evil also infested the Sega Saturn and PC. The Saturn port was notable for its added battle game feature, a short escapade through a section of the house using a specific arsenal of weapons. New enemies popped up in both this added minigame and the main storyline. The PC version opened with an unedited color intro that was originally censored for the game's US release. Along with added weapons, the PC also supported higher character resolution. Another edition of Resident Evil was also planned for the Game Boy Color, but Capcom eventually canned it. 6 years after the infection began, Capcom completely revamped the Spook and Shoot classic for the Nintendo GameCube. It was the type of concept that fans pray for, but rarely receive. Though veteran STARS members definitely got that old familiar feeling navigating its narrow hallways again, much of the game was completely reinvented. The voices were recast, the dialogue was rewritten, all the cinemas used the in-game character models, and story elements that had blossomed in the previous sequels were mixed into the narrative. Shinji Mikami had since moved on to other projects, but returned to direct it. The graphical leap Resident Evil had made in a single generation of console development was utterly astounding. Some locations had the same geographical layout, but the level of detail made them unrecognizable at first. Other zones, like a smoke-filled graveyard and a dimly lit path leading to a seemingly abandoned shed, offered brand new avenues for exploration. Each vantage point was still locked in place, and the areas were pre-rendered, but the result was a near seamless blend of character and environment. Gameplay features that were now second nature helped make engaging zombies a little less stressful. Characters could perform swift 180-degree turns and use defensive weapons when seized by the undead. The port sold over 1.2 million copies, and many consider it the prettiest and scariest entry in the GameCube's library. Nintendo brought the new version of Evil to the Nintendo Wii in Japan at the end of 2008.
placed the action on the bottom touchscreen, with the top displaying the map and character health. Both the Classic and Rebirth mode were included, with Rebirth being yet another jumbled recreation of the same items and weapons. Unexpected first-person life sequences tested their skills, showcasing a brand new view of that specific room. A few select scenes were also altered to make use of the DS microphone.
What is this? Wow. What a mansion!
To speed up the familiar process for those that could shoot zombies in their sleep, players could manually reload outside of the menu, and skip the original's mandatory loading doors. Running off the console's Wi-Fi, 2 multiplayer modes appeared, one played cooperatively, and another awarding one of 4 potential players with the highest score. Resident Evil for the DS didn't hit the visual standards of the PlayStation, but its ability to run on the platform at all was impressive by itself. Resident Evil originally turned heads because its premise was frighteningly unique. At the time, one would think that limited resources, rampant backtracking, and a permanently static camera would spell disaster for those still experimenting with action games in 3D. But Mikami was willing to get his hands dirty and gamble his fate on gamers craving to outlive the undead. The game's design often left players blind, trapped, and hopeless, but that's the type of horror that memorable nightmares are made of. The question was, would the nightmare continue? Sequels for the PlayStation, The Lost Town starts its inevitable countdown to destruction. 2 unexpected heroes get caught in a conspiracy, and Jill Valentine plans a desperate
Surrounded by filth. Might as well just cover my walls in shit. I'm living in shit. Fucking video games. We wasted so many hours of human life with this vile crap. We failed in our existence when we were cursed with the technology to invent such horrible mind-rotting catastrophes. We're better than fucking medieval times. I wish we were just sitting on a riverbank playing with fucking rocks. Sucks, and this game sucks, and this game sucks, and this game sucks. This fucking thing barely even works. And this fucking thing, 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 and this fucking thing. I don't like them. Well, what are we gonna play this time? Gyromite? That was one of the original NES launch titles. Yeah, like Duck Hunt, Excitebike, and Super Mario Brothers. All the initial classics. Let's try it out. second player? Who the hell am I gonna get to play this shit with me?
I will play. I am Rob, robotic operating buddy.
Okay, cool. A robot. Here you go.
Error does not compute. Requires adaptive device.
It's a controller. You play it.
I do not have thumbs, you moron. Requires adaptive device. Location, bottom drawer. 3.6 centimeters depth, front right quarter, 9.1 centimeters in.
Alright. This thing?
Correct. Place controller into tray. Align actuators with buttons.
Okay, I get it. You push these little things and they activate the buttons. It's a little excessive, but whatever. Alright, Rob, you got all your stuff. You all set? Let's play.
Insufficient. Must have gyros.
You want a fucking gyro now? Alright, here's your damn gyro.
You idiot. That is not a gyro.
I know, I tried. What do you want me to go to fucking Greece?
Bottom drawer.
Okay, so these are the gyros. In other words, spinning tops. They come with a spinner, which takes a D battery. On top of the 4 double A's you'll need for Rob. When you place a gyro on the spinner, it does just that. It spins. Man, does this thing spin. You could probably sharpen a pencil on it. Now this whole setup is like something Doc Brown or Pee Wee Herman would use. You ready now, Rob? You happy? You got enough shit to work with?
Affirmative.
Affirmative your ass! Let's play. So this is how it works. When you want to control Rob, you press start. Now the screen flashes different colors, which somehow communicates with Rob through the sensors in his eyes. Creepy. And now we're finally ready to move that gate. Finally! Oh! No! The object of the game is simple. Professor Hector somehow got himself trapped in a room full of dynamite and dinosaurs. Man, he really fucked up. Supposedly, these dinosaurs or whatever are called smicks. If you touch them, you die. Unfortunately, Hector cannot jump. He can't even reach out to grab dynamite that's right above his face. This means having to climb up to a higher height and drop down on the dynamite. He can also pick up radishes. The smicks happen to love radishes and will stop at anything to eat them. If your timing is right, you can use the gates to squish the smicks. Yeah! But watch out, the same thing can happen to the professor. The goal is to collect all the dynamite. After that, you advance to the next stage. It's like a classic arcade platformer like Donkey Kong or the original Mario Brothers. It could be a fun game, except for having to use a damn robot. Alright, Rob, you want to play something else? How about Life Force?
Negative.
Well, then what do you want to play?
Stack up.
Stack up.
Yes, trust me. It's good.
lesser in a game to control a robot. Why can't I just control the robot myself? That'd be a lot easier, right? Yeah, a remote control robot. Kids would like that. You'd see them sitting on the sidewalks playing with their remote control robs. Just need to bring a TV set outside just to use them, that's all. Alright, Rob, let's play something different. Oh, how about Contra?
Negative.
How about Bubble Bobble? That's a great two-player game.
Negative.
Well, then what do you want to play?
Gyromite.
Gyromite? Well, we already played that. Let's pick something different.
Stack up.
Those can't be the only two games we play. How about Double Dragon 2 or Dr. Mario? Family Feud?
Does not compute. Must be Gyromite or Stack Up.
Come on, Rob. You come over and all you want to play are the same two games. Look, I got this whole shelf, both sides, nearly 800 NES games.
Gyromite or Stack Up.
Smicks a dick. Knock it the fuck off. No, don't knock it off. No. What the fuck? You know what? You be the first player. Yeah, let's see how you like it. Ain't that fun? How you like that? Robo fuckers with a piece of shit. The hell with Rob. I'm playing by myself. Because you need two controllers. You know what? I'll just play with my feet. Yeah, that works pretty good. Oh, wait, better yet. Game. Cybernetic shit sucker.
video games awesome again. For the most part. But I don't think Nintendo's success had anything to do with you.
Be quiet. You are a biological unit with insufficient intellect to make that determination.
You're no hero. This is my hero. No more shitty games. No more Karate Kid. No more Top Gun. No more Ghostbusters. No more Fester's Quest. No more Patrol Boy. No more Dick Tracy. No more Little Red Hood. No more Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. I won't fucking have it! That's the way you're gonna get it.
lesson for you before you go home for the holidays. How to make a broken ass game. The subject this time, Last Action Hero.
You asshole.
I'm sorry, Arnold, it's true. Last Action Hero makes E.T. look halfway decent. It makes Die Hard look like Mario 3. Attacking in this game makes no sense. You can't hit enemies if you're close to them, and they can't hit you. Don't worry about jump attacks because you don't have them. Jack Slater would rather play with an invisible jump rope than jump kick somebody in the face. What the hell? So what are you gonna do when facing guys with knives and baseball bats? Well, you go right at them. Hope they don't hit you, wait for them to back off, then kick their asses. No, I can't, because it is such a crappy strategy, especially in a game with a timer. You waste so much time running and jumping instead of attacking. When you finally get to a boss, there is no time left. I get to the Ripper with maybe 20 seconds left to beat him. I'm glad he's such an easy boss because look at how much time I actually have left when I actually beat him. That's right, none. 0 time left. Oh, but wait, the developers did have plenty of time for one of Arnold's favorite pastimes, breaking down doors. game is just a joke. Arnold, you gotta understand, this game is just bad. You gotta be reasonable about this. You gotta be fair.
Who said I'm fair?
Bastard.
Did you know? Officially, Dr. Mario is not a legitimate doctor. In an interview with Game Informer, Shigeru Miyamoto stated, "There's really only one rule in terms of the things that Mario does. Generally, it's that he's more on the blue-collar side. He's hardworking and certainly much more physical in nature. So I think that a doctor is sort of an unexpected and perhaps unbelievable role for Mario. Perhaps the Dr. Mario you're thinking of was maybe, in some way, not necessarily legitimate." The gameplay of Dr. Mario was designed by Gunpei Yokoi, the creator of Metroid and the Game Boy. The game was created largely in response to the growing audience for puzzle games that Tetris ushered in after its enormous popularity. The music from Dr. Mario was composed by the same composer from the iconic NES version of Tetris, Hirokazu Tanaka. In addition to being a composer, Tanaka was also a programmer. Because of his combined skills, he didn't have to use real instruments to write the music beforehand, like many other video game composers. He was able to program the music for Dr. Mario and Tetris directly into the machine. A rare glimpse into Hirokazu Tanaka's process was discovered by hobbyists at the Cutting Room Floor Wiki. This track is an unused song found buried in the data of an early Dr. Mario prototype. The music sounds experimental and incomplete, but it closely resembles the style of music in the final version. This prototype was one of several distinct builds of Dr. Mario that eventually found their way out of Nintendo's closely guarded custody. It's very rare for early first-party builds to leak publicly at all, but prototypes of the Japanese-developed Dr. Mario turned up randomly in the West decades after the final game released. The first widely known build was posted online from Norway in 2008 and was swiftly bought by a private collector for an undisclosed large sum of money. The prototype is called Virus, making no mention of Mario in the title at all. However, Dr. Mario can be seen during gameplay along with a nurse taking care of a sick dog. The animation for Mario is different than it is in the final version, and the viruses have different appearances as well. The second known prototype showed up in Texas. It was listed on eBay in 2010 and sold for $2,200. This version was nearly identical to the previous leaked prototype, with a few small changes to the text and date on the title screen. The next leaked prototype came from Georgia as part of an auction for a Nintendo PlayChoice 10 arcade unit. The PlayChoice 10 units were arcade machines that had 10 NES games with pay-to-play modes, but it was not typical for these arcade machines to house prototype games. This version likely came from Washington, where Nintendo of America used to own a few Chuck E. Cheese restaurants. In those restaurants, they would occasionally use the PlayChoice 10 units to test unreleased NES games on the public. This virus prototype has a unique title screen, along with an original bubbly-looking logo, and it appears to be very close to the final version. The menus look more like Dr. Mario, complete with checkered backgrounds. The nurse and dog are gone, replaced with close-ups of the redesigned virus characters. The red and blue viruses are identical to their counterparts in the final version, but the yellow virus appears to have been redesigned again for the final version. It's not clear why this change was made. Over the development of the Mario series, designers came up with many ideas for power-ups that never made it past the planning stages. In New Super Mario Bros. Wii, the developers considered a power-up based on chickens. The only publicly available concept art was shared in a discussion on NeoGAF with a collection of behind-the-scenes Nintendo images. It's not known what the chicken suit would have done, but many fans speculate that it was converted into the penguin suit, as both suits are based on flightless birds. A chicken suit is far from the strangest unfulfilled idea for a power-up. A centaur transformation was once considered for Super Mario Bros. 3, but was ultimately rejected in favor of the Tanuki suit. Super Mario Bros. 3 also apparently had planned a power-up based around Toad. An unused item-sized Toad sprite can be found hidden within the graphical data of the game near the other power-ups. It's not clear if the object was the Toad suit or just the item that summoned Toad, but it's worth noting that the role of Toad changed throughout the development of the game. Koopa Troopas and Hammer Brothers were originally going to be hosts for minigames instead of Toad. There isn't enough data to determine what the Toad object was intended to do, as nothing will happen when the item is reinserted into the game via hacking. Another power-up that was removed during development comes from Super Mario Galaxy 2. Nintendo had concept art for a Demon Mario suit. The design was a cute and harmless take on Japanese demons, otherwise known as Oni. The Oni Mario suit eventually became Cloud Mario, but it's interesting to see that the cloud summoning power-up has mythological origins. Updated music for the Ice Flower and Red Star power-ups can be found in the data for Galaxy 2, suggesting that they may have been planned to return from the first Galaxy game. The character design for Bowser gets its horns and muzzle from oxen. When designing the villain for Super Mario Bros., Shigeru Miyamoto was inspired by the Ox King from the 1960 Japanese animated film Journey to the West, released in English-speaking territories as Alakazam the Great. The King of Koopas got the rest of his design from the Koopas themselves. Miyamoto stated, "I'd been drawing something completely incomprehensible, a turtle's body with an ox's head." Through our discussions, his appearance eventually came together, though. Since Bowser was in the turtle family together with the Koopa Troopas, we began to see similar lines between the two, so we copied those as faithfully as possible. In Super Mario Bros. 3, more turtle designs were added to the lineup, with 7 different Bowser-like children ruling the different castles in each world. Contrary to popular belief, the Koopalings are not actually the offspring of Bowser. Miyamoto has said, "Our current story is that the 7 Koopalings are not Bowser's children. Bowser's only child is Bowser Jr., and we don't know who the mother is." Another fact about the Koopalings comes from the animated adaptation of Super Mario Bros. 3 for North America. The pre-production phase of the series predates the final naming convention of the Koopalings from the games. As a result, the Koopalings have entirely different names in the cartoon. The names are Bully, Big Mouth, Kooky, Cheatsy, Hip, Hop, and Cootie Pie. Don't forget to subscribe and click on this annotation to find out more about the Super Mario Bros. Animated series and the Super Mario Bros. Movie over at Did You Know Movies, our new show all about movies and TV. And while you're at it, why not check out my video on the top 10 weirdest video game commercials? Because that would be really cool of you. Please do it. Thank you so much, and have a good day. Bye!
There's nothing quite like the warm and happy feeling you get when playing a game when you're a bit down. Rain or shine, video games are there for you, and no matter what your gaming tastes are, I bet there's a great game out there to make you feel better. But what if, instead of using a video game to feel better, you wanted to use one to feel worse? Maybe life has just been going a bit too well for you lately, or you've got a pesky good mood that hasn't gone away for a few months. Well, no matter the reason, if you're looking to feel bad about life, I've got just the game for you. Mystic Midway Phantom Express is the sequel to Mystic Midway Rest in Pieces, another game I've never played before. The games were developed and published in the early 90s by Philips for the Philips CDI, a console which I'm sure somebody thought was a good idea.
This is CDI, Compact Disc Interactive, a new world standard in multimedia home entertainment from Philips Electronics.
Hold up, I can scroll through my Kodak photo CDs with an oversized trackball? It must be the future! Now, I don't have a CDI, but lucky me, Phantom Express was ported to the PC. Clearly, it was the cover that drew me to this game. I mean, how could you not want to know what this game is about? A roller coaster looping around in an endless void with the track going right into some dude's mouth? What could it be? The game begins like all great games do, silently. Like a thief in the night, the main menu opens. Is it on mute? Is my sound card working? Well, that's all just part of the mystery, isn't it? There are 3 difficulty settings, and while I initially started on the medium level Bad Dream, I ended up having to drop down to Sweet Dream to beat the game.
I've just been reading this hilarious story. It's called Your Life.
See, this is what I want, right? FMV so cheesy you could eat it with crackers. I mean, just listen to that infectious laugh. Yeah, I guess my life is pretty funny.
Well, here on the Phantom Express, you get to relive that life, one pitiful moment at a time. Have fun.
That's all the introduction that the game provides, which really isn't a good sign. It just makes me feel like I'm about to experience something completely disposable. Mystic Midway Phantom Express is completely disposable. The game is an on-rail shooter, quite literally, since you're on the rails of a roller coaster. The only unique part of the game is the theme. The idea is that you're on the Phantom Express, which is a roller coaster controlled by Dr. Dearth. This roller coaster takes you from infancy to old age as you relive your apparently pathetic and horrible life. Each stage is more or less the same, an empty black void occasionally broken up by some coaster tracks which add to the excitement. I mean, it's almost like being on a real roller coaster. The objects you shoot at change from level to level. They're supposed to represent the horrors of life, I guess. For instance, in the infancy stage, you shoot at baby food, creepy jack-in-the-boxes, and this guy, for some reason. You also hear things like,
Stop that crying, or I'll really give you something to cry about.
Creep, we couldn't afford this. You're opposed to that.
With a face like that, he'll have to learn how to walk backwards.
yeah, so to sum this level up, your parents hate you. I guess that's supposed to motivate you to shoot more things, but I found it more annoying than anything. You have 3 lives, and failing the stage just means you have to do it over again. If you get enough points, though, you get to advance to the next stage of life, which is once again introduced by Dr. Dearth.
So, you survived infancy. Well, guess what? It's time you had a childhood.
Really? This guy is the only reason to keep playing. What's he gonna wear next? What is he gonna say next? It's not even really the things he says, it's more about the way he says them. It's great.
You'll be late for school. Today is test day. And guess what? You're not prepared!
The repetitive levels, however, are not great. The things you shoot at change, which I mean, that's cool and all, but nothing else does. You're still just zipping through a mostly empty void, listening to the supposed nightmares that your life contains.
Looks like your face caught fire and somebody put it out with a track shoe.
It's the same thing each level, and the whole your life is terrible thing gets old pretty quickly.
So, you lucked out and got married. Let's see what's in store for you. You do the same things, say the same things, and hang out with the same people every single day, rain or shine, holidays included.
It's almost like we're listening to a bitter old man trying to scare a bunch of children about life, so he writes a really crappy story to tell by a campfire. And when you get older, life will be just as scary. You'll see the same people, which might include friends or family, and you'll do the same things, which might include gainful employment or hobbies. The possible stability of your life is terrifying. I think by now you're starting to get the point. Marriage is horrible, being 30 is horrible, having a midlife crisis is horrible, and being old is horrible. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say that none of that is true, but at some point, if you complain enough, it just becomes white noise. And you know, while I'm on the topic, it's super annoying how Mystic Midway Phantom Express continues to use The game's biggest flaw, though, even after considering all of the other complaints I have, is that it's nearly unplayable. Shooting is so delayed, it's pretty much impossible to take an accurate shot, especially in later levels when stuff flies by really quickly. You click where you want to shoot, but by the time the game actually registers a shot, your target has moved off screen. My solution to this was clicking as fast as I could and hoping I hit things, which I think would be most people's course of action. Doing this drowns out the sound of your life passing by, though, which, while kind of annoying, is the only other part of this game. Leaving you with a shooter you're not really playing and snarky audio you can't really hear. By the time I got to the end of the game, even Dr. Dearth was wearing out his welcome.
Here's something scary for you. You're not dead yet. It just seems like it.
Yeah, alright, wrap it up. Let's just get this over with. The final bonus level is just sections of all 7 other levels strung together, so on the off chance that you just couldn't get enough of Mystic Midway Phantom Express, well, here's another heaping helping. After beating that level, the only thing left for you to do is put in your name and play again, or stop playing and do something else. Literally anything else. It doesn't matter if you're after an on-rail shooter or if you're just looking for some FMV, Mystic Midway Phantom Express is sure to disappoint. I vaguely wonder if the CDI version is any better, but it's hard to imagine that it is. Even if the gameplay was fixed, even if the game worked as it's supposed to, would you really want to play it? I wouldn't. I would, however, consider going to a one-man show starring Dr. Dearth. That is, of course, assuming it's not broken up by uninteresting roller coaster segments.
Alright, you made it out. The ride's over. You chalked up a big score. But guess what?
love milk just about as much as I love getting haircuts. I have a tall glass of milk pretty much every night. So when I found out there was a game based around milk, wait a minute, that Spy Fox game was about milk too. Weird. But not as weird as Bad Milk, the game we're about to take a look at. This has to be one of the most bizarre gaming experiences I've ever had, and I'm gonna be honest, it was a little difficult to write a script for this one. Nevertheless, sit back and enjoy a truly one-of-a-kind gaming experience as we take a look at Bad Milk.
Dreaming Media, the group behind Bad Milk, still has a functioning website. Dashed with the stunning color of vomit green, the website hosts a total of 2 games. The first game, Bounce, which looks to me like an 80s design pattern, is priced at $12.95 and boasts gravity, bumpers, wind, and holes. The second game claims to be a new take on the ever-popular Wander and Wonder game genre. The price? No longer available. Intriguing, no? The Who Are We tab describes the developers in a weird slideshow clip art format. If this was a test of my patience, I failed miserably because... No, I'm not reading this. Intrigued by a few screenshots I was able to dig up, and how could you not be intrigued, really, I set off on a quest to find not only a copy of the game, but a functioning copy. It took a while, but here are the fruits of my labor. Okay, stop. How can I already have something to complain about? It's just a splash intro, nothing weird here, right? Well, currently, you're looking at game footage that has been zoomed in on. The entire game plays out in a tiny off-center box at the top of the screen. It's really weird. Anyway, the intro to the game begins to unfold in beautiful, stunning, horrible, shitty-looking, awful FMV. We appear to be enjoying some first-person breakfast when we discover our huge mistake. Today's date is February 3rd, and the milk we used expired in October. Our reaction is priceless. So kids, this is what awaits you if you ever drink spoiled milk. Apparently, you exist in a black void with an archaic cell phone ringing and spinning around in front of you.
We weren't expecting you to arrive so soon. I guess you drank some dangerously outdated milk. You can escape this place, but only if you're clever. If you're not...
So to escape from this weird milk dimension, we have to be clever. And if we're not, wah ha ha. That lovely phone message has granted us a new spinning object to interact with. This time it appears to be an underwater Walter White in a bubble. I mean, that's just my best guess. Okay, so now we have drowning Walter White, frozen panting man, and different guy in a bubble, I guess. Let's check up on Walter first. Okay, some dramatic music. Okay. Oh man, here it comes. Well, okay, Walter must be a little shy. Come on out, you can do it. And... Okay, fuck you, Walter. Fuck you and your round-ass glasses, your goddamn goatee, and your stupid dramatic music. Oh, I see how it is. Not gonna come out now, huh? Walter's just gonna stay down there until we click on him, and when we do, he surfaces and gives us an important message. Okay, so he gives us part of an important message. It comes in 4 parts. You just kind of have to wait for him to go into and out of the water a few times. You must drink 5 times. Lower level. Oh, thank you, Walt. That advice changed my life. That's all he has to say, and any further clicking just has him repeating himself. Our next stop on our spoiled milk adventure is this strange man standing by a wall and panting. Alright, what's this guy's story? Oh, there was something there for a second. Where was it? Oh, I get it. You click and drag the dude across the screen until he gets to the switch, which makes a sound. And nothing. I mean, of
course nothing. What you obviously have to do is make sure he gets to both levers before you let go of the mouse button, because that is very important. Important to the milk, I guess. Okay, now we've got a door and a hallway, I guess. Let's just go through the door then. Okay, maybe not.
Uh-oh, stuck in the dark. Better start walking.
Was that our thoughts? I don't know. Let's just move towards the door. Alright, I hear a phone, so let's try and move in that direction.
Listen to me, and listen good. You must find your way through the darkness. There is another building where the telephone will ring once again. You must listen carefully to the next phone call.
Okay, so if after hearing that, you're expecting a pitch black maze type scenario where the only thing that guides you around are audio clues, then congratulations. You're like a fucking psychic or something. Yeah, so I'm not gonna drag you all the way through this part here, but I basically just clicked on arrows until I got to the next phone. There were audio effects to give me a sense of direction, but ultimately I just clicked on an arrow until I bumped into something, then chose a different direction to walk in. And when I finally got to the next phone...
There is something you must know if you want to escape. The rotating head is a combination lock. You must find the combination numbers and apply them in sequence. And by the way, sorry about the trap door.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure we just died. Is the game over? Oh, nope. We're just back here at the magical carousel of jackasses. Just like the last time, clicking on the person in the bubble gives us a weird transition into some new spinning objects. What are the screeching tires for? Who knows? I mean, my best guess is that it's a milk truck. But aside from being named Bad Milk and showing us drinking bad milk in the beginning, it doesn't appear that milk is that strong of a theme here. There's some reversed audio going on here, and when I turn it around using the power of editing, we get this message.
Tell it to you. I'm trying to tell you there's something I have to tell you. The walrus's paw.
The walrus's paw? The walrus's paw? Do walruses have paws? Okay. Well, now we got Smokey Joe over here, and to get him to talk to us, we have to pull a rope.
To be straightforward with you, and I never go back on my word.
Mm-hmm, yep.
Nevis.
Okay.
Sweet.
Uh-huh. Alright, let's,
Vermont.
Sure. Yep.
Know what I'm saying?
So, obviously the quote-unquote puzzle here is that he's saying something backwards. Simply clicking on him flips him around, and we get to listen to the audio in reverse. Oh, good, great, grand. Thank you for this important information. Let's just open up our clue book here and see what we've got. So far we have, you must turn beds 5 times lower level, Nabur you Steven, and we can't forget the ever-helpful, the walrus is paw. You know the drill, another bubble, another new room of spinning douchebags. What do we have here? Okay, a guy walking back and forth coughing on a cigar a few times. Wait a minute, it all makes sense. Holy shit. The milk, the notes, the cigar. The whole point of this game is... wait, hold on a second, I'm getting a phone call. Let me go get that.
You will need to find the correct number for the top level of the lock. Move the walking man and watch for his cigar. He may be trying to tell you something.
Oh gee, thanks, Prima. That's the best strategy advice you could ever give me. Pay attention to the cigar, you say? Like I wasn't already doing that? Fuck this screen, we're moving on.
This is the sound.
Well, what kind of baby back bullshit is this? Oh my god, make it stop. God, get the finger on the record. Holy shit, this is way harder than it needs to be. Just hold down the stupid...
The sound of the clue. The clue you need to find your way through
Oh my god, are you serious? Go on, just tell me the clue. This is the worst thing ever. This is the kind of stuff where I can't help but wonder how it got past the initial design stages of a game. Like, who is the guy who said, for beating this puzzle, the player gets a one-word clue. They have to wait over a minute, though, while the idiot on the record ums and ahs for a while. Trust me, it's a great idea. Okay, albatross. Great. We'll just write that down in our handy-dandy notebook and move on to the next thing, which I'm sure is just as nonsensical as everything else. Now would be a good time to remind you that this entire magical adventure of stupidity started by drinking what couldn't be more than a tablespoon of bad milk in a small cup of coffee. I just wanted to keep that in your mind. Okay, so we've got an eye exam thing here, and... Oh, of course. Another one of these. Again, I'm not gonna make you sit through an entire audio maze, but let it be known that in this one you have to go all the way to the end and then backtrack to nearly the beginning. I guess it only took me around 7 minutes, but it felt a hell of a lot longer. And at the end of the maze, a pitched up voice tells us that we're not well because of the milk.
You're not well, you see. You see, that milk was really very outdated.
Like we didn't already know that at this point. And then she says,
Have you seen the flamingo?
alright, on to the next bubble. I still have no idea what our end goal is here, but I guess I don't really care. I'm just hoping we're close to being done. That's coming right at us! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so I'm just gonna tell you all that this is the final puzzle of the game. This mysterious floating head is a 3-piece combination lock, and as he spins around, he seems to grow and lose hair for whatever reason. So the big question is, where do we get the combination? Believe it or not, we already have the combination right here. Kind of. We wrote the appropriate things down, it's just that we have to translate them from garbled English trash into understandable concepts. And away we go!
You must turn head 5 times. Lower level.
Number is 7.
375 appears to be our magic number. So let's just enter that in here and... Okay, let's try that again. Lucky for us, when you start the game over, you don't actually have to go through any of the horrors that we went through the first time. You can just go straight to the creepy-ass floating head. Okay, 375 and... Aha! I do know the password, you douchebag. Albatross Flamingo. Thank you, diligent note-taking.
Keep breathing. I see the head. I've got the head. Very good.
You finally made it. You're so precious. Look at you. You're beautiful. We've been waiting for you. We're so happy you're here.
I'm sorry. Did I just play a game where I die from a tiny bit of spoiled milk and some coffee, and then, while in some strange afterlife, I solve a series of puzzles to receive clues so that I can unlock a spinning head and spell out 2 types of birds so that I can be reincarnated as a baby? Yes, I did.
So the big question is, where did this game come from? Why is it here? Well, I actually don't know that much about the game. I wasn't able to dig up that much information. I know that the game was made by two brothers and that it actually won the grand prize at IGF for the year it was entered, which was a shocker. I also found a written interview with the two creators that looked legit, but I wasn't able to verify it. In the interview, the creators talk about the game as an art project that represents reincarnation, which means that the game is actually really profound. No, they also claim to have spent $12,000 making it, which apparently isn't even enough money to de-interlace their video footage, so whatever. So where does that leave us? What is the message we're supposed to take away from Bad Milk? How is this game going to change our lives? Well, it probably isn't going to change our lives. It kind of sucked.
Hey, thanks for making it through Bad Milk with me. If you enjoyed the video, consider giving it a like or a comment. I may sound like a total tool asking you to do that, but it actually does make a big difference. You can also follow me on Facebook and Twitter, those links are in the description, and you can subscribe to me here and check out some of my other videos. Thanks again for watching, and may your milk never go bad.
This game was because my older brother had it and told me that I couldn't play it, so he hid it away in his bedroom. Of course, being the crafty 5-year-old that I was, I still managed to find it and play it. And even back then as a kid, I knew this game sucked. Playing it again, I've reaffirmed to myself that it sucks. It sucks so bad. Where do I even start? How about this? This is the title screen. Hear this song? Kinda sounds familiar, doesn't it? Like it's practically an exact copy of the Indiana Jones theme. And it loops every 15 seconds. This brief time I've talked about it, it's already getting on my nerves. But you better get used to it, because it's the only song you're gonna hear for the whole game. The only other songs are just as short, and they only appear at the final boss and at the password screen. And this irritating, grating music, there's no way to turn it off. It's with you the whole time. Anyway, this game is an RPG. And what would an RPG be without the plot? I'll tell you what it'd be. It'd be highlight. The entirety of the plot is given on the main menu screen. Ready? Pay attention. You might miss it if you blink. I'm sorry, did you get lost and confused? Let me recap that for you. There's a dragon, and there's a princess. And then the dragon and the princess explodes into fairies. You need to get the fairies to put her back together again. And you play as this guy. This is the best part, seriously. I am not making this up. The character that you play as, the main hero, his name is Jim. Jim the Knight. Real fantasy right there. As soon as the game starts up, I know exactly what you're thinking. Hey, this looks like Zelda. And you know what? It does. To give credit where it's due, though, Highlight originally released on Japanese computers 1 year before Zelda came out. So, Highlight did it first, but Zelda did it right. Zelda's world is massive and filled with secrets. Highlight's world is a 5x5 square grid and is completely uninteresting. Zelda has quick-moving screens to keep the action going. Highlight's screen shifting is jumpy and awkwardly slow. There's something else that Zelda has that Highlight doesn't. What was it called? Oh yeah, fun. Right at the first screen, there are monsters monsters you want to kill. Some slimes and a kobold. So, instinctively, I go to kill them, slapping every button on the controller to attack. But what the... Why is it... I'm pressing the buttons, why aren't I attacking? Well, it turns out you have two modes. Holding the A button switches you from defend mode to attack mode. While in attack mode, you deal a lot more damage, but you also take a lot more damage. Activate attack mode, and then you run into enemies, and you hope you win. I'm sorry, can I just talk about how much I hate this as a game mechanic? Think of every video game ever. They all taught you the same thing. Touching enemies is bad. And here, Highlight makes it the closest thing to gameplay it has. At least with a game like Yeast, you can see your character swinging your sword, so you feel like you're doing something. But with Highlight, you just mash your faces together until somebody falls over. On top of that, there is zero skill involved. It's all based on brute strength. It's expected that you are physically stronger than your enemy, not smarter or more strategic. The only real advantage you can give yourself is to attack an enemy from behind, which makes sense. But the problem is that almost all of the enemies don't have a back to attack. Most of the enemy sprites only face one direction. It's a total crapshoot to hit their backs. Most of the time, you don't. So the whole point of the game is to collect the fairies. You can actually get one of the fairies right at the beginning. Go one screen south, and there will be a bunch of trees. A fairy is placed randomly in one of these trees, and you just need to touch it. But if you choose the wrong tree, bees! Ah! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Jim the Knight, killed by bees. In case you couldn't tell by the abysmally small bars on the side, you start off weaker than an infant. So before you can really do anything, and I mean do anything, you have to grind experience. And you are way too weak to fight anything else. So you start attacking slimes to increase... Oh, god damn it! Slimes! Slimes killed me! I mean, the bees, yeah, I get that, but slimes? You start killing slimes to increase your experience. And the experience bar goes up so slowly that... I did the math. To get from level 1 to level 2, you have to kill 100 slimes. That's a great way to start any game. With busy work. And just to make sure grinding takes as long as possible, there's only one way to heal. You have to find yourself a nice patch of grass and stand perfectly still. Call of Duty stole this. The first goal in the game is to kill a vampire. You can only hurt the vampire if you have a cross, which you can find laying out on its own nearby. But even with the cross, the vampire will still kill you instantly. Which means I need to do more grinding. So I start killing bats. Oh, I'm sorry. Sturges. Stolen straight from Dungeons and Dragons, ladies and gentlemen. At least these bats give a decent amount of experience. Oh, son of a bitch! Are you used to that sound yet? Because you're gonna hear it a lot. There is a save system, but it's so messed up. In the menu, you have a save, load, and password option. Naturally, you think, passwords? Those are dumb. I'll just save. And yes, you do save exactly where you are. But Highlight doesn't have a battery backup. That means you lose your save when you turn it off. Imagine, if you will, a little 5-year-old pro Jared who is so used to saving in The Legend of Zelda that he saved in Highlight and turned it off so he can go have dinner. And then when he came back afterwards, everything was gone. It's not that it takes a long time, it's just that everything is so tedious. Okay, fine, I accept that. Only save while playing the game. I'll just get the password and... Oh no. What is this jumbled mess? I know long passwords are something you just have to deal with in older games, but come on! They couldn't even break it up? It's so easy to lose your place in the password while reading it. What if you write it down wrong? I swear, everything about Highlight is designed to go against what you've been accustomed to as a child. Killing the vampire gets me a lamp, so I can actually see inside the dark caves. There's this treasure inside this maze, and I'm so terrified of fighting things that I've been using the spell Turn to make them run away from me. Oh yeah, that's another thing that sucks. Magic. All of it. To cast it, you press the B button to cycle through your spells. And then you press A and B at the same time to cast it. The only useful spell is Turn, because it makes enemies go in the opposite direction they're currently going. It's one of the few ways to help you attack people in the back. The other, presumably cooler spells, Fire, Ice, Wave, and Flash, those kill enemies. Awesome, right? Well, joke's on you, because if you kill an enemy with a spell, you don't get any experience for it. Even worse, they don't do anything to some enemies, such as all the tough ones you would actually want to use magic on. Shooting a vampire with a fireball makes sense, right? Well, too bad. It does nothing. So yeah, I make everything run away from me in the maze so that I can get this chest. And inside is a pot. Yay! Don't even know what this is for. It makes another cave entrance appear in the labyrinth, but that's about it. So I make my way through that pothole and find a key and a bunch of treasure chests, which you need to take back to the graveyard and open another treasure chest to get a jewel. And the jewel is extremely important to get because it does absolutely nothing. These trees are trying to kill me. You, nature. Through enough trial and error, I end up at the shore, and my next goal is to kill these two wizards. But before you do that, you need to be strong enough, which means more grinding. And of course, more grinding also means... Here's the thing about these wizards. They have the last fairy, and you can only get it if you kill both of them at the same time. The only way to do that is to hit them both with the wave spell, which goes right through enemies. Which is all fine and dandy, but the wave spell can only be shot left or right. But look at the land here! There's twice as much vertical space as there is horizontal. There's no easy way to do this. The only solution I came up with was to distract one into hitting me while the other lines up. But the very instant I get the last fairy, you gotta be ready. Because they bring you right to a dragon. Nothing hurts the dragon, by the way. None of the spells, and attacking it only brings... I got stuck here. I was stuck between a rock and a dragon place. I only figured out that you're supposed to get into the castle because I missed the dragon with a fire spell. You're supposed to burn down the tree in front of it to get inside. How are people supposed to figure this out? You can't burn down any other tree in the game at all except for this one. That's not clever. That's inconsistent. Inside the castle is a bunch of monsters and a single gravestone. Touching the gravestone breaks it, I guess? Which somehow drains all of the water outside? But what doesn't make any sense is that without the water, the dragon suddenly becomes vulnerable. I painstakingly kill him by slapping him a few times, waiting 3 minutes to heal, and then slapping him some more until he dies. When he dies, I get the medicine. This may be the most important item in the game. It makes it so that when you die, you instantly get filled back up to full health. But it only works once, and you need it, and I mean need it, to beat the final boss. If you waste it anywhere else, you are completely boned. Also inside the drained water is a chest that has a ruby, which doesn't seem to do anything other than make the final boss, yeah, this guy, appear inside the dragon's castle. And fighting him is the worst. Even at the maximum level with maximum strength, it's completely luck if you manage to kill him. Attacking him causes you to die faster than he gets damaged, so you actually need to defeat him in defend mode. There is no strategy for this. All I could do was throw myself at him until I won, which took about 8 or 9 times. But hey, it worked! The big guy is dead, the fairies come together, the princess is saved, and... Congratulations! My reward is these 2 frames of animation. Way to go, Jim! That's it. It just brings you back to the title screen afterwards. There's no credits or anything. That hurt. That hurt to play. That's why my final rating for this game is a bee sting out of 10. It's super short and can be beaten in a few hours, but for how brief it is, it was one of the most painful games I have ever played. Highlight only lasts as long as it does because it uses arbitrary difficulty and mandatory grinding to make up for a lack of substance. And if that doesn't hurt enough, the ear-bleeding music will. And let's be honest here, it isn't fun to play. I think my brother knew. I think he knew how much this game sucked and let me keep stealing it out of his room as a form of punishment. Crafty bastard.
One of the first games I remember for the Genesis that really made me question what I was doing hanging out in 8-bit Nintendo land was Altered Beast. And do you really blame me and thousands of other kids? NES games look like this, while Genesis games looked like this. Being a port from the arcades, there obviously wasn't a whole lot to this game other than kicking ass. Being a beat 'em up, there had to be something that made it stand out amongst the clutter, and of course that was the ability to... You damn right. Collecting magical orbs after you give Blue Wolves the kick. Oh yeah. Captain S knows.
Blue pigs get the kick. Everything gets the kick. Shin kicking.
Man, such a sweet cutscene. Powering up to become a wolf, dragon, bear, or tiger made this game way cooler than anything back in the day. And while playing Altered Beast by yourself is rad, it's way more cool when you play with a buddy, because it makes it way easier. Take here on level 2, for example. The watermelon plant boss has no match for 2 dragons with Blanca electric powers. You can pretty much just breeze through the entire first 4 levels of the game. Then when you get to level 5, it all changes. You're attacked by billy goats that punch your face in, yellow pigs that have no mercy, and a walking Pegasus? The fact that it's purple only makes the beatdown that much worse. Hooray, you beat the last guy who looks amazingly like Rocksteady, so you win the girl. And you're also treated to one of the most bizarre pictures in video game history. What the crap? Some hot chick standing there with a wolf man? That's just weird.
Hey, thanks for watching. To see more awesome Screw Attack content, just click one of those links right in front of you. Convenient, right? And be sure to subscribe and check out screwattack.com for more news, reviews, community, and original content.
I've not seen such bravery.
Learning can be hard sometimes. When I was getting through school, classes like history and social studies were tough for me. Memorizing random dates and information isn't exactly my strong suit. I also had trouble with classes like English and spelling. Words and letters are difficult for me, specifically B, D, P, Q, and G. They're easy to mix up, and any dyslexic or dysgraphic viewers out there can join me in telling them all to go suck a kag of pics. Mission Think is a game that caters to what I consider to be my educational strengths. Logic, strategy, decision-making, planning, so pretty much nothing that I ever got a grade for, except maybe during standardized tests. I remember playing this game a lot back in the day, and when I spotted a copy at a local thrift store, I knew it was time to talk about it.
Listen up, my metal minions! The people of Shady Glen will be sorry they ever messed with Morty Maxwell.
We open with a cutscene introducing the villain of the game, Morty Maxwell. Morty wants to take over a game factory, make toys of his own design, and inspire children to be like him. Huh, that's not really that evil. But he also has an army of robots that he made from parts found in the recycling center?
I was the one who rescued your broken parts from the recycling center.
So this evil supervillain not only wants to make toys for children, but he also recycles? Next you'll tell me that he arranged an elaborate game where, if we beat him, we're allowed to reclaim the factory like some kind of toy-making Willy Wonka. Oh, that's exactly what he did.
If you can beat me at all 5 levels, I'll give you back the factory and leave Shady Glen.
Well, okay, so the evil guy isn't really evil. He's actually pretty cool. He's just not a great villain. Morty has a new strategy game he's created, and if we beat all 5 levels, we reclaim the Shady Glen Toy Factory, which is... well, I'll just say that you know you've got a creepy-looking toy factory when it looks less trustworthy than a stranger carrying around pizza and recyclables in a van. The strategy game itself is a pretty simple concept. You have one piece that you're trying to get to Morty's side of the board while he tries to get his piece to your side. There are obstacles like forests and mountains to clear as well. First to the opponent's side wins. To actually move our piece, though, we have to collect movement pieces in a completely different area of the game. The main area of the game is a large multi-story room filled with doors. Doors, doors, and more doors. Doors as far as the eye can see. Now you're probably thinking, isn't this supposed to be a toy factory? It looks more like a hotel to me. Why doors? I would answer with another question. Why not doors? Yes, marvelous room-dividing doors. Doors for the morning, evening, and night. There's doors and doors for household chores. Doors for the office. Doors for children of all ages. So next time when you find yourself in a sticky situation, be sure to pause a moment and ask yourself, why not doors?
This message brought to you in part by Doors. Really though, this is just a rework of levels from the previous Super Solvers game, Gizmos and Gadgets. The bulk of the game takes place here in these sections as we wander about picking up green and orange boxes, each of which contain a piece that we can use in the strategy game. But as we're all well aware, going through a door isn't as simple as, say, going through a door. Behind each one is a logic puzzle that we have to clear or we aren't allowed to pass. As an added punishment, losing means we have to come to terms with the fact that we are indeed dumber than a doorknob. Are you up to the challenge of Venn diagrams? How about deciphering the patterns of a row of objects? Can you knock the ball into the hole? My favorite was always the game where you have a 3D object and you have to build the top, front, and side of it in 2D. For the most part, these puzzles are pretty far below my age group. In fact, I'm old enough to where they're just reminding me of all the unfun stuff that comes along with getting older. Sorting things into appropriate Venn diagrams rivals the thrill of sorting laundry. Selecting the appropriate car parts to navigate to the exit is slightly more exciting than trying to understand which overpriced cable bundle package to purchase. And the assembly line is basically a nice little reminder that we're all going to die one day and nothing really matters and we're all just a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, and no matter how hard I try, all of my accomplishments are going to be lost to the endless void of time. So yeah, that's the assembly line. The puzzles get more challenging as you progress in the game, to the point where I did get confused a few times. Most of said confusion came from the pattern figuring outing game. I'm not sure if it was because they actually get relatively challenging, or if I'm just an oblivious idiot. I'd believe either, really. Although initially the nostalgia of these puzzles were enough to make me excited to solve them, after a while they did get pretty repetitive. There are only a handful of puzzle types, and there are a ton of doors to go through. Eventually I was just kind of hoping for a change of pace. And there is a change of pace in the form of the strategy game that I mentioned earlier. We're allowed to play the strategy board game against the evil, environmentally conscious toy designer Morty Maxwell whenever we'd like, but we can only use the pieces we've collected so far. It's a good idea to get a decent amount of movement pieces, as well as a couple pieces that help you cross over obstacles before you challenge him.
Was I a bit more of a challenge than you expected, Mr. Maxwell?
Next time, I'll have to use my secret strategy.
Once you've outsmarted Morty and beaten him at his game, you get a couple pieces to begin assembling the puzzle outside of the factory, which seems to have no other purpose outside of being a puzzle outside of a factory, and you replace one of Morty's flags with one of your own. Then it's back to the doors to start collecting strategy pieces once again. Complete the cycle 5 times and you've reached the end of the game.
Well, my strategy worked perfectly.
I don't want to leave. I've changed my mind. This is my factory. You haven't seen the last of me. I'll be back.
So we kick Morty out of the factory, possibly break his spine, and attempt to drown him a couple of times, making us the clear heroes. Once that's over, the game just stops. You can't get back into the factory, you can't play any of the games, you just have to start a new game. Honestly, that's pretty lame. At least Morty gave us some fun things to do. Mission Think pretty much owns. I may have outgrown it, but this is a great little strategy and logic game for those that fit the age group. And I haven't talked about it yet, but one of the songs in the game, which is by the Yellow Jackets, is amazing. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The game is a little short, and some of the later door levels are a bit frustrating. They get harder to navigate, and each time one of these robots nab you, they steal a game piece. So I can't exactly say that I was having a great time when I was getting teamed up on by these metal picks. And then there's Rusty, the robot dog that helps you along the way.
Hi there, I'm Rusty. I'm glad you're here. I don't like the way Morty took over this factory.
I didn't talk about him because he just needs to shut up.
Your strategy worked. Now you have almost enough pieces to finish the billboard puzzle.
God, I hope you've been robot neutered. There were also a few times when my character got stuck and I had to back out of the game, but those instances were few and far between. I really
really wish there were more levels of this board game. 5 levels doesn't seem like nearly enough. I was hoping that at the end of the game there would be more levels of it to play, but at least the ones that I got to play were a good time. This was a nice little stroll down nostalgia lane for me, and I hope it was for some of you as well. I got to brush up on my elementary logic skills, I listened to a sweet tune, and I defeated an evil, or not so evil, toy maker. It was a good day. But before I let you go, I just want to remind you of one thing. Doors! Yes, we can't forget about doors, the gateway to another room. Doors for easy listening. Doors for romantic walks on the beach. And doors for when you just need a door. Doors, the end-all solution for every problem ever encountered. 9 out of 10 doctors agree. Why not doors? For Mother's Day, Father's Day, Cousin's Day, Great-Grandpappy's Pet Dog's Flea's Day. Consider a door. Have you ever felt happy? I haven't, but that pain is gone thanks to doors.
The Kinect is Microsoft's must-have holiday item, and holy crap are people eating this thing up. It's already sold so many units, it's practically a successful console launch, which is really, really sad. I can't even imagine how many people are going out there and blindly buying this thing without knowing anything about it or its software lineup. That doesn't include me. I bought it so that I can review it and inform you. Yeah. First thing I noticed as soon as I got my hands on the Kinect is that it's huge. It's way bigger than I imagined. Compare it next to the Xbox Live Vision camera, it gets dwarfed next to this black behemoth. I should point out that the Kinect requires its own power source, which means more cables running behind your TV. But if you have one of the new Slim 360s, it'll get power straight from the console. Aesthetically speaking, it's alright. It's way bigger than I would have liked. It's got a black gloss finish, making it look extra futuristic and advanced. But that's how it looks. What really matters is how it plays. If I die underneath mysterious circumstances, you know where to look first. You let the Kinect know you're there by waving your hand back and forth. There's a box in the corner showing exactly what the camera sees. See how my hand is glowing purple? That means it's sensing it and it's tracking it. You can also use your voice to go through all the menus, which sounds cool, but it's not exactly the most efficient. Here, watch what I mean. Xbox. Open tray. See, it's kind of cool, but it does take a little bit to load through it, so you're much faster just using your hand or controller. I do have one question, though. Where's my Netflix integration? Do you remember when they first teased the Kinect, or Natal at the time? They promised being able to use your hands and your voice to control your movies, whether it's DVD or Netflix, whatever. That's not in here at all. Why would they take that out? So yeah, using your hands to move around menus is pretty cool, but only like once or twice. The novelty of it runs out really, really fast. Now, nobody buys the Kinect just for menu controls. What matters is the games. Let's start with the Kinect's pack-in title, Kinect Adventures. Of course. In Kinect Adventures, you travel the world going through a series of different mini games over and over again. First one up is Rally Ball. This is the one that everybody's seen. You slap a dodgeball into a bunch of wooden blocks to break them. The quicker you break them, the more points you get. Alright. Okay. There is a little bit of a slight delay between what's on screen and what I'm doing. I mean, like very, very slight. The next game is River Rush. You're on a raft while going down river trying to collect pins. I guess it sounds kind of exciting, but you do very little. You step side to side to steer, and then occasionally jump. That's about the extent of it. Whoa! White river rafting, whoa! Sweet foot on the jump, whoa! Oh, I gotta jump again, whoa! Sometimes I have to talk like this to make it more entertaining. Whoa! Alright, next one. 20,000 Leagues. In this game, you're underwater in a glass box while a bunch of jerk fish try to break the box and make you drown. So it's up to you to plug all the holes using your hands and your feet. Now, of all the mini games that they have, this one's the least involved. As you can see, all you really gotta do is put your hand out in a certain position. It's not exactly exciting or difficult or fun. Okay, Reflex Ridge. Now this one is pretty much the same as River Rush, only sometimes you'll need to duck and jump. Basically going down an obstacle course and you have to dodge everything that pops up. You do need to jump in order to speed up, so sometimes I just found myself hopping around like an idiot just to get through this thing. That's it. Last one, Space Pop. Now this one's really similar to 20,000 Leagues, where you have to move around to complete your objectives. Only you're supposed to be in 0G, and a bunch of bubbles come around, and you need to flap your arms every now and then to float up. Before I move on, I gotta say, for a pack-in title, Connect Adventures is only okay. There's nothing in there that would make you want to keep going back to it. Like the Wii had Wii Bowling, the Move has Gladiator Duel, Connect Adventures has slapping a ball at wood. It's a very lukewarm title, so it's going to be up to the standalone releases to really make up for that. Now let's check out Microsoft's big standalone release, Connectables. This one starts off really slow and boring. You have to watch like a 5-minute cutscene before you can even do anything. Come on, let me pet my imagination already. Ah, what the hell is that? What sort of creature is this? Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Ah!
Are you an adventurer?
If you come near me, I will cut you. So you get a choice between 5 different tigers, but I guess you can unlock other ones as you play through the game. I'm not gonna play long enough to care. Ah, idiot. What the hell am I doing? Well, so far so good. The Kinect has been very responsive to movement and tracking, but those are both first-party titles. What keeps hardware alive is the third-party support, and we're gonna go with the biggest third-party whore there is, Sonic, and Sonic Freeriders. Whenever you get an item, you're supposed to shake your hand in order to use it. How ridiculous do I look? Turn! Come on! Turn! Come on! Oh, I guess I'm on a rail now, okay. I'm not turning. How far back do I have to lean to frickin' turn? Oh. This game kills your back trying to play it. turn at all. Why are you stopping? Why are you stopping? Now you're going forward? Not even the menus work. Stop it. Stop it. Fuck this game. That game doesn't work. I honestly cannot believe they released it in that state. I am angry. Sonic Freeriders induced anger into me. You know what's a good way to get rid of anger? By fighting someone? Yeah. Next up, Fighters Uncaged. Now, one of the first problems I had with this game is that I'm going into a fight. I'm ready to fight someone. So right away, I take a fighting stance. I'm ready to take them on. So the game tells me, no, Jared, you're doing it wrong. You have to stand like this. The most awkward, unnatural fighting position ever. You ever play a game called mocap boxing in the arcade? You stood in this little grid that had all these sensors, and you pick up these 2-pound boxing gloves, and the game allowed you to dodge side to side, duck underneath and whatever, and punch, and really just pound back at the guy. All they had to do was copy that arcade game, and Fighters Uncaged would be awesome. But instead, they came out with whatever the hell this is. Okay, I'm trying to do a foot sweep here. It keeps making me kick his torso. My leg's going nowhere near that high. Foot sweep. Foot sweep. Foot sweep. Going through the wheels. Foot sweep. Uppercut. Uppercut. What? Uppercut. Up into his chin. Mortal Kombat style. Come on. I just wanted to uppercut. What? Do you see that? I just punched a bunch and I sweat. Come on! Despite knowing how exactly to do every move, none of them f***ing work. I was doing it exactly how the game taught me and it never went off. Half the times I would punch with this hand and end up kicking with this leg. That doesn't make any sense! Okay, that was absolutely abysmal. Combining two bad games with god-awful ways of doing motion controls can make the strongest of men collapse internally. Thankfully, I have saved the best for last. Developers, if you want to know how to make motion controls work with the Kinect, look no further than Dance Central. First thing I like about Dance Central right away is that it gets menus right. Just take your hand, whatever you want to do, grab it, and slide it over. That's all it is. So easy. This is for you, ladies. This is what I'm talking about. The Kinect follows you so very well. Like, it gives the right amount of leniency so it's not too strict, but at the same time, if you screw up, it'll let you know. This nails down motion controls perfectly. This is how it's supposed to be done. And the game is fun. If you like dancing. After all that, I'm pretty much exhausted. I will give the Kinect that. It certainly gets you up and moving. It's way more exercise than I'm used to. The Kinect itself works pretty well, but the software is hit and miss. That's why my final rating for this device is an iToy out of 10. For as much as Microsoft touted its functionality, the Kinect is fundamentally the same as the PS2's iToy. While it does track your body pretty well, it's not precise. The biggest drawback to the camera are the games. It seems like for every standout title there are at least 2 terrible ones. For what you get and what it does, the Kinect is not worth its steep $150 price point. The menu navigation and voice commands are far too novel to warrant such purchase. Overall, it's really hard to recommend. As much as I love Dance Central, I realize that's not a game everybody can get into. I also found out that Dance Central saves every picture it ever takes. So if you'll excuse me, I need to delete some pictures of myself playing naked. Unless you want to see them.
I've not seen such bravery.
These days, video games are under attack for being violent, mind-numbing, and God knows what else. And looking over the more recent games I've bought, that's a hard statement to argue with.
I mean, I can't say that my mind is really being stimulated right now. But that's okay. I've long since passed the age where I've wanted to learn new things.
But there was a time that I was willing to play a game that set out to educate me. And at the forefront of these educational games was a company called Humongous Entertainment.
After mentioning them in my last video, I was overcome with the urge to play one of these classics. Humongous had a series of recurring characters that appeared in their games, such as Putt-Putt, Freddy Fish, Pajama Sam, and Spy Fox. There was one character, though, that, aside from some spin-off puzzle games, only had one game of his own. Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise. Now I know this sounds like a horribly titled porno starring a large older gentleman, but it's actually an innocent children's game starring a teddy bear named Fatty. Fatty Bear belongs to a girl named Kayla. At the beginning of the game, Kayla is going to bed.
Good night, Kayla.
Good night, Dad. Tomorrow's my birthday, and Mom and Dad did have a big surprise for me. Good night, Fatty Bear.
As we find out later in the game, Kayla's parents are horrible people. More on that later, though. The moment Kayla goes to sleep, Fatty Bear comes to life and says that he wants to make her a big, beautiful birthday cake. This right here is Gretchen, and she wants to make Kayla a happy birthday sign on her bulletin board. Matilda Rabbit here offers to help Fatty out in the kitchen. Then she... that. There's also a clown and a moose on the shelf, but they do absolutely nothing. Oh, and there's also a head of lettuce that you can... decorate. I guess. So, as with pretty much every other point-and-click adventure game I've ever played, I just started randomly clicking on things until something happened. These Humongous Entertainment games were all really good about making most of the screen clickable, even though most of it doesn't contribute to the actual game. Eventually, I found my way into a closet and poked my way up to the top and stole a green bow from a box. I don't know how this is going to help us bake a cake, but alright. There's a door at the end of the hallway here with a hole at the bottom of it. A mouse comes out and drops this key on the floor. Now just look at Fatty's reaction time here.
That mouse is too quick for me.
You slow, fat fuck. Kayla's bathroom is pretty nice. I mean, ignoring the really weird color of the walls, and the fact that there are only 2 toothbrushes when there are 3 people living here. What they lack in toothbrushes, though, they make up in laundry chutes. Yeah, get in there, you stuffed bastard.
Look out below! Hey, I found the garage door opener.
Of course you did. Some people keep their garage door opener in their cars. I keep mine in the laundry basket.
Now I can get in the garage.
You don't say. So the laundry room is separate from the house. And even though Fatty fell down the laundry chute to get there, it doesn't look like there's a room above it. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense, but speaking of not making sense, Kayla has bowling pins set up in her backyard. I mean, I've heard of some people having bowling alleys in their mansions, but just pins set up in the grass? Odd placement aside, it sets up a bowling minigame. It reminds me of that candy stand bowling game, only, like, shittier. There's also a garden in the backyard, with nothing much to offer other than a big helping of what the fuck. Okay, a treehouse. That should be innocent enough. Good thing we checked up here, because there are some measuring spoons under the table that we'll need for the cake. Let's take a look in this telescope here.
Well, if it isn't my little friend Putt-Putt. I wonder what Putt-Putt's doing on the moon.
Bitch, have you played Putt-Putt Goes to the Moon? In another case of why the fuck is this here itis. There's a bag of sugar in the garage. I bet that'll be something we need for this cake we're baking. That's all we'll need out here, I'm pretty sure. In the living room of the house, there's a piano that Fatty can get on and play. You know all those loud toys that babies and little kids play with that seem like their only purpose is to annoy everyone else? That's basically what this piano is. It has 6 different settings, none of which sound like a piano, and they're all annoying. Who the hell thought this was a good idea? So we finally get into the kitchen, and Fatty drops another brilliant observation on us.
This looks like the place to bake Kayla's birthday cake.
Not a moment after we get in here, Matilda Rabbit shows up. It really makes me wonder where she's been all this time. Nevertheless, she's here to help with the cake.
I do believe there are some things in my pocket I need for the cake. I should leave them on the counter.
Man, Fatty is really big on cluing us into what he's thinking. After checking up on the recipe for the cake, it looks like we're missing out on a good amount of the ingredients. Not to worry though, because the rest of them are easily found in the kitchen. The only thing left to do now is throw all this shit in a bowl and mix it together.
I am mixing a birthday cake, a birthday cake, a birthday cake. It is one I soon will bake for Kayla's birthday.
Matilda puts the cake in the oven for like 5 seconds and says it's ready to decorate. This is really the last bit of any kind of fun that's left in the game. We can let our imagination soar and design any kind of cake we want to make Kayla's birthday party the best party ever. Well, the cake is done, but the adventure is far from over. Remember when I called Kayla's parents horrible? Exhibit fucking A. Kayla's birthday present is just sitting here on the kitchen floor all nice and... They bought her a dog, wrapped it up in a little box, and just left it in the kitchen floor for the night. That is horrible.
Goodness gracious.
Gretchen tells me that the dog ran off with 3 of the letters from her sign. I find it a little hard to believe that a dog jumped up and only grabbed 3 letters from the sign, but okay, whatever. I also have to blow up some balloons for her because she's apparently so far away from them. I don't see why I have to do everything. You literal son of a bitch. So the last things we have to do are get the letters for the sign and get the dog. The letters are found randomly throughout the house, and they appear in different places each time you play. I found the dog in the kitchen, and I just gave him a bone and he gets right back in the box. Not exactly the smartest dog out there, I guess. After putting the letters back on the happy birthday sign, that's about it. Kayla wakes up to her birthday decorations just in time for her dad to come in and wish her a happy birthday. Then he lets the dog into her room.
This is the best birthday I ever had. Thank you, Fatty Bear. Oh, thank you, everybody.
That may be the end of the game, but Fatty Bear's birthday surprise does not get off that easily. This game is not good, and it's not because it's a children's game either. Humongous made some great games in their time, and even now they're pleasant to play through. Classic games like Putt Putt Saves the Zoo, Freddy Fish 3, The Case of the Stolen Conch Shell, Pajama Sam and No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside, and Spy Fox and Dry Cereal were some of my favorites, and I've played through some of them recently enough to know that they're at least still worth picking up again for nostalgia's sake alone. They're still charming and entertaining, even though they're much easier now that I'm older. Fatty Bear falls short in that it's so boring. I had this game as a kid, and I only remember playing through it once or twice before I forgot about it. All of the other humongous point-and-click adventures are set in interesting places, and they have some unique stories. Pajama Sam ventures into the land of darkness, Spy Fox is, well, a spy, and Putt Putt goes all over the fucking place. Fatty Bear takes place in an ugly-ass, boring house at night, and all you're doing is baking a cake and decorating it for some girl's birthday. It's just not that interesting. Fatty Bear just falls short as a character and as a game. This was only Humongous' second game though, and seeing as how he never got a sequel, it appears that they learned their lesson. Humongous Entertainment was a great company back in the day. Today, they're owned by Atari, and as far as re-releasing their games for Wii and Apple devices, they don't really look like they're up to all that much. As far as I'm concerned though, they will live on as a company that made great games for my younger self. Well, thank you for watching my video. Oh, thank you, everybody.
Sony's now defunct 989 Studios, was responsible for the initial development of EverQuest for Sony Online Entertainment. On March 16th, LucasArts partnered with SOE and contracted Verint to begin the architecture of its own online venture. Very little was known about the project other than its tentative release date of 2001, and that it was set during the original trilogy. Several months after the partnership, LucasArts announced Star Wars Galaxies. The massive multiplayer RPG was soon after hampered by the first of many developmental delays, pushing the release back further and further. On November 30th, 2000, LucasArts launched the official Galaxies game site, which featured frequently asked questions and message boards in order to begin building a community. By May 17th, 2001, before much of any information was given concerning the game's development, LucasArts announced the game's first expansion. The yet unnamed edition alleged the inclusion of space travel and was expected to come out roughly 6 months after the yet unnamed initial release, which was simultaneously delayed for a second time to the latter half of 2002. Freeform space travel would not be available at launch in order to give players a chance to develop their characters and create a society before heading for the stars. By December 2001, the official Star Wars Galaxies game site had 100,000 users. In May of 2002, Verint began amassing hopefuls for a closed beta version of Galaxies that was scheduled to begin in July. Later that month, Xbox and PS2 versions were announced, only to be eventually cancelled. The third delay set the launch at April 15th, 2003, and the first premium content was named An Empire Divided. The official site had grown to around 400,000 users, becoming the largest population established for an unreleased game. A fourth and final postponement was made, and Star Wars Galaxies arrived in our universe at long last on June 26, 2003. Galaxies began shortly after the Battle of Yavin, at the conclusion of Episode 4. After one of the 24 servers was selected, players entered character creation. At launch, 8 races were available: Bothan, Human, Mon Calamari, Rodian, Trandoshan, Twi'lek, Wookiee, and Zabrak. Originally, 6 basic professions were provided, and players could eventually attempt to follow a number of 34 varied professions, each with a variety of specializations. Before any hybrids or elite professions were attempted, players needed to master Artisan, Brawler, Entertainer, Marksman, Medic, and Scout. Professions were advanced by gaining experience and distributing it amongst the various skill trees. Once certain trees were maxed out, the player gained mastery in that profession. Certain mixtures required mastery of 2 or more basic professions, while elites offered more specialized skill sets. Advanced professions included Pistolier, Merchant, Bioengineer, and Combat Medic, among others. In addition to the basic and advanced, players could also train in becoming politicians and pilots. Politicians were instantly available to all players, while Pilot was only accessible after the first expansion pack launched. Although space travel was under construction, shuttles were available to transport the public to any one of the many planets available for exploration. Players first set foot on Tatooine, but were eventually able to travel to Corellia, Dantooine, Locke, Naboo, Rori, Talos, Yavin 4, and the forest moon of Endor. Starwoids could pay their respects to Shmi at the Lars Moisture Farm, have a drink at the Mos Eisley Cantina, visit the Jedi ruins on Dantooine, or gaze past the treetops of Yavin. The focus was on community and discovery. In combat, players needed to manage 3 bars: health, action, and mind. If any one of these bars dropped to 0, the player was incapacitated. Players could align themselves with the expanding galactic empire, help turn the tides of the rebellion, or tread their own paths by owing allegiance to neither. Although Galaxies brought an eager community into to Star Wars lore, the launch content seemed void of one thing that made Star Wars what it was: Jedi. Developers stated that Force-sensitive characters were indeed available, however, attaining one was an incredible feat. On November 7th, the same day as the European release and nearly 5 months after launch, the first Force-sensitive characters were unlocked. It was later discovered that Force sensitivity depended on mastering 5 randomly chosen professions, determined at character creation. Due to the difficulty of discovering Force powers, holocrons were later implemented to steer players down the paths of 4 of the 5 predetermined professions. The 5th was still uncovered through trial and error. November also brought about the addition of mounts and player-driven housing. Animals and vehicles were implemented to speed up basic land travel, and players were now able to own real estate that grew and developed. Entire player-created towns were possible, complete with player-elected officials, bonus structures, and working facilities. Months after the initial launch, Star Wars Galaxy's Jump to Lightspeed was not released until October 27, 2004. Jump to Lightspeed introduced the Ithorians and the Celestrians into the racial mix, as well as opening up the vastness of space. Players could now train as pilots, falling into one of 3 divisions: Imperial, Rebel, or Freelance. Pilots could acquire and customize ships and navigate the void between all of the playable planets, as well as Kessel and deep space. The integrated land and space concept that was initially intended had begun to take shape. Rage of the Wookiees was released in May of 2005 and added Chewbacca's stomping grounds, Kashyyyk. The Wookiee world functioned differently than the other previous planets. Much like Dungeons & Dragons Online, Kashyyyk featured a central hub where players could interact, gather quests, shop, etc. Much of the adventuring took place outside this hub in instanced areas, created specifically for the player or player's adventuring party. The third expansion pack was announced several months after Rage of the Wookiees was released. Trials of Obi-Wan became available on November 1st, 2005, before the end of the same year. The missions of Luke's former master attempted to capitalize on the success of the DVD release of the final installment of the new trilogy, Revenge of the Sith. Trials introduced the planet of Mustafar and its surrounding space. Mustafar returned to a more traditional planet structure. It contained several dungeons that required a group of about 8 to conquer. However, much of the planet was public domain. Trials also included a cameo from Knights of the Old Republic's HK-47 as part of a quest chain. Subject to content updates, which often attempted to rebalance aspects of gameplay. Most MMORPGs eventually have to endure some tweaks at one time or another, but few updates in the history of online gaming altered the original to such a drastic extent as the New Game Enhancements, or NGE, of November 15th, 2005. The NGE was practically a complete redesign. The 34 professions were condensed down to 9. Entertainer and medic remained a part of the starting lineup. Artisan became trader and assumed all of the specializations comprised thereof. Scout morphed into spy, and politician and pilot were still assumable by all players. Several hybrid professions became core professions, such as smuggler, officer, bounty hunter, and commando. And the 9th made millions of longtime Galaxy subscriber voices suddenly cry out in terror. After all the toil players endured trying to attain the distinction, being a Jedi was now as easy as pressing a button. In addition to making the game noob-friendly, smaller aspects of gameplay were also changed. The alterations included a completely new targeting system, an expertise tree mirroring World of Warcraft's talents, and additional customizable options for traders and entertainers. The old advanced profession creature handler was incorporated into all characters via the Beast Mastery expertise tree. Numerous content additions and quests were added, as well as the Nova Orion Station starting instance and presents for players given out periodically. The majority of followers felt the NGE completely destroyed Galaxies. The dominant opinion was that the complex, rich, and immersive format of old was cheapened by a more simplistic approach. Many subscribers attacked LucasArts for dumbing down a game with traditionally mature content. Galaxy's senior director, Nancy McIntyre, told the New York Times, "We wanted more instant gratification. Kill, get treasure, repeat. We needed to give people more of an opportunity to be a part of what they've seen in the movies, rather than something they had created themselves." Angered fans were not pacified by the response from LucasArts. The reaction was so negative that many players demanded a refund for Trials of Obi-Wan because it was released just weeks before the update. SOE issued the refund, but it was soon recalled because of the overwhelming amount of returns. Upon release, Galaxies received mixed reviews. The game was initially lauded for its depth, character creation, skill development system, variety of professions, and player economy, as well as detailed graphics, vibrant, wide-open environments, readily available canonical cameos, and a massive universal scope. Criticisms mostly comprised continual glitches and, in some cases, unnecessary complexity and lack of direction. However, as the game continued to evolve, the criticisms began to outweigh the praise. With each attempt to rebalance the game, more and more players began to drop their subscriptions. As a sign of concession, SOE has recently attempted to re-implement some pre-NGE aspects of gameplay. Various continuity issues were also hard to look past for some. In a universe where Jedi genocide happens as often as the Olympics, and especially during the events of the first trilogy, there were an awful lot of Jedi running around. Jedi could also sample the powers of both the dark or light side without penalty. Trade Federation battle droids and droideka were also fairly common, yet they shouldn't be in Episode 4. Cloning, Galaxy's solution for a respawning death penalty, also presented several conundrums. Since the NGE, several resources reported the subscription base to be smaller than the 400,000 that had joined the community before the game was even released. Small as it may be, there is still a community running the game on a daily basis. Sony's yearly fanfare brings together its legion of supporters from Galaxies to EverQuest to The Matrix Online. SOE continues to try and inspire its followers with chapter updates and other diversions like the recently announced card game, Champions of the Force. Despite the oceans of criticisms crashing at its servers, Star Wars Galaxies remains one of the few vehicles capable of placing players into one of the thousands of individual roles that encompass the Alliance or Empire. Several multiplayer experiences have replicated scattered moments, but nothing to the scale of Galaxies. Another Star Wars MMORPG has been rumored for years, yet no concrete evidence exists to validate the hearsay. In Episode 9, we'll take to the skies in two of the most revered flight franchises in Star Wars. One trained you to track down a hidden empire, and the other followed Luke's heroic squadron across the torn surface of the Galactic War. represents half the title of the great George Lucas space opera. 9 full-scale skirmishes have been documented in the 6-movie saga. Whether representing a pawn or a puppet master, 8 games have been generated that simulate the tactics of these and many unforeseen conflicts. Star Wars Rebellion, developed by Cool Hand Interactive in 1998, was the forerunner of the license's cache of RTS games, although Rebellion followed the 4X format: explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. Its predecessors were Civilization in 1991, created by strategy mogul Sid Meier, and Master of Orion in 1993.
I am C-3PO Human Cyborg Relations, and this is my counterpart, R2-D2. We have prepared a report on the current state of the galaxy.
In Rebellion, commanders took control of either the Galactic Empire or the Rebel Alliance, and needed to gather appropriate resources, manufacture troops, facilities, and fleets, and divvy up mission assignments.
Okay, now what?
An advisor droid guided you through the interface map, which consisted of 10 to 20 sectors very similar to the Star Wars universe, although often in mismatched places. A turn-based clock ticked the time away, processing the events of each day at its conclusion. Many players chided Rebellion for its low production value and regarded it as a failure in bringing Star Wars into the strategy world. Others saw it as a valid step in a direction the series had not yet gone. The first true RTS of the series, Star Wars Force Commander, was released a year after Phantom Menace on March 22nd, 2000. The launch of Sierra Entertainment's Homeworld in 1999, as well as a lukewarm reception at the Electronic Gaming Expo a year earlier, prompted LucasArts to change the Rebellion-inspired 2D engine into a 3D battlefield map. Players took on the role of Bren Tantor, a young Imperial hopeful who began his career as a stormtrooper who was soon entrusted with his very own command. Tantor guided his forces through 24 campaign missions, beginning with scouring the dunes of Tatooine for a missing escape pod. 27 multiplayer operations were also included.
We have the opportunity to secure a decisive victory. Do not fail me, gentlemen.
Although eagerly awaited, fans were generally disappointed by Force Commander, citing weak graphics, interface, and gameplay as primary flaws. Still, Force Commander was notable for being one of the first games in the series to let players experience events that were not covered in the first trilogy, as well as offering different perspectives on battles they knew quite well. Force Commander also featured an attempt at capturing a techno version of John Williams' spectacular score, the execution of which fans were bitterly divided about. With a 3D vantage point proving unsuccessful, LucasArts adopted the Genie engine used for its contemporary Age of Empires 2. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds was released in 2001 and took the genre into the newly scribed prequel trilogy, depicting some of the more epic moments of Episode 1. At launch, the player progressed through the struggles of 6 factions across 6 campaigns. The tutorial challenged Qui-Gon Jinn to train Chewbacca and his clan of Wookiees to survive the Battle of Alari's Prime. The second campaign detailed the exploits of the Trade Federation under the command of Oom 9. The third followed the plight of the Gungans from the early Civil War era of Boss Gallo, including the creation of Oto Gunga, to Boss Nass's fateful meeting with Queen Amidala. Campaign 4 highlighted battles fought by Darth Vader, including one which rescued General Veers and his all-terrain armored transport technology. 5 plotted discoveries made by Princess Leia, including an unexpected alliance with one of the last known Jedi, Ichu Shenjan. And finally 6 followed Chewie and Han back to Kashyyyk to liberate the Wookiee planet from Trandoshan slavers. eager to relive history for the better, some of the bonus missions manifested make-believe scenarios. The Trade Federation took a second stab at their failure on the grassy plains of Naboo, and the Empire imagined a more heavily guarded shield generator on Endor. Gameplay comprised the 4X standards: gather carbon or nova crystals to erect troop centers, mech factories, or Jedi temples, so grenadiers, scouts, or Padawans could be generated. As the player researched and advanced in tech levels, new structures or units became unlocked. Victory was established when one player either decimated all of the opposition, captured the enemy's holocrons for 400 game days, or constructed and protected a unique structure only available at tech level 4. In addition to the standard and multiplayer games, Battlegrounds also featured a scenario editor. The mode allowed players to create their own experiences and featured unique characters that were not seen in the single-player campaign. Finally, LucasArts had created an RTS that was, for the most part, well received by the gaming populace. Despite some small issues with the engine, such as the rigid camera which was deemed not the best choice for sci-fi games, Battlegrounds stood strong as the most legitimate soldier Star Wars had on the RTS front. In 2002, shortly after the opening of Attack of the Clones, LucasArts capitalized on the success of Battlegrounds and released its lone expansion pack, Clone Campaigns. The extension introduced new units, as well as 2 lengthy confrontations between the Galactic Republic and the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The CIS exploits followed Sevron's Tam, a trusted disciple of Count Dooku, beginning with the Battle of Geonosis and ending with the infiltration of a Republic base on the planet of Serapin. In the Republic army, Mace Windu guided a young Ichu Shenjan through Geonosis and the aftermath of Serapin, ending with the seizure of the Imperial Palace on Coruscant after the Battle of Endor. Although Clone Campaigns was technically an expansion, the events played out by Severance and Shenjan stood in the middle of the original game, between the 3rd and 4th campaigns. Factions and standoffs had been represented and recreated down to the careful placement of key units and characters. But the battle sims that made the wars playable were developed on engines not intended to travel to a galaxy far, far away. In 2006, Petroglyph Studios, a clan made up of the members of Command & Conquer creators Westwood Studios, introduced the Alamo engine. The new 3D toolset inspired Empire at War in February of 2006. In the standard mode, gameplay was split between land and space, with structures and units adjusting accordingly. Instead of the tediousness of previous resource-gathering installments, Empire at War granted useful materials based on the worlds under the player's control. Battles were triggered by whoever controlled each planet. The attacker's perspective was mainly from space, while the defender controlled the land. Attackers needed to secure specific landing points in order to deploy ground troops, while defenders had 10 ground units at their disposal at the start of the battle. Some units could interact with both land and space. Empire at War filled the generational gap between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. Playable factions were thinned to the newly formed Rebellion and the ever-growing Empire. Empire at War featured infamous characters and familiar locations, but the sheer volume of heroes, villains, planets, and systems was the most complete and accurate to date, even sporting faces from other Star Wars spin-offs. The campaign took players all the way through to the Battle of Yavin, spanning many events both seen and unseen on film, and possibly culminating in the Empire crushing the Rebel upstarts. Empire at War also featured Galactic Conquest, which was more of a sandbox mode for galactic supremacy that utilized different options as well as 2 additional endings. Anyone confident enough to let their forces play by themselves for a while, could switch the camera to an adaptive cinema mode. It cut the perspective to widescreen and raced around the battlefield looking for the most dramatic angles and explosive confrontations. While the Skywalker Galaxy had been interactive for quite a while, this marked the first time players could sit back and watch their decisions pass or fail in an unobstructed cinematic presentation. Later, in October of the same year, LucasArts released the expansion, Forces of Corruption. Corruption trailed the nefarious newborn persona Tiber Zahn and his gang of criminals and defilers known as the Zahn Consortium. The campaign detailed the Consortium's involvement in the events between the destruction of the first and second Death Stars, as well as other key moments like the outlandish theft of the Eclipse-class star Dreadnought. In addition to more units, heroes, and other bonuses, the material featured a corruption aspect when playing the Zahn Consortium in Galactic Conquest, which garnered further bonuses from controlled planets. Empire at War, although generally regarded as the best Star Wars RTS, wasn't without inconsistencies. Some critics panned it for being too repetitive, while others extolled it for building success upon prior failures. Regardless, Empire at War framed itself on the groundwork set before it, along with representing a solid model for future Star Wars strategy games. The military minds controlling the biggest battles took millions of lives into account when marking each course of action. But in the end, it often came down to one soldier saving the day. Over the course of 6 films, we've seen countless rebels, stormtroopers, clones, and droids meet their destiny either on the battlefield or in the vacuum of space. But after 22 years of Star Wars games, not one put the player in the shoes of the faceless foot soldier. In 2002, EA published the PC game Battlefield 1942, developed by Digital Illusions. The game allowed players to assume infantry roles from either the Axis or Allied nations, choose between 5 classes, find and capture control points, and pilot vehicles and mounted turrets. The game was a huge success, spawning various sequels and expansions, and it provided the template to the most successful Star Wars game of all time. On September 20th, 2004, the same day the original trilogy was finally available on DVD, LucasArts released the pandemic-developed Star Wars Battlefront for the Xbox, PS2, and PC. Players could alternate between fighting the battles of the Clone Wars or the Galactic Civil War. Combatants then had the option of enlisting in the Rebellion, the Empire, the Republic, or the Confederacy, depending on the era. Like Battlefield, there were 5 classes of infantry to choose from. The basic soldier was equipped with the best all-around rifle. The heavy weapons trooper had a rocket launcher, the sniper was skilled at long range, and the pilot could build turrets and dole out health. The 5th was a specific class for each army. Rebels had the Wookiee smuggler, who carried time bombs, a bowcaster, and a grenade launcher. The Empire could employ the Dark Trooper, a variation of the dreaded enemies from 1995's Dark Forces. The Republic's clone army had the Jet Trooper, armed with a jetpack and an EMP launcher. And finally, Separatists could control droidicas, complete with shields and the ability to roll for faster travel. Besides running and gunning on foot, soldiers could man anti-air guns and every manner of vehicle, from TIE fighters to Hailfire tanks. Much of Battlefront's marketing campaign stressed the ability to take part in the saga's pivotal battles, and it delivered. The battles of Naboo, Geonosis, Hoth, and Endor were all present and accounted for. The game also provided maps set in familiar locales such as Theed, Mos Eisley, Bespin, Yavin, and Kamino. To increase the selection, the expanded universe ice planet of Renvar was added as well. Battlefront also gave fans their first glimpse of the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk, which would not be seen on screen until 2005's Revenge of the Sith. The meat and potatoes of Battlefront was the Galactic Conquest mode. bonus in the next battle. Bonuses included soldier regeneration, sabotaging enemy vehicles at the start of the battle, having an extra garrison of troops, increased soldier accuracy, and the Jedi Hero, a time period specific NPC who laid waste to the opposing side. Fans unwilling to split their screen could also take the fight online. The PC supported 32 players, the Xbox could handle 16, and the PS2 could only manage 4 unless soldiers obtained special dedicated software. Battlefront received fairly positive reviews, prompting the downloadable release of a new level, Jabba's Palace, 2 months later. When the final receipt had been tallied, Battlefront became the best-selling Star Wars game ever made. At least for a year. LucasArts wasted no time in capitalizing on Battlefront's success and produced Star Wars Battlefront 2 on November 1st, 2005 for the Xbox, PS2, PC, and PSP. The game improved on many of the shortcomings found in the prior entry. It also brought the battle into space, pitting capital ships against each other and allowing players to land in opposing hangars to wreak havoc from within. Having listened to fans, developers made playable heroes available during combat. While the majority of these characters were Jedi from various eras, each wielding classic force powers, players could also control Boba and Jango Fett, Han Solo, Chewbacca, and Princess Leia. Heroes could only be played for a limited time, but that time was extended based upon how many enemies the player could destroy. The game benefited from a revamped Galactic Conquest mode, which worked space battles into the larger and more interactive map. Even more impressive was the creation of an actual story mode dubbed Rise of the Empire, which followed the missions of the 501st Legion, a wink to the real-life fan club, as they fought for the Republic, and later the Empire. Events were recollected by the voice of Tamura Morrison, playing a clone looking back on the horrors of war. Other improvements in Battlefront 2 included the ability to sprint, more intelligent AI, and an additional special class of soldier, such as the Clone Commander, the Magna Guard, the Imperial Officer, and the Bothan Spy. In addition, new Episode 3 levels were added, like Utapau, Mustafar, Coruscant, and a tweaked Kashyyyk. Also, special weapons were awarded for killing a certain number of enemies with a specific gun without dying. Multiplayer capacity expanded to 24 on the PS2, 32 on the Xbox, and 64 on the PC. On January 31st, 2006, LucasArts released Xbox Live Premium content that included 4 maps from Battlefront 1, as well as 2 new heroes, Kit Fisto and Asajj Ventress. All in all, Battlefront 2's improvements helped it to overtake the previous iteration's title as the top-selling Star Wars game to date. In October of 2007, LucasArts returned to the front of battle with the help of Rebellion Developments. Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron, a PSP exclusive, introduced a brand new story following Commander Cole Serra as he recounted the missions of the titular Band of Rebels, a covert unit led by Han Solo. The game made a bold move by erasing infantry classes altogether. In their place, players were allowed to customize their character. Everything from species to uniforms could be altered, and the weapons and items could be swapped out during battle using a point system with a 100 credit limit. The game launched with a limited edition white PSP with Darth Vader on the back. Battlefront's success can be attributed to its simplified gameplay. There were no S-foils to lock into position, Muja berries to gather, force puzzles to solve, or convoluted storylines to make sense of. All you had to do was enlist a class and fin the opposition. Primitive as the structure seemed to some, it gave would-be stormtroopers a chance to view the wars head-on. No battle could be won with a single soldier, and while troops may look expendable from a distance, Battlefront taught us that every blaster counts. Whether they were manufactured on the stormy seas of Camino or reared through the Imperial Academy from a young age, the Star Wars battalions have perpetuated a conflict that's generated imagery never before seen on a silver screen or loading screen. Rebellion started the strategy, Force Commander broadened the perspective, Galactic Battlegrounds tied the trilogies together, Empire at War entered the cosmos, and Battlefront put each player's finger on the trigger. So while each skirmish has been accounted for and then some, the many ways gamers can experience them could be endless.
He is ready to take his place in the galaxy. May the Force be with him.
In Episode 6, we'll walk the path of a rebel spy and Jedi of the Reborn Republic. Spanning 4 games, the journey of Kyle Katarn took the franchise from secret saga missions to the episodes of tomorrow. Castlevania is clearly fictional, but many of its characters are based on real people. Bram Stoker and Konami both took the name of the Prince of Wallachia, Dracula, aka Vlad the Impaler. Vlad was born in Transylvania, the central region of Romania, and had his own digs called Poinar Castle. Its location near the northeast forests of the Carpathian Mountains inspired the book, films, and games. Villains and heroes, both fictional and historical, have entered Castlevania, so to know its history of spoofs and tributes is to understand both sides. Elizabeth Bathory was a Hungarian countess rumored to have tortured and killed hundreds of young women. Elizabeth Bartley, her alter ego, was executed for vampirism in the early 1600s, which would line up perfectly with Bathory's death in 1614. Gilles de Rais was a Breton knight, not to mention a compatriot of Joan of Arc, a powerful military tactician, and a schizophrenic madman whose exploits named him as a vicious werewolf. Bram Stoker himself included an acknowledgement to Sheridan Le Fanu, the creator of Carmilla Karnstein, in his foreword to Dracula. Dagon was a version of one of H.P. Lovecraft's Old Ones. The Comte de Saint-Germain of Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough's series of novels that began in the late 1970s echoed the foppish boss in Curse of Darkness. And although the Golem is a facet of Hebrew mythology, it was Gustav Meyrink novel in 1914 that mirrored Shelley's horrific themes in Frankenstein. Mythology filled in the gaps, the majority of which was Greek, inspiring minotaurs, chimera, manticores, the three-headed guardian of the underworld Cerberus, and the Gorgon queen Medusa. Balkan myth inspired the Rusalka, an order of Ecclesia, and Celtic myth produced the Valar. Biblical and Hebrew mythology brought Abaddon and Beelzebub to the castle, and ancient Assyrian and Babylonian gods made an appearance in the forms of Adramelech and Pazuzu. where the truth ends and Konami's fiction begins. In 2002, preceding the release of Harmony of Dissonance, Konami posted a timeline on the GBA Games official website. Fans noticed several events were intentionally cut, including Legends, Circle of the Moon, Legacy of Darkness, and Castlevania 64. 3 years later, Konami accepted a few back into the Castlevania Extreme desktop timeline, and in 2006, bonus material with Portrait of Ruin added all the titles officially, except for Legends. While there is heavy contention as to which order of events is correct, all the games were given a year or era, so stacking them isn't the issue. The difficult part comes in figuring out the complete list Konami actually intended. 17 games make up the core history of Castlevania, a tale that's been reset by the latest release, Lords of Shadow. As that era begins, the time has come to put this one to rest. According to lore, the first Belmont to begin the crusade was Leon. Leon entered the Forest of Eternal Night to recover his love Sarah and investigate waves of monsters spilling out of the area. In the castle of Walter Bernhard, Leon endured his burden, unlocked the potential of a powerful family heirloom known as the Vampire Killer, and had a part in the transformation of his friend Matthias Kronquist into the infamous Undead Lord. With the help of Death, Matthias used the ebony and crimson stones to exact revenge against God after his wife Elisabetha was taken from him. Although Leon defeated Death and vowed to hunt Dracula, the two never actually fought each other.
Mother!
That voice! Alucard, it's you!
Dracula married a second time to a woman named Lisa, but she would be convicted of witchcraft and burned at the stake sometime in the 15th century. Konami sets the date as 1470, but this contrasts Alucard's age suggested in Symphony of the Night. His non-canonical appearance in Legends puts Alucard's mother's death somewhere around the early 1400s, which most fans believe.
Alucard, you incompetent idiot! Out of my castle, you deadbeat! You can't kick me out. I'll show you.
The first Belmont to defeat the Prince of Darkness was Trevor. Despite rumors of the family's supernatural powers, Trevor was the first to actually reclaim the Vampire Killer. His journey began in 1476, the same year Dracula's real-life inspiration, Vlad Tepes, died. It is unclear as to whether or not Matthias Kronquist was intended to correlate with the actual Wallachian nobleman. Trevor's story continued 3 years later in Curse of Darkness. The hero Hector's friend, Isaac, was used as a host for Dracula's spirit. Hector destroyed Death, Dracula, and his blight put upon the world. After Trevor's experiences in the castle, he settled down with companion Sifa Belnades and became the patron of both the Belmont and Belnades clans. Trevor's Japanese counterpart, Ralph Belmondo, clearly suffered the most variance in translation from Japanese to English, but his wife Sifa and her offspring would also share multiple identities. According to lore, Sifa was a female who had to disguise her gender in order to become a vampire hunter. However, due to a mistake in the original English manual for Dracula's curse, Sifa was listed as male. This lasted for the early part of her Western career, which even led to a brief cameo in Captain N the Game Master as the incorrect gender. In the English version of Dracula's Curse, as well as subsequent games featuring the character's last name, Sifa's heritage was as a Belnades. However, according to the Japanese versions of the game, as well as Castlevania 64, the name is pronounced closer to Fernandez. Sifa's actual last name was intended to mimic a Romanian surname that neither Japanese nor English could articulate, and as a result, was lost in translation. This type of misnomer can also be seen with Sifa's adventuring companion, Grant Dynasty, who most logically intended to be named after the Dynasty, one of the two main lineages of Wallachian nobility. After Trevor, the Count seemed to return every century, barring the meddling of toadies like Shaft, Barlow, and Camilla. Christopher was described as being Trevor's successor, and was likely his grandson based on the passage of time. Christopher's adventure took place in 1576, exactly 100 years after Dracula's curse. Order of Shadows and Resurrection, both considered outside the timeline, would take place decades later. assumed that he was Simon's grandfather. It's also unclear as to whether Soleil, Christopher's son, was Simon's father or uncle. Simon Belmont, or Shimon Belmondo to the Japanese, had his exploits captured in Castlevania 1, 4, Chronicles, and Haunted Castle. Simon began his quest in 1691 and finally destroyed Dracula for a second time in 1698, leading up to the turn of the 18th century. Belmont to take up the vampire killer was Simon's grandson, Just. He was chosen to carry the heirloom in 1476 and engaged Castlevania 2 years later. Just's quest was probably the least heroic, as he was the first Belmont to almost accidentally encounter Dracula. Just's actual goal in Harmony of Dissonance was to rescue Liddy. Dracula just got in the way. Actually documented as being Simon's grandson, the series returned to family ambiguity with his descendant, Richter. It is again assumed that Richter is Just's grandson, as this seemed to be the recurring theme. Richter's substantial stint in lore began in 1792, just under 50 years after Just. His first trial would be to rescue his girlfriend, Annette, along with Tara, Iris, and Maria. Richter and Maria were intended to come back 2 years later for the bloodletting, but instead reunited in 1797, when Richter's mind was captured and Alucard came knocking. In 2008, a radio drama was released giving the duo one last thrill that took place 1 year later. Richter would be the last Belmont to take up the vampire killer for a long time. For the next 200 years, the world would go without the Belmonts. For some reason, the house went into hibernation, leaving the slaying to family friends, the Morrises, who also had a personal grudge against the Count. Various secret societies also began to form, including the Order of Ecclesia. When Albus stole the glyphs in memory of Shinoa, he was actually preventing her sacrifice to Dominus, and ended up taking her place as she used it on Count Dracula. Betrayed by her master Barlow, Shinoa was left without a friend or a teacher. Morris Baldwin would carry the weight of Dracula's suppression after the Order, and with the parents of Nathan Graves, he sealed Dracula away in 1820. Ever the vigilant undead, Dracula was resurrected by Chaos worshippers a decade later, forcing Morris's students to join the ongoing struggle. Like Albus, Hugh appeared the betrayer, but Nathan was able to save both student and master. Years later, when Nathan and Hugh were still conceivably alive, Dracula's slaves burned nearby villages and snatched up children, including Ada, sister to the werewolf Cornell. Dracula teased the warrior's nemesis, Ortega, with the gift of greater power. Despite both enemies being destroyed by Cornell, Dracula re-emerged 8 years later. Reinhard Schneider and Carrie Fernandez first mistook the vampire Gilles de Rais for the castle's lord, but a young violin player named Malice turned out to be Dracula reborn. The inclusion of Quincy's son, John. John crossed over most of Europe with his childhood friend Eric Picard in 1914, avenging his fallen father and helping Eric find peace after the Countess Bartley made Eric's wife a vampire. But Eric's tragedy was just beginning, and 30 years later his daughters would be taken as well. Bloodline suggested the Countess was responsible for starting World War I, and Portrait of Ruin began with Dracula being trapped inside his own castle by Count Bronner as the world around him recovered from World War II. Jonathan Morris regretted not being able to stop Dracula with the vampire killer, but his father kept the knowledge from Jonathan to save him from being corrupted. Together with childhood friend Charlotte Alden, Jonathan stopped Dracula cold. Eric's daughters were returned to him in the good end, while Anselm's spirit was set free. one last Belmont would questionably resurface toward the end of the 20th century. In the Suite of Sorrow, Julius was referred to as having defeated Dracula in a clash known as the Demon Castle War, which is yet to be realized in playable form. In the events of Aria of Sorrow, Julius recovered from amnesia caused by this fateful fight, and continued to challenge the Dark Lord by helping Soma Cruz suppress his powers. The last time Dracula was actually defeated in battle was by Julius Belmont in 1999. The next spawn of Dracula's soul was Soma Cruz, who discovered his powers and will be transported to Castlevania 25 years from now. Two cults would challenge Soma in 2 years, the first sparked by Graham Jones, and the second by Celia Fortner and her puppets Dimitri and Dario. With the help of his friends and the long-secluded Alucard pretending to be Genya Arukado, Soma was able to control his darker side despite these dual threats. Soma and Julius were able to part ways without destroying each other. This would be the end of the timeline if it weren't for 2009's Castlevania Judgment.
If you will fight, then stand resolute.
Set thousands of years in the future, the Time Watcher Aeon assembled 13 warriors to overcome the time-altering Garamoth and his messenger, the Time Reaper. Although it is considered canon, most of the events pertain to Judgment alone, despite including fighters from multiple eras. Some of the characters in Judgment might have met gamers in 2009 for the first time, given how long the series has survived and how many consoles it's corrupted over the years. As Slayers live and die, one of the only threads to tie the franchise together is the music. An astonishing 30 composers have worked on the series in its 24-year lifespan. Several tracks have appeared multiple times, and most players that know them by heart probably don't know what they're called. Vampire Killer was written for Castlevania 1. Bloody Tears for Simon's Quest. The Beginning for Dracula's Curse. Simon's Theme for Castlevania 4. And Bloodlines for Rondo of Blood. Even a remix of Alucard's theme from Symphony could be heard by putting the disc in a CD player, and multiple soundtrack collections have chronicled the collective work. A tribute concert dedicated entirely to the Castlevania series was held in Stockholm, Sweden on February 19th, 2010. The concert was initiated by pianist David Westerlund and featured a guest performance by Michiru Yamane. There were virtually no orchestral arrangements written for these games, so many had to be created from scratch. More than 2 decades after the rusted gates of Castlevania first opened, the series fought for immortality by appearing in multiple mediums. In 2009, its evil invaded Packy-slot gambling machines in Japan only, and returned for a sequel this year. This past summer, fans could try Castlevania Puzzle Encore of the Night for the iPhone, which followed Puzzle Quest and Puzzle Fighter's approach with Dracula's own custom Gothic design. Along with many classic titles released digitally, a new multiplayer experience launched on Xbox Live Arcade in August, called Harmony of Despair. It unified the lineage of Slayers in sprite form online, similar to their assembly in Judgment. And of course, Lords of Shadow raised questions as to whether we'll ever see more of the series as it was. Will this new bloodline last as long as the first? For a quarter of a century, but the timeline covers just under 1,000 years. Some have criticized that, like its blood-sucking antagonist, Castlevania would expire if it didn't feed off others. They point to elements borrowed from Metroid, Devil May Cry, and God of War. But no matter the protagonist or the perspective, there's something unmistakable about flogging the marching undead with the Morning Star while leaping across crumbling platforms suspended over a bed of spikes. It's rare that a video game character transcends its film counterpart, but that's exactly what Konami has done. Dracula can challenge Bowser for the most interactive appearances by the same villain, and it's that consistency that keeps loyal hunters leaping, falling, restarting, and eventually conquering evil. For its faithful and determined followers, Castlevania will always stand for meticulous atmosphere, stunning art design, unforgiving boss encounters, and one hell of a fun challenge. Counting expansions and titles currently in development, there are almost 100 games born under the Star Wars banner. The films, comics, and novels that forced the narrative to continue constantly dreamt up new planets and new problems for new heroes to overcome, and the games had to follow suit. We've seen arcade ports, movie translations, flight sims for the console and PC, war mods, battle shooters, Jedi platformers, single-player RPGs, and massive multi-character communities. In this final episode of our Star Wars retrospective, we're going to load up all the genre crossovers that stood by themselves, the guilty favorites that line the outer rim of LucasArts' output. We'll also look at the franchise catalog and the endless scroll of creative talent that's let us play the galaxy for the last 30 years. Software Toolworks, who published the best-selling Chessmaster in 1986, brought the Galactic War to the digital chessboard in 1994 for the PC and Sega CD. Similar to Interplay's Battle Chess, each time a piece was taken, the conflict was acted out in an animated vignette. The multitudes of encounters warranted several sacrifice moves just to see Vader melt R2-D2 or C-3PO outstumble Imperial Walker. Taking place after The Empire Strikes Back, the desktop adventure followed Luke as he left his master's side on Dagobah and explored the galaxy for any item an NPC would be willing to trade. The missions claimed to send Skywalker to different planets, but only 4 different surfaces were accessible: desert, forest, snow, and the moon. The grid of map screens was randomly generated each level, stretching the Jedi journey into infinity. A Game Boy version of Yoda Stories materialized in 1999, a year after the console went color. A lot of the detail was wiped out, and the level cap was cut off at 15. Despite barely clinging to the canon, Yoda Stories had a bounty of cameos from Han Solo, Chewbacca, Princess Leia, C-3PO, Boba Fett, Darth Vader, Jabba the Hutt, and even a very confused Indiana Jones. The archaeologist had already got his own desktop adventure in 1996. Mara Jade guest starred in the first and only Star Wars fighting game. Masters of Terras Kasi for the PlayStation 1 inspired the rare one-on-one pairing of several Star Wars nobles thanks to a revenge plot by the Emperor, following the destruction of the first Death Star. Palpatine hired Arden Lin, an expert of an ancient fighting style known as Terras Kasi, Finnish for steel hand, to eliminate key members of the Rebel Alliance. The martial art was invented by Shadows of the Empire author Steve Perry. Drawn into the competitive fray, along with the Stormtrooper, a Tusken Raider named Hor, and the Gamorrean Guard of Flock. Other unlockable faces included Boba Fett body double Jodo Kast and Leia in an indestructible bikini. Despite being the only Star Wars fighting game, most fans avoided it at all costs. The movement was clunky, the characters were imbalanced, and the combat failed to reach the complexity of 3D brawlers like Tekken or weapons-based fighters like Battle Arena Toshinden.
Nice try.
Tiger Electronics blew out gamers' corneas with the R-Zone in 1996, and 4 Star Wars games were released for it a year later. Imperial Assault, Jedi Adventure, Millennium Falcon Challenge, and Rebel Forces couldn't help the portable device grow in popularity or sales, thanks in large part to the fact that you could view the games in any color you wanted as long as it was red. More than half of the handheld's library consisted of licensed movie games. Gave way to rumors of the prequel trilogy. At the same time consoles were being assaulted with Episode 1 titles, PC younglings were being exposed to Lucas marketing at the earliest possible age. 8 puzzle-based activity games from Lucas Learning arrived on the PC in 1999, foretelling the likelihood that kids would appreciate the first chapter of the new trilogy more than their parents. Recommended for Padawans ages 4 through 6, celebrated the new era of peace on the planet of Naboo by making music, playing with puppets, disco dancing with Jar Jar, and carnival dunking Boss Nass. Yoda's Challenge offered some leisurely escapades presented by a Simpsons-looking Jedi Master. Kiddies could build Anakin's songbook, program C-3PO's storytelling library, or unscramble the computer on the Queen's ship. The Gungan Frontier played like a cross between Harvest Moon and Pokemon, with you exploring the various flora and fauna that flourished in the forests and plains on Naboo, when the Trade Federation wasn't running them over. DroidWorks took the less synthetic approach, allowing users to construct helping hands and vehicles to tackle challenges of modest difficulty. The Mos Espa pod race inspired both Pit Droids and Anakin Speedway, where every puzzle could be solved with a little elbow grease and the right power coupling. Speedway let you reform 3 planet tracks, and Pit Droids had a chain of Lemming-inspired brain teasers. Star Wars math was as simple or difficult as it sounds, depending on your proficiency, and surprisingly, Jar Jar's Journey sold the worst out of the 8 original titles. Only 5 of them are still available on the official Lucas Learning site, and no other games by the publisher were released following Episode 1. snowspeeders. One that wasn't forced on players yet was Car Combat, made popular by Twisted Metal in 1995. Luxoflux developed the Twisted Metal rival Vigilante 8 and its sequel, and LucasArts commissioned them to make a hit-and-run contest to match the robust fleet of the Star Wars galaxy. Star Wars Demolition was released in November 2000 for the PlayStation and Dreamcast. Demolition cited the Empire's canceling of all pod racing as an open invitation for Jabba the Hutt to create another method of homicidal entertainment. 13 racers signed up to win their prize of choice, including Boba Fett, Lobot, Leia, and Darth Maul. Altogether, a land speeder, AAT, ATST, Stab, snowspeeder, jetpack, pod racer, Rancor, cloud car, and Sith speeder took to the battlegrounds, each with their own arsenal of attacks. Instead of lives, players had credits they could gain or lose by attacking enemies or receiving damage. It was a derivative game that offered very little beyond the Star Wars license. Looking to sell a Star Wars gaming experience that didn't have to involve lightsabers or force pushing, Ubisoft developed and published Star Wars Lethal Alliance in 2006 for the PSP and DS. As Twi'lek slave Rhianna Saren and her robot companion Zio, handheld gamers could absorb several brand new made-up moments that transpired just before A New Hope. In search of her former master Zarian Keeve, the rebel mercenary took orders from Kyle Katarn and Princess Leia, got shot down by Boba Fett, and retrieved the Death Star plans, even though that feat had been accomplished several times already. Not every Star Wars game required a console to play. In fact, some were consoles in themselves. Hasbro, Jax, and Tiger Electronics all released plug-and-play games based on the new and old trilogy. The ones that featured a controller shaped like R2-D2 or the Millennium Falcon packed in 4 or 5 games for the price of 1 unit. The Clone Wars model came with a laser rifle, and the lightsaber battle version wrecked many a lamb by forcing kids to flail their arms about just like a Jedi Knight. These interactive toys proved you still only need a couple of sprites and sound effects to classify yourself as a Star Wars game, and wind up on holiday gift lists around the world.
This coming battle may prove Vader's intent. I secretly hope he will betray us.
Mission accomplished, General Riker. Well done, Wedge.
With the exception of Jake Lloyd, Dennis Lawson, and Billy D. Williams, the characters central to the video game story of Star Wars are never re-recorded by their original actors. A long time ago, when Star Wars gaming began, developers were lucky if their music choices were recognizable. Now, original scores are composed for almost every game, and legions of actors are called upon to recreate infamous voices, or introduce gamers to new faces.
This is an unfortunate setback. The Force is strong with Katar.
The first person to revoice Darth Vader in a video game was Scott Lawrence for Dark Forces in 1994. You might have recognized him in Time Cop, Turbulence, or the recent Cloverfield. He went on to portray the Dark Lord 12 more times. Matt Lucas commonly played his alter ego, Anakin Skywalker, in the prequel games and the Cartoon Network series. Both Terrence Carson and Kevin Michael Richardson replaced Samuel L. Jackson as Mace Windu. Richardson was also Boss Nass in Galactic Battlegrounds and Jolie Bindo in Knights of the Old Republic. Carson was Vader for Galactic Battlegrounds and has always delivered the rasping cries of Kratos from the God of War series.
And are you ready then to face me?
I am. 5 people have played Kyle Katarn, though most gamers familiarized themselves with the face of Jason Court and the voice of Jeff Bennett, who also embodied Brent Tantor in Force Commander and Jango Fett in Galactic Battlegrounds. Nick Jameson originally spoke for the Rebel Mercenary in Dark Forces, Reno Romano stepped in for Mysteries of the Sith, and Brian Boschel supplied the voice for his brief cameo in Empire at War.
Letting you kill him is against our Jedi beliefs. I won't allow it.
Many actors from the recently animated side of Star Wars carried their talent over to other interactive interpretations of their characters. James Arnold Taylor portrayed Obi-Wan in the Genndy Tartakovsky shorts and the recent feature film, along with Battlefront 2 and the Episode 3 game. Scott Cleaverden was heard as the young Obi-Wan in Episode 1 and Power Battles, and Lewis McLeod brought a very heavy Scottish drawl to the role in Wombat Racing Battlegrounds and the Young Jedi self-titled game.
We saved Mos Eisley. Nice work, Rogue Squadron. We might make a name for ourselves after all.
The modern voice of Porky Pig, Bob Bergen, has moonlighted as Luke Skywalker in almost a dozen games. Several actors have played Han Solo, the most notable being Neil Ross, who is also Colonel Volgin in Metal Gear Solid 3. Tom Kane, who impersonated Anthony Daniels for Empire at War and the Robot Chicken special, has played Master Yoda 11 times, including Soul Calibur 4, along with vocalizing his two animated personas.
My destiny, this is not.
Whose destiny is it?
It's fascinating that, as the years wear on, the characters fans hold so close to their hearts have to be reimagined so often. Players have to wonder if they enjoy a performance so much because it reminds them of the original actor, or if it's forged a persona of its own. Just as we've had to accept multiple performers carrying the mantle of the pivotal six-film heroes, games give the characters a chance to live forever. Who knows what Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader will sound like tomorrow? At the time of this video's release, there are 4 anticipated Star Wars games that have yet to appear on store shelves. The Clone Wars, released exclusively in theaters on August 15th, 2008, has 2 video game tie-ins. The DS version is called Jedi Alliance and is being developed at the LucasArts studio in Singapore. Similar to The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass and Ninja Gaiden, movement and combat is controlled with the stylus, and several mini-games round out the package. Ever since the Nintendo Wii, and more specifically its motion controller, was released in 2006, students of the Force have dreamt of a one-to-one lightsaber experience. Lightsaber Duel is claiming to be up to the challenge, simulating the versatility of the laser sword during an era brimming with expert candidates to train against. In March of 2006, BioWare, creator of Mass Effect and Knights of the Old Republic, announced it was developing an unnamed, massively multiplayer role-playing game. In 2008, EA purchased BioWare and Pandemic Studios and revealed the online project was being produced in conjunction with LucasArts. Despite the Old Republic being the obvious choice, and CEO John Riccitiello subtly verifying its authenticity, no teaser, website, or press release has confirmed a KOTOR MMO. By the Stormtrooper clinging Euphoria engine built using digital molecular matter and set free with Havoc physics, the first original Star Wars game of the current generation seeks to shock gamers with its controversial story as much as its earth-shattering tech. Personally approved by George Lucas, the story stands as official documentation of an era filled with doubt and confusion. X-Wing, Force Commander, Dark Forces, Empire at War, and Lethal Alliance have already made footprints in the 19-year span between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. During these shadowy decades, the Death Star neared completion, the Rebels formed their alliance, and the children of Anakin Skywalker grew up unaware of their destiny. Starkiller, otherwise known as Galen Marek, has never been mentioned by name in any Imperial Order or Alliance record, yet his power exceeds that of his Dark Lord Master and Vader's unassuming heir. Until the truth is unleashed, the Apprentice's future and the old trilogy's past both remain a mystery. When it comes to licensed media, Star Wars rules the galaxy. Whether they dig up prehistoric expose the uncredited champions in and between the feature films, or enter an expanded conflict that appears to have no end. Video games are Lucas's greatest ally. Not only do they keep the story pages turning, they put the future of Star Wars into the hands of those that deserve the legacy, its fans. Find the courage to topple an empire. A 900-year-old swamp dweller could hold the secrets to the cosmos, and the heir to the galaxy could reject his darkest side, even if it was the only thing keeping him alive. In this universe, anything is possible. Space will forever pique our imaginations, and like the Force, Star Wars video games will always be with us.
An interesting way to teach me how to save. I was given 3 different tubs, much like this one, and had to divide my allowance into each one. One of the tubs was for the church I attended at the time, and that money would go towards my tithe. One of them was fun money that I could spend however I wanted, and one of them went into a savings account that I don't think I ever got access to. I guess you could say that that savings lesson didn't really pay off. But if there's a subject that needs teaching, you can bet that there's some software that was developed to teach it. I don't remember if it was at my house or if it was at my school, but I distinctly remember playing Moneytown. Released in 1995 for Windows 3.1, 95, and Macintosh, Moneytown is the brainchild of Neil Godfrey, best-selling author of Money Doesn't Grow on Trees. I'm sure you've all read it. It's an American classic. Fun and funds go hand in hand when you put your money where your mouse is. Okay, that's enough of that. Really though, who is Neil Godfrey, and why should we trust her in her obsession with puns? Well, good thing we asked, because she included a video guide with the game to give us all the information we could possibly need about money management, and of course herself.
Neil Godfrey, frequently seen on such shows as Good Morning America, The Oprah Winfrey Show, and The Today Show, is not only an expert in family finance, but also a parent who puts her advice to work in her own home.
Wow, this is so interesting. This is a very in-depth video guide, actually, providing parents extra information to help teach their kids about money management.
Your child's allowance should be divided equally into 3 jars.
Oh my god, it was you! Welcome to Moneytown, the land of financial education. Ironically, Moneytown is horrible at money management because the park budget has been cut and it needs to close.
This is awful! The park is the only place for us kids to play!
Yep, there really is nowhere else to play. No giant open fields of green for children to run around in. None at all.
Is there anything we can do?
What will it take? Well,
I guess it takes money.
Well, yeah, that would make sense. I mean, money is... Oh god, what's happening?
Money, money can help our dreams come true.
Okay...
Money, money, there's so much it can do.
I don't know about you guys, but I seem to recall money being the root of all evil in most children's media. Wealth is usually paired with greed, and you're only going to sing about it if you're a greedy villain. It's a bit odd to hear a song about the positives of cash.
And some smart decisions, our good fortune will shine through.
Okay, I think the only thing creepier than this song is these kids are just standing here motionless, waiting for it to be over. Like, yeah, you already told us money was the answer. Do we really need a song about how money is the answer? Or maybe we could just move on.
Let's learn, let's earn. It will be fun.
Okay, I think it's over.
Money.
Jeez, how long is this song?
We could earn the money.
I bet you could earn it.
Okay, so we're gonna educate children about money by telling them that they could probably earn enough cash to fund a town park. Don't see what could go wrong there.
Can you help us?
Who are you?
Alright, well, I'm Ian. Let's meet the other characters we'll be putting up with today.
Meet Penny Bright.
When you click on a character, the creepy old owl introduces them, but he talks for like an hour and says nothing really important, so I'm just gonna do it for him. There's Small Change the rabbit, On a Budget, I don't know, gerbil maybe, Penny Bright the cat, Dollar Bill the dog, and don't worry if you think that name is too ridiculous, you can just call him Buck. There's Shortcut, who is Penny Bright's little brother, so I guess his name is Shortcut Bright, which is just absurd. Finally, we have the old owl dude.
Oh, thanks ever so much for clicking on me.
Oh god, we gotta get out of here. Moneytown consists of 3 houses, a recycling center, which is also where the gerbil thing lives, and box? There's also the park we're trying to save, which looks beyond neglected. Like, did a war recently happen here? First stop is Small Change's house.
Hello.
Ugh, that's quite an unfortunate voice you've got there, Small. May I call you Small?
Oh man, I'm good. Listen to this.
Oh god, please no.
5 pennies make a nickel. 2 nickels make a dime.
So do you have to memorize an entire song about money to live in this town, or is Stack It Up the latest song that I just missed because I don't listen to the radio?
Stack it up. Oh yeah. Stack it up.
This kid sounds like a smoker. To make money with Small Change, you have to play a mini game in which you ride a vacuum cleaner to suck up coins and then deposit them into the bank. That's it. That's the whole game, and I'm pretty sure it goes on forever. If I remember correctly, this was my favorite part of the game way back when, so brace yourselves. I made $2.34, which...
Yahoo! What a chunk of change!
Were you trying to say words? Because your voice just sounds like a really, really long sneeze to me. Gesundheit.
Catch you later!
Once you've got some money banked from playing minigames, it's time to head to the large tree in the middle of town. This is where you can spend your hard-earned cash to fix up the park, which will cost a whole $74. You might be wondering why we don't just reach up and pull some dollars off this tree here, or even just pick up the money that's already fallen onto the ground. But the real question is, does money grow on trees or not? Like, make up your mind, Godfrey. Might as well just start with the cheapest thing and reseed the entire park for just $1. What a deal. The park looks a little less disastrous, so at least there's that. Next up is Penny Bright's house. She and her little brother Shortcut actually provide some pretty gripping dialogue for a kid's game.
Hey, you interrupted me.
Well, you interrupted me.
Did not.
Did so.
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 Shortcut Bright is fascinating. It's like every time I see him, it just makes me think, why are you even in this game?
I love to take shortcuts, even though my big sister Penny teases me.
What are you even talking about? Shortcuts to what? We earn cash at Penny's by playing a computer game she wrote. So we're playing a computer game about money inside a computer game about money. Abed would love this. The game is just a quiz show, and it looks like she even programmed a couple of her friends in. She really nailed On a Budget's facial uniqueness. The quiz show is probably the best part of the game. The questions are usually pretty basic, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't learn anything while I was playing. Also, how would you like it if all game show hosts responded with,
Well, I knew that.
every time someone got an answer correct? Sounds miserable, right?
Well, I knew that. Well, I knew that. Well, I knew that.
Alright, let's see what Buck is up to.
It cost 100 pennies. I'm gonna buy the truck.
Singing about a truck, of course. Why not?
I'm driving off the highway. My wheel gets stuck. Oh, yep, 2 quarters and 10 nickels. We'll pull it out of the muck. That's what the tow truck driver said.
What kind of insane dimension is this that you can get roadside assistance for $1? If you were to lift one of the solid gold bars being used as a walkway, you would be set for life. In fact, why are we paving the streets with gold when we can't even afford $74 to keep a park open?
And now, starting for the Green Street Greenbackers, dollar bill, Buck.
Buck's game is horrible. You just click on the correct coins to kick the football through the field goal that's for some reason smack dab in the middle of the football field. That's it. Alright, time to see what's in this giant box here.
Hi, we're the birds from Decision Street. We're here to make some change.
Oh, well, this sure seems like it won't be annoying. The game here is to just pick the right coins to make each row match the dollar amount listed. It's just like making change as a cashier, and it's probably just about as fun.
I wanted to put up a swing in my backyard. Went to the store to buy one. Price tag hit me hard.
I haven't called it out specifically yet, but On a Budget's eye is obviously trying to run away from the rest of her face or something. Or did they just do it on purpose because they think that's what poor people look like?
Call me old-fashioned, but I live within my means.
She's even singing a song about not being able to afford things. Like, it's sad, really. She probably needs more funds raised for her than the park does.
Being broke is such a sad time.
Her game is recycling themed for no other reason than to remind you that she literally lives in a recycling plant. And it's just a matching game, nothing really worth talking about. You know what? I realized we never actually listened to Penny Bright sing, and as much as I know it's going to be horrible, I feel like we should suffer through it. That and I kind of want to see that rug with a picture of herself on it, which she clearly made, so that all of her guests would be instantly sure that she is clearly the most pretentious person in the room.
I'm energetic and athletic, cause my pace is so frenetic. I've no time for wishes, hopes, and dreams, just firm ideas, plans, and schemes.
She's not even singing about money, she's just singing about herself.
I will analyze it and extract the nitty-gritty with my tail strategically curled in my kitty corner of the world. Gotta go!
That wasn't even remotely about money, but I feel like I got a great lesson on how to be completely full of myself. Let's just get out of here. Money toe. An error has occurred in your program. To keep working anyway, click ignore. Ugh, I haven't saved. Come on now, don't crash on me. God damn you, Money Toe! Welcome to Money Town. My name is Butts, and I'm here to teach you that the only thing more important than saving money is learning how to abuse the system. Sure, you could do some cleaning or recycling to earn some cash, but why do that when you could just randomly click on trivia answers? There's no penalty for wrong answers, and the game never ends, so why not randomly click on the screen until you have enough money to fix the park? The park is saved. The end. No real effort required.
It's amazing what one can do with a little elbow grease. Or feather grease, for that matter. You really know what you're doing. Our town has put up a statue in your honor.
That's great! I just love what you've done with the park. You're the best!
Thanks for helping us. You've saved the park.
undertaken by one space heretic, a galaxy protected by a girl who should have died when she was 3, an ancient civilization that trained her to eradicate the existence of creatures it once created for protection, and an evil organization hell-bent on encompassing the creature's power. This is the universe of Metroid. Metroid Zero Mission was released for the Game Boy Advance on February 9th, 2004. It was developed by Nintendo R&D 1, the originators of Metroid, and directed by Yoshio Sakamoto, who had a hand in every Metroid game except Return of Samus, Hunters, and Pinball. Retelling the events of the original NES title, Zero Mission was more robust, featuring a larger map, peeks into the Hunter's past, and new scenarios beyond the showdown with Mother Brain. Many of the locales looked similar to their 8-bit counterparts, and items were roughly in the same locations. But the differences between the two outweighed the similarities. A number of items from later games were carried over to the remake, such as the plasma beam, space jump, super missiles, and power bombs. Samus could also combine the ice and wave beams just like in Super Metroid, and the map was littered with even more energy tanks and missile expansions, many of them hidden in areas that can only be reached using advanced skills like chaining shine sparks. The biggest addition to Zero Mission was what happened after you defeated Mother Brain and escaped Turian. Samus, thinking she got away safely, removed her power suit just before a space pirate ambush. Her ship was immobilized, but she survived. Bearing only her Zero suit and an emergency pistol, she infiltrated a nearby space pirate mothership. This marked the second time players could play as Samus without her power suit. Nearly defenseless, Zero Suit Samus couldn't run and gun her way to safety. She had to use stealth. By avoiding enemy sights, stunning space pirates, and sneaking into the Chozo ruins, Samus gained a new power suit with expanded functions. Blasting her way back to the mothership at full power, Aaron faced off against the robotic Mecha Ridley and finally escaped in an enemy gunship. Completing the game unlocked a variety of features including hard mode, map-by-map item checklists, and a complete NES version of Metroid. Different artwork was displayed depending on the percentage of items collected, difficulty setting, and time it took to finish the mission. Also, players with 2 GBAs and a copy of Metroid Fusion could connect the two games to unlock the Fusion Gallery, which consisted of additional artwork from the Japanese version of the earlier game. Metroid Zero Mission received high marks by critics and gamers alike, who praised it for superb sound, visuals, and playability. And unlike the dictated events in Fusion, players had the freedom to ignore the hints and explore where they pleased. One common criticism was that the game was too short, which was perhaps an indication that gamers' tastes had shifted from earning faster times to embarking on larger quests. While Zero Mission retold the first chapter of the franchise, it certainly was not the beginning of Samus Aran. What little information that's known of the Space Hunter's upbringing can be gathered from various sources, including Metroid Prime's instruction booklet and the Metroid manga, a comic now available online. When she was a child, Samus and her family lived at planetary colony K2L. Her father specialized in the mining of afluorotite, an energy source pivotal to the Galactic Federation. In the year 2000 of the cosmic calendar, the Federation was created by representatives from many races in the galaxy in an effort to create a safer and more secure space for all. Important negotiations amongst the planets were done through a single Federation starship, which was fueled by energy-rich afluorotite. Space pirates, led by Ridley, raided ships and planets in their attempt to maintain power and become the most dominant species in the galaxy. While following the Chozo across the stars, Ridley discovered the location of the mines on K2L and ordered his brigade to steal the valuable fuel. Samus was 3 when the invasion took place. The attack resulted in the deaths of all of the colonists, including Samus's mother and father. Miraculously, the little girl lived and was found by the Chozo, a wise and ancient Earthling race. The Chozo raised Samus on Z's, infusing her with their DNA so she could survive the harsh environment. As she grew, the Elders developed her power suit and trained her as a warrior, eventually sending the Hunter out to protect the galaxy. to Zebes, now overrun by space pirates. The pirates had begun to reproduce the dangerous life-sucking creatures called Metroids. The remains of Chozo statues scattered throughout the planet's tunnels held weapons and enhancements for Aaron's power suit. Samus defeated Ridley, Kraid, and a biological computer known as Mother Brain, successfully eliminating all Metroids in the process. At the end of Zero Mission, Samus revisits the Chozo ruins, where she recalls her past and completes a challenge to earn a new suit from the spirits of the ancient race. It's unknown whether Mother Brain or Ridley is the true leader of the space pirates. References in the instruction manuals for Metroid Infusion, the Nintendo Power comic, and the Super Metroid introduction indicate Mother Brain is the general of the space pirates. However, according to Zero Mission, Super Metroid's manual, and the official manga, Ridley is the general. The manga also reveals that Mother Brain was once a counselor to the Chozo, which leaves fans to question whether she tactically betrayed her former masters or was turned against them by invading space pirates. Aaron received a distress signal to travel to Talon 4 and stop space pirates from utilizing phazon, a substance that corrupted the planet after a meteor struck it. Samus discovered that the Chozo once inhabited Talon 4, but have since passed away, leaving only their ghosts to guard their sacred relics. Foretelling the arrival of Samus, the Chozo left numerous weapons for her to defeat the source of the phazon, Metroid Prime, which they sealed with 12 artifacts. Samus fulfills the Chozo prophecy by defeating Metroid Prime, but not before it manages to extract the phazon from her suit and morph into Dark Samus. After the Galactic Federation received a strange telepathic message referring to an ultimate power located in the Limbic Cluster, Samus was ordered to investigate. The 6 bounty hunters that followed her had separate reasons for acquiring this seductive power, and 2 of them had vendettas against Aaron. In particular, Weevil was once a space pirate general who was wounded and turned into a cyborg after an epic battle with Samus. Samus confronted and defeated Guria, the beast that originated the telepathic message, as an attempt to free itself. The ultimate power turned out to be the Omega Cannon, the same weapon Samus used to destroy Guria. Samus left the Limbic Cluster empty-handed but alive. After the Galactic Federation lost contact with the squad of Marines on planet Ether, they commissioned Samus to investigate. The bounty hunter learned that the Marines were killed by an evil species known as the Ing, which inhabited the planet following a meteor strike that split it into 2 dimensions of light and dark. The Ing were a shadowy species capable of inhabiting the bodies of the living or the dead, or even taking control of machinery. Possessing things allowed the Ing to survive and raid the light world. As far as we know, the Ing have no relationship with the space pirates or Ridley. The Luminoth, a nomadic race living among the stars for centuries, abandoned space to live upon the beautiful ether. Similar to Chozos, Luminoth have a spiritual connection with their planet and are technologically advanced. Umos, the last surviving sentinel on Ether, asked Samus to retrieve the planet's energy from dark ether and gave her the light suit to complete the quest. While exploring Ether, Samus encountered and defeated Dark Samus multiple times, but the gloomy doppelganger was able to regenerate itself even after Dark Ether had been destroyed. The Galactic Federation then requested Aaron to investigate a series of malfunctioning computers known as the Aurora units. In Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, space pirates infected the Federation's Aurora units with a virus, and Samus became corrupted by phazon. It was her duty to somehow repair the units and discover the ramifications of her corruption. But there was still one thing lingering in the back of Samus's mind, and once the saga of Prime reached its finale, the bounty hunter traveled to the Metroid homeworld, planet SR-388, to exterminate the species for good. There, she learned that the Metroids molted in cycles, growing into larger creatures. After eradicating all the Metroids, Aaron encountered one final egg. The baby Metroid popped out, mistaking Samus for its mother. Sparing its life, she then handed the larva to Galactic Federation scientists for research. Before Metroids existed on SR-388, the Chozo lived there, as did X-parasites. To fend off these infectious vermin, the Chozo artificially created Metroids and dubbed them Ultimate Warriors. In hindsight, the Chozo trained a bounty hunter to exterminate a species they once unleashed. Metroid hatchling with the researchers at Sarah Space Colony, Samus received a distress signal. The laboratory she had just left had been attacked. A reborn Ridley captured the last remaining Metroid and escaped to Zeebs to continue a plan to reproduce Metroids and use them in space pirate attacks. Samus had to defeat Kraid, Ridley, Phantoon, and Dragon to enter a newly constructed command center littered with the remains of the Metroid victims. However, the hatchling remembered its foster mother and assisted Samus in one last battle versus Mother Brain. In the events leading to Metroid Fusion, Samus returned to planet SR-388 to escort researchers studying the fauna of the now Metroid-free planet. Aaron was suddenly attacked and infected by the X-parasite, but was miraculously cured by a Metroid vaccine created from the same hatchling that saved her life in the previous mission. The X-parasite spread throughout the biologic space laboratories, mimicking the life forms it infected, including surgically removed sections of Aaron's power suit. Samus, with the help of her computer Adam, altered the trajectory of the station so that it would crash into SR-388, killing the X-parasites both on the station and the planet below. Metroid Fusion introduced players to Adam Malkovich, who was Aaron's commanding officer on a previous mission. Reminded of Adam by the computer instructing her, she frequently recounts his personality and leadership. Little is known about this operation, but Samus has a profound respect for Adam as he sacrificed himself to save her life. In the aftermath of Fusion, Samus learned that the Federation routinely uploaded the minds of great leaders to computer systems, and her ship's computer actually contained Malkovich's memories. As the laboratory spaceship struck the surface of SR-388, the story of Samus stopped. Aside from the DNA left in her blood, there were no traces of Metroids left in the galaxy. As popular as the series has been, it should come as no surprise that Samus would make appearances in other franchises as well. Her unmistakable image has invaded games, comics, cartoons, and other media. Most notably, Samus was a playable character in Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo 64, Melee on the GameCube, and Brawl on the Wii, sporting both her power and Slim Zero Suit. She napped in Super Mario RPG, played an upright bass in Tetris, transformed into a rock defense in Kirby Superstar, returned as a microgame in 3 WarioWare titles, influenced a Metroid-themed puzzle in Tetris DS, and more. Samus was also a semi-regular character in the comic Captain N the Game Master, while Mother Brain acted as the main villain in the spin-off cartoon of the same name. Interestingly, neither character ever appeared in the opposite medium. A short biography of the legendary heroine can be found in 2 short e-comics published by Kodansha. In 2003, 2 producers optioned the rights to produce a Metroid movie, but they expired. John Woo stepped in a couple of years later to reacquire them. Lion Rock Productions was scheduled to produce, and the plan was to release the first film before 2006. That never happened, and it's currently unknown if the project has been canceled. The solar system of Samus Aran is as expansive as it is popular, with a plethora of battle scars and buried secrets. The alien galaxy meticulously crafted by Nintendo Imagineers has hosted 10 games, selling over 13 million units worldwide, and the numbers are steadily growing. Rest assured, whenever a mission is hatched that's too deadly for Marines to undertake, too dangerous for the Galactic Federation to ignore, and too tempting for space pirates to avoid, a fearless hunter awaits, primed to defend the universe.
this will be the greatest moment in my career as a game collector. I bought this from an eBay auction. The seller gave a list of games included, mostly NES games that I own already, but there's one that caught my attention. Nintendo World Championships. Under normal circumstances, this particular game would cost a fortune. The seller probably had no idea what they had, and that happens sometimes. Somebody's trying to get rid of some old games at a flea market or a yard sale or something, and they don't realize that what they're selling happens to be one of the most rare NES games in existence. Nintendo World Championships was never sold in stores. It was a specially made game cartridge used as part of a gaming competition. Remember the 1989 movie The Wizard with the big game tournament? Well, this was a real-life version inspired by the movie. The competition was part of a big festival called Power Fest in 1990. It was divided into age groups. Each winner got a cash prize of $10,000 and took home other goodies. The finalists each got to keep their own copy of the game. But there was another version made in gold. The gold cartridges are even more rare. Only 26 were made and given out as part of a random prize giveaway in Nintendo Power magazine. Also, the red label only existed in the promo pics. The actual games were all gold with a cheap logo glued on that's been cut out with scissors. The whereabouts of these games remain largely unknown, but in recent years many of them have shown up in auctions commanding huge prices. But there's still more out there. There were other Nintendo contests like Campus Challenge, two of them, and the Super Nintendo Power Fest 94 competition. But Nintendo World Championship seems to be the most famous and is considered the holy grail amongst NES collectors. Could I have one of these in my possession right now? Let's find out. Oh boy, I can't wait. I wonder, it's probably the gray one, but who knows? It might even be the gold one. This is a reproduction cart. Anybody can get these. Worth about $50. Well, at least I can still say I own Nintendo World Championships. It's not the real thing. I'll never own a complete NES collection. Wait a minute. I know somebody who might own a real NWC. Yeah, somebody who's as obsessed with game collecting as I am. When it comes to NES, he's even more crazy. Hello? Hey, Pat, you NES punk. This is the nerd. Nerd? I don't think I know any nerd. The fucking nerd.
Oh, that nerd. Well, why didn't you say so?
So, I was just wondering, how's your game collection been going?
I have Flintstones, Surprise at Dinosaur Peak.
Nice.
Magical Chase for the Tron Rapid 16.
Come on. You got better stuff than that.
What about the Power Glove in the collector's case?
What else? I know you got something special. Yeah. Something spectacular. How about the Super Mario Brothers Swimmies? No, that's neat if you're 6 years old. I'm talking like NES.
My beloved M82 demo unit.
Oh, that thing's a piece of crap.
What?
Alright, we'll tell you what. What's the most rare NES game you have? Well, if you must know, I do happen to own a little game called the Nintendo World Championship card. You mean a reproduction, right?
Oh, it's real.
Wow, are you sure? It could be a fake. You never know.
Pretty sure it's real.
Tell you what, if you come on over, I'll help authenticate it for you. I'll give it the nerd seal of approval.
The nerd seal of approval? What is that, like you'll take a dump on it?
No, that would be the nerd seal of disapproval. Come over, I'll take a look at it.
Oh.
Hey, nerd, how are you? Here in the basement. Well, you know why you asked me here. Yes, of course. Oh my god, Amiga in the box?
computer system, but you know you shouldn't put it on top of the box Odyssey because it's going to damage the box. You'll get creases there and stuff. Again, I know why you asked me here.
Yeah.
APF TV fun, cute, fun little Pong set. You know, you get this stuff, it's amazing, all this stuff you find, you know?
Alright, let's see the NWC.
Oh, the World Championships card.
Yeah.
Okay, just be careful.
This isn't the real thing. Nah.
What do you mean?
It's fake. Sorry to say.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. It's not real at all. I just spent thousands of dollars on a fake game.
I could take it off your hands. I know you need to make room for all those games you have in your collection.
I appreciate it, but I'll just take that fake game back.
Well, I could trade you another game. Like, how about Combat on Atari?
Oh, wow, Combat. Classic game. It was included with every Atari 2600. I love that game, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead. I'll just give me back that one right there.
Come on, Combat.
Yeah.
Combat.
Combat.
With the tanks.
Tanks?
Planes, too.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's okay, but you know what? I'm totally fine. I probably have a couple of combat cards. I'll just take that one back.
Tell you what, you see that box of games over there? You can take the whole thing just for this one fake game.
You know, I'll take a look. Wow, look at the games. Oh, golf. Plain old regular black box golf. Oh, wow, this is worth a lot of money. Oh, not one, but 2 copies of Home Alone. Oh, jeez. Super Mario Duck Hunt, I only have 14 other copies. And what's this? More games underneath? Well, let's see what else we have in this treasure trove of games. Oh, yeah. Right, we got Spot here. Oh, Hook, R. And at least it's a decent one. We got Legend of Zelda.
What was that game you just had?
Oh, that was just Legend of Zelda.
Legend of my ass.
Never.
Can I look at it?
No.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, relax. Relax. It's just a video game. It's only a Nintendo World Championships Gold Card. It's just the most sought after video game on the planet. It's right there! It's mine! It's all mine!
No. That was my box.
You traded me for it. I accepted.
No, you didn't. You were just making fun of those games.
No, I really wanted all those fine games. I needed another copy of Super Mario Duck Hunt. I'm making a coffee table out of them.
Oh, really? Oh, well, you could take them all then. Yeah. But you're not getting that NWC Gold card. I didn't even know it was in there.
Maybe you should get the prescription renewed on your glasses? The gray is better. I mean, look at it. It's individually numbered, and these were the game cards actually used in the competition, the gold. Well, these are just giveaways. Here, take it.
Yeah, you know what? You are right. The gray one is better. You know, I feel really bad taking it away from you. So, here, give me back the gold one and I'll give you back your gray one.
I appreciate the gesture, but that's okay. You go ahead, you keep that gray one. I'll stick with the cheap gold giveaway.
Yeah, but the gold one's a piece of crap. I mean, you don't want that. I mean, they made those. They just cut out the logo with cheap paper and they glued it on with glue.
Yeah, Elmer's glue.
Yeah, I bet Mr. Elmer himself glued it on from his own goat.
Yeah, okay, well, I guess I'll be going now.
Okay, fine.
And the award for Best NES Collection in the world goes to Pat, the NES Punk.
I can't believe I did it! Both World Championship cards! Oh man! Oh, what an award! What an honor! Yeah! Oh yeah!